Good morning, Elestrals casters, and welcome to the June 7th Webcam Premier Tournament, the very first competitive tournament for Firestorm, the Firestorm meta. I am so excited to be here. We have so many new cards, so many new strategies, so many concepts, and I cannot wait to see what you casters have been cooking. And not only am I cooking here on the mic, but I got the homie. We have the team. The dream team is back again. Kay Cray is to my side. Kay, how are you doing this morning?
I am so good. I think we have all been dreaming of Firestorm, honestly, ever since Dallas, when we got the first little, whispers of it. And it's here. It's finally here. I'm so excited. And I'm so excited to be on the mic with you. PK Cray is here.
This is always set for a good time. I cannot wait, Kay. It's going to be fun. But not only is us on the mic, but we have Caleb here as well. Caleb.exe will be here, and you'll be having them on commentary for rounds 2 and 3. So stay tuned for their commentary later on today. Right now, I want to give shout outs to all of 129 casters who are registered and ready to go for this premier tournament. We are passing the 128 threshold. The cap is now 256, and we're starting to lean for more and more competitive viability. So many new strategies are going to be coming out, which we're going to talk about in just a little bit. But Kay, the prizing for today. These 129 casters, what are they competing for?
Well, it's excellent that you mentioned that, PK. There are so many amazing prizes. We have, of course, the tournament packs, the premier packs, those gorgeous, gorgeous premier frame cards. Just for participating, you get a pack of those. Or, excuse me, 2 packs of those. And moving into top 16, you also get a stellar carry off the champion of Hermes that is so beautiful. And of course, now that we are in the champion meta, we have all of our champion cards out, and that carry off is incredible. Now, PK, tell us about top 8.
Top 8 is going to be walking away with a mystery Pandora's box. We all know how good those things can be, and the Pandora's box, mystery box, has a slew of legacy product that you can get your hands on. There are so many interesting packs you can get, including stuff from Shattered Stars. So make sure you guys try to compete as well as you can to get a Pandora's box along with your top 16 stamp carry-off. But top 4, you're getting the organized pack for entry. You're getting the top 16 stamp stellar carry-off champion of Hermes. And you're going to walk away with the Firestorm booster box. I know you guys are trying to get full art eruption for your burn deck as well.
Those are absolutely gorgeous. And of course, for our runner-up, you get an additional booster box. One more chance to get that eruption, apparently. That's what we're all going for here. And of course, our champion, they are going to get the beautiful Torchin, the champion stamp Torchin. And not only that, but if you place first, you are going to just outright qualify for Worlds.
The World Circuit is now on, and you guys can start earning your qualifier points from this and future events. There are many events that you can get your qualifier points from. But for this event, as Kay said, if you win it, you got your entry. Otherwise, you can start earning the points to get there. More information on the qualifier points are on the Elestrals social pages, so make sure you guys go and check them out. But the qualifier points is what you want. Second place gets 125 qualifier points. Top 4 gets 75. Even top 32 can get 20 qualifier points, and you only need the 250 to qualify. You can enter it from the premier tournaments. You can enter store tournaments. There are many ways that you can earn these points. So make sure you build your deck well and you cast frequently so we can see you competing on the World Championship stage.
And I love this because it really gives incentive for players not to simply O2 drop. Hey, play it out. Who knows? You could get extra qualifier points that could make or break the difference between you going to Worlds or not.
Yes, those 20, there are many situations where I've seen people try to grind for those points, and just going to an additional locals was enough for them to get over it. So play often, play throughout your rounds. And not to mention, who doesn't want to play more Elestrals? Any excuse I have to play more Elestrals, I will. I will make Panzer work. I'm obsessed, but it's a good obsession. It's healthy. I promise.
Hey, you know what? After last tournament, being able to see Foxes not only make it to Top Cut, but make it to the semifinals, I wish that for you, PK. I really do.
Foxes was showing off last time. Last tournament showed so many amazing things, including the birth of a new champion and the first person to qualify for the Worlds Tournament, Cobalt Sanderson, with their Celestial Reanimator deck. This deck was incredible. This deck was so much fun. I know it was contentive. Hi, I need you to close my door. Kay, take over.
This deck was particularly fun, and speaking of kids, the beautiful story behind this list is actually that Cobalt built it because their son, their favorite Elestral, was Celestlio. And so this homebrew list ended up being the final champion of Moonrise, which we absolutely love to see. And hey, you know what? Kids' dreams coming true. PK, that's what we're all about here.
We love our kids, and Celestlio was a child of mine. And I wanted to play that deck before the new ban list decided to slaughter it.
Oh my goodness, that is, of course, there's so many new things happening today. Firestorm is released, and we do, like you mentioned, have this new ban list here, which is probably gonna shake things up.
Oh, absolutely. So it was a very minimal ban list. Only 2 cards were actually hit, but it is going to send ripples across the entire field. Elechick, the base set star, is now finally banished to Tartarus, as well as Retire and Spark It. Base set has so many potent Elestrals, and Elechick is no exception. This card allowed Demeter, this card could pull Demeter to make it a 7, could pull Zeus to make anything boosted by +3/+3 by minusing your opponent. So Elechick being a card that is really just potent and essentially had to go to try to give more decks more variety. Otherwise, we will see Elechick into Zeus forever. So that one had to happen. But hey, if you need to search your divines, look at Plucky or look at the divine specific searchers like Farmer. Rise resting on your laurels. Rise from the Ashes is now limited to 1. And this card is why Cobalt Sanderson is crying today. This card is really potent and can really swing a game at the last minute. Even though the cost is steep, being able to bring back a powerful Elestral out of nowhere has been proven to be too powerful, okay?
And hey, you know what? Before we all go blaming Cobalt for this one, this was a card that had been on the hit list for a while, enabling decks like BlueStacks to really just overpower opponents. As you said, being able to bring any card, you have to pay for it, but I mean, if you bring a 3-drop back from the underworld, it's gonna be worth the 6 spirits that you have to spend there.
BlueStacks casters are crying as well as Cobalt. But if we can go back for a second, I want to talk about the other decks that did make Top Cut during the last tournament, because that was a really diverse format, all things considered. Even though Cobalt Sanderson kind of stole the show, we did have Celestial Reanimator, but we had a Temple Pile featuring Wind, and I am a huge proponent for Wind being a great element. It's the neutral element. It can do anything. It can burn, it can deal direct damage, it can heal, it can play so many different cards. It's a malleable element that I think many people need to keep their eyes on more, as well as you can see Wind Toolbox by Alien Legend also taking the top 8 spot. But hey, you were talking about Foxes. Look at all these lunar decks that were played.
I know, even though just if you look at Cobalt Sanderson, it's like, I'm sorry, is this Daybreak? No, Moonrise was absolutely represented. We had Distant Coder on what was a really cool Like a Void tempo list, utilizing more of the lunar phases than we had seen previously to great effect. Which, speaking of, oh my gosh, I've already mentioned it, but hey, you know what? I'm not going to stop talking about this for the rest of time. Foxes. Bo, our Dallas champion, she absolutely killed it with Foxes, and a lot of people said it couldn't be done, and Bo said, actually, you know what, I think that it can. And it was a beautiful thing to see. We saw board wipes a couple times, Volclips hit the field. It was absolutely incredible. And we see many familiar names here as well, with Trishula, our always the bridesmaid. Although, hey, you know what? Elestriad champion now, as we've had confirmed.
Yeah, my man Trish. Congrats to Trish for that.
So that curse has been broken. Who knows? This may be Trish's tournament. Who's to say? But Pin Terror, we know that Ari, who has been proclaiming Pint best deck from the highest for some time now, we see Pin Terror represented not only with Trishula, but Hunter Surge as well, playing different variants of Pin Terror.
Pin Terror is just a really cool Elestral to be playing. So, I mean, anytime I have a chance to play it, I will. And you can see, like, right here, the type of decks that were shown all around. We even saw Cryosect, which, you know, if anybody pulled as lucky as I did from their May Shadow Stars packs, you probably feel tempted for Cryosect for the Stellar Rhinefs you could have pulled from that. I pulled two. I pulled like K there. Tornagen really potent Elestral. The only thing that really holds it back is his defense stat, but being able to get a choice of 3 cards from your deck to hand can just continuously give you momentum. Blistrix, I wouldn't be surprised if we see less Blistrix because we have less flies, but it was the second most represented deck along with the Temple Pile. But Fire Artifacts, with the new support from the Shadow Stars from April being available here, showed up and showed out in representation. Before we go to this representation, talk about the new cards showing up. We have our own predictions on the commentary desk. We are talking about what cards do we expect to see from the Firestorm meta. And everybody, all the casters, have their predictions. So let's go over what we're expecting to see before we get round 1 started. Me, I'm a believer of Like a Void and champion of Artemis and Volcaries champion of Hephaestus. Now, this is probably a very safe pick, but I believe that these 2 cards are going to define the Firestorm meta. Where pups swarm in the field, it can just open up so many different plays. Suddenly, you can cast a Pharaoh Geist really easily, even more easily than just Full Moon Enchanting, because you can do that and have the big dudes on the other side of the field ready to go. You have Suppression Destroy control if you want to run a Toxiri build with Dense Fog and all that. There are so many options of like where I think it's really powerful. And Volcaries, champion of Hephaestus, essentially gives Fire a really potent healing option. This combo, this 1-card combo, is going to go really far. So I believe in these 2 and want to see them at least make top cut. What about you, Kay?
Well, I have some slightly different predictions. I think that going into Firestorm, and we saw this at the end of Moonrise, I think we're going to start moving away from these good stuff pile lists and go more into more game plan type lists. And one of my favorites of all time, and I do want to get ahead of the allegations before I start saying this, I did not just pick these because they're cute. Yes, I did.
You picked it because you're on the card, right? I get it.
Yeah, that's me right there. You can see. But Bears is going to be, I think, one of the most fun decks to see, and I think it's a deck that has legs now. This new Majursa champion of Hestia, that's my bear right there, Mama Bear coming out, being able to destroy cards is an incredible effect in Elestrals, and the fact that Majursa can do so, just the amount of bears that you have on the field, you can destroy that many cards, an incredible effect, not to mention the addition of High Bear Nation, all of these other pieces that are now coming together. You have the consistency pieces of Ursicle, you have Urscout, Urseer. I think that it's a deck that really has a lot of possibility, and like I said, the consistency pieces I think can really help this be a really good game plan deck. And while Bears is a deck that has been around for a while and is now starting to shine, in my opinion, a brand new list that, oh my gosh, I'm so excited about this mechanic. Not just because I got to announce it, the Bunnix Nixamera stuff, oh my gosh, I think that it is so fun, it's so unique, we've never seen anything like this, being able to have Risen form and Fallen form switching off, and of course you're going to be wanting to have Risen form on your own turn, Fallen form on your opponent's turn, and It's one of those strategies that if you manage to make it happen, it's pretty game ending from what I understand from testing circles that I have been inquiring into so far. And of course, we have Caleb's predictions here, and they will be here on the mic with me later to discuss those. But woo, let me tell you, they're spicy.
Arachne's Lair and Hermes Shuriken. Cannot wait to hear Caleb's opinion on that. But I would love to know your opinions as well. So if you guys could do me a favor, go on your social accounts, use the hashtag #PlayElestrals, and let us know what cards you are expecting to see show up in the top cut. I believe in my picks, but you know what? If somebody wants to prove me wrong and show me there's a champion of Panzer out there, who am I to stop you from cooking? You know, take whatever scene, get the adobo, get the seasoned salt, whatever you gotta do. Just as long as it's not. Anyway, go on and cook whatever you need to do, but let us know what you expect to see on the top cut using the hashtag #PlayElestrals on all socials that you see right here. Aren't they cute? Look at that. Shout out to production.
It is so cute. We have so many new graphics. I love, as you got to see earlier, the brand new, how we're announcing, oh, what cards are used? What did our top cut look like? Everything. I think that it just, not only does it look gorgeous, but it's so much easier to see it, get the information, and yeah, wow. Shout out to production, like you said.
Production has been showing up and showing out, and they're going to make sure that this stream is as great for you guys and better going forward. So make sure you guys show your love to your stream runner. They're there. Just say thank you, stream runner. Thank you, stream runner.
Thank you, stream runner.
But in any case, I have an itch to open up so much more Firestorm, but I just haven't been able to yet. But man, Elestrals is in such a good place. I need my full arts of Thunderstorm, Eruption, and Earthquake. I did get my playset of Eruption. I got my playset of Earthquake. I pulled one.
That's true. There you go.
I got one Earthquake. That's
Earthquake and
right
one.
there.
That's all you needed.
Suddenly the next list comes out and just like, oh, by the way, is that 2 now? Well, stock's up. Stock's up. But like, what? So, you were talking about how you were looking at Nick Samara earlier. Me, no one's a believer right now, and I hope to prove people wrong. But I have a list that is using, unironically, Firestorm, Panzer, and champion of Panzer, champion of the leader, because I believe that there is synergy there. I just have to find it. That's the exciting thing about this meta right now, is that there are so many new pieces, along with the 4 sets before, that it just takes the community to try to figure out what recipes are actually out there, put it together. Like even Nick Samara, like it's showing up. It's just the ratios haven't quite been figured out. You mentioned it with Bears earlier. The pieces are there. The ratios just have to be figured out in the combo line and how you apply it. But like, I assume that very similar to Moonrise, we're going to see the standard. Week 1, tournament 1, tournament 2 will see the standard, and then week 3, we might see we might see Gatterbolt come out. We might see Gatterbolt out of nowhere. We're still a Kristoff. Gatterbolt might be.
Yeah, I was gonna say it will be Stellar Kristoff for sure.
Absolutely, or Sonic Core will come back. Like there's so many exciting things, and the people are just really excited for the meta. What have you been cooking with? Besides
okay. Well, first, let me
beat the cute allegations.
I will never beat the cute allegations. Absolutely not. Come on, PK. How long have you known me at this point? But so I am actually, as some of you may see, I am in a bit of a different location. I'm actually streaming live to you all from Yellowstone National Park, where I have been seeing a lot of bears. You know, that has inspired me. But as a result, I actually haven't gotten to open much Firestorm at all, so I've just kind of been, Squidward looking out the window while everyone else is running around playing, testing, and everything.
You can't say Squidward looking out the window when your view's a beautiful mountain.
Hey, you know what? The outside the window is gorgeous. Yes, for sure. However, sometimes you just want to #PlayElestrals. Okay.
You're not wrong, but hey, fortunately, the Clash client will be open to everyone soon. It's out there. I've been playing it a lot more, and it feels the best it's ever had. There's just no Panzer.
Yet.
There's no Centaur.
Yet.
There's no Chrysor.
Yet?
early access is killing me. Early access is good. There are so many good cards to play. So if you want to play like the best cards, rock out. But if you're like me and you see charm in the cards that people aren't looking at, like Verdalith, you're probably like, dang, I can't cook fully yet.
Verdalith, my beloved.
But we are on our way, and I am so darn excited. So if you're looking for that mobile view, I mean, hey, look into Elestrals Clash. Wish list it on Steam. That's the important thing. Wish list. Tell your friends to wish list Elestrals Clash. So that 4 times fast on Steam. That's how you do it.
I know that we are, I think, imminently going to be getting one of the biggest updates so far for Clash, which is very exciting. A lot of what I have been doing sort of in coping not having my Firestorm cards is actually watching a lot of content that you guys have been putting out, deck profiles, even some Clash games that you guys have been posting. It's been so much fun. If you have posted Elestrals content, I have likely been there lurking, creeping on it, attempting to learn. And I love how excited everyone is for Firestorm and how everyone is cooking. And like you said, this is a meta that, much like Moonrise, we're probably not going to see figured out. I mean, I don't think we ever figured out Moonrise. I think we could have stayed in Moonrise.
No one saw Daybreak winning the last Moonrise tournament. There is no recipe. It will be held across time. People in 2031 will be talking about Moonrise meta.
It was so much fun, and I can only imagine that Firestorm is going to be the same. We're going to see our casters, coming out with heat every single time. I genuinely am excited to see what people are bringing today. Like with a lot of our previous sets that came out, there are a few of the boogeymen lists that we've talked about. Last time it was BlueStacks. You mentioned Like a Void. I think that is definitely the boogeyman of Firestorm.
Can I just say, here's the scary thing about Champion Like a Void, which, by the way, my shorthand has always just been calling it Champ Like a Void, Champ whatever. It's like this easy shorthand. But the thing about Champ Like a Void is that it's not just potent as a deck, but it is potent as an engine. People can fit it into any deck with just 4 Lunar Spirits. And you can get a 6/5 body and 2/3 attackers on the field that you can protect. And it's so potent. And you're deck thinning. And you're getting spirits on the field for quick ascension like Paradise. The threat for Champion Like a Void isn't even like the deck that you can build around it, but just the fact that it can go into any deck.
I mean,
Electronite could use that.
Huh?
Electronite! You get the wolf on the field, and then you go out to Electronite, then you get the Electroflies out? Wait a minute! I just caught! Oh, well, I didn't just caught, but I theory.
I know this man is not talking about Electronite at 8 o'clock in the morning to me right now.
Yes, I am. I'm just, this is what I mean, though. This is why it's so exciting. Firestorm has so many things that have yet to be figured out. Everyone always goes towards what was typical, what you expect. But now we got Like a Void into Electronite.
Very true. Very true. And hey, you know what? After seeing all of the different lists that I saw in Moonrise, I am never going to not be a believer ever again. You know what? That was on me, that I was like, we're probably going to see Lunar Aggro 5s, that, and every single tournament I was proven wrong, and much to my delight, genuinely.
I mean, you were so wrong the last one. Your Foxes made it to top 4.
Hey, you know what? I believed in her the entire time, okay? Every single tournament, I was on this mic saying, somebody cook with Foxes. I think it could happen someday. And you know what? Bo took up that mantle, and she absolutely slayed.
Shout outs to the Fox. Shout outs to the Fox right there.
Shout outs. we both got them.
We're almost in a playset. We got to get Caleb to get theirs.
True.
We're almost in a playset. Oh, we're a playset of Commentators. Look at that. But yeah, this one is just... This meta is so good. The new Spectrist is showing up and showing out as well, talking about the small combo engines you can do. That's the thing. I don't even know where to start. No one's even talking about Majesty yet. Don't act like we forgot that there's a 1-card combo to put out an Elestral Floodgate on the field. I didn't forget. Champion of Poseidon, get out the Globby, Nexus from the Nexus to the Globby, get out the Champ Majesty. I ain't forget. I know that's still out there, and I'm not sure. I'm pretty positive we're going to see somebody like that on stream.
Just last night, I was watching a video of someone cooking with that, and I was like, hey, so that sounds kind of crazy.
Going back to Moonrise a bit, I still believe there's quality in Fulgorix. Like, Fulgorix is crazy. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure why Fulgorix did not see much time, but like, that card reads crazy. Destruction -5 on everything? Like, what? I don't know. Fulgorix is kind of crazy. That's another card that I think can still see some experimentation. Like, it's crazy how sets are like defined by 4-month structures, and there's still not enough time to cook with everything.
Oh my gosh. I hope that we get legacy formats at some point, because catch me going back to Moonrise. I will absolutely be going back and cooking there, because you're absolutely right. I feel like Nabi was again one of those boogeyman cards that everyone was like, oh, it's gonna happen. It's scary. But then it showed up for the first couple tournaments, and then
yeah, the unfortunate thing is that it's so bad right now only because Like a Void is so common. So like it's doing nothing versus that. But I'm just saying, like, if you were facing one of our round 1 opponents, you'd be a really good spot to be playing Doppelganger right now. Our round 1 casters will be Dimax playing Solar Nexus versus Lego My Ego playing Nixamera and Morphos. So you are showing up. Your prediction is coming out, but we got to see how it pans out for them. So Daybreak is here once again.
I can't wait.
Firestorm is here, and I cannot wait to see what these casters are going to get. So at the moment, we're just going to sit here and we're going to wait for the round 1 to fully get started. But I am very much excited, Kate. Round 1 is about to begin.
Oh my gosh, I literally cannot wait. I'm gonna say that they picked this particular matchup just for me. Even if that's not the case, I'm gonna pretend that that's what it is. Really interesting. I'm excited to see this combo of Nixamera with Morfrost. I know people have been really cooking, and it looks like we are actually getting ready to get into that right now. The first ever round of Firestorm. Oh,
let's go! So just a heads up for the viewers at home, the game did start a little preemptively. We have a cast of Astrabbit sitting on the field, and a card was already added to the hand. Otherwise, this is the opening game state. So with that said, Dimax is going first. Let's see if there's any sets to reach it, and there is one. What are the odds that that's Poison Tip Arrow?
That would be an incredible start, especially knowing what we know, sort of as the voices in all of your heads going into Lego My Ego. Dimax, of course, not necessarily knowing what Lego is on here, but let's see. This is one of those strategies, Nixamera, that can, if you get a head start and you get this engine going early, it can be game ending.
Right now, and there we go. Like a Void being a really good start. I love Morphos because of how potent and fast it is. Even though they're little bodies, it's a lot of little bodies. You know, if you let one ant realize there are many ants, they're going to be the stronger beast. So they're going to take down whatever they need to. This card right here going out for the Scorpio and likely bat form. If you don't see bat form, it's probably in hand. I want to go back to the Poison Tip Arrow because that card is. It's a card that is so contentious. Some people say that it is a little too powerful because it allows for a really strong opening play. But then some people think that it's not that great because it doesn't do well in the mid to late game. It's such a potent strategy that people are so going back and forth on. I think it's fine, but it is what it is. We have Scorpio form likely targeting the Astrabbit to lower its defense to 0 and destroy it at the end phase. If it doesn't just run over it. And we have the bat casting out Lycan form. So 2 bodies, 1 turn, Kay.
This is exactly what Frost wants to do. And this is looking like an incredible start for my little bunny too. All right. And
the first Firestorm card is here! Let's go!
I want everyone to know PK was out of his chair when that happened.
The jump scares are here! That's so cool. That's so fun to actually watch in person. The champion Exaltus hitting the field. And now we have a full reveal that we are on a solar list. Searching Lyre of Apollo. So Champ Lucky has been played by Dynamax. We are alive, ladies and gents.
Oh my goodness. Good morning. Wake up.
I'm awake. I'm wide awake. I am here.
Oh, this is incredible to see. Okay,
so,
and
just to let you know the information on Champ Exaltus, it can be cast with solar when an Elestral in your field is destroyed, preventing him from taking an extra point of damage. Should be at, well, we have a lot of spells being changed right now because look at the field that Dynamax is making. Apollo to search, going to foretell, and that's the second effect of Exaltus. It gives +3 attack if you foretell this turn. And if I know Dynamax, I would not be shocked to see Helios, the solar counter room version exist in the build. We do have an attack over the Scorpio form and over the Lycan form, and the back row is not real right now. The field is clear. That was such a potent turn. Oh man, that was fun.
This is incredible. Already we are getting a bit of a showcase of Firestorm coming out. As you mentioned, look at this field that Dynamax is building. Lego My Ego has a lot to contend with right now just in one turn.
Trying to figure out which constellation from Shadow Stars that is. I think it's Arcturus, but it could be Aphros as well. But I'm sure it has to be Arcturus, right? It has to be Arcturus.
I think that would make sense.
And we do have a counter room being played by Dynamax. The new art is catching me off guard, I will admit. Was that Shield? No, it was no Shield. That was Argo! Argo onto the cast, switching the stats of the attacker.
Oh my gosh, we have a second Lyre of Apollo coming out. Oh my goodness.
Dynamax is clearly experienced with this build. They are moving at the speed of sound.
And with both of these, I believe that the +2/+2 effect on the Champion of Apollo cards stacks. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we are now all, in addition to the power from those, well, of course it is now gone, but I do believe that we were at +4/+4.
I would assume that it is +4/+4. Yeah, so really powerful artifact there right now, just putting up so much pressure. Powerful play right there. Like a full board by Dynamax and nothing on board by Lego. Really powerful stuff. We have one counter room cast right now, and now the damage is going to be put out there. Just too simple. All the spirits that Dynamax needs are on the field. That's Thunder and Earth expended, it looks like.
Okay. Interesting. And we did have confirmation that that was in fact Arcturus that was played. Of course, it was very quickly disappeared, but we have an Astrabbit coming out. Classic. Gonna be setting up a little bit of a defensive wall for a turn, and of course, getting us into some, hopefully, pieces that we need for our combo here so that Lego My Ego can start to catch back up. However, this board state that Dynamax has created is so intimidating just to look at.
That Clash Kickstarter Astrabbit is beautiful, but it is doing nothing in the face of Exaltus, who is ready to go to +6, well, 6/+3 after Apollo can foretell. So whatever card Astrabbit can pull needs to be able to stop this Exaltus, whether it's attack, whether it's a stat going up, it needs to just be able to stop it right here, right now. Otherwise, it's just going to go over. But spreading out the hand with no new set does not fill me with confidence.
No, that set has to be exactly Tsunami or something here. And Heliolith coming out!
Bolton, your Astrabbit to hand ready to dome for 4 damage directly. A full board and equal spirit count. Lego has a long way to go to get back into this clash.
This is incredible. Heliolith being one of those cards that we didn't see too much until Dallas when it became the champion. And here showing us just how powerful it can be. That 5/5 stat line is so powerful and hard to contend with. Lego My Ego really on the back foot here.
Right now we have a cast. Looks like Morphar Scorpio form is being cast out right here, going to weaken something to 0. But I mean, yeah, you could take out the Heliolift like this. You still have to deal with the Exaltus and the Plucky. The Champ Plucky. Gotta make a differentiator from now on.
Yes, Champ Plucky. And you know, this is definitely a start, getting more bodies on field, kind of stopping the bleeding, but Lego really needs to start something moving here if we want to contend with this. Even with that, I don't know how much there is really to do.
Just a quick reminder of Plucky's second effect. When you cast a solar rune, you can return a solar spirit from your underworld to your spirit deck. So you have refunding in solar as well as putting everything else just much more powerful. Because now Plucky's a 5 attacker. Exaltus can become a 6 whenever it wants. It's, man, what a game state.
And speaking of Plucky, Dynamax foretelling with Apollo and grabbing Plucky from that foretell. Of course, that Exaltus is now going to be +3, as you mentioned that effect earlier. And oh my gosh. we have a new set card from Lego, and I'm hoping that it is something potent.
So here's the positives. If that face down is Tsunami, you can get out Nexamira and start playing from there. You can start to make a comeback slowly but surely. You just need to have the protection against losing both of your Elestrals in this one turn. So is it in the cards for Lego to have this defense into the next turn?
I can only hope, however, a second healing is coming out.
Oh, man.
Oh my goodness.
The lifts are always such a potent jump scare. Heliolift has risen to be considered one of the top 3. It is Heliolift, Arcalift, and a Lava Lift.
And effectively clearing Lego's entire board here. And there is, I believe, the damage that we're taking. Oh my goodness. At only, it's a 1 spirit. It might be, however, Ambrosia. That is one of the cards that you need to be able to continue playing the game of Elestrals. Going to be healing up 3 spirits from the underworld.
Absolutely. So you can get some recovery and try to figure out how you want to adjust here. But I mean, do you really have an option with this board state and this spirit count? Double Ambrosia. We are not done.
A second Ambrosia would also help with this.
I'm just trying to think of what it could be. We are bringing back the Tsunami. So the Leviathan. So it's potential that Tsunami is live.
Potential
Scorpio
Tsunami.
form has already been used twice, so we're likely not going to flood the field. I think Lycanroc was also used twice, so we're just trying to figure out what the play is here to get out of it.
Even like a Narpoon could come out, but even then, I'm thinking we're a little too late in the game for something like that. But an Ask Rabbit is going to be coming out here.
And just know that after Argo was cast, Dynamax set that second face down and has not played it. There has not been an attack declared by Lego. So it's likely that face down is still live.
I mean, Dynamax has, had no reason to need any kind of counter rune here. We are simply just developed this board state, and we've been sitting here ever since. Lego setting one more back row, maybe again that Tsunami that we were talking about. Hopefully, who can say? Going to be foretelling with that Apollo one more time. Let's see what we get here.
Shield gaze? What in the world?
Whoa. Good luck, Lego.
I think Dynamax is casting Estravit. No, he is not. Going for a second Exaltus. Champion Exaltus. And a new face down is set as well, leaving one rune spot open. The attack is declared. And Tsunami is live.
Okay.
Lego has life.
There we go. Tsunami coming out. However, knowing the next 3 turns that Dynamax has is shield, Gorgons in whatever order Dynamax chose. It's gonna be difficult for Lego to get legs here
and you're likely going to use Gorgon's Gaze. Or try to pull Gorgon's Gaze as quickly as possible. Although I guess if he did have that, he probably would have expected to draw that and set that for a potential next mirror. Lumaru is out.
A Lumaru, I believe that was a Frost Enchanted Lumaru coming out.
Interesting. And there's the attacking tsunami
Oh.
right back to him. Putting
Showing.
them in defense. Yeah,
Yep.
not really much you can really do there. The Yoshis have not warmed up enough. And, well, I think it just comes down to Dynamax turning everything to attack and an Ambrosia for security.
Yep. I think that Ambrosia, if it was not already sealed, I would say that might have been the final nail in the coffin here. It just goes to show why Lumaru is one of those Elestrals that is so commonly enchanted with water. It's so vulnerable to a tsunami. And then a second Lyre of Apollo, the third one that we have seen today, has come out.
This is such a huge board.
I think this is a scoop right here. I think what we were looking at is a scoop in game 1 from Lego My Ego. Dynamax taking the first game of Firestorm.
And everybody at home is just like, Dynamax's list, write that down. 3 Lyre, Plucky, 2 Exaltus, a defense and strength. Literally, I've never seen a situation. That board state happened because Estrabit was destroyed. It's no longer safe to immediately out the rabbit. That was done and immediately punished. There was no upswing from Lego from that point forward.
It is wild that now a question that had such a solid answer for the entire time that Elestrals has been around, which is, do you need to deal with Rabbit? Is it good to get Rabbit off the field?
Yeah.
Apparently not. Apparently you could simply be ramping your opponent up into one of the most insane board states I've ever seen, really making use of those Champ of Apollo cards, which is so cool to see.
That was a Firestorm showcase. We saw Champ Plucky, Champ Exaltus. We saw triple Lyre. Which I've never been so happy to see a Lyre in my life. But we saw 3 of them. We saw double Heliolith. That game was ordained by the divines for Dynamax.
Incredible. Truly. You've heard of Lyre, but have you heard of Lyre?
Have you played Lyre? We love a sequel. A sequel? What would that be? What is sequel?
Trilogy? Yeah, something.
You see my train of thought, right? Like, it's like Lyre, but Lyre.
Oh, I'm right there with you. Absolutely. And that was so wonderful. I mean, Solar, between last tournament with Cobalt Sanderson dominating with Celestlio, and now Dynamax putting on an absolute showcase for Solar here. It's one of those elements that for a long time I think was underlooked. But look at this. Here we go. That felt so powerful. And honestly, like, at no point did I know what Lego was able to do to contend with that.
No, nothing stayed on board. Like, we saw the Scorpio form be taken out, 1 turn, 2 cards, as I said. And then immediately it was knocked back with Champ Exaltus and then Champ Plucky for everything else. And then it was just, it just went up. So I wonder if this is a strategy that Lego has little experience with as well. How much of Lego's list is built and ready for this? What's available in that side deck as well? And most importantly, how do you stop a little guy army?
A little guy army that can get really big really fast, with Lyre being, I believe, one of the only artifact runes that doesn't just affect the card that it's attached to, but every champion of Apollo gets +2/+2. Yeah. That is so powerful for just 1 Solar.
Yeah, and typically we already know how potent +3/+3 is. You've been doing that since base set, but going +2/+2/+2/+2, potentially +2/+2. Okay, now we got to talk about a different game.
Yeah. This will be interesting. I hope that we get to see Bunnix. I hope we get to see Nixamera. Like you said, I'm excited to see what Lego has switched into from the sideboard, and I believe Lego will be going first, if I had to guess, if I was a betting woman.
I'm assuming so. We want to get Bunnix active as soon as possible. So let's go into game 2 of this round 1 clash.
Our go to game 2. I'm going to get cut off from saying that at some point. Silver is going to show up at my door. Like, if you say Argo to Top Cut one more time, you are not getting invited back. Anyways, game
Is that,
2.
I'm assuming that's Arcturus again on the field. But wait a minute. Actually, that has to be a really poor start. Unless that face down is something I've never seen before. Having to cast Arcturus in offense and nothing else on turn 1, pretty rough start.
That is a bit rough.
Soul
We see Soul Bell. I saw Plucky coming out of that Apollo. Oh my gosh. I love you, cows. Get behind me. I won't let them hit you in the next ban list.
Man, Soul Bell being cast out from the Apollo, being cast out in defense can be cast when there's Foretell with an Apollo's effect, and then a Strabit going out there as well. So a really good defensive board by Dimax. And if his last game is anything to go by, just the one face down could be enough to keep Dimax in control. But look at that spirit count, already down to 14.
This has been an expensive turn. I mean, that Apollo is fully loaded. However, Dimax got exactly what he wanted in being able to foretell that Apollo and a Plucky, and starting out with Astrabbit and 2 face downs. This is insane.
I'm interested to see what the strategy is, what the idea is for the Soul Bell champion of Apollo. At Taurus, the constellation form from Shattered Stars, beautiful card, being standing next to a water casted Lumaru. You can tell the psychic damage from the last game is affecting Lego right now.
Yeah, Lego said, I will not be getting tsunami'd on my Lumaru ever again. Thank you. Arcturus, however, being a really, really strong Elestral that if you disenchant Frost, or if you expend Frost, you can pump it up by +3, and I believe you can do that twice per turn. However, a shield going to be coming out from Dimax, showing that that back row is in fact potent, and whew, there goes Lumaru.
Yeah, it's I mean, you kind of expected that from Dimax. I mean, I don't think Dimax has ever set a fake set in his life. And, you know, has a really, you know, a strategy, a play style very similar to a player like Sunseed Jess, where it's, you know, one card. I'm only setting what I need. You want to play Hurricane? That's fine. Tsunami, stopping the Taurus from attacking.
Okay.
Well.
So this tells me that Dimax is setting up for something. Okay, there's the Exaltus already coming out again.
Lego. And I did see a Gaze there as well.
Oh, okay. All right. I think that Dimax has got to be cooking something. I don't know if we're going to be looking at an Ascension over the Soul Bell and therefore valuing keeping Soul Bell on the field. Here comes a Liar, going to be switching the stats of, I imagine, well, it could, I think probably Soul Bell here, making it a 4-1 and then +2/+2, and a Heliolith coming out!
Wait, there's a face down play. I think that's a Gorgon's Gaze. Assuming that's a face down on the Heliolith, that's a Gorgon's Gaze stopping the bouncing. So now the question is, who is Liar attached to?
My guess would be Soul Bell, but also Bunny would be incredibly powerful with a Liar.
Yeah, it's generally both. And Tsunami set as well. Ooh. Lego showing much more life this game than he did in the last. 15 spirits to their name. If Nixamira is in hand with no face downs by Dimax, this is the time to start your game.
This could be a huge turn. Having kept Arcturus on the field, which is, as we mentioned, a huge threat. Here comes the Morfrost engine, going to be popping off here. There goes the Lycan form. Going to be grabbing Bat Scorpio. We might be seeing that happen right now. Yep.
I gotta ask, where is the Nixamira?
I have no idea. I would love to see the little bunny hit the field. It might have been just not time for it yet, but who can say?
And it's rough because, I mean, these little guys cannot get over the Soul Bell. With Liar out, it's now 3 defense and 6 attack. So Scorpio is going to be able to cast out, to be able to make something 0 defense and get over something, likely the Heliolith. But you got to take your pick on the Astrabbit or the Soul Bell. And considering the element, actually, wait, you can't even do that. Remember, the Exaltus is in hand.
Exaltus is in hand, and that is ready to punish anything that Lego wants to do here. However, I feel like getting that Liar off the field, knowing that the champions are all running around, running amok in Dimax's deck, it's got to be a priority.
I'm playing Blazers this format. I don't care. You're not getting me with this office cast. Blazers is coming out.
We are doing the Blazers OTK. Absolutely.
But bat being discarded, allowing the cast of like in form. And now we're at a point of just trying to figure out what's going to happen. All right, so we'll be casting it in defense. So the question is, who is Scorpio form going over? Like, who did it weaken? I mean,
Let's see.
Arcturus. I mean, there's an argument for Arcturus to attack, run over the Heliolith, and then Scorpio form destroys whatever was put in the defense. And then at least gives you a 3-1 Celestial field.
We will see what LEGO chooses to do here, but as you said, that Exaltus is in hand. We know that it's about to. There it is, coming out. Oh my goodness.
Was there? Oh, the Exaltus. Okay, yeah. So now we're trying to figure out what are we going to do to deal with the Exaltus. No Foretell was had this turn.
Okay. And there goes the Soul Bell as well. And the Lyre was attached to the Soul Bell. That makes sense. So that threat is at least out of the way. But Exaltus
That's 2
is
threats
out
taken
here.
out.
Yeah. However, Exaltus plus Apollo still on field, that is a threat.
Another Foretell. We got the Gaze that was not added to hand. Soul Bell is going to cast the field. Another Lyre? Dude, if you expend to draw the Lyre right now. Expend to draw. Come on, tell me I'm smart. Tell me I'm smart.
That would be huge. However, another...
I'm sorry. I was unaware of your hand, Dymac. That is absolutely the better way to get that Lyre.
You know what? That's on us. That was absolutely on us. You go ahead. Continue. This just goes to show why we're on the mic, and Dymax is a frequent top cut representative.
Arguing and fighting for the bridesmaid title over Trishula. The extravagant in attack lets you know Dymax's intentions this turn, and we got an ad and a shuffle. We don't exactly know what was added, but it's safe to assume it's the Lyre and there is being played, attaching to the rabbit. Oh man! So now we have a 5 attacking rabbit. We have a cow with 3/6, Exaltus with 5/4, I believe.
Well, plus the 3 from the Foretell.
All we're missing is Plucky right now for the healing.
Oh my goodness. And we see an Ambrosia coming out. Oh my gosh.
So here's the positive part, right? It's a pretty safe bet that the face down set was not Gorgon's Gaze.
You're so right.
It's pretty positive right now. Like, it's likely not that. It could still be it. If it's likely not, we know it's not here. The Scorpio form is going down from the attack from the extraction. Man, what a way to go. Then Lycan form 3 defense, but going to be able to run over the Exaltus or the Extravagant. Looks like LEGO is considering the face down. This might be the time. Dude, if you got something to stop this onslaught, you got to do it now.
Yeah, I am interested to see what happens here, but there's only one card that I can think of that deals with all of this, and it seems like you would have used it last before the other Morfrost went down, but goodness.
I do want to make a note. Artemis can suppress runes. I just want to make a statement that Artemis can suppress runes.
It was a Gorgon's Gaze. What? Okay.
But by LEGO, it's LEGO's Gorgon's Gaze.
Yes, there we go.
Likely stopping an attack from the rabbit, trying to protect an Elestral on field. And I guess we're going to be protecting the Lycan form. So again, this is the time. Nixamera needs to come out.
Okay. I mean, it's got to happen now. Look at this board state. Again, the champions of Apollo are flooding the field. Astrabbit is a 5 attacker. This is... not only that, because we've had that happen before with Water Enchanted Rabbit Galaxy, but Rabbit gets to be properly enchanted now and still is a 5.
I did that in the Elestrals class thanks to Trish. Trish inspired me. 5, like, I never want there to be an actual 5 attacking Extravagant in this game. Please. Lumaru. I think that was Frost Enchanted Lumaru coming out. So a threat to the entire field minus the Lyre Extravagant. Let's see what the attack goes into, and I'm assuming we're going to try to take out the Exaltus now.
Okay. that is one of the threats that we're looking at. However,
Tsunami.
Immediately punished for not water enchanting that Lumaru. My guess would be Lego is out of water spirits at this point. Because we've seen the tsunami. Yeah, we saw the tsunami. We saw the water enchanted Lumaru earlier. I doubt Lego is running an abundant number of water spirits, but immediately punished for that.
Well, we're going to see what these casters choose to do and how Dynamax will essentially move the closes out, and that's going to be... Is that an Ascension?
There's no way that we are seeing an Ascension right now. What?
Is that Plucky? We ascended the Strabon without Liar into Plucky, pulling a Liar to get +4/+4 and healing 1. What a board!
Oh my gosh. And a second Liar is coming out! Attaching to, I imagine, Soul Bell, making it a 4/+2 attacker. Or I guess we're at +4 from both Liars at this point.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
What a board. 5 attacking a Strabon, Plucky being Husky. 5/7? We have a 5/8? A 5/8 Soul Bell?
Yeah, I believe Soul Bell has
and a 7/6 Exaltus.
This is that is a scoop. I think we are scooping.
Yeah, I mean, what do you do against a board that established? All right, I mean, if this kind of deck, if this is what Firestorm is about, I'm going back to what I was saying in the intro. I'm going at Like a Void, and we're considering Toxicity and Dense Fog. What do you want me to do? Like, I gotta. Oh, you want your stuff on field? You want your effects to go off? Suppressed now. Sup with it.
I think that the fact that we're seeing a lot of decks that just flood the field. I mean, because we were able to see Soul Bell Champ of Apollo come out, special cast turn 1, and immediately start flooding the field and hang around for a long time. Liar being, I believe, just from that one game that we saw, already proving itself to be one of the most potent artifact runes in the game. The value on that, as we said, not only does it affect the Elestral that it's attached to, swapping its stats, but also every single Champ of Apollo on field gets +2/+2.
I am excited to see how the community deals with Liar of Apollo, or just kind of deals with it, see how it is, maybe apply it to their own strategy as well. We already knew just reading it that the card was crazy, but seeing it in action like that, I mean, that was refined, that was executed, that was surgical. It was a free flow play from point to point, and having the psychic damage of knowing that Exaltus is in hand thanks to the Apollo foretell, like, your entire strategy is altered. And that's the thing that's interesting about Elestrals, is that when you know the boogeyman is there, your entire play lines will be completely different, to the point where you will actually consider making a worse play if it gets around the boogeyman in the room, or the hand, as it were. And just seeing Dynamax execute that so flawlessly. I can't point out a single turn where it's like, yeah, you maybe not would have done that. But just Liar Strabon. Liar of a Strabon. I don't...
Liar of Rabbit. It was a beautifully played game. Congratulations to both of our casters who both played so well. I mean, what do you do against a strategy that... I think we're going to see this a lot today, where people have been cooking things that other casters can't even begin to think about, because there's been so little time in this format. But Dynamax played so well. The first winner of our first round of Firestorm. Incredible game. Incredible start.
Talk about a pace-setting strategy right there. Just fantastic play. And, not to take anything away from Lego, played the strategy as well as they could. The problem is that the core strategy was never seen. We saw no Bunnix. We saw no Lixamira at all. We didn't see anything close to it. Like they were trying to get it, because Lego was just trying to establish board presence. And that goes back to a conversation I had early on in the meta, where that the meta is so fast offensively right now that strategies that build up may not be ideal in the opening weeks of Firestorm. Like, you got to really figure out what you're going to do, because when you're playing an offensive strategy, you're constantly trading. You're constantly applying pressure. Playing in defense isn't necessarily pressure right now. It's scary, it's foreboding, but the wall's not going to fall down on me. So eventually I'll scale this.
Well, it's interesting that you say that, because specifically with Nixamera, we saw this Morfrost engine build with it, but I've also seen a lot of people tossing in one of your predicted cards, which is the Lycovoid engine. You mentioned that it's one of those that you only need 4 lunar spirits, and you can put it into any list. And I think that that's one of those that it possibly could have helped in a situation like this, because if your opponent is flooding the field, you flooding the field too and being aggressive in response is absolutely a viable strategy.
Yeah, it's the constant threat of always going back and forth. There's another card that does something similar in Firestorm, Voltempest, Champion of Zeus. A card where if your Champion of Zeus is destroyed with no other cards in the field, you can cast out this, I believe, 14 attacking body. I'm going to double check
something wild.
Right, and 14-7.
Yeah. And Zeus also has to be enchanted, which that's one of those that it's like, Zeus is so good that it is.
Oh,
it
no,
is not
I have a Zeus on my field.
I know. Darn. I have to, for my strategy, make sure I have one of the most potent cards in the entire game on board.
I have to play a card that -3 for 1, I guess. I really like Voltempest, so I guess I'll play this.
Yeah, I guess, and then I guess I can get a 14 attacker out for free.
That can do 3 damage? No. Why would you want to play that?
Yeah, no, you're right. I don't think we're on to anything here. We should probably just, move on. Let this one go.
Yeah. I mean, there's a reason why they don't let us they don't let us play in the tournament, because we're too good. Our cooking is too refined. Michelin star deck recipes.
Yes. However, we don't play in the tournaments, but one thing we can do, and I know that both of us have spoken often about, is wanting to play in the casual events that have been happening. Oh my goodness, one of the best ways to get practice in, to get those reps in. I mean, we just saw a game from 2 casters that clearly have been putting in the practice. The next casual event happening on June 10th.
That one is coming up very soon, so if you guys ever want to check that out, it is always on Tuesdays at 7:30 p.m. Eastern, and you can go to the Elestrals Discord server, discord.tg/Elestrals, to come through and play, test out any strategies you may be interested in, and more importantly, meet new casters, build your community. You may find someone online that you have at a local, and then suddenly you're just like, yo, rock out and have fun. Speaking of having fun, we have 6 more rounds of Swiss that we're going to be able to rock out through. This is going to be so much cast. I cannot wait to find out what is happening. This is a big gaming weekend for me. I'm in high spirits right now.
Oh, I know that you are thriving, and I've been having so much fun commentating here with you. Of course, I will soon be joined by Caleb.exe, who I'm so excited is back with us, and we're going to be able to finally hear about their predictions. We spoke about ours earlier, and we also kind of hinted at, well, you were able to see, but Caleb's predictions, which are both, I think, really, really spicy and interesting.
Cannot wait to see what they have to say on their predictions. But for right now, we're going to take a little break. As Kay said, you'll be joined with Caleb. I'll see you guys in round 3. So don't stick around. Remember, let us know your thoughts on Firestorm format on socials using #PlayElestrals. But until then, stay tuned.
What is up, Elestrals Nation? We're back. We're here. It's round 2. I'm here, Caleb, and I'm joined, of course, by Kay, who was here before. I'm the new person here. What's up, Kay?
I am still absolutely reeling from that last round. I'm going to be honest, but I'm so excited. We haven't commentated together in so long.
It's been so long. I'm really excited to be back here on the mic on the YouTube stream, which just gotta plug it. Make sure everyone here go like that stream. It helps out get more people seeing the stream, get into the game. If you haven't already, hit the subscribe button because wow, what an incredible first round. I was watching that from my couch getting ready. I was like, that was incredible. I saw Dymax cooking this list in the testing group, and I didn't expect it to show up like that. I'll say that much. That was pretty sweet.
No, it was incredible to watch Dymax. Oh, yep. Dymax doing Dymax things.
Dymax doing Dymax things with Solar. Not really a surprise, and yet every time it feels really surprising to see somehow. But speaking of Dymax and his dominance, you know, Dymax, someone who performed very well at many Premier tournaments. We have upcoming Premier tournaments. Not just this one that you should be playing if you're not already, but if you aren't, you got to go and check out our upcoming ones. We have June 21st, our next tournament, which registration's already open. Why not go ahead and register? And then we have the next Premier event in August 2nd and August 9th. Those will open up sometime soon. But you might notice, okay, I don't know. You see, I feel like there's something missing. There's a word between those two that's missing. It's the word July.
Yeah, that is a month that goes between June and August.
I wonder, oh, I know why. It's because in the month of July, we have the first ever store open hosted at Cards HQ Saturday, July 19th. This is absolutely insane.
And I know that you especially are excited about this one because this is your store.
Yeah, this is my locals. Super excited that Cards HQ is hosting yet another event. They hosted the largest at that point in-person event back in January, then beaten out by Dallas by a large margin. It's an incredible store, and I'm so excited that they are hosting the first ever store open. Tickets are available a week from today, in like a week and a couple of hours, basically. Make sure, go ahead, check out our socials for more information about that. Stuff like Dan's gonna be there. You get to meet Dan. I know that he's going to be around wanting to play games just like at Dallas. There's no shot he won't be sitting down somewhere letting people challenge him. And those prize cards, whew!
Yeah, this is going to be so fun. Having gotten to attend the first official in-person Elestrals event and it being one of the best experiences, I have no doubt that this one is going to be incredible as well. I know that I would like to go. I'm no guarantees there, but I'm sure that you are going to do your best, if not definitely going to make it. But woo, I am so excited.
Yeah, I think my car would have to explode for me to not make it. And even then, a 30-minute Uber ride is not that expensive. Even in Atlanta, it's not that bad. So very excited for that. I think that event is going to be absolutely killer. Super excited. I hope that you're able to make it. It'd be a shame to not have Caleb and Cray casting flashes
Yes.
one story.
All of the alliteration. I think the only thing that would keep me from Atlanta is the fact that with my hair and that humidity, I don't know that it would it's not conducive. It just grows. Yeah. So, we'll see. If you all see me there and I have hair this big, mind your business. Don't say a single thing to me. I know. Trust me, I know.
It gets a little hot here. I've come a little ready. Firestorm, got to keep yourself protected. It's toasty in the summer, and clearly things are heating up here at this premiere.
I mean, just that last game, we were getting some sunburn going on. Ooh.
Oh, yeah, between Apollo and Heliolith, Soul Belt. I hear the bells ringing as we have a new potential champion, trying to make his way to top pet. Dymax, no stranger to top pets. We'll see if he can make it all the way this time around.
Well, Firestorm is already shaping up to be very exciting. And while PK and I were here before, we were both able to talk about some of our predictions, some of the things that we were thinking we're going to see or hoping to see. And we didn't get to hear about yours, even though we got to get a little sneak peek. And oh my gosh, Caleb, I need you to talk to us about these predictions.
Really, I think that PK slam dunked it with two very big, quote unquote, meta threats. Like, I see both of those cards being very prevalent at this event. I wanted to go with something that I think are sleeper picks that could perform really well. Arachne's Lair is just an insane card that lets you draw multiple times per turn, potentially. The existence now of Kite Might going special casting from deck, a War Might or a Frost Might, is an incredible play that with Arachne's Lair means you're drawing 3 cards in one turn, including your draw for turn. And card advantage is a lot. I don't know if you've ever played versus a Joblin player, but wow. Your opponent drawing a lot in one turn is very oppressive. And so I think that, Arachne's Lair is something that people might be sleeping on a little bit. And then Trickery. I don't know if you're familiar with this card, okay, but have you read Trickery? This card's crazy.
I think that I want, not just for me, but for everyone watching, for you to fully explain this and your thoughts behind it.
Yeah, of course. So Hermes Trickery is a 1-cost win counter rune. As long as Hermes is enchanted, you can destroy an Elestral that you control to then special cast another Elestral from your underworld using the spirits that were under the destroyed Elestral. I will note, obviously this is meant to work with Hermes, meant to work with Wind Elestrals, but you can do this with any Elestral. I've seen people tag Astrabbit into Astrabbit. I've seen people tag Galaxy into Galaxy to trigger Galaxy COP. There's a whole bunch of crazy plays here. These dodge Gorgon's Gaze, this dodges PTA, this dodges all sorts of cards, and lets you re-trigger really powerful effects. Being able to tag out into a Toxaswarm or a Nemesail, being able to just generate advantage like that is an absolutely insane thing that you can do here. I think this card is ridiculous, and it's just, as you were saying, in round 1, it's about the ratio. Just have to refine the ratio.
I think that Trickery is the correct name there, because that sounds so fun, and like we're going to be seeing so many shenanigans. I know that I've, along with many people, have been excited about Spiders. I think that Arachne is one of those cards that it feels so good to play with Arachne's Lair. And I mean, the flexibility and ability to express skill is just growing every single set that comes out in Elestrals. And I think that you highlighted 2 cards that are really examples of that.
Yeah, I think that Arachne is something that I've seen in some people's lists, but not in all of them. And bare minimum, it is so fun to play with. I've played this deck at locals, and it's a blast. Even if it doesn't end up being like the meta pick, I really enjoy when there are decks. There's variants that are a little bit more like locals, fun type decks where you can do that cool thing like normal cast Arachne. And then there's a version where it's like, yeah, I could show up to a premiere and I could top with this. I think it's really cool to be able to flex between those two, like Lunar Aggro and Volcla.
Ooh. Hey, you know what? I love it. And when you put it that way, that kind of makes me like it more personally.
Yeah. I think about it, actually, Like a Void COA is really good because it lets you get to Volcla.
Oh my gosh. Hold on. Someone get Bo on the phone right now.
It's just guaranteed. That's guaranteed Volclips right there.
Start
Slap 3 Volclips right in the deck.
Oh my goodness. There are so many things. I mean, PK and I were talking about it specifically with this Like a Void. It's one of those Elestrals that, I mean, because it pairs so well with Volclips, it's actually, I believe it was in Bo's list, the Like a Void Werepup stuff. But it seems like it was really a wolf in Golden Fleece here, now coming out being one of the top tier, listen,
that was
top tier threats.
You're blowing my mind right now. That was crazy.
I was trying really hard to think of a sheep Elestral, and Nixamera Fallen Form was right there, but I didn't think of it in the moment.
Smokey, foamy.
Listen, there are sheep Elestrals everywhere for those with eyes to see, I suppose.
Yeah. Wow, you are way you're at a higher level than I am right now. I can't fathom having absolute slappers like these. That's crazy.
I'm so excited about Moonrise. I mean, true.
I mean,
she's not lying. She literally, who is this right here? I'm so excited about Firestorm, and I cannot wait to see. I think that the Like a Void that we were just talking about, it's one of those cards that everyone has either been building around or building against. I don't think that there's a single caster playing today who has not had to consider Like a Void.
Yeah, I think that is absolutely the case. When you're building a deck, you have to decide, how am I playing this package, or how am I playing into it? And it just it makes the deck building experience really, really interesting, because it is clearly a very strong play. But if you can out a Like a Void play, you could put yourself in the driver's seat so quickly, so incredibly fast. And I've seen it a lot in testing and in local play. And having that consideration in mind when deck building, I think, is a really, really important thing, especially when people are really worried about Like a Void taking control of the metagame.
I'm genuinely curious. I know that you've been in the kitchen a lot. I know that you are very familiar with this set. If you were building and prepping for Like a Void, what are certain strategies that you think are consistent or at least like dependable to be able to out this strategy?
My biggest thing that I've been labbing out, and I've performed pretty well with at locals and testing with, is some sort of Frost variant. Now, we have the Brumelink's Champion of Peon that just came out recently, the ability to search Blizzard or Mountains of Boreas from deck to 4/2, which means the 5 under Boreas, just an insane card in and of itself. But the ability of Frost to get out 7 and 8 drops is, I don't think there's another type or element that can do that. Cryling itself just says, I have turned into a large dragon that you have to deal with. The new Narpoon Champion of Peon getting into Waylance is also an incredible way to get to a 7 really, really quickly. Or an 8 if you're playing the original Waylance. So, all right, let me see your deck. Do you have any more Like a Voids? You don't? Oh, too bad. I still got to see the content of the deck. There's a lot of different options within Frost. Rhinosec, actually a deck that a friend of mine is piloting here today, is something that I've been labbing with them. Cryosec, something that has done very well in prior events, I think is really well positioned, because you can just say, all right, I'm going to turbo out a bunch of big guys. You know, you can go Rhinymph for Rhinosec, you can equip the Rhinymph onto a Like a Void, pop it with the Rhinosec. Like, what are you going to do about it? That's crazy.
That's one of those lists that I believe it was Sir Tractor who won with the Cryosec list. And not only that, but had one of the shortest rounds, especially so late in, I mean, literally semifinals. I think it was a 7-minute semifinal. Yep. Because if it is able to get things to stick, if it is not answered by Gorgons or Shield, or that's pretty much exactly what you need. Those two cards exactly. Then it runs rampant.
Yeah, and the ability for those decks to play Hurricane as well immediately positions it so well into this metagame, I think. The combination of, and I think this is the consideration for going to Like for any deck. You asked not just about my favorite deck currently, Frost, but any deck that wants to play well into Like a Void stuff, want to be playing some sort of back row removal, because you want to play your thing that gets through the Like a Void board while also saying this happens no matter what. Like Bears, something that you're very excited for.
Yes.
An Ursier can handle a Like a Void board like it's nothing. Any way to get it a little bit larger, whether it's a Torch of Hestia or you just play the Ursa Den to get the +1 attack buff, hits over a Werepup, get another Ursier, hits over a Werepup, then you get an Abomin Ursa, which hits over Like a Void, and now you've put yourself in an incredible position. And that's just, any ability to play through back row is what you need, because it's Werepup plus a back row that's strong. It's not just Werepup.
So I think that what you're saying, and what I am taking from everything that you just said, is that we can quote you in saying Bear's good.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. I've been saying this. I've been saying Bear's best deck. somewhere on my desk here, I've got a bunch of Stellar Bears that I'm currently figuring out what they're going to be for a deck. Like, it's the best deck. It is bar none.
Bears best deck. I cannot wait to see it.
Yeah.
And you mentioned Hurricane also. Oh my gosh.
Actually, I got both.
Oh. Okay, I can't
I'm
look at you right now. Anyways, so Hurricane is one of those cards that at the end of Moonrise, we were really seeing people not play around it, not respect it. I think that it was one of those cards that it was only good if you were trying to play a deck that pushed, that needed to clear something to make a big move. But I think that it's one of those cards that it's going to start really growing in usage in Firestorm.
Yeah, this is a card that, as Elestrals progresses, and we see more strategies that want to make those types of pushes or want to set up for larger Elestrals that want to play through back row, being able to say all of your back row is gone, I'm guaranteeing that this play happens, is insane. I think that Helios's Chariot Ride is very similar. It just says can't play those cards for the turn. It doesn't deal with them. Being able to say those cards are gone entirely makes it so like these are incredible push cards, and we're going to only probably see more and more of these. Like just this set alone, I can think of 5 or 6 different decks that want to make a big push into an opponent's board.
And speaking of Helios's Chariot Ride, I know that both of us have a little bit of shared trauma with that exact card from Elestriad Season 2, and specifically with Blazerus, which is a card that I have heard people are cooking with right now. It's coming back. It's gotten some support that it needed, and a potential OTK?
Yeah. That's a really good shout, because I actually have a good friend who is, to my knowledge at least, playing Blazerus OTK in this event today. You know, they sent me a message like, oh, what should I play for them? I'm like, here's a couple of decks I think are well positioned. They're like, screw that, I'm playing Blazerus. Like, go off, my goat, you can do this.
Hey, you know what? Pop off Puppy Queen. I think that that's incredible. You know what? I would love to see that at some point. It's kind of like Bears, where it's a list that's been around for a while. These Elestrals who have had some support and they've had the potential, but now that Firestorm has come out, there are new tools, there's new support, and we're seeing some cards come out from the woodwork.
Yeah, one of the things that the Blazers OTK strategy struggled with was getting into it. You know, call back to Elestriad Season 2. The people playing those decks versus us would just sit there until they saw combo. They saw, you know, Exalt Flare into Blazerus, into maybe Exalt Flare to Blazerus, that type of thing, swing for a bunch of damage. But with Hestia, you just say, special cast, Smokey, draw 2. All right, Blazerus, swing.
I was even seeing, because while I was prepping for this, I mentioned this to PK, I haven't been able to open much Firestorm. I got my creator box, thank you so much. But that's really all I've gotten my hands on. So I've been watching a lot of community content of people who have been cooking. And I saw someone who made a video that was like, okay, so what you're going to do is Exalt Flare into, and I was just like, whoa!
We're FCK. It's come back.
Calm down.
So it's Exalt Flare into Exalt Flare. You Nectar the Gods into Hephaestus, Blazerus.
Easy, just
you
do
swing
it.
for 12 per attack.
Yeah, and then do it again.
Yeah, then you go to Trifernal, and your opponent may already be dead, but actually you're swinging for another 14.
And we do have confirmation that there are a few of those decks lurking around today, so who knows? Maybe we'll be able to see it on stream. By the way, for those of you who are hanging out, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for watching. If there are lists that you are particularly excited about, cards that you are excited about, be sure to let us know in the chat. As ever, we can try and make some magic happen, try and make some dreams come true. But also, while you're hanging out, be sure to leave a like on the stream. And of course, we now have the hashtag Play Elestrals. If there are any moments, even between us, that you enjoy that happen and you want to talk about it, or clips, God forbid, post that with hashtag #PlayElestrals.
Yeah, I'll definitely be looking at that hashtag to see if anyone's got any spicy decks they want us to get on stream, because I would love to see Blazers OTK. If we can see Blazers OTK go XO in the first couple rounds and get on the feature, I could die happy, possibly. I haven't seen a Blazers feature match since the last Cards HQ event in January. So it'd be cool to see that on feature.
Oh,
Just,
Grandpa.
wow, my back hurts. I need my cane.
Oh, I haven't seen Blazer.
It's been not even 6 whole months.
It's been years. Oh my goodness. I cannot wait.
Dog years, right?
Hey, then yeah, neck rough years for sure. And it looks like we are in fact prepping for the next round. Caleb, I don't know if you're seeing what we're about to be in for.
Oh, so, I don't want to give away don't want to put the cart before the horse too much, but my predictions were spot on is all I'm saying. You could never say I'm wrong. I've never been wrong in my entire life, in fact.
No, it's actually kind of crazy. There are so many things. They're like, oh my gosh, they're doing this for me. They are doing this for Caleb. I want you to know this next round exclusively for Caleb, and I can't wait. Honestly, I don't even need to be here. I could just let you take the mic and pop off this entire time. Yeah,
I think if you did that, I would be talking the entire time without breathing, and by the time we hit game 2, I would have passed out from asphyxiation.
Yeah, just from pure excitement. Caleb, don't listen for a sec. Chat, between you and me, we're just gonna see how long I can get them to go on an excited rant in this next round. I think that we both need to hear that. Anyways, okay, back to Caleb. Hey, Caleb, what's up?
Oh, hey, what's up? I'm very excited for this round. This is everyone say thank you, production, because they're doing such a great job picking really interesting matches for us here. I think this is going to be a really, really cool game. We're just waiting now on our casters to finish prepping for this round, but I am anxiously awaiting this to start. I am filled with energy, and it looks like we're getting pretty close to being able to start our clash. Very, very exciting. Very exciting stuff.
I'm so excited. And both of our casters going into this round are 1-0. So good start to the day.
That's a great indicator, I think, to the quality of this match. The big thing I think about off-meta picks is that on stream, you want to see them, but it sucks to see them when they're not doing well. So when they start off doing well, so exciting. So exciting. Yeah.
Absolutely. And it looks like we are getting ready to get into it right now. Round 2 of the first Firestorm premiere. It is going to be Ari versus Eclipse, who is going to be going first.
Yeah, let's get into this and see what's going to start off here. And it looks like Eclipse starting off with a set into a Hermes enchant for 4, I think.
Oh.
The beautiful Hermes animation. Oh, wow. You've blown my mind. Production, once again, thank you so much for the opportunity to see these beautiful visuals. And we're sending a Draco Doodle champion of Hermes to the underworld.
Oh, this is already heating up. And for those of you who were like, oh, I wonder what Caleb's dreams could be. There, right now, you're looking at them.
Caleb dreams of Hermes. Now, for those that are unfamiliar with Hermes, this is one of our new divines in Divine Champions Firestorm. It is a wind divine, which allows you to enchant it with 1 on cast, and then up to 3 more to a total of 4. You can disenchant 2 from Hermes in order to send a wind Elestral from your deck to the underworld. In this case, Eclipse has opted to send the 2-cost wind Draco Doodle champion of Hermes, which, if a Cockadoodle is sent to underworld, will allow itself to be special cast from underworld, which is just so sick. Like, that is a strong Elestral right there. And a Sorlet coming out, and Eclipse is just going to pass from that position.
Honestly, if you squint, this strategy is kind of like if Rise from the Ashes never was limited.
That is a really good point. And Ari starting their turn off with the Warmite champion of Hestia. So we got Spiders versus Hermes potentially here, but Eclipse going to quickly PTA that. That'll put Warmite down to a 1, Warmite puts the Sorlet down to a 2. So in this instance, Warmite is not going to be able to hit over the Sorlet, and that PTA will pay out to pop the Warmite.
Not quite enough. And this is an interesting argument for standard Warmite versus the champion Warmite being able to give -4 instead of -3.
Yeah, and that very much is probably something that Arya is on both of in this deck if they are playing spiders. But we'll have to see how that pans out as Eclipse casts a second Sorlet and is going to swing in for 2 spirits of damage, showing that both of these Elestrals are properly wind enchanted.
Ooh.
An interesting thing to note, it looks like Eclipse has already expended, 7 spirits out of Spirit deck. There's 2 for the Hermes, 2 for the PTA, 4 on board, 8 spirits out of Spirit deck, and a Tsunami coming out from Ari here, which is incredible.
Yeah, Ari absolutely needing to slow this situation down here. Sorlet, not as scary when in defense, and going to be coming out here, I believe, with another champion Warmite. Okay.
Hey, look, that hits over one of these Sorlets, which is massive, and Eclipse does not have another PTA here to prevent that from happening, but maybe something to deal with this attack declaration. But no, there goes the Sorlet.
Okay, so Ari with 2 back row set, Eclipse with only 1. We saw that Tsunami coming out from Ari and the PTA from Eclipse. So interesting, a lot of live back row, but no answer from Eclipse that turn. Coming out with a Spectaris. Okay, normal Spectaris. I'm happy to see old friends. I really am.
Yeah, Spectaris is an excellent tech choice in this format for the Leica Void stuff, because Leica Void casts 2 suppressed Werepups from deck, which lets the Spectaris get up to a 7 when it declares an attack into Leica Void Champion of Artemis. But in this case, it's just going to be a solid attacker hitting over this Warmite and the Sorlet, using the effect to swap the Warmite to defense position and then swing in for a damage here. Eclipse putting on a lot of pressure, but down a lot of spirits. This deck is not cheap to do all these things. And Arachne's Lair!
There you go! That's your card! The prediction comes true, and that Kite Mite coming out as well.
So the really funny thing to me about Arachne's Lair is that it says whenever a player casts one of the listed spider cards, which is all of them, that player must draw a card. You have to. You do not have the choice. So in this case, Ari must draw for the Kite Mite cast, and on the 3rd Warmite cast here, they must draw another card.
Oh my gosh. You were talking about the card advantage and just being able to really generate a gigantic hand here, and we are seeing that happen before our eyes.
Yeah, this is incredible, because Ari started their turn after they drew for turn with, I believe, 2 cards in hand, and now after playing 2 cards, they will have 3 cards in hand. So they've actually gone up in cards despite having played multiple, and this Warmite just guarantees, unless that back row from Eclipse is live, that one of these 5 attackers is going down, and looks like Ari is going to swing in. That motion makes me assume it was Sorlet that we're attacking into. That's correct.
Yep.
And Eclipse doesn't have anything.
Yeah, that back row sat there last turn as well, so I wonder what that is exactly. I don't know if in this strategy there's something specific. Maybe even, hey, a trickery could be afoot. I don't know if people set that. But
Yeah, they certainly do.
ooh, okay.
The
Who knows?
Ambrosia from Eclipse is going to be what they need, because, like we said, this is a very expensive deck. And the amount of Lunar that Eclipse has expended so far leads me to believe they might be playing Leica Void in this deck. Be
Yeah, that
interesting to
Leica
see if that's
Void.
the case.
He could be lurking for sure. We were talking about that earlier, me and PK, that it's so easy to just throw into a list as a mini engine, only needing 4 lunar spirits to work.
Yeah, and if you want to be able to use the Leica Void as a Nexus bank, it only takes 5, which gets a little bit more expensive, but a small price to pay for 2 3/2s, a 6/5 that also is a Nexus bank. Like, we dream of that in prior sets, but Hestia's Hearth going to come out of Ari here.
Okay, and going to, I imagine, enchant 2. Yep, and that is a Champion of Hestia, which means we, instead of healing 1, get to heal 2. Or
And
attach
notably,
2.
yeah, and notably, because of how this works out, Warmite will trigger 2 separate times here. So this Spectaris will get -6 attack from this Warmite.
Incredible. Okay. The strongest Warmite in the world. And it is in fact going to go down, and Eclipse is going to be taking this damage here as well.
Yeah, that is an insane combination to see there. Ari must be thanking their lucky stars that they've seen all 3 Warmite here, because this third one has put in a lot of work, and now Eclipse is staring down the largest spider they've probably seen in their entire life. Like, this is scarier than a Black Widow right now, I think.
Kind of incredible. Hestia's Hearth is a little bit of, oh, and here comes another spider, going to be must draw for Ari.
Must draw.
Yes, and then we are likely going to be seeing, I don't know, maybe a Frostmite, or maybe a regular Warmite could be coming out. But Hestia's Hearth in this exact application feels not only like Full Moon, but Argo in 1, which was kind of crazy to see.
Well, it also is free because it enchants 2 from Underworld. So it's also like a mini Ambrosia. So it is all these things in one. Eclipse using a dense fog to prevent that Kite Mite from tagging into another Elestral. I think unfortunately they set that on the prior turn, which means they were not able to use it to prevent Warmite from popping off with that Hestia's Hearth activation.
That would have been an excellent suppression there, but in fact, Eclipse is still going to be taking this 3 damage from, as you said, the biggest, strongest Warmite in the world.
That is a massive, massive spider there. We must be thankful that Arachne's Lair is not also Volcanic Forge, because if it was, this would be a gigantic spider, not just in spirits, but also in attack stat. But Eclipse going to use the last spirits under that Hermes to send a Cockatoodle from deck to grave.
Okay, all right. Listen, we saw that Dracodoodle champion earlier, so it looks like we're going to be special casting?
I imagine that's what Eclipse is going for here. Get out this 6 attack Dracodoodle from the Underworld.
Okay.
That's big. That's very
This
big.
could be the exact play that Eclipse needs to come back here. And here it comes. Okay, we are back in it.
This is the play that they need. Concern is those 2 back row from Ari could be very live, and I guarantee Eclipse is horrified of a second Hestia's Hearth coming out of Warmite and doming him for game.
Yeah, that would be game over. Eclipse would be walking out of this game with some arachnophobia, I would think.
The important thing here is if Eclipse has remembered his triggers, the Cockatoodle could suppress this Warmite to guarantee that the Hestia's Hearth could not re-trigger it. And if that's the case, this Dracodoodle actually would be an 8 attacker. And that would be absolutely massive.
That would be incredible. And also, we have now gotten confirmation of what that set card has been that's been sitting there this entire game. It is, in fact, Ambrosia, which, you know, hey, that will stop the Hestia's Hearth nonsense from happening if that is where we go.
Yeah, there's a lot of games you play where you see multiple Ambro, you get late, you play all these Ambros, you're like, oh, I can't believe you had those. Like, well, if they were other cards, I would have played them sooner. What do you mean? And I think that Ari probably feels very similar. It's like, I've been playing around Ghost back row, and it was just an Ambrosia that now is putting Eclipse back into this game. And that Dracodoodle did connect with that Warmite.
Okay, so that is the 3rd champ Warmite going down. So now it seems regular Warmite's time to come in. Just when Eclipse thought that he got rid of the Warmite, there are in fact more on the way.
Yeah, and this is the one that you really want to see now, because it can now hit over this Dracodoodle, minusing 4 attack, which that could be really big. That could be very, very big here for Ari to now kind of close out this game. Ari in a very, very commanding position, despite the fact that they have just a little spider to a very large bird.
And a Hestia coming out!
Oh my god.
Okay, so we are going to be seeing that Hestia effect trigger. What is Ari going to be casting right now? And look at this gorgeous animation!
My queen.
She's stunning. Oh.
That is a Kindleo from the Tournament Pack series. That is incredible. And we get a normal cast here as well of a Warmite with water under it.
Playing around literally every possible thing that Eclipse could have set right now. Oh my.
And a set of their own too.
And then of course we're gonna be drawing.
Yeah, this is insane. So I think that this is just a game-winning position for Ari. Eclipse would have to have flipped up like a dense fog here to have a hope and a prayer of winning. But it looks like this Kindleo is going to Nexus. It will resolve. And even if they had a Gorgon's Gaze to prevent the pop, both of these Warmites are now correctly enchanted. And 4 spirit damage going at Eclipse's spirit deck, which I believe is exactly the number of spirits they have. No, they might be on 5 here from what it looks like. Yeah, leaving them on 1 here.
Okay. I think that we might be seeing a scoop, which,
yeah,
that makes sense. Oh my gosh. Okay, Caleb, this was a huge game for you specifically. And having seen both of these engines put in work, honestly, I mean, the Spiders put on a complete showcase. How are you feeling? How are your 2 little pet decks feeling right now? Are you torn? Are you a little heartbroken? Are you proud? What's going on?
I love both of these decks, but Spiders has a special place in my heart. Partially because I think it is the most competitive deck out of the 2. But just like the ability to play out these little guys that draw you cards, and then also are just like, oh, by the way, your 6 attacker is now a 2, a Warmite hits over it, is just incredible. I'm so glad that we got to see the Hestia's Hearth put in just an insane amount of work there. I honestly think that is the MVP of this game right now.
That was an insane play. I mean, as we were saying at the time, it's not only an Ambrosia, it's Argo, it's Full Moon, and it's free. You get it for free.
It is an awkward 2-card combo. It's very possible that in games 2 and 3, Ari may not see those cards together, which then puts them in a very awkward position, where you would want to see Hearth with the Warmite. And so if you aren't seeing them together, Hearth isn't really doing a lot for you. But when it works, it does 6 damage over the course of 2 different turns. And I think it's hard to complain if that's what's happening.
Oh, yeah. It's a huge play. And a card that I mentioned because I like it, but we didn't see, that could have been featured. You said some people are playing it, some aren't. Parachne. Do you think that this is a list that could be playing a Parachne?
I think it's very possible. It kind of comes down to the direction that Ari has taken it in. And they're currently siding. We'll see. Maybe they got Parachnes in the side that are coming into the main. Who knows? But it really comes down to what kind of version of this deck they're playing. Because you can play it very low to the ground. You're just playing the 1-cost Spiders version. You could play a more Hestia-focused version, which they are on. And so if that's the case, maybe they are deciding to play the Parachne, as it's a little bit more feasible potentially to get to the Arachne's lair. Maybe they're playing something like the Rummikole to search Arachne's lair since they can special cast it with Hestia. There's a lot of different ways they can go about this, and it just comes down to how they decided to go about it.
I mean, we saw Arachne's lair go up and stick for most of that game, and Ari was able to get so much value out of that through the card advantage, and clearly having so many answers to things that Eclipse was wanting to do there. And I wonder what, while siding, Eclipse is thinking going into this next game. What can you do to contend with this kind of strategy?
I think if Eclipse has read the metagame, they've read a certain aspect of the metagame correctly, they will have cited a package that searches out the stadiums, the Aeolia. The existence of Frost having a searcher for Boreas and the searcher for Mount Olympus of Thunder. As we go ahead and actually, forget what I'm saying, we're ready to go ahead and go into game 2. We'll see if these casters have indeed cited into their respective stadiums potentially. It looks like Eclipse actually is going to go ahead and mulligan here, expending a Lunar and a Wind, it looked like. But if Eclipse has correctly read some of the metagame, where there's a lot of decks that have the ability to get to stadiums, it is correct, in my mind, to be citing packages for searching your respective stadium. So in this case, it would just have to be something like Jolton, or maybe even a Findust if you don't have the security base to search out the island of Aeolia.
The Findust shout out was not something I was ready for today, but I love it. I really do. And one thing, really quick, we did not give enough credit here to the mats that we're seeing. Not only the 3rd place Ask Rabbit mat, but oh my gosh, the Stellar Voldusk. And we see Toxiri coming out.
Yeah, I did want to interrupt you because I think
I needed to yap faster because
I'm sitting here stunned. Toxiri cast. I think that this has really quickly shown us what kind of deck Eclipse is cooking here. And this is a suppression-heavy deck. They went to search for Dense Fog and failed to find, which indicates to me they're playing probably a 2-1 split of Toxiri to Dense Fog, and they drew the Dense Fog off a mulligan, which feels horrible.
Yeah, that's not great. We did see a little bit of that last game with the Draco Doodle stuff. We did see some suppression. We saw that Dense Fog come out. And you mentioned Jolton. Here comes the boy from Ari's side, however. I assume Arachne's Lair is imminent.
100%. I think that Jolton's a very interesting decision here because there's 2 different ways to go about it. Jolton is just the better statted body, but Rumacole is something that you can special cast off of Hestia. Mm-hmm. So I think it's an interesting decision for Ari to be playing Jolton, and I think would be an indicator of probably a lot of testing going into this deck, deciding that this was the more relevant card to be on, as opposed to Rumacole, which is just a tiny little guy. And Eclipse playing out Island of Aeolia here is very interesting.
Hey, the conversation
we're setting the carry off.
Oh, no way! The carry off coming out. Carry off under that Island of Aeolia as well.
There's an animation for it too. Oh my god.
I love when casters discover new animation. I am still riding the high of Chains of Prometheus being discovered sets later, but here we are. Let's go, carry off.
But it's getting met with a Shield of Achilles, which does not feel that great. It's so curious to me that Eclipse would play out the Island of Aeolia here unless they had a second one in hand, because this island is getting taken out next turn. Like, Eclipse knows that Ari has searched out the Arachne's Lair already, and so the stadium is going to the underworld, potentially as the first action from Ari here.
Yeah,
absolutely.
First thought was to get rid of that. And this set card from Eclipse, you mentioned that likely he had drawn into that Dense Fog. Maybe that's what we're looking at there. And here comes the Kite Knight. And are we going to see Eclipse was thinking about it?
Must draw. And then go for the Disenchant.
Yes, must draw, Disenchant here. Must.
And no Dense Fog coming out of Eclipse. I think that's probably the best read on what that set is based off of the Toxiri. Deciding that letting this resolve is more important and holding the Dense Fog for later, which I think is correct. We saw the Hestia's Hearth come out. Being able to say Hestia's Hearth is not doing anything here. You're not going to get the Warmite to trigger multiple times. But Ari setting 2, the benefit of drawing 2 in one turn.
Must draw 2 in 1 turn, actually. Goodness gracious. Now Eclipse is looking at a puppy and a spider and 2 back row, and we are... It looked like for a second we were going to water cast something, but I think that was the damage that we were taking there.
Yeah, we took 2 from the Warmite and the Jolt in here. And Eclipse is considering casting out this Sorlet.
Okay.
Which is correctly enchanted, notably.
We've seen a lot of properly enchanted Sorlets from Eclipse today. And if one of those set cards is Hestia's Hearth, as you said, we have that Dense Fog. And okay, here comes the actual effect. There we go, of Sorlet going to be moving that Warmite into defense, saying, hey, actually, even if you do have Hearth, I'm not going to let you use it like a battle trick and do Argo to me again.
It's very possible that Ari could still go for Hearth here, but it looks like they don't even need to. They're going for a Shield of Achilles. And I think that Ari has put themselves in an absolute killer position. You know, someone deserving of this top 3 Dallas playmat right here. Third place, if memory serves me right. They are playing this set very, very well, and they are in a absolutely commanding position.
Oh, and the regular Warmite coming out. These spiders, they're swarming the field. Oh my goodness. And you are so right. Ari is one of those casters who I always love to watch them play. Shocked that we haven't seen Pantera come out yet, but I mean, hey.
They have enough Elestrals on board where they could ascend into a very funky Firestorm themed Pantera with fire, wind, and thunder.
I love that band. I mean, if anyone if anyone was going to do it, it was going to be Ari. We do see that Tsunami coming out, which I have to agree with that decision. Huge value to not take 3 damage to the face for Eclipse here.
And Sorlet's going to run back out. But the thing is, Ari has 4 in hand and 2 set. Eclipse has, I think, as many cards in hand and field as Ari now has in hand after this Ambrosia is going to resolve. And it looks like, just based off of what happened, I think that one of our casters may have dropped from the room. So I guess we're going to wait and see what results from that. But an incredible set so far. I think that Ari is in a very commanding position where I cannot imagine that Eclipse is coming back into it from here.
It's definitely a really, really... I mean, and this is what we were seeing last game, was this dominant board state that once it gets established, what do you do? I mean, looking towards the beginning of that game, as you were talking about, I'm not sure why Island of Aeolio was played when it was, especially knowing that Arachne's Lair was coming out. That's one of those cards that, you know, possibly could have held on to for later. Must draw all these cards. Ari has been gaining so much card advantage, has been being able to generate all of the answers. And I also think that it's really cool to see with so many of these new champion cards, there's been a conversation of either or, whereas with Warmite, I think that's a unique situation where oftentimes you're going to see decks playing both, if not all the time.
Yeah, we have an update from production. It looks like judges are just checking in to make sure everything good. Thank you to all of our judges helping making this event run smooth. They are an incredible group of people that help make these events what they are. So shout out to all the judges. But you're absolutely right. I think that I really can't get over the Island of Aeolia play. I think that one thing that people might not immediately kind of recognize in playing a stadium, if you're not, you know, maining it, is this is a removal spell essentially. This is a card that exists in your deck, not to say, oh, I'm going to get my Elestrals bigger, but it is a 1-cost Thunderstorm that also has an upside, basically. It says, I am removing the Arachne's Lair so that you only draw 1 or 2 cards off of it, instead of, I think Ari has drawn 5 or 6 this game off of this Arachne's Lair as a result of using the island too early.
And I would be interested. There are so many clashes where it's like I would love to be able to sit and talk with the casters afterwards. Like, hey, what was going through your head here during this carry-off move when you played Island of Aeolia? This was such a big turn. What was the thought there? And what was your plan going into this next turn where you knew Arachne Slayer was there? Because I'm sure that there was a thought behind it, and that there was a consideration made that we just don't know about.
Yeah, there has to be some rationale, and that's the benefit of being here in our comfy little rooms and our chairs. We don't have to be the ones making the decisions on the fly to determine, oh, this is when I need to play this card, and this, how do I navigate the board state, and how do I play through all my opponent's cards? We just say, ooh, I get to see Arachne's Lair, and I go, hee hee hee.
Yes. Oh, look at all of the fun cards. They bring me joy. Whereas I know that I'm someone who one time had the opportunity to Gorgon's Gaze and Elechick and didn't. So, you know.
happens to the best of us. Happens to the best of us. The one of Elechick, I have Gorgon's Gaze, I have Gorgon's Gaze, and I have, a bird.
Hey, you know what?
Wait a minute.
Hey, sometimes with this game, I get so excited watching it that that's all I'm thinking about. And we are still prepping our clash here for those of you who are like, why are we watching these two people yap here? We are getting everything back to the correct board state, making sure that everything is good to go. And I don't know. I'm really rooting for Eclipse here. I'm rooting for both of our casters, but I want to see how Eclipse chooses to come back from this and what strategy he might have to be able to contend with what is a lot of spiders happening.
Yeah, if anything, I'm here and I'm rooting for more Elestrals. I want to see more clashes. I want to see games get tight, down to the wire. The best games that you can play in any card game, but especially in Elestrals, is one where you have no idea who's coming out on top until the last card is played and game has been declared. Those are the best moments. It's the best games by far. And I want to see more of that. I want to see Ari and Eclipse just bare knuckle brawling to see who comes out on top in this clash. But it does seem like Ari is in a very commanding position currently.
Hey, you know, anything could happen. That Dracodoodle turn that we saw last game could have been a really huge turning point. However, when you are watching casters who are as experienced as Ari, there really is never a point where you can say, oh, here we go, this is the thing that they can't get out of. This is the board state that they can't contend with. And I know that Eclipse is one of those casters as well, who's very experienced, and we've seen a lot of that today.
Yeah, I'm trying to, since we have time, try to conjure up, like, if I could hand the perfect board-breaking hand to Eclipse right now, what would it be? And the assumption that they're playing Hurricane, and they have the correct spirits maintained for it, it would have to be Hurricane the 2 sets. You then go, like, Cockatoodle, hit over the Warmite, and then you, like, Hermes set up a Dracodoodle as well. And that is a 6 spirit turn, leaving them on 3, where if their Cockatoodle is ever removed, they just say, boom, here's a 6/2 that also is now +2 because I get to suppress one of your Elestral. And that could potentially do it, but God, is that an expensive turn to crack back into this with Ari having 4 cards in hand currently.
That is a lot of specific pieces that you need to have as the player who hasn't been drawing 5 cards a turn for the past 4 turns. But hey, you know, Eclipse, if you are listening, there we go. That's your certified Professor Caleb advice that you've been given here.
Yeah, I think that what we're really going to see as this metagame evolves is the necessity to either be playing Hurricane or playing a deck that does not care about getting Hurricane. And I think Spiders is an excellent example of a deck that does not care about getting Hurricane, because I guarantee Ari has 2 sets, 4 in hand. Those 2 back row are live, and they have 2 more in hand currently. Like, that is likely the board state we're looking at. And the ability to just say, oh yeah, go ahead, Hurricane me for 3, set up your turn, set 2 more, is, like, that would be the back-breaking play that ends this clash most likely.
And Ari is a caster who would know to play around Hurricane, who probably in testing has seen that Hurricane is becoming much more prevalent. And as you say, we have 2 set, which I think is like the number that people play when they are anticipating Hurricane happening.
Yep. Looks like we got another update. Judges are still in call, resolving whatever situation we've got going on. But we should be getting back to our clash as soon as possible.
Caleb, where do you even go from here today? You've seen both of your dreams came true. Like, honestly, like you're starting here. Yeah.
Yeah. What happens when you start at the peak? Is there a second peak?
I think that you have to pick. You know what? Okay, here we go. While we have a little bit of time, since both of your predictions have now come true, on the fly, no pressure. What if you had to pick another one or another 2? What are we doing?
If I had to pick something that I really want to see that we haven't seen yet, there's something I'm surprised we haven't seen of Eclipse so far. I want to see Chrysor. I really like the new Chrysor. I think it's really strong. I think there's a really, really solid deck that plays like Chrysor, Galaxy Champion of Poseidon. It plays new Monsoon of Eurus. If we see a Monsoon of Eurus resolve, I will lose my mind. I think that card is so sick. For those that are not familiar, it is a counter rune. It is a part of a set of 4 different winds that are a wind and then some other elements counter rune. This one is the wind and water one. And when you activate it, you can enchant up to 2 in any combination of wind and water to your board. And then you get to suppress every card on field that is not wind or water enchanted. It's really, really strong into things like the artifact Volkari's deck, because those artifacts are all getting cast with fire spirits under them, so they get suppressed. Very solid option to Argo, Battle Tricks. Very solid into the spiders, because it can suppress Arachne's Lair. There's a lot of options, I think, that make Monsoon of Eurus a really interesting card. It also turns Galaxy Champion of Poseidon into a Battle Trick, just like Hearth.
Ooh, okay. I'm very excited to see that. All of the different wind cards. I think my favorite is Caduceus, only because I like saying Caduceus a lot. I'm a bit fickle with my affections. It's really, is it cute? Does it make me giggle when I say it?
Yeah.
Snark being one of those cards.
Snark's adorable.
Cute,
hey, Snark's
and I
got
like
tops.
saying it.
Snark's got top.
Hmm?
I really like Caduceus because I don't. It was the other day someone brought it up and I was like, "Is that the Kung Fu Panda card, Skaducious?"
That's exactly how you have to say it too. It's Caduceus. You gotta put a little oomph behind it.
And then, boo!
Oh,
your Elestral is destroyed. The artifact triggers the special cast. You go Skadoosh.
I believe that's actually in the text of the card. We might need to get production to confirm, but I think that is required. You must draw a card. You must say Skadoosh.
You must say Skadoosh. We've turned into a there's gonna be an April Fool's parody set at some point where we'll have Skadooshus of Hermes.
Incredible. Okay, so we do, back to what we're actually here for, we do have news. There was a disconnect and a penalty has been issued to Ari, which has resulted in a game loss. So we're going to be going to game 3, which honestly, I love when we go to game 3. Hate to see it happen because of technology. It can happen to anyone, everyone, anytime. It's always there. But best of luck to both Ari and Eclipse going into this game 3. We know that Ari has been showing out this entire time, so I have no doubt that they can perform in this game 3 as well.
Yeah, it looks like Ari is going to be going first. I think is a solid choice. I really think if you're Ari in this position, you've been in such commanding positions every single game that you're not really worried going into this game 3.
Mm-hmm.
And so hopefully they can rest a little bit easy, that they've been in good positions, and it looks like our casters are ready. So we're going to go ahead and hop right into game 3 here.
Woohoo! Thank you for sitting and yapping with us for that bit of time. We went to places that I wouldn't even go with a Bow of Artemis. but we see a turn 1 expend to draw, I believe, from Ari. Because, hey, if you don't have Arachne's Lair out yet, you could always expend to fulfill that need to draw a card.
Yeah, in a way, if you think about it, expending to draw is just Arachne's Lair. 1 cost, draw a card. It looks like Eclipse going to be setting 2 and playing out a Specteris here, which I think they probably feel. Whoa! Okay, I was not expecting a Specteris on my screen.
No, he's beautiful. We love Specteris in this house.
Absolutely. What a fun little guy. I absolutely adore the Zim art, but Ari expecting to draw a second time, which they might be sweating a little bit from this position now. They kept a hand that maybe they're regretting having kept.
However.
Okay, so we've played on Arachne's Lair.
Parachne time? Parachne tonight, Ari?
Well, so we expended to draw, I thought. I guess that maybe that was damage. It looked like we had expended something.
Yeah.
I was incorrect. It looked like we had expended earlier, but we did not expend a draw.
That was the Specteris damage. Yep. Okay, but we see Kite Might coming out, and Eclipse thinking about flipping one of those cards. However, deciding not to. So we see the Kite Might effect happening here. With Arachne's Lair up, we have drawn 1 from the Kite Might, and now probably a War Might coming out. There we go. War Might, Champion of Hestia, must draw another card per Arachne's Lair. And
I need a count in chat of every single draw off of Arachne's Lair we've hit. This is draw number 2 that will be happening from the cast of War Might, and War Might itself going to trigger and give Specteris -3 attack, putting it down to a 1 that can go up to a 2 using its effect suppression. Cryoblast!
Oh, the Cryoblast coming out! Okay, so the effect, it didn't ultimately matter. But here we go.
I think it's very smart to sequence it that way, because you could potentially bait out a Gorgon's Gaze or something like that from Eclipse, thinking that they can save their Specteris, when in reality it's dying to the Cryoblast no matter what. And a Cryoblast on War Might, we're going blast for blast.
Whoa! Blast for blast is incredible. Really.
As
We love to see that. Eclipse, however, we were talking about playing around Hurricane. Eclipse is doing no such thing. Probably correctly assuming that Ari doesn't really have room to tech into Hurricane in this list. I mean, I could be wrong, but it seems like Spiders has a lot that it needs.
Yeah, not a lot of space for something like Hurricane. Ari fanned their hand out for a second there. I think they are at something like 6 cards in hand currently. Which, yeah, I think that is 5 if I'm counting correctly, which is mind-blowing. And Eclipse also, I think, pretty healthy in hand size, because they expended to draw after that Cryoblast. And they are doing it again! Oh no, not like this, Eclipse!
Oh, okay.
Aeolia, though!
There we go. You talked about it. A 1-cost Thunderstorm that you also get advantage from. Okay, Eclipse, after that last game, saying, I'm gonna hold on to this stadium until it's doing something for me here. And a Kenleo coming out from Ari, however, with nothing to destroy, is interesting.
It is just damage pressure here. I don't disagree, but it looks like Eclipse is going for the Tsunami here. And I gotta shout out something I noticed here, actually. The reason that this is the TP Kenleo art is at Dallas, someone who has casted for Premier Elestral events before, Zero, top of the event, and went around and signed a bunch of these TP Kenleos and handed them out to relevant players, people at top. I actually have one of these as well, so really cute to see this little piece of community represented in Ari's deck. You can see that signature just to the left of Kenleo.
Yeah.
But Eclipse expending to draw and passing is brutal. It is going to be so hard for him to come back from this position. The second Kenleo hits the board,
Yeah, I mean, even if you can deal with one at this point, now you've got two. This is devastating. And I do love that story. I am taking it personally, Zero, if you're here listening, that I didn't get one. I thought we really bonded while we were casting together. I really loved that moment that we shared, but don't worry about it.
I just got to point out we have two Kinleos on board. Things are getting out of hand. There are two of them, and Eclipse is taking 3. Drawing for turn. They need something really big here, but they're playing into 3 back row, and their back row has not been live.
No, and as we talked about at the beginning of this, Ari has consistently been able to set up these insane boards that seem so insurmountable. But I mean, hey, Eclipse has been drawing a lot of cards, so surely there's something there. I mean.
Yeah, you draw so many cards, you should be playing a deck of good cards, and it looks like they want to draw more of their good cards and hope to see what they need. I wish I could be a fly on the wall to see what is in this hand right now. Resting is going to be one of those cards, though, and that's going to take out a Kinleo.
Okay, and that's one Kinleo down. However, as we mentioned, there is always a second Kinleo.
I thought there was going to be another Kinleo come down, but that is a OG Wormite from base set, and that is 3 damage getting swung at Eclipse. I have to point out the comedy of us saying that this is an insurmountable board potentially from Ari, and it's 3/3/1s. Like these are not cards that normally are seen as being all that strong. However, together, Spider's strong, and that is a Nemesail coming down from Eclipse.
Okay. Hey, I love Nemesail. It's going to be keeping us in this game a little longer, being able to heal. However, that Gorgon's Gaze is absolutely devastating. Oh my gosh. A 4th card set from Eclipse. Maybe this one is Tsunami. I don't know. But
I think it has to be. I can see Eclipse is bleeding it a little too much. That is a dense fog that has been set. Okay. So it is unlikely that Eclipse is going to be able to make it out of this, I think. It could be Monsoon.
Okay.
They do kind of have some support art.
It is something that is not Tsunami.
Oh, it is Monsoon. I'm wrong.
Okay.
I don't know if that gets us back into this, though. This is going to give Eclipse the opportunity to enchant this last spirit from Spirit Deck to re-trigger the Nemesail and suppress the entire board, which is good here. That'll prevent Kinleo from nexusing and popping. It'll prevent the Wormites from triggering here. It's going to put Eclipse back to 2 in Spirit Deck. I don't know if it's enough, though, because all Ari has to do is normal cast a relevant Elestral here, which they have 4 cards in hand to do so, but they are expecting to draw.
Okay, this is a very expend to draw heavy game. I mean, at some point you have to say, Ari, how many cards is enough cards? Like, you're being selfish at this point.
Yeah, 4 sets, 2, 3 cards in hand, and all they have to do is crash with this Nemesail. With any of these Elestrals, they'll take a damage and swing for 2, putting Eclipse to 0 spirits. So Eclipse needs something here. Tsunami won't do it. They don't have any water spirits left.
And that would have come way sooner.
Yeah. They're really considering this back row here. Shield of Achilles about to hand.
Of the Nemesail. So we're bouncing the regular Wormite. However,
that doesn't solve the problem we're in here. That crash is going to go through, and then this Kinleo swings direct for 1. Unless we have Hestia's Hearth, which will make this game!
Oh my. Okay, there we go. Good game.
Oh, and Eclipse shows the 2 sets of Gorgons. And every rune in the game in hand, and 2 Draco Doodle. Oh no, Eclipse! Oh, you hate to see it.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks like they kept an awkward hand of just solid runes, but not a lot of Elestrals, and they just didn't draw Elestrals outside of that early Specteris. And an incredible back and forth in some of these games between these casters. That game 3, it happens. Sometimes you just don't draw Elestrals. And that's why mulliganing for a solid hand is really important, because sometimes you see one Elestral, it might be the only one you see for a couple of turns.
Yeah, even if you expend to draw 17 times in a row, you still might not see Elestrals. But huge congrats to Ari. That was so well played. And I mean, from game 1, every single turn was putting out threats, was really utilizing this new strategy. I know that you were over the moon about it.
Yes, I was very excited. We didn't see Trickery come out from Eclipse, but I think that the strategy they brought is very, very interesting. Focusing on the suppression aspect of the Cockadoodle and Dracodoodle line, playing the Specteris, which is really good into big threats like Rare Pup Like a Void, and then playing the Toxiri, which I think is also a really, really interesting but good decision, because Toxiri does give -2/-2 for the suppressed Elestrals on board, and that's really strong. That is really, really strong, I think, into the current metagame. So I really like the cook here from Eclipse. It just seems like that game 3, their deck just didn't want to cooperate, which it happened.
It does. I mean, hey, that round 1 was a win. So clearly this deck did cooperate. It just didn't want to. Maybe it was camera shy. Happens to the best of us. But I think it's really interesting moving forward in this meta. Suppression control is something that we've seen a little bit of. I mean, Specteris being one of the best cards in the game, and a card that a lot of people just tech in for cards like Foamy, for cards even like Galaxy, any of these number of cards that love to be, or hate to be rather, suppressed. I think that it's just one of those mechanics that we haven't seen anyone quite figure out yet, and I would love to see that happen.
Yeah, I think that we will see a lot more of it, especially now that we have more cards that do it, like Monsoon of Eurus, which, hey, you asked me for a prediction of another card I wanted to see. We already got it.
Can you, like, honestly, what's going on? Genuinely, the gift of Apollo is with you.
That image of the dodgeball?
Yes.
The gift of foresight.
Literally, that is you. Quick, Caleb, pick another one. Do it. Pick another card.
All right, flame them off.
Okay, well.
See, you wanted one that wouldn't show up easily. I'd actually, to put another one out there, I do think that it would be really cool to see Voltempest show up. I think that deck has some gas. The deck is either a Voltempest or a Griffgoose deck. You got to pick one, and either of them, I think it'd be very interesting to see where people are cooking that, because I don't think it's no slouch. It's no slouch.
I think it's so funny to say that Voltempest is a deck that has some gas, when it's literally a deck that can, like, for free, basically bring out one of the strongest Elestrals in the entire game.
Yeah. Just a 14/7 that pops out of your hand, you know.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Not even that big of a deal.
I am sure that there are people playing it today, and I really hope that we do see that. I think that all of the new champion cards are so fun. I know that we've seen Champion of Apollo pop off. We've seen some Champion of Hestia stuff happen, specifically Warmite, but hey, we all love a Warmite. And I hope we see more champions coming out.
Yeah. I see. After this match, it's really made me want to see a Warmite plushie. You know, as a plushie connoisseur myself, wow, a Warmite plushie would be incredible. Just a little spider. Little spider I can hold in my hand.
Dan, I know you're listening.
I know.
Please, thank you.
I'm begging you. It would be so cute. You like spiders? Come on.
And on that, there is so much more action to be seen. I think that we are going to see a lot more different decks, a lot of new tech coming out, and pretty soon here, Caleb, you are going to be joined by PK.
It's so sad to see you go, but we will see you in the round. Looking forward to finally getting to commentate with PK. I somehow have dodged him at every single event I've done.
Well, I will be very excited to watch that, and I'll be back soon, and we will see you all when we get into round 3.
Bye-bye. Welcome back, casters. We are here. PK has joined me on the desk. What's up, PK?
Finally, I get to yap with Caleb. Y'all don't understand how much. I'm sorry, I didn't want to do this, but I have to say it. Y'all don't even understand how much I've been wanting to just yap with Caleb. Because Caleb is such a good mind, he's a good person, and I get to talk with them. Bet. I'm just here. So if I'm like fanboy, if you're just catching me looking at this side, just fawning, all right, just know that I'm just very happy to be there.
Oh, you're so sweet. My heart is over. I'm very excited to. I'm so excited to be on the desk with you as well. Somehow we've dodged each other like every premiere. I think we would alternate, and then I missed like a couple months of premiere.
Yeah.
It's so good to be back. It's so good to be here with you on the desk. I'm very
You
excited.
had a really good round to commentate last one.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with how that all went down. Hitting all of my predictions in one go is pretty
Even
crazy.
your additional predictions. How do you add on prediction to just win? I'm convinced you saw the deck list. That was insane.
I wish that I did, honestly. Sometimes we will get access to deck lists on commentary desk in advance just to be prepared for stuff. I had no clue what our casters were playing.
I like to not look at the deck list just because I think it allows me to just be involved into the gameplay more. That way I'm not like trying, oh, why would you do that? You have this in your list. Like, we don't know exactly. So I like to just stay unknown until post-game. But yes, you had we saw Arachne's Lair. We saw Hermes Trickery. We saw Hermes. You got 3 new animations?
Look,
Man.
you know, it was a heater of a match. But to your predictions, have we seen any Leica Void or any Volcaries on stream yet?
Nope. And I had a feeling that was going to be it. But here's the thing. Just because we haven't seen it yet doesn't mean that those cards won't rise to the top. You can have 100 bats and just 2 cats, and the cats can still come out on top. You know?
I'm gonna say that I'm gonna agree.
You know what I'm trying to say. That wasn't the best connection, but you know what I mean. You know what I'm trying to say. Like 100 rats. All right, we gotta have like 50 rats, 2 cats, and the cats can still come out on top. There we go.
No, that's fair. I thought you were gonna go with you'd have 100 at bats and all it takes is a home run or something like that, and then you said cats. I was like, no, I got lost.
No, I'll be honest, I lost myself. I was hoping you just went in, but you have to bring it up. But all the same, you know, like it doesn't matter. Like we could still see these cards pop up. We've seen top 8s from previous events show up in such a diverse format. I remember maybe like 2-3 tournaments ago where there were 7 different deck types, essentially 8, but it was like 2 different breeds of Fire Nexus that were in the top cut. So I'm still holding out for Leica Void and Volcaries. I'm going to keep my hopes alive.
Yeah, I think actually it's totally fine that I hit my predictions early because it's very possible that these decks don't end up making it up to top cut. I think that Ari, obviously now 2-0, very in good contention to make it there. Very strong player. Eclipse now 1-1. Going to be harder to make that run. They have to go undefeated, I believe, from this point to be guaranteed top cut, or actually even a chance. But think with the amount of players we have, at most, I think 1x2 is going to be able to make it. I don't have the exact numbers, but it's something along those lines. So it'd be very difficult for them to make it if they were to lose another round. But very likely that when we get to top cut, we'll be seeing a lot of like Void and Volcaries. So you'll be able to hang that over my head when we get there.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. But hey, so far in terms of appearances on stream, you already got 2 points. Not even counting the additional picks. K got 1, even though we didn't see Nyx and Mira, it was present. So do we count that?
It's close enough. It's close enough.
We'll count that.
We'll see Nyx and Mira later anyway.
So I may not win in abundance, but you know, if I get, you know, we should.
We'll get there. You will win in abundance when we get later.
Get points for where they show up at Top Gun and whatnot. Ooh. I'm gonna think on that.
New little game.
Production. I got you with the game for stream for commentators. But in any case, though, if you guys haven't done so yet, I would love to hear your predictions on what cards will show up and show out as well. So again, reminder to go on your socials and use the hashtag #PlayElestrals and let us know what you're looking to see. Maybe production will see something like, you know, we could probably find a deck with that card in the list. Like for me, a card that has a lot of hype right now. Terrastar. I think Pterosaur's a card that has a lot of interest and may take a little bit of time to find the right build, because I don't think it can fit into any list without just throwing off the ratios or the strategy itself. But I think Pterosaur has a lot of potential to be really strong.
Yeah, that is a card that could get very scary very quickly, especially when we have a lot of very solid Nexusers within the format. We saw a lot of Kinleos hitting the board last game. So that I think that the card that could be very, very scary very quickly, ability to burn for like 5 in 1 turn with it and itself and a Circle the Sky. Like,
I want Circle the Sky to be meta so much.
Finally, we can use our 8 printing of Circle the Sky, and we can
the full arts as well. Like they're great. And maybe I'm a Lestria season 2 build. Just for in our contained meta, Circle the Sky was popping off like no one's business. But at the same time, do we need Circle the Sky when you can just cast Kite Mite under Arachnid's Lair and draw 2?
You know, that is a good question. Maybe you don't need it because you could just draw. Why Nexus to draw when you could just draw? That's just
exactly. Why you could just draw. Just take out a
straight offer. I draw. You Nexus.
Wait a minute. Ooh, card strategy. It's fun to just like theory craft about this game because there's so much potential in every single card.
Yeah.
Like I just love the concept of resetting everything, and being able to get more use out of your spirits to get more advantages. I think this game needs more receivers. I think we need more Nexusers. Like Lustragon is a card that just reads crazy and has just never found the right build. But like a 7/6 body that can Nexus 3 and destroy on the Nexus, crazy.
Yeah, one day that card I think will be absolutely insane. It looks like round 3 we are prepping to get into, and I don't want to, I never want to give it away too early, but this is going to be a really cool clash. I think both of us are going to be very happy with the decks that are going to be showing up here.
I know the casters. I do not know the deck, so let's see what they are in store. But I do see a top 16 mat from Dallas, so we got some high quality skill on deck for you guys to enjoy. And hopefully you guys are letting us know what you think you're going to see on this matchup. You go on our socials and using hashtag #PlayElestrals. But I mean, actually, talk about the juxtaposition of mats. We have the top 16 mat, and then we just have the Daybreak Circle the Sky playmat. Just
gorgeous.
It's a great mat. It's also just like where you get, like, one you can get from shopelestrals.com, and the other one you can just you have to earn it. You have to work for it. So it's not as easy as get.
It's definitely scary to sit across the table from someone with a mat that indicates, a very strong performance at a very major event. And that's definitely gotta be sweating a little bit when you see that.
It's gonna be just something like, okay, so you either have a lot of money or you got some skill behind you. Those mats are not easy to get. Those mats are not easy. Real quick, while we wait for this match to it looks like the match is actually almost ready to go. So right now we have Big Kahuna, who will be going first in this upcoming round 3 clash, facing off against Chillanak. And looks like the casters are ready to go, so let's get transitioning in and begin this clash.
Yeah, super exciting to see Big Kahuna here on the feature. This is someone actually that I spent a good amount of time with at Dallas after he went ahead and won this mat, and just excellent person, excellent player. So I'm very excited to see. I mean, knowing Big Kahuna, I didn't even have to have production tell me what deck he's playing to know exactly what deck this man is on. I am very curious, though, to see what Chillanak is bringing to the table, as that is a very unknown factor here.
Yeah, the exciting thing about this is that is what is going to take for just jockeying for position. You never know what your opponent is playing. Well, typically when you first sit down, and it looks like the Clash Kickstarter Extravagant is going to be cast out by Kahuna, the classic turn 1 play.
Yeah, every time you see this funny little bunny in your opening hand, you gotta be happy. You gotta be happy.
That was the first rule I learned in Elestrals, is that if you see bunny, you keep the hand.
Yeah, it is an absolute keeper. And now, if Big Kahuna has a PTA to back up this Ass Rabbit, this might be the greatest opening turn one we've seen today. A Ass Rabbit defenseless PTA. Legitimately, it does not get better than that. And that is 2 set cards out of Big Kahuna. 3 cards in hand. And Chillanak going to go ahead and start their turn.
I talked about that in round 1, and I'd love to hear your opinion on that as well. Poison Arrow is a card that is kind of contentious. Some people feel like it's too overpowered because starting with it can really just keep the game in your favor for way too long. And as we see,
that is Galaxy
Champion of Poseidon being cast out. This card is interesting, completely negating the powerful 5 defense of Astrabbit. But if Big Kahuna can survive the attack from Galaxy right now, then he has to be a re-enchanted. But no, it is going to go down. And no Poison Tip Arrow has been cast. So that goes back to my question. Do you feel like Poison Tip Arrow is a bit overtuned for turn 1 play?
I think that PTA is strange because early game, it is absolutely broken, and late game, it feels like it's broken, and mid game, it feels miserable. Kahuna casting a Stellar Kindleo and a Torch of Hestia to pair with it. So now this is a 5 attacking Kindleo, which will allow Kahuna to foretell if they want to, but they don't need to. They're going to go ahead and Nexus to pop, and Chillanak chaining that Gorgon's Gaze onto the effect to pop.
So this is a pretty safe play to do because even though you have 2 spirits on it, you did call out a Gaze, and unless the Galaxy is re-enchanted, Kindleo will be pretty safe. But Kindleo, wow, Eddie is coming out there to switch the Kindleo to defense, and now either of the Elestrals on board can run that over. This would be a great time to see that Poison Tip Arrow.
Yeah, this would be a good point for that. But regardless, Kindleo is too small of a defense position, Elestral. Wow! And that's going to let this Eddie ascend if Chillanak is on Kuribus, which if you're playing Rock, you're definitely playing Kuribus.
This is exciting. I haven't seen this combo in quite some time. It is a simple 2-card combo that can get you a lot of pressure. I feel like in this scenario, you may want to get rid of the Kindleo because you know it's already going to go get rid of regardless. But, I mean, let's see how it goes. Look at the back row was being destroyed, and that is...
There's a full art Tsunami Moonrise, which isn't doing anything here anyway. Kahuna's like, yeah, go ahead and pop that. I don't care.
And now the Drag King, the Kuribus, going to be able to pressure the Kindleo. If we can somehow get a Poseidon on board, we can disenchant 2 and then heal that 2 right back. And damage for 2.
Yeah, this could be a massive swing turn for Chillanak. But Kahuna choosing to let the back row pop maybe indicates no, they definitely let that go regardless because it's Tsunami.
Yeah,
but they have 2 other sets. I would imagine one of these is live, probably a Shield of Achilles set. Gorgon's Gaze would have been used previously. PTA potentially could have come down as well on the Galaxy earlier. So there's a lot of pieces here that would have been used prior. So in my mind, that means that this has to be a Shield of Achilles set. Kahuna kind of moving their hand like, dang, they're swinging Galaxy first. That's kind of annoying. They're going to consider these sets if they want to chain anything, but they're just going to let that Kindleo get sent to the Underworld, and the Kuribus going to swing in for 2. Shield of Achilles is a brutal play here that puts Chillanak massively on the back foot, and that is a Shield of Achilles, returning the Kuribus to hand. Not an inexpensive play, but going to put Kahuna in the driver's seat here with Chillanak only at 1 back row set with a 2/5 on board.
That was definitely the right play to go for. Getting rid of a 9 attacker that quickly, absolutely beneficial for Big Kahuna because now they don't have to deal with the Big Kahuna on the opponent's side of the field. But we're having a situation where you got to be able to come back. It looks like just 1 card being set, and now Snark is being cast out. I'm almost sure we're going to see Drag King be searched here.
Drag King is a possible search. Could be Joblin, could be another Rock in a Hard Place to set up for another Eddie play, but that will be Drag King searched from the deck. And Chilinak, I think, in a very good position here to swing for 2 damage and then next turn ascend into this Draking and really put a lot of pressure on Big Kahuna. But Big Kahuna not in a bad spot regardless, because Chilinak has two drops in hand. I don't think many more cards in hand currently. And even though Kahuna's taken some damage here, these are some pretty dinky little Elestrals on board. And only 1 back row means a lot of things can do it and put them over the top.
I don't know. Have you ever seen a Galaxy in real life? I don't know if I would say Galaxy is dinky. I think kind of.
It's a 2-5. I could win a fight versus a Galaxy. I think I have more than 2 attack personally.
Just look it up. An entire Eclipse. Yeah, I could fight that.
Look, it may be a whale, but all I'm saying.
It's full air. It's a blimp.
Okay, Spectaris is hitting the board here for Big Kahuna. Really good option. This will put a lot of pressure onto Chilinak as the Spectaris is swinging in, likely at the, I would imagine, the Snark Shield of Achilles is the response. And now Chilinak is definitively in the driver's seat.
Yeah,
this is the position where they can take control of the game.
This is scary because you know they have the 2 drops in hand, so which ones they choose to play, if any. Chilinak is doing a thing where you play 1 back row at a time. It's not threatening enough that you really want to cast Hurricane. That could even be a bluff this time, but it's the presence of it being there that's really scary. As we see the Snark ascend to the searched Draking, and now this board is getting unreal. And that Spectrus in Big Kahuna's hand now can just be cast, likely enchanted by Chilinak, and be used against Kahuna. Has to be aware as Shield of Achilles is being flipped to bounce the Draking back to hand. Big dude, stay in the hand at all times. That's what my wife told me.
That is crazy, but she's absolutely right. Those large 2-drop Elestrals, they always getting bounced back to hand by Shield of Achilles. And this Galaxy to swing in for a damage. Kahuna down 4 spirits this turn. But again, just like that, I think Kahuna is once again in a really good spot. Kinleo Nexus pop Galaxy is insane here. Spectaris, honestly, is probably not too bad either. There's a lot of options Kahuna has to really get into this game and put pressure. This Galaxy, though, has stayed on board the entire time. This was Chilinak's turn 1 play, and that is the Champion of Hephaestus Volcaries hitting the board to search Hephaestus.
I'm on the board! Let's go!
Right. Once again, we got that Hephaestus search to hand.
Now, I love this combo simply because by using this card, you can search out Hephaestus, you can access to all your artifacts, and that artifact could even be a Torch of Hestia, essentially making Volcaries a 6 attacker on cast. Really potent and allowing you to search up for your next turn, even if the attack is negated in some fashion. And when you cast your artifacts, can use spirits from your underworld for the cost. So, Hephaestus animation, love that.
Gorgeous animation.
And now we have Ambrosia, full-on Ambrosia. Love that artwork as well. And definitely needed for Big Kahuna right now. Down to 3 spirits, going up to 5.
5 here.
So now the question is, have we had a search with the Hephaestus yet? I don't think we have.
We have not yet. So
okay.
This is an opportunity for Kahuna to really, like I said, take control of this game. They are going up to 5 here. Hephaestus will be able to search if so desired, which they have one under it. It looks like we're just attacking. A Monsoon of Eurus would be devastating from Chilinak. A Shield of Achilles, though, will be the one to come out. And is that every shield out of Chilinak? I think that it's been 2 per player here.
Yeah.
Which is crazy that both of them have seen 2 shields.
And I think we've seen 1 gaze.
Yes,
from Chilinak. So, yeah, really back and forth. And as you said, this Galaxy has been sitting on the field the entire time, which is interesting that the reason why it's sitting is because it's not a potent threat. But in base Galaxy, when it's on the field, it's constantly being attacked because it's a constant threat.
I think that the Galaxy COP is a threat when there's a back row set. Because if you read your opponent is on Monsoon of Eurus, that puts them in a precarious position. But Spectaris out of Chilinak is a really good option here. Something that can ascend into Draking on the next turn if desired, and swinging in for 2 with the Galaxy and the Spectaris. 2 cards in hand from Chillanak, though. We know what both of those are. So Kahuna knows that they have to deal with the 1 set and 2 Elestrals on board, 3 Spirits in the deck. They are not in a bad position, I think. But it is looking a little dicey as we're going back for that Valkyries. Are we using the effect to search?
Yeah, that would actually be good information for Chillanak, knowing that there's more than one effect in deck, and it looks like there is, unless this is a fail to find. Nope, I think it's right there at the top. I see that full art. No,
we're failing to find.
Oh, so that probably tells Chillanak not only is there a second one he was going for, but Big Kahuna has it in the hand.
Or alternatively, this is a really solid bluff from Big Kahuna to make Chillanak think that there is one in hand. But it looks like the Valkyries will swing, take out the Galaxy finally, and this is a scary position for Kahuna. 2 Spirits to Chillanak's 6.
We never got an artifact search, did we?
We have not seen an artifact searched. No,
especially
but
when that would essentially be free. That's wild.
This might be the game-winning play for Chillanak here. An Eddie switching this Valkyries to defense puts it to a point where I don't think any back row in the game can contest both of these Spirits. And that will be a scoop from Big Kahuna. Chillanak just seeing every point of gas they needed, every single back row they needed. I think Big Kahuna was in solid spots for most of those games, or most of that game, but it was just the one card he needed his opponent to not have, his opponent always had. I think that post side, Big Kahuna will be in a much better position. Not playing Tsunamis, which there's a set that back there that entire game that never came up.
Yeah.
I would bet that was a Tsunami. And
I was hoping it was Alter.
Alter would have been crazy there. Alter would have been absolutely ballistic.
Would have been phenomenal. Just switch the Celestial back to attack, but again, it just did nothing. So makes you wonder if it was a second Tsunami or something like that. Regardless, I'm sure that we're going to see Kahuna take that out, because besides the Spectaris, you're not affecting anything that we saw from Chillanak in their list.
Yeah, the shield into shield from Big Kahuna was really big. The top deck Spectaris from Chillanak, though, was the last piece of pressure that he needed. And it was from that position where just nothing is connecting for Big Kahuna. Top deck Eddie is also just absolutely insane. So, you know, it was a tough match, I think, from Big Kahuna's end. But I think if you are Big Kahuna, you can walk into this next game saying, okay, post side, I'm going to be a lot stronger into this. I know what I'm going up against. And there'll be a lot more opportunities to side in things like Altar of Stars, which if they're not in the main, should be in the side deck to swap the Tsunamis for.
And you know, that's the thing about Big Kahuna. We saw the deck play. We know what Big Kahuna's on. We don't know, like, there's a lot of mysteries behind Kahuna's list. We saw Kinleo. We saw Champ Valkyries. My pick. We did not see a search for an artifact. We saw Torch of Hestia once. Is there more? Are there different artifacts? Do we have enough spirits to play a Cycler Demeter? I'm not ruling anything out. You have a pretty limited artifact pool right now, so don't not consider anything. We might see a bag of wins. Golden Fleece.
It's not impossible. It's not impossible.
Hey, I believe in bag of wins. I know Golden Fleece is right there, but I believe in bag of wins.
What about was it Teleria of Hermes? Yeah, that card's kind of cool.
That card is actually pretty cool. I mean, we could see an Apollo for a direct attack, Bulb Apollo. Like, what I'm saying is that, you know, like there's a lot of tech options that we did not see the artifact side of Big Kahuna's list. So there could be a lot of spice yet to be made. We know that the Tsunami was there, but that was pretty much a Chillanak showcase, which is not bad. Now we know Rockin' the Hard Place is there. Now we know Kerbis is live. Let's see what Big Kahuna can do with that information as we go into game 2. This matchup is all Big Kahuna's to dictate. They will be going first once again, and now you just got to make sure you have the right opening. We can have a Stravit and maybe, as you said earlier, Poison Tip Arrow. maybe that's what Big Kahuna needs to continue dictating the control of this clash going forward.
Chillanak with a mulligan to start here is pretty big for Kahuna, because this deck is not inexpensive on Chillanak's side. A Rock and a Hard Place is a solid, top 1 of 2 cards, but it's expensive. Two cost is not nothing. So being able to start 2 spirits up here because your opponent mulliganed and you didn't would be absolutely incredible. It looks like Kahuna indicating he is keeping. Chillanak looks like he is indicating he is keeping. So now we will see how Big Kahuna decides to start his turn 1 of game 2, putting a Fire Spirit to the front to expend to draw and passing.
A mulligan and an expend to draw and passing with nothing.
Oh, he did mulligan. I missed that. It's in the bottom corner. So actually, these players are even.
Yeah, really interesting scenario to go off. And then a return expend to draw, but with 1 set. Looks like we're in a situation where they're both trying to build the correct pieces and not wanting to overcommit too soon. As you said earlier, now Big Kahuna knows that Rock and a Hard Place is live. Maybe he doesn't want to just set things without need. As we cast out what looks to be Necruff, the Artist Collection Necruff. Love that artwork and love the fact that it's a 5. It's a water puppy, I think. It looks like a virus.
That's a water puppy.
We love water puppy, the best water puppy. We need a Water Nexus Necruff by now. But that is 1 point of damage. Chillanak is just a slow, it's a pace slap right now. We're setting up.
And Snark gonna come out from Chillanak's side in defense position. Imagine it searching out Rock and Hard Place or Draking. One of the 2 here kind of will indicate what is in Chillanak's hand, and it looks like it's going to be a Draking coming out. I think it's a good search target here. You don't want to draw the Draking. You'd rather draw Rock and a Hard Place than you would Draking. So getting it out of deck, putting it in hand, and putting that pressure now on Kahuna, where he has to consider, if I leave a Water Elestral up, it can turn into a Draking. And that is a very scary problem.
Yeah. And you got to be wary if you're Big Kahuna now, because you know Draking is in the hand. If you cannot get rid of that Snark and you have no back row to set, there is absolutely no doubt that Draking is coming down and is going to just wreck your field. Turning your field into their widened field is very dangerous in Elestrals right now.
Yeah, but that is all that's going to come out of Chillanak. 2 sets in a defense position Snark. Big Kahuna now a pretty open field to try and push through this defense position Elestral, and these 2 sets. Another water puppy, I think, actually would be killer here. Playing through Tsunami, playing through Shield of Achilles, forcing out bad Gorgon's Gazes potentially. But Kahuna needs some back row of his own, and Volcari's Champion of Hephaestus, PK, your ghost is at the board.
He is here doing exactly what I expected him to do. The fact that Chillanak did set another back row lets me know that the first back row would not have been enough to stop the Necruff. So I want to assume that it is a Tsunami that cannot stop a water attacking Necruff. But now that you have a fire attacker and a water attacker, are both back row enough to stop both of these from going forward? Hephaestus is now added in hand using that beautiful stone artwork, the statue artwork. Love that design. And now it looks like we're just going to see an attack. Still no back row. So if you're Chillanak, you have to protect it both. It is a Tsunami to stop the Volcari's attack. And now, is that a shield or a gaze to stop the Necruff?
It's got to be
the attack is declared. It is going to be flipped, and it is shield. Oh, put me on the desk. I am ready to play.
This is a really solid turn from Kahuna, honestly. Despite getting his board cleared, he has taken out 2 really big resources from Chillanak, who now is at, I think, only 3 cards in hand, maybe 4, versus Kahuna is at like 6. So there's a lot of opportunity for Kahuna to be able to push through this board. But Chillanak setting another one, and ascending to Draking here, it looks like, will put a lot of pressure on Kahuna. This will be 1 damage, and he will have to find an out for this 2-drop, which is swinging in to steal this Volcari.
Not just 1 damage, but when the Volcari's is cast on Chillanak's field, going to attack him for 1 more as well.
Well, it's 0 damage over the defense position Elestral. And then
you're right. You're right.
1 damage with the Volcari.
I don't know why I thought it was attack, but you're right. You're correct. Still though, just a really good board by Chillanak, really good turn. And with Big Kahuna not seeing back row, precarious position, really hoping that this next turn can find what they need to get out of this, whether it's, I mean, what do you do when you have no back row? You need Elestral plays. So like,
I think Hurricane, Earthquake, there's a lot of things that can do it here. Kindleo could be pretty strong to deal with the back row plus a back row of your own. Water Puppy, Galaxy COP will do it.
The cops are out and patrolling. Galaxy is letting Drag King know, I got my eyes on you. Switching the defense to 4. If the attack is successful, Drag King does go down. But with 2 set by Chillanak, I mean, this is kind of just, you gotta hope that they don't have it, right?
Yeah, this may be a cop, but it does function similarly to Sorlet, where it's going to swap Drag King's attack and defense functionally, putting this Galaxy at a 5-2 and putting Drag King at a 4-7. So this Galaxy will be able to contest the Drag King as it swings in. One of the biggest concerns for Drag King in the late Daybreak, early Moonrise metagame is Galaxy's existence floodgated this deck out of contention. Once Galaxy was in the metagame rotation, you could not play Drag King because all your opponent has to do is say, okay, here's a 5-2 that makes your Drag King useless. But a Gorgon's Gaze from Chillanak on the battle is a really solid option to make sure that this Galaxy is not doing anything. And Chillanak can steal this Galaxy and really start to put a lot of pressure on Big Kahuna.
A really interesting position. I would love to know people's opinion on this using hashtag play Elestrals on socials. But there's such contention between base Galaxy and Cop Galaxy is that, you know, which one do you actively play right now? Because one's a passive switch of all water enchanted one, which is what made Galaxy such a potent threat to Drag King, versus a swap of all Elestrals, but only on the turn it's enchanted with or receives a water. So it's such a you know, if and and, like 1A, 1B.
Yeah, generally, I think that the new COP Galaxy is better because it outs more Elestrals. Like, in this case, you see Chillanak is casting an attack position Astrabbit. When he steals that Galaxy COP, that Astrabbit turns into a 5. You know, he may turn his own Drag King into a 4 afterwards, but you make Astrabbits 5s. If they're in defense position, you can out them now. This new Galaxy functionally is both old Galaxy mixed with Eddie all in one. The issue is that the strength of Galaxy is when you have back row with it. And Big Kahuna has not set a single one the entire game.
No. Just has been completely roomless. We know that Hephaestus is in hand, but Hephaestus hasn't even been cast just to search out an artifact. So, like, what do you do?
Yeah, there's not a lot, and this is going to be an expensive turn for Big Kahuna. 1 damage from the Drag King swinging over, and then 3 more from the multiple Elestrals now on Chillanak's board.
Being beaten down by your own Valkyries, being beaten down, or Necruff. Was it? No,
those were the Valkyries.
It was the Valkyries, yeah. Being beaten down by Valkyrie, being beaten down by your own now champ Galaxy. It is a rough position to be in. Those 4 spirits, beautiful artwork from Dallas, but just going straight to the underworld. And now, not only are we at an even spirit count, but we have so much more board presence that Big Kahuna has to deal with. You got to find the right combo now.
Yeah, this is where I think this is the turn Big Kahuna needs something. He cannot continue to sit and just not develop. Like 7 or 8 cards in hand and no progression on board state across all of these turns so far, while Chillanak has just progressively grown his board and gotten into such a good position where it would be very difficult, I think, for Big Kahuna to crack back into this. It would take something along the lines of a Valkyries and 3 sets that, for whatever reason, we've never put back there to be able to win through this board state. And even then, honestly, Chillanak Reenchant Galaxy COP swing in does a lot on its own into basically whatever Big Kahuna can do here. The pain of having your own Galaxy stolen is that it could be used against you. Those artifacts don't do anything if they're going to your defense stat.
It's really tough to see. And you can tell just from the deliberation from Big Kahuna that even they are struggling with like what is the next best play. We know Nekroth is in hand from the shield bouncing it back earlier, and Hephaestus is in hand from the search. Otherwise, the entire hand, as big as it is and unknown, and it looks like none of it's really helping. We do have Rabbit coming out that can search a recovered card, and if we're just searching a spirit, we're searching spirits to bring back from Ash Rabbit. It is 3 fire, so fire is going to be recovered. But what do you do from here? And attack Ash Rabbit as well.
I think attack Ash Rabbit makes sense here because you can crash with your own Galaxy COP, get a body off board. There's not really anything that can be done to contest it. You can also put something like a torch onto it so that it can hit over or crash. There's a lot of options here that can help this out a lot. And it looks like a Hephaestus potentially coming out.
Okay.
So we're going to play Hephaestus. We have this fire spirit kind of floating here that looks like we're going to use to cast something, but it's just stayed on board for some reason.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on there. Pandora's Box! Pandora's Box is played in tournament!
This might be curtains. This might be curtains.
I didn't put it on my caster's picks, but man, do I believe in Pandora's Box this format. And here it is, just securing the game, essentially securing the game, stopping a major push by Chillanak. So we had that entire play. There was definitely something Big Kahuna wanted to search, and after committing with the attack, Ash Rabbit cannot get that artifact to hand. The entire line that we just thought of has been just nuked. So what do you do now?
Yeah, well, and off the mills for the Pandora's Box, we hit an Ambro as well, which is brutal. Looks like Ambro, Kinleo are our 2 mills, which does not feel very good. Looks like we are declaring a crash of some sort into one of these Elestrals. It looks like we are crashing with the Ash Rabbit.
Wow, not taking out your own Elestral. I can see it. I can understand why you don't want to let your opponent get more advantage.
Yeah, but in this position, Chillanak is swinging for 5 damage this turn to put Kahuna to presumably 2 spirits. I think that Big Kahuna is out of this game, and that Pandora's Box may have been the final blow. Ambrosia, the cherry on top for Chillanak, the dragon fruit on top to garnish this victory for Chillanak, putting him to a very healthy 9 spirits.
It's rough. Like, this is just a situation where the cards did not line up for Kahuna. Definitely more competitive in game 1, but game 2 is just, it's been nothing developed, unfortunately, as Chillanak continues to build the board wide with another Elestral. And now it's just like it's gonna, as you said, hit for potentially 5 if all this goes through.
Well, yeah, there's nothing in the game that can prevent this from connecting, so that Foamy that Chillanak just cast will be connecting for 1, as well as the other Volcaries, the Galaxy COP, and the Draking swing for a total of 5 damage here, putting Big Kahuna very... This is the kind of damage where you're taking the spirits you want to keep to the side.
Yeah. Yep, just sending all of them. That looks like 2 earth, a lunar, a water, and a fire. So I'm assuming that's 2 fires left. What do you draw here?
It's got to be an Ambro, or it is curtains, I believe. We're trying to stay in it, though.
What is that, 6 cards in hand?
That might be 7. That looked like a through the screen fist bump concede.
Yeah.
And Big Kahuna just unable to ever find footing in this set. And what looks like a very unfortunate mulligan into just only Elestrals in game 2. We got Draking 3-0 in our first ever premier Firestorm event. That's crazy.
Draking has been an Elestral that so many people have believed in, and it helps that it's attached to one of the most malleable elements, water, having so many powerful cards and Elestrals, along with the Omni Rune suite that people typically use. So Draking seen up here as a 7-4, not surprised, but man, it really just comes down to the fact that we didn't see much from Big Kahuna's deck at all.
Mm-hmm. That is an unfortunate thing. We saw this last round with Eclipse. We saw it here with Kahuna. Sometimes you keep a hand that starts kind of iffy, but it's keepable, and then you just don't draw the way that you need to, and that appears to be what happened to Kahuna. Not only did his opponent just see a lot of back row that was important when he needed to see it, he also just did not draw back row of his own. Looked like that was just an all Elestral hand basically at the end there. I saw a Reforge in hand. There was not an artifact played the entire game. So
no,
not doing anything.
There was Torture Hestia in the very beginning, which was promptly snuffed out by the Gorgon game. Otherwise, oh, you mean? I'm sorry, I'm thinking the entire clash. You're right.
Yeah, in game two.
Game two. Yeah. There was nothing. Hephaestus was searched early, and then nothing. Then they went for the search to meet Pandora's box. It was
pretty brutal stuff to see. That is for sure. But Kahuna not out of it yet. Starting X1, as we said last round, it is still possible to make it to top cut, but he's got to win out from here. And a 2-1 record is not bad. That's just 4 more rounds to complete winning them out, but not an easy task regardless. So, it'll be up to him to continue that. But congrats to Chillanak. That was an incredible performance from Draken.
Absolutely. That was very fun to see. Very consistent as well. Every card flowed just like water from one card to the next. Snark to Drag King, Eddie to Rocket Hard Place to Curibus. And even though they were answered, the fact that they were there meant that they had to been answered, and it was expensive on both sides just to get it out. So then with the back row suite, I'm still giving shout outs to Pandora's Box. That's my MVP from that game. But yeah, just a really solid performance and really consistent as well from Chillanak. So congrats to them for winning game 3, and good luck to them and both casters going into round 4.
Yeah, incredible stuff to see. And you saw some of your predictions come to fruition, and something that you've predicted not just for this tournament but across all of Firestorm, that Pandora's box will be good. So I think it's worth kind of just looking at some of these predictions we've made, and it looks like I've hit all of mine. Well, I haven't hit Trickery. We hit Hermes. That's close enough for me. I'll take it. We've got Nixamira came out in round 1, and you've now seen Volcari's COH. But there's two cards that we're missing, which I feel like are probably the most meta relevant potential.
Yeah. Absolutely. The fact that we have not seen any Pup, like literally, where is Pup? They're not even in lists apparently.
Where's Pup?
It can be played in such a condensed engine, but it might be a situation where people feel like so many people will prepare for Like a Void, Chant Like a Void, that no one wants to play it because everyone knows it's good. You have it, you have to answer it, or you're messed up. So they're playing around it alternatively, and it's one of those situations where because they're not seeing it, everyone is over prepared, and now those cards aren't really seeing it. So Chant Like a Void, really interesting. We have not seen Bears yet, and Mama Bear is absolutely potent along with Hestia by her side. So I'm sure actually at this point, maybe we won't. I don't know. Bears is another strategy where hasn't fully been figured out. Like the cards are there. Everyone can see the cards are there, but the right ratios and play style is yet to be really figured out. Some people may be caught up trying to play Glaciersa as well. I like Glaciersa.
I'd be very surprised to see a Glaciersa hit the board. I do think that there is a very solid bear strategy out there. I think that there was a Poison Nectar monthly that happened a week or two ago where a couple bears lists actually were able to see some success in making the top cut. So I'm expecting to, as we get it later into the round, start to see some bears, potentially some werebears, the mixture of werepup and the bears strategy, very solid stuff. But I'm expecting to see that later on. But honestly, I would not be disappointed if we continue to see diverse strategies as we make it further and further into these rounds and make it a top cut where maybe we don't see any of these cards. That'd be really cool because that would mean our predictions were fully wrong and people have found some totally new, interesting spice that just we couldn't have ever predicted.
Oh man, we already saw Dymax show up with Solar and play Lyre Apollo and Champ Plucky and Champ, yes, that's the kind of stuff I want to see, and that's what I'm excited about. Like I really thought we were going to start off how we did with Moonrise format, where it was Lunar Aggro. Everyone knew Lunar Aggro was solid, and then that's when the spice started getting geared up, and everyone started coming out of nowhere with all this stuff. Like Celestial was topping, and even won the last Moonrise event. But instead, we went to the other end immediately. We are bypassing the obvious. We are not going to Bears and going to Lyca Void. We are going to, I'm going to show you guys what can really be done when you cook with Firestorm cards. These champ cards are just unreal.
Yeah, it's very cool to see, even into round 3, some of these strategies still performing. Something Draking going 3-0. Very, very cool. You know, not super surprising, as we've seen players like Dymax do very well with Draking. But seeing it take down what I think is probably one of the higher meta threats in Fire Artifacts, Champion Volcaries, that was a very cool thing to see. And it was dominant.
Yeah, no, Draking is a... That card's always been cool. Like, released in October last year, and everyone's been trying to work with it. That's another thing. So many people have experience with Draking right now that is like, hey, I already know how to apply it to this meta. Like, you may have Galaxy. I'm still a 7/4 body. You still have to deal with this. If it works once, then you have to deal with the other thing first. And don't forget my suite of back row. It just takes one turn for Draking to start just barreling down that hill as a snowball.
Yeah, the Draking into the current metagame, I imagine will continue to do quite well, just because it's harder to play around it while also playing around a lot of the other strategies within the game. But I'm getting a little note from production. We got some very interesting data from this event.
I love data. Can you crunch them for me?
Absolutely. I would love to crunch some data numbers for you, and we've got our top 12 cards represented in our Swiss rounds here.
Whoa!
And who is the one? Let's go ahead and let's look at these. Who is the one person not playing Gorgon's Gaze? That is every player but one deck not playing Gorgon's Gaze.
That's a BlueStacks player. I'm calling it now. BlueStacks player.
BlueStacks plays Gorgon's Gaze though.
I'm saying that's a BlueStacks. I just got a feeling. What I'm shocked about and what hurts my predictions is the fact that Werepup, while in the top 12, is the 12th most popular card right now, only in 36 decks. Now, it can still convert amazingly, but the fact that it's so low just goes back to what we were saying earlier. People are going the opposite direction from what's obvious in the Firestorm format.
I'm gonna say I don't think that's that surprising, actually, because Werepup is a very good engine, but it is a really high committal engine. So I'd expect it to actually be a little bit lower than where it is. I'm surprised that it has as much representation. Something like Astrabbit at 65%, really easy to slot in 2 Thunder Spirits and 3 Astrabbits. Putting in 4 Lunar and the 5-card Werepup engine is something that is really, really difficult to be able to squeeze in. And it really puts your deck in an awkward position for Spirit Management, which can be really, really difficult to dedicate 4 Spirits to a card that is only really good when you're going first with it.
You're absolutely right. So many people are just, after testing, just like, I find this card to be more problematic than anything else. So interesting that it is there, but hey, we'll see how it converts. I got to hold on to it. The Galaxy and all other cards were there as well, but yeah, the top 12 are just insanely interesting right now, especially the top 12 Elestrals being represented right now. We see both versions of Viserys, both Firestorm and base Viserys being here as well. Jotun, so we're searching out those stadium runes as well. And if you look at, number 5, the 4 and 5, both the Werepup and the Champ Lyca Void are there as well. But the fact that there are 31 decks are playing Champ Lyca Void, but 50 are playing Werepup? So, or is Moonrise Lyca Void being played?
It might be. It might be a quantity thing. That is very interesting. Where there would be an unequal number between Werepup and Lyca Void, because you would expect if you're playing Werepup, you're also playing Lyca Void together. But
yeah,
maybe people are playing the original Lyca Void. They don't want to swap off of that, because it is still a very strong Elestral, being counter-run immune, having piercing damage. That is nothing to scoff at. But it's definitely interesting that people might be changing around some of these ratios, playing with the old cards, saying, actually, the new one isn't that good. I'd rather play the old card because it works better with my strategy.
I do like seeing the amount of fire kind of dictates that we are seeing a good amount of fire artifacts being around. Lava Lift at number 7, Kinleo at number 9, Nekruff at number 11, most represented So, fire is something that you need to be aware of going into this format as well. But the top choices are all the best tech Elestrals right now. Astrabit, number 1, 92 decks. Spectrus, number 2, 71 decks. And Cop Galaxy, number 3, going to 65 decks. And then, of course, Eddie is still there. But Eddie is actually far lower than what we normally see him as.
Yeah, in this case, Galaxy and Eddie serve very similar functions. So I'm not surprised to see that Galaxy is kind of taking the position of Eddie. Because as we said earlier during the match, Galaxy is just Eddie, but it has a lot better function in that, it can swap 2 5s to be 5 2s, both offensively and defensively. It just has a little bit more functionality, since Eddie being a 4 after its cast is really solid, but it's not hard to get over a 4, so you can just get more utility out of the new Galaxy. I do want to point out that Jolton right at the bottom sneaking in there. That's really interesting. It's very, very interesting to see Jolton represented at 15%.
You want to know why? I think casters are starting to believe that they need to respect other people playing stadiums. Don't forget that if Chirivor is under Mountains of Boreas, that card, not only is it improved with Firestorm, but Chirivor cannot be affected by some effects. It's such a really good option for it. And after seeing what Bean Soldier did in the Elestriad with Morphost and Frigicub and Chirivor, I already know. I'm aware of what that can do. So I think other people are realizing as well, you got to be prepared to counter some stadiums just in case.
Yeah, we were saying this in round 2 being A, but Jolton to be able to search out stadiums not only in your own deck for searching out a rack player, but being able to search out yours as a sort of cheaper costed Thunderstorm to out your opponent's stadium is really massive. And it's really cool to see Stadium Wars come back, because it hasn't really been the case since December or earlier of last year, when Mount Olympus was really strong. We were seeing Race to the Top be around before its limit. So it's cool to see Stadium Wars crop back up again, as people are finding more value in playing cards, and thus needing to respect it in the main or the side by having Jolton to search those stadiums.
Yeah, it's such a good way to bring momentum to your list and also counter your opponent's list. Like Arachne's Lair, you just remove that so easily. It's like, all right, well, there's most of your strategy. Like, are you gonna burn me now? How are you gonna do that? Actually, have we seen Arachne, the new Arachne lately, in any of the spider builds?
We didn't see it in the build that Ari was playing earlier. I'd be surprised if people are playing it. It's a very fun card to bring to a locals. I don't imagine that we'll see it converting when it actually comes to Premier play, because it's just a very hard commitment to me.
Wow. I mean, hey, I actually pulled a reverse one and I traded it for a Stellar Exalt Flare because I like the design better.
Ooh! Stellar Exalt Flare is gorgeous.
It's a beautiful one.
Yeah.
I'm going. That's what I'm saying. I'm gonna be playing Blazers. I'm picking Blazers back up.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Well, it looks like we have round 4 coming up shortly. So we're gonna throw to a quick break, just a second here, and we will see you back in round 4.
Bye, Caleb.
Bye.
Hello and welcome back to round 4 of today's Elestrals Premier Tournament. Kay is now back here and we have a lot to go over. But before we talk about that, I want to thank y'all for sticking with us so far. It's been 3 rounds of amazingness. We have 4 more left to go in Swiss. If you guys are loving everything from the casters to the tournament itself to the production and more, supporting the content goes a very long way. Like the stream, keep talking in the chat as we see y'all. And also don't forget to use hashtag #PlayElestrals on socials because I see y'all saying y'all love both galaxies out there. So keep using that hashtag to engage with us and we'll talk to y'all throughout. And yeah, thank y'all for being here and hope you guys keep enjoying and doing the darn thing with us. So thank y'all for enjoying the stream. Okay, that last match was kind of wild.
That was amazing. Draking and Kurobus popping off in Firestorm. I said who knew. We were talking about it a little bit. And PK was like, I did. I always believed. Me personally, I never doubted.
I never doubted Pandora's box in the slightest. That card, I'm telling you, that card is it. That card is it. Very similar to Poison to Arrow turn 1. I think early game Pandora's box can just shape an entire game. So I'm going to keep believing, and every time I see it pop off, I will pop off as such. But so you and I, in terms of our predictions, we're both on the board 1-1. Caleb has decided to run away with the game. I don't understand why. Like who told them to just be like, Arachne's Lair, Hermes, all of that in one game? Yeah, just get it all out there.
Well, and then the on-the-fly predictions, although the most recent one, Flammoth. I don't know. That's gonna be
at this point you gotta dig deep. Like you already showed off, so that's gonna be incredible. But hey, I'm still hoping we want to figure out some additional points to see which one of our picks gets the top pick cut and all that. But we'll worry about that another day. But right now, round 4 is starting to come together. So we're going to be seeing some people who have had some really interesting win streaks here. Likely 3-0, maybe a 2-1 show up on stream as well. But people whose decks are showing to be working right now. So I think we're nearing into the territory where we're going to be seeing bears. I do. I think there has to be at least one bear that could convert. Going from our caster picks, I think that bears could convert if a caster who believed in the deck bought it today.
Yes, I mean, someone who cares an awful lot. something bears are not going to get played. They're just not. There's something. I mean, there's a Susan to be had here. But based on the data, which I love, by the way, all of the graphics and everything that we have, being able to see not only the top 12 cards, but the top 12 Elestrals that are being played. I think that is so informative and really gives us a snapshot of what's going on. Your prediction, clearly there are Like a Void, clearly there are werepups running around. I did see someone who was saying, because there was a conversation about, there seems to be a disproportionate number of Like a Void to werepup. Maybe they're playing old Like a Void. Maybe they're playing Volclips. Okay, I'm just saying.
Oh, yeah. Actually, that's a fair point because really, werepup is there to search out the full moon, and full moon can be applied to anything. So you're right. Also, while we're here, I just want to bring an attention to something. There are other cards in this game that are similar to full moon. People were wary of full moon because it could turn to a big ascension very quickly. I once turned an Astrabit to a Centaur thanks to Bloom.
Bloom!
I have seen an Astrabit turn to a Blistrix thanks to Aurora Borealis.
Ooh, okay.
There are cards that are very similar that apply similarly as well. And I think I just want to bring attention to them. I don't think I could be the one to cook with it, although I did figure out Bloom. But like, full moon is clearly good because it just it chants 2 straight to field. But maybe explore those as well. Like anything that can get spirits back on board easily, I think has a lot more value than people maybe give it credit of. One of the biggest things about Elestrals is not only playing your spirits, but getting additional uses out of them. And how do you do that? Bringing them back from the underworld, or putting them, nexusing them and moving them to another receiver, or doing it for extra damage and attack and all that. There are so many different ways that it can be applied. So full moon is great. We love full moon. Explore bloom, especially.
Hey.
I gotta stop talking about Panzer. Oh my! I got explore bloom, explore Aurora Borealis, and see what else is out there.
On top of that, we've also seen, I believe a couple tournaments ago, Swolex played Follow the Wisps with Brontolisp and Brontoglow, which worked kind of like a full moon. And of course, a couple rounds ago, we just saw Hestia's Hearth work in just that way. So there are a lot of these battle trick, get more damage, get more, either it be like healing from the underworld, like you said, nexusing. There are a lot of these sort of tricks that I don't think have been as fully explored as full moon. And as someone who has gotten absolutely bodied by a bloom strategy more than one time, by the way, I'm gonna have to agree with you. I think that Earth Nexus is real and it's out there and it can hurt you.
Wow, I actually felt the fear from that glare. Oh man. But no, you're not wrong. Earth hasn't really fallen off. It's just that people are just like, it's not new. Like, I'm pretty sure you could pick up an Earthless and still do amazing with it. So,
well, but you know what is new is Viserys back to 3.
Yes,
we're back to 3, baby.
Yes, we are. 2 base set, 1 main, 1 Firestorm version. Such an incredible card, and there were a lot of interesting Earth cards right now. Like, this is another card I talked about early on, but might as well mention it right now. I think that Champion of Demeter Panderson is a really good card. Yes, you need the caveat of having Demeter enchanted, but like, who doesn't want Demeter enchanted? I would love to enchant Demeter, and I will, if I can heal every time yeah, absolutely. If I can heal every time Demeter is enchanted, I will do so. 2/4 body, heal 2, don't have to re-enchant a la Jotagwa, don't have to Nexus like other Elestrals as well. I think it's a really good idea to apply here. But it looks like we do have our round 4 coming up here soon, and we're going to be having Hexametrix, got it. Hexametrix going up against Surthes. I'm not going to reveal the decks yet, but the deck types are interesting, and it's also bringing back to 2 things we talked about early on in today's tournament.
Hey, and the 2 of us, I'm just saying, in this matchup,
you're right.
I'm just saying,
Caleb, we're coming for them points. Little bit of spoiler there, but yeah, we're coming for them points. You're right. We are on the board. Looks like the castles are actually ready to go. So once we get alerts, we'll let you guys know that we'll be ready to go. But it's not going to be too far along now. So I am excited to see how this one goes. Love seeing this, and hopefully we can see more from one or the other. There were just so many deck types that I would love to see people, want to see coming up. But yeah, Firestorm is just exciting, and it's not just about cards that are introduced in Firestorm, but what they can do and apply to cards of the past. Like, we already know that Champion like a Void is making Rare Pup even better, but Fire has Scavacol, Champion of Hephaestus. Being able to just siphon or re-empower artifacts from an Ascended Celestial back to it on a 6/6 body is kind of crazy.
I have absolutely loved the journey that artifacts have gone on from when I first started in Elestrals, being like, oh, what's this card, holding up Scythe of Demeter, being like, it's so pretty, I like it, and being told, don't, you're never gonna play that, it's not viable, to then the release of Argo, and all of a sudden they're everywhere. And now, not only were they powerful enough with Argo, but now, like you said, with all this new support that Fire has, Hephaestus, and all of the Champion of Hephaestus's, Hephaesti? Who can say? But Hephaestus? I don't know.
It's a thing. I have. Yeah, go on. But you're right. The artifacts have gone through a renaissance, because they were You know, like you said, day one, don't play them, they're bad. To, well, they're good for getting spirits on board, and then there were infamous Nexus banks. To Spivey coming out, and just like, okay, now I do want to play at least 2 days, so let me try to get this out. And then Argo comes out in Daybreak, and it's like, oh, now I can use Argo to get out 2 days to get out for Spivey and deal burn damage. And then we saw Dallas. We saw everything that happened with Dallas, where Scythe the meter was being seen. And now there are so many different artifacts that are being seen. You can see Necklace of Harmonia or Poison Tunic. You can see Torch of Hestia. Thunderbolt of Zeus is getting experimentation. I've seen some talk about Thunderbolt of Zeus as well. Scythe of the Meter for the 2/3 stat line that it provides, and healing. There are many options right now, and I still stand by this. Bag of Winds is an option. Do not count off Bag of Winds. Golden Fleece, especially being tutored out thanks to Don't tell me. Cybermall. I figured it out. So, thanks being tutored out by Cybermall. Amazing card as well. Really good concepts and growth for artifacts. And I cannot wait to see where they go, because I think for card design wise, they really are starting to be figured out in terms of what they are and what they can do or should do. So now it just comes down to how do you apply them with cool new effects. And I think artifacts like Torch of Hestia is in the right direction.
I agree. And I mean, we just saw in game 1, Lyre of Apollo being, I think, one of, especially for a 1 cost, one of the best.
That gets refunded after you search it. Like, Champion of Plucky is insane. So that's another thing. Like, we have healing happening when artifacts are being cast. When you cast an artifact while Champion Vocarious is on the field, you get to, I think Hephaestus needs to be active as well, but you can use the spirits in your underworld for that cost. Powerful. Amazing
Incredible.
card combo. But it looks like our casters are ready to go, so I hope you guys at home are ready as well. Hexametrix versus Certhes. Let's get into this clash.
I cannot wait. Oh my gosh, you guys, this is about to be an amazing clash. Both of these casters are currently undefeated, so we know that we're about to see some top tier gameplay happening here.
Cannot wait to see what they're will show off. We already know the decks are our end, but let's see. We don't know the entire deck list, so let's see what they do. And it looks like Certhes will be going first. And is that an expended draw? Nope, we have a cast out. Oh, we love that Zapdos artwork. And going for Astrabbit. We love Astrabbit.
Yeah, turn 1 Astrabbit. I mean, you and Caleb were just talking about it, but if you open a hand with Astrabbit in it, kind of doesn't matter what else is there, you're keeping that.
So now you get to search off, and now it just depends on, like, what do you get off the top 3, and what do you know, what's your hand looking like. But this is just such a good way to start, because it tells your body, your opponent, immediately you need to get over a 5/5. Can you get over a 5/5?
Especially with a set card there. A lot of conversation has been happening about what if you get PTA off of Astrabbit? Is this an insurmountable opening for Hex over here?
Oh, we have a Zapdos as well. Do we have a counter Astrabbit? We do. Love that artwork. Is there a flip of a PTA? No PTA. So double bunnies on board, and everyone is just searching for their combo pieces while behind a big wall. Love Astrabbit. What a great card.
And it always feels good to be able to say, hey, you're starting off Astrabbit. I think I'll do the same. Of course, we saw the little thumbs up from Certhes being like, no, go ahead. That's fine. Makes me wonder if he has a game plan in mind for this rabbit. Okay.
So here's the thing with Bunny is that typically it's not doing much offensively. If you have something on field, Astrabbit is going to stay in defense as well. So putting up a Bunny v Bunny means you always have counter against it. Here we go. Here's the Werepup. Werepup. There's my point on the board. Werepup searching out the full moon, and we're likely going to see Champion Like a Void coming out very soon, although we could see regular Like a Void also very potent for a huge burst of damage, which, you know, we saw earlier the top 12 cards of parity.
But the full moon was already flipped. We had a fail to find because it was already set, and we're saying, hey, do you have an answer to this? And it is a Gorgon's Gaze. That is exactly what you needed there as Hex to be able to stop the flood from happening.
Does not allow the Werepup to be enchanted. Does allow an enchantment to the Astrabbit, which I'm assuming is going to go for. But we got to see. It looks like we're resolving the search of Werepup. Cannot believe the full moon was already set, but that explains everything. Unless the full moon was actually seen off of the Estrabit, that would be amazing. Regardless, though, it is there, and it looks like we're not going to see an enchantment. Wait, are you allowed to not enchant if you're able to?
Yes, 0 is a number that you can choose to enchant, which is something that I learned from Skyhawk.
Wow.
And okay, we have Zeus coming out. What? Hey, I'm wondering, what set are we in right now? We've got an Astrabbit, a Werepup, and Zeus coming out to buff up.
Zeus is a thing. Not searchable by Plucky. Still available at 3. Getting over the Rabbit, weakening it a little bit, and with the Crowd Blast as well. So that's going to be 1 point of direct damage. So very interesting. I love that combo. First saw that by MBT a while ago. Very potent and can catch a lot of people off guard.
Okay, and we are going back over to Hex, who has managed to successfully navigate this Werepup engine. And we've talked about this. Going into Firestorm, what people are needing to do is prepare and know that Werepup Lycovoid is out there. A resting on your laurels, probably going to be targeting Rabbit, would you think? Oh, no,
I would say the Werepup just because it's more offensive, especially if you can get over the Estrabit. It nets the same results while we're getting rid of the offensive one. And there we go. Calfmel would have crashed into the Werepup. So now we can get rid of both and threaten healing up for 3 in this mid-game situation. Estrabit just ran over, but Zeus is still there, active with 1 spirit on it. So let's see how Xerxes adjusts going into the next turn here.
Although unless we see exactly Spectaris, Hex is still going to be coming out of this exchange pretty happy if this Calfmel gets knocked out.
We have a Wind Spirit love that we love the original Kickstarter spirits out there. Verituka!
I love Verituka, and I never see him!
No, Verituka is an Elestral that can be really potent. Can destroy an Elestral that has equal spirits with. So Verituka, being a 1, can just crash into the Verituka. And I think that Verituka also suppresses as well, if I recall correctly. I am checking my sources.
Yeah, I am not sure.
It does suppress. It suppresses and destroys any Elestral it battles with equal or fewer enchanting spirits. A really interesting tech play with Full Moon.
That is something that people have talked about as an out to BlueStacks, is specifically Verituka Full Moon. However, Hex coming out with Spectaris going to be able to negate that ability and knock out Verituka. But I love Verituka. I know we're both wind believers. There are just so many tools that it has as an element, and Verituka is just one of them.
Right now we have looks like, I saw the movement of there. We have a play by Xerxes casting out another Werepup. Do we have another search for a Full Moon? We already saw he failed to find earlier, but it looks like there's going to be nothing. There's only 1 in deck. Really unfortunate information. That's, I have to consider too when I can. But looks like it's going to be shielded, protecting the Spectaris from destruction and wasting the last Zeus that Xerxes had. So
this is a
really good situation.
Turn. Yeah,
huge turn for Hex right now to just establish board control. That face down from Xerxes could still be live, but with 4 cards in hand, you have to be poised to start making an offensive push. As a Estrabit comes out in attack.
In attack position, that's when you know that you are in a good position, saying, hey, that card right there, do you want to play a counter rune against my Astrabbit? Really?
Yeah, you don't really want to. You don't want a PTA when it's an attack, but you probably should. You get a choice to your hand from the top 3 cards of your deck, and now if we get a face down from Hex as well, which we do, Hex is in a commanding position, threatening 2 points of damage to 13, and it looks like that will be taken. Equal spirit count, board control in Hex.
And I have to say, we have information sort of behind the scenes here, and we know what Hex is playing. PK, I don't think we've even seen a whisper.
No, this just looks like a good stuff list right now. You're right.
Mm-hmm. It's hiding in there somewhere, and I really hope that we get to see this particular thing pop off. But
Thunderstorm?
that looks like.
Oh, it's another Zeus.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a second Zeus in hand with the new artwork you can find in the Firestorm starter decks. So and wow, Nabi for Doppelganger is here now. So we're just getting a full reveal. A lot of Lunar and Thunder love from both of these casters right now.
Okay. Obviously, Nabi not doing too much into the Spectaris, but with Zeus, really, Nabi is able to do whatever it wants here.
I'm assuming this is going to the Astrabit first, and that looks like Tsunami being, yes, that is Tsunami being cast out. Great protection, switches everything on field to defense, but most importantly, protects the two spirits from Hex from being destroyed from the double attack right now. And once again, wasting another Zeus.
I think that knowing Hex was playing that bunny in attack, that usually signals that back row is real, that there's something that can protect the rabbit going into next turn. However, Hex playing also a werepup of her own. Oh my goodness. Surthes, if you have a Gorgons, now is the time to play it.
Do I get another point for this? Because the two decks are playing werepup?
Unfortunately, I think that we got to give that to you, yeah.
Let's go! I'm in the lead!
And there is the full moon, the search. Honestly, I think that at the end of Moonrise, people were starting to play more full moon. And the situation that Surthes is in right now really highlights why that's important. And Hex coming out with an Ambrosia as well, just getting even more advantage here.
So depending on what we see, wait, is that another one? No, it wasn't. But depending on what we see here, it could detect that there's not many Lunar in the Spirit deck. And bringing back two Lunar right now kind of does say Hex isn't running a huge engine of Lunar right now, but that is going to be enough to turn Full Moon live. If there's another live back row besides Full Moon ready to go for Hex, then again, just keeping the commanding performance. But instead, it looks like Spec is going to go to attack, does threaten the destruction of Nabi with both of the Lunar Elestrals Hex controls, and she goes in for the attack declaration, and the attack is successful. Nabi gets destroyed, 1 point of damage. Huge differential in both board presence and spirit count between these two casters.
And Hex opting to leave Rabbit in defense, which is interesting. I mean, I think that it's safe to assume that that set card is probably Full Moon. So opting to keep Rabbit safe and as sort of a wall here. But with this much advantage, I mean, there could have been an argument to just taking a little bit of chip.
I mean, it gets to a point in your spirit count where, even 1 point is considered like pretty hefty. So you got to figure out, like, because then you get into the point of that your spirit management here. What cards do you need? And it looks like Surthes might be trying to plan out a strategy or trying to figure out what is going on with the board state. Regardless, we are going to see the search here, the play here from Surthes that's trying to figure out what their next move is. We've seen Nabi, it was snuffed out. We've seen Werepup, it was snuffed out. When you have two different engines that don't get to thrive, and you've been using, I think that's actually a scoop. Yeah, it is. It is a scoop, and that makes sense to me because you have two engines that you've been using, and they were not active. They were not able to thrive at all. We've had the Werepup that came out turn one, but it was snuffed out. Then you had another one snuffed out, and your Zeus, to try to get over things, was not allowed to really get value out of it. I've never seen a Zeus just was wasted so much.
It is really interesting.
Nothing else could be done. Yeah.
Well, this is because we've been talking about the difference between sort of these good stuff piles versus game plan lists, which we think that moving forward, we're going to see more game plan. But with this game right here, what we saw is when the game plan doesn't work out, if you don't just have a pile of cards that all do something valuable, then there's not much that you can do. However, Hex, as we have alluded to, is on something that we did not see even a whisper of, but has managed to pair it with, what played, like you said, like a good stuff pile. So, interesting.
I think it's interesting to say, it's valuable to say that the main strategy is surrounded. We have two different building philosophies here. Two engines versus a core surrounded by a supporting core as well. And the fact that the two engines, they didn't sync together well, and every time they were played, they got snuffed out. Typically, Zeus is helping Nobby into Doppelganger, and then you have Werepup, which is kind of standalone, but can lead to other things. They were both blocked. Meanwhile, we had the core, the subset of Hex's list that was essentially doing all the work. And then by the time we even saw the engine of Werepup, that was just icing.
Mm-hmm. Well, and Hex was playing very smart around the Na'vi, around everything that Surthes was trying to do by sort of leaning on this more lunar part of her deck, knowing that would kind of wall and shut down what Surthes was trying to do. And Surthes did get into a problem where only having one full moon in deck means that if your one gambit doesn't pay off, you're kind of just stuck there with the puppy that doesn't do too much.
Yeah, and I've been there as well. That's the caveat of running it as an engine. It's typically 3 for the main deck and then 1 for the lunar phase because you want to fit everything else. But as you said, you end up getting stuck with I don't want to say useless puppy, but puppy. Aww. All the same, though, we're going to see what happens with these puppies as we go into game 2. Hex has won the previous game, so it's safe to assume that Surthes will be going first here. And now the question is, did Surthes see the proper opening play? But it looks like we have a mulligan by Hex. Definitely beneficial for Surthes going into this next game. Getting a little bit of a spirit lead can go pretty far. Wait, was it a mulligan?
I think so. I think that's what we're seeing. Yes, it was a mulligan. And it looks
I see the spirit. I was like, wait, where did the spirits go? I see them.
Yeah. They're hiding. It's okay. They're blending in.
A little bit of sun glare just doing the thing there, but it's fine. They're there. All the same, though, we do have a mulligan, so that is going to be 2018 Surthes to start off game 2 here. And it looks like, we're questioning it. I can't imagine you're going to the mulligan twice. No way. Okay, no, we are going to play. It looks like Estrada is going to be the start. And I think we saw a little bit of a hand bleed. I think Surthes has a Laurels in their opening hand.
Ooh, it always feels good to start with one of the one-ofs, especially knowing that Hex is on some board flood type stuff as well. That resting on your laurels could be very much live soon, especially if we see a puppy flood.
Yeah, we'll have to see though. Don't want to work too much off of speculation. Let's worry about what is. And the fact is, you got to deal with the 2/5 bunny and a potential back row as well. Because you saw Surthes added that card to hand really quick. So Surthes either knew what they were needing or already knew what they wanted to. We have one card face down. If that is the Fable PTA, which we have been trying to speak into existence all stream long as commentators. If that is it, then Surthes is off to a phenomenal start.
I actually didn't get to see the data on how many people are running PTA, but I imagine it's pretty represented. And we are coming and starting with a Calf Mel in defense, which, I mean, that mulligan, if this Calf Mel gets to heal, was basically free.
Calf Mel animation, love it, it's so cute. We have 2 face downs being set by Hex and matching that as well. So just a defensive board looking to build up. Excited to see what this converts to for both of these casters. I'm assuming that there are 3 solar in the underworld, solar and or lunar, to really get value out of Calf Mel. As we have Champ Galaxy being cast out, switching everything to attack. So now we have a 5/2 bunny on field.
Okay. And I wonder if Surthes is going to attempt to suppress this Calf Mel. We saw that with in the first game. However, going to simply be
of reconsideration. Do we want to let this get destroyed? We do, and it looks like we're going to get the heal up. So back up to 20 there, thanks to the destruction there. But now we're going to lose 1 thanks to the attack of the last one. And now we have 2 2/5s on the field as Surthes ends their turn, after Surthes ends their turn.
Okay, so not as far as stats go, not too hard to contend with, especially in attack as they are. And Hex was seemingly pretty happy to let that Calf Mel go down.
So now it just gets to the question of, will Hex actually access the main part of their deck?
I really hope so. We saw that damage be taken for Hex, and we're looking at the set back row. Come on, Hex, I know that you want to.
Whoa.
Was that a set and pass without?
I think that was a set and pass. And now we have a reenchant to Astrabbit. This is a really bad game state for Hex. Just to explain real quick. We have Astrabbit now with 2 spirits that is going to be getting more advantage of the top 3 cards. We have 2 Elestrals that they have to contend with, and seemingly no way to get an Elestral on board. So I don't know, and this is after a mulligan with Hex.
Yeah, and we didn't even see an expend to draw there. So Hex is really just hoping that whatever the top deck is serves her well. The reenchant on the rabbit, this is something we've been seeing a lot lately, and then using that extra spirit on the rabbit to fund a rune, which, you know, to get the maximum value. But it seems like Surthes is just going to go for 3 damage to the face, which I can't say I disagree with.
We have a consideration of the face down runes. I mean, a tsunami here would kind of help. I mean, it would stop you from taking 3. We'll only take 2, and there is going to be a tsunami.
Yep. However, now you have a rabbit in defense.
Yeah, and that's what I'm at. Like, maybe it's better to take it early right now, just so you can have an easier rabbit to get over potentially. Like, if you can draw into any of your others, like you can crash your own rabbit, maybe get a Spectress or your Werepup, and maybe it can get over the Astrabbit. But regardless, Tsunami is cast to stop the 2 enchanted Astrabbit, and there we go, defense Astrabbit. So yeah, I understand it. I just don't know if I fully agree. As Poison Tipped Arrow snipes the rabbit from setting on cast any further.
We've been talking about it all day, and finally, here it comes, with its favorite target being an Astrabbit. And the effect, however, is still going to go off. And Hex, I have to agree with this play, saying this rabbit is going to go down anyways. I'm going to get value out of this by paying for this Ambrosia off of the Astrabbit. Yeah. And we saw, I believe, Water and Lunar be healed back.
Valuing their own high spirit count over their opponent, lowering theirs for the cost of PTA. And honestly, I understand it as well, but you're still going to be taking 2 damage. And as you said earlier, using that spirit off of Astrabbit to play that Poison Tipped Arrow, nothing was really lost for Surthes right there, as Surthes now begins to build wider thanks to the cast of Werepup.
This has to be a Gorgon's Gaze. I know that Hex has been hanging on to these back row for this exact moment. Come on, Hex. Allowing a search.
I would probably save the Gorgon's Gaze if it is there for the ascension of the Werepup, just so they waste the full moon and whatnot.
Oh, yeah.
But it's still a situation of like, this is where you would rather have had Tsunami to be cast. I guess they were really hoping that the Astrabbit would stick, because I don't think Poison Tipped Arrow was played before when it was possible. But man, and now 2 set by Surthes. They are building up and building big.
Yep, and opting to put everything into attack. We know one of those is probably that full moon, and I agree with you. Hex probably saying, I'm going to make you invest the spirits into full moon. I know that you only have 1 in your list unless you've sided 1 in after the last game, making you waste it now. However, the shield going on, it looks like the puppy. Yep.
Okay, I understand that. I think there's value there as well, making sure that the full moon that is set. Well, actually, it's not even really gone, because now on the next turn, they can cast out Werepup, get an attack in, then cast the full moon.
Yeah, and that was the payout for the shield and the damage taken. Hex really not having had much forward momentum here, just basically trying to stay in the game spirit-wise so far. Hoping we see something.
This is a situation similar to what we saw in round 3, where the cards aren't connecting as Kay's call is now finally displayed on the field. Bunnix is now active. Does the search happen? Surthes looking over, mulling their face down runes. If there's a Gorgon's Gaze here, then this is going to stop a major push for control by Hex.
Nixamera, go get it, go get it. Surthes really thinking here. Surthes, I think you're just going to have to let this happen as a favor to me.
As a favor?
Listen,
looks like
I need to see this.
Looks like nothing is going to be set, but wait a minute. Is there no search by Bunnix?
Did we
have... If there is no search by Bunnix, that means the cards are likely already in hand.
Nixamera in hand. Oh!
So
my
that's why
God.
there was no activation, because there was no activation from Bunnix.
Yeah, and
Well, actually,
Nixamera,
it needs to be done on an expend, so they have to activate expend to do so. But-
yeah, so I guess we're seeing it happen here. Possibly.
Okay.
That would have been wild and would have explained some of the dead draw turns that we were having from Hex.
Yeah.
But
typically, it's 3-1 play, 3 Risen, 1 Fallen. Typically.
mhm.
So it's possible that Hex was just bricked up on 2 or 3 of them in hand, which would have been really rough.
So we'll see here. If Hex can get this Bunnix to stick, then we can get this engine going in the next game. However, the re-enchant on the Champion Galaxy open into a Gorgon's Gaze. Hex is saying, I am protecting this bunny no matter what. And we are going into Nixamera next turn, please.
Hopefully, that is a misenchanted Bunnix, to explain all of our deliberation from the last turn. That is a misenchanted Bunnix with Solar. But here we go. Now, we could still see the next mirror come out. Poison Tip Arrow has already been spent at least once. So if the body can come out, it's possible. But at the same time, Galaxy is here and will be able to get over either Nixamera, no matter what position they're in.
Okay, but we see Surthes choosing to move into defense, which I agree. If you know that Nixamera is coming, if you know there's going to be a big push, trying to minimize the damage taken makes sense to me.
Let's see how Hex can navigate the situation. Down in spirit count, down in board presence, but is starting to move forward offensively. The question is, what cards are in the hand? As we see an ascension to
Where's
Nixamera, full art, Risen Nixamera.
Oh, it's so beautiful. Surthes looking at these back row here. Oh my gosh, it's beautiful. It's happened. It's hit the board. I get 10 million points. That's the rule. Sorry.
Huh? I am calling the judge.
Anyways, moving on. So,
but no, you're absolutely right. Being able to, I believe, expend a solar is going to allow him to destroy a rune, which is going to be really good for Hex right now, considering Surthes has 3 of them.
this Nixamera engine is so cool because whenever you, on your turn, obviously you want the Risen form, as you say, you can destroy a rune, and then on your opponent's turn, switching into Fallen form, which is immune to invoke runes. So you don't have to worry about, hey, we were talking about, we saw the one of resting on your laurels in hand for Surthes. Don't have to worry about that. If we see Earthquake, don't have to worry about that. This is very interesting.
So the key word there is invoke runes. That does nothing against a Zeus.
Correct.
That does nothing against the stat swapping properties of a galaxy.
Yeah.
Cop galaxy. That does nothing against, a 5 attacking buddy. So right now we're going to see Nixamera active right now, and I'm assuming we're going to see the Risen go into the Fallen form, which would be a 4/7 body that can easily become a 7/4. Wow.
The real question is, do you have the full art Fallen form?
No, they have to, or a Stellar form. They could have went to tournament
the X of
right?
10s. Oh my gosh. Okay, and it is just going to be. That's okay. That's okay.
Oh.
That's fine. I have the Fallen full art, but I don't have Risen yet. So Hex and I kind of complete each other if you think about it.
You got it. Aw, that's so sweet.
Oh, cute.
Looks like poison tipped arrow.
Oh.
I spoke about divine runes. That's a counter rune, and that stops the destruction. The entire play has just been snuffed out immediately.
Oh, that hurt my feelings. A very, very expensive poison tipped arrow, but worth it to take care of that engine, because now it's totally offline and we are not going to see Risen form coming back.
Werepup is back. We know the full moon is set, and just like I mentioned at the end of Surthes' last turn, this is where things can get really out of hand. Werepup is going to attack, and looks like shielding, I assume, is going to be on the Werepup.
Yeah, Hex is not going to let this puppy stick on field. Does not want to see Like of what happen. And I think that that's smart, knowing that if you simply run Surthes out of Lunar Spirits, then you will inherently shut down the engine.
Exactly, and that's something you got to be wary of regardless. Let's see if there's an ambrosia enhancer so Surtees can keep that up. Meanwhile, Hex is the one actually running out of spirits. After paying for shield and taking 2, they are down to 5, and that's after the expensive play of Nexamera, and it looks like that's going to be all she wrote. Surtees is going to be taking game 2.
Okay, hey, you know what? I know that you love it, and I love it when we go into a game 3, when we get to see both of our casters really show off, really show what they can do, and show why they're both undefeated so far today.
Yeah, it's a really good play by them, and it's unfortunate that, at least in that game, we didn't get to see much from Hex. And it's interesting, we call attention to what it is. We did not see any Rabbit besides the one that got PTA. We didn't see any Spectress or any Werepup. It was just the core engine we did not see game 1, and only that. And that's what seemed to have caused Hex in that game too.
Yeah, I wonder, because we were talking about, it seems like they had both Nixamera forms in hand, which is terrible. I mean, if you think that Like a Void from hand is bad, wait until I tell you about double Nixamera from hand.
Yeah.
Because that's a real feel bad moment. However, going into game 3, I wonder what engine Hex is going to fall back on, and if it really depends on whatever opening hand is.
I feel like Nexamera has to come out. It maybe just did not come out in the right scenario, because Nexamera wasn't allowed to attack. It was snuffed out almost immediately, and then when the Fallen Form came out, PTA was there. PTA was also there for the Astrabic. So it might have just been a situation of the worst case scenario to that happen for against Hexametrix. So we'll have to see how they adjust going into game 3. I don't think they need to change up too much. Just hope that the cards lie more in favor of Hex.
It is interesting because Surtees was able to, even without going into either engine that we saw hints of last game, just able to play this low to the ground strategy, having answers for everything that Hex was trying to do, and just kind of maintaining board control that way. With the Champion of Deciding Galaxy, we saw a lot of Rabbits putting in work. And I think one of the big issues here is that Hex was not able to get that engine going early. Was giving Surtees a chance to build up a hand, build up back row. However, we will see how this goes in game 3. As we get into it right now, my guess would be Hex is going first here, and that's exactly what we see.
Oh!
Yeah.
Turn 1 Werepup is terrifying. No hope for PTA or Gorgon's Gaze or anything. You need to have something like Cryoblast in hand ready to go. Let's see how this one plays out.
This is exactly what we've been talking about all day, is this terrifying turn 1 Werepup full moon Like a Void threat that you can't even do anything to stop, and you have to really hope that you either started the game with an answer to it, or, oh my gosh, and immediately not even giving a chance. Is this...
Yeah. No, I understand this. This is actively to play against Cryoblast in hand. So I absolutely understand it. I'm still not sure which one is the best play in a blind scenario, but if you just want to make sure you have the Elestrals on board, the spirits on board that they represent as well, then opening hand, draw phase, moon, lunar phase, full moon is the way to go.
And here comes the puppy parade. I feel like you get some points here, PK, because it's happening and it's terrifying, and now Surtees has to deal with it.
Well, let's see what Surtees has in store. 3 foreboding Elestrals, just bodying Hexametrix's field and Hexametrix's field.
You're making me crave Chex Mix. We gotta calm down.
How did that happen? We have a lunar phase. It looks like Nobby. Wait a minute. This is probably the best thing Surtees can have right now. So the question now is that face down real? If so, then this is going to just be bad for them. Instead, Tsunami is going to be the play. And now Surtees just checking their face down, seeing what they're going to do for their next turn. But man, Nobby is the right card. Can definitely get over one Werepup and run over the Like a Void. Was not able to secure that cast though.
However, Hexametrix still managing to stay in control here. That Nabi, poor Nabi in defense there, looking really helpless. Although I'm thinking those back row have to be real at this point. A Rabbit coming out Come on, PTA. We know you've got it. There it is.
Yay!
Listen, if you grab your back row that fast on a rabbit cast, it's a PTA.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is going to stop the Estrada from dealing any damage as well. So probably one of the best PTA targets that exist in the game. But you're still having to deal with the Werepup and Like Void dealing 3 damage total, respectively. So unless that face down is real, like if it is a tsunami, then Surtees has another chance.
And honestly, that's not a terrible outcome for Hex, being able to get the effect of the rabbit and then immediately losing the rabbit. You got the value there, hopefully got a counter rune that will help protect this board, and then cleared that 4th slot for an Elestral that'll be able to do a little bit more for you going into next turn.
Looks like the damage is going to go through 2 Thunders, 3 Thunders. 2 Thunders in a water will be spent by Surtees. So now, just got to see how Surtees tries to adjust. But yeah, this is the power of Champ Like Void. It's a lot of presence at once.
Mm-hmm. And Surtees hanging on to those lunar spirits. So that tells me that Surtees has something in mind here, a way to out this board. And it may be a Werepup Like Void engine of their own. Who's to say? But we'll see here.
All right, looks like we're going to be looking into the spirit and trying to figure out what our best play is. We have a cast. Oh, is this Galaxy? It is.
Yes.
It is Champ Galaxy. Now, here's the problem. Not only is Like Void a 6 attacker, it's a 5 body.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know who thought this stat line was okay. And it doesn't matter because Shield of Achilles is going to return the Galaxy to hand as well. So now Hex knows that they're going to have to contend with the Galaxy. And it's possible that they can set up a Gorgon's Gauge for the next turn to make that a non-factor.
Yeah, if that shield came off of the rabbit, it's just going to show how much value that card has and why it is teched into most lists. And that was, I believe, an expend to draw that we see from Hex. And at this point in the game, no reason. You have the board presence, might as well just keep getting yourself into counter runes, things to keep yourself in this position.
Yeah, there's no reason to really do anything else. Like, you have the Elestrals you need, so unless you're going to build up bigger off of them, this is your army you need to command. And there's like 4 points of damage there. It is just quickly swinging out of Surtees' ability to really find the answers to this board. But you never know. Zeus could be live, but with Hex only setting 1, you have to believe that face down from Hex is live as well.
Also, I don't know if we have this team up of Nixamera and Werepup coined, but I think Nixawera, I would like to submit that one for our little deck name here. That Galaxy coming back here.
Can I argue Weremera?
Weremera is cute. Yes.
All right, just an argument. I'm not saying just an argument.
Hey, you know what? If you're here watching, let us know. Nixawera or Weremera? What are you thinking?
We'll definitely check out answers to that using the hashtag #PlayAlestros on socials. But right now we have the Champ Galaxy. We saw it and it looks like it crashed into the Champ Like Void. It is going to take 1 point of damage, but the biggest body is removed and the damage is removed as well. So while still in a deficit, the biggest threat is overcome. And that is Bunnix!
However, the next threat is coming, and we see, there we go, that's the expand for the Bunnix effect. We're going to get Nixamera! Oh no, that's a Gorgon's Gauge.
That is a Gorgon's Gauge to stop the searching from Bunnix after expending the Frost. So not able to push forward. I'm so sorry, Kay. The favor was not listened to, not answered at all.
It's okay. We could probably do it again next turn.
We'll talk about it next turn. But right now, Surtees with 3 spirits after paying for the gauge is fighting for his life. Ambro is absolutely necessary to try to find the spirits in your spirit deck to adjust going forward. And there is the Laurels revealed from turn 1, or bled from turn 1.
Yes,
I did say. Laurels is active right there, and that is going to take out the Nixamera from being able to cast out next turn. And if this isn't the Stravic, good spot to be in, it is. So now Surtees can dig a little deeper, try to find either the Ambrosia or the best answer possible to get out of this bind.
It's okay. Bunnix, my sweet beloved. You will scurry about another day, I believe. But also, this was some, if you think about it, bunny on bunny violence is what we're witnessing. We're so used to Eddie on Eddie violence, but now this is these are bunnies.
The hairs are in a hurry to take the other out. Absolutely. We do have the add of one card from top 3 to start these, and now at this point, you're hoping your opponent doesn't have anything. But how much hope can you have with a 10-1 spirit deficit?
I mean, if you are able to get this bunny to stick around until you can get Ambrosia, until you can figure something else out, which we have seen before, the 5 defense line is oftentimes really difficult to overcome.
Whoa! The Spectress is at a 6 stat right now because there are 2 suppressed Werepups on the field. That is going to do it. Getting over the Astrabic after suppressing it to make it become a 7 and having the Spectress in hand not able to take advantage, that is going to end the game and the match in Hexametrix's favor 2-1.
Oh my gosh. Incredible. I know that you have to be excited to see Suppression Control really wrapping up a game and calling it.
I think Suppression is a really interesting mechanic that has a lot of tools but has not been explored in or figured out fully yet. But there's a lot of potential that I think that comes with the mechanic. And with Champ Like a Void bringing out 2 suppressed cards, there's a lot more you can do, such as bringing out a Spectaris who now is not a 4-2, but is a 6-2, potentially 7-2. A lot of pressure at once. Champ Like a Void was the absolute only thing that Hex needed to win that clash.
And I mean, we saw the Bunnix attempt to come out, and it did try immediately. Was Gorgon's Gazed and then Laurels, but that's okay because, I mean, like you said, Like a Void was really all she needed to be able to gain and then maintain and then see that game through.
It was such an interesting meeting of decks. You know, like 2 different strategies, but very similar strategies as well. Both of them utilizing Thunder and Lunar engines. Then we had the core being, I am mainly Werepup versus Werepup is my means to an end. I'm playing Werepup in case I can't find Button, in case I can't find Nexamira. And when I do, I can cast over Nexamira, a Werepup or the Like a Void for my Nexamira Fallen and go from there. So I absolutely understand the strategy. Man, was it exciting to watch. I'm sad that we didn't get to see Nexamira shine, but the deck still won. So it was on the team. It gets a ring as well.
Yeah, huge congrats to Hex, who played so well. Both of our casters did an incredible job. We got to game 3, both got to show off. And we also got to see the reason that everyone has been whispering the name Like a Void champion of our
It takes a bit to really shine because everyone is aware of its potential. They know that it is potent, that those fangs are sharp. So everyone's prepared for it. They got their bear gloves or whatever they need to take a bite or 2. But when you're unprepared, those pups can just shred you. That's exactly what we witnessed. We saw it so bad that Cop Galaxy had to just crash into the Like a Void, still taking damage in the meantime, and then it just did not get up past that. So pretty rough situation, but I understand it, and it was fun seeing both of those decks really shot and just jockey for position.
And also, we finally got to see a card that, I mean, is not new by any means, but we've been talking about the value of all day today, which is Poison Tipped Arrow, which really got to shine in, I think, every single game. I don't think we saw Poison Tipped Arrow not come out and make a difference in any of those games. But
whenever it was cast, it was necessary.
Yeah. And even if sometimes it hurt my feelings, that's okay. I can still respect it.
I mean, you can respect it without liking it. That's very great. That's really easy. What else is easy is for me to turn off these lights. It is time for me to take a break. And we're going to hand the mic off to Caleb, who's going to join y'all for round 5. So make sure you guys stay tuned and make sure you guys keep engaged with the conversation on socials using the hashtag #PlayElestrals. I will be watching while I'm off, and I hope you guys stay tuned. Keep watching the stream. I will see you guys in just a little bit.
Hello, casters, and we are back getting ready for round 5, and I am once more joined by the Caleb.exe. How are you doing?
I'm doing wonderful. Went and got a little bit of food, and I'm raring to go to get right into round 5. But we gotta wait a little bit, sadly, as we're still getting everything prepared.
But be sure to, while we're waiting, if you've been excited, if you've been enjoying today, leave a like on the stream. And of course, as we've been promoting all day, if you want to use the hashtag #PlayElestrals, I know that all 3 commentators in between rounds, we've been perusing the hashtag, having little giggles to ourselves, etc. But be sure to get involved and let us know what you're thinking, if you have favorite moments or even just things that you are hoping to see in the future.
Yeah, if you put up a meme on that hashtag, I will see it, and I'll personally go, that was pretty good. More whale, please, waiter. More whale. We were looking through the hashtag as all the commentators between rounds just losing it. That was a phenomenal.
No, it was incredible. I left a little like on there.
Yeah. But if you're enjoying the stream, leave a like. And this premiere isn't the only premiere that's happening this month. We have more premieres in the future that are upcoming. And of course, that is the next one, June 21st. Registration is now up. No reason to not. Go ahead, lock in your slot. These slots fill up pretty quick. And today we have 124 people, which is absolutely insane to see. So no reason to not. Go ahead, register now. We also have August 2nd and 9th in a couple of months, which registration will be opening up for soon. And, we made this joke earlier, but wow, I can't believe we have a whole entire month missing. Do you have any idea why that is, Kay?
I actually do, Caleb. Thank you so much for asking. And that's because in July, we have something that I know you personally are very excited for, but our very first ever official store open, going to be held at Cards HQ. And I know that this is home turf for you, so I'm going to let you take this one.
Yeah, Cards HQ is an incredible store. They hosted the largest, at that point, in-person tournament back in January, up until it was massively outdone by Dallas. So incredible store, incredible staff. It is a locals that, if I wasn't here commentating, I actually right now would be at locals at Cards HQ playing. And I know many of my friends are currently doing that as well. Incredible store. Your opportunity you can meet Mr. Daniel Agerive. I can't wait to have everyone in one spot here in my home turf, and you can compete just like today for these wonderful prize cards. We have the Stellar Carryoff and the Stellar Torsion, but I gotta say they nailed it with the Stamp Cards HQ logo on there. I will be attempting, if I do not make top 16, I'll be attempting to purchase a Carryoff off of somebody, because I need that. I need that in my life. That's so cool.
I actually just, before you said that, I noticed that the Cards HQ stamp was on there. Before, it's just, I've been so excited about the fact that it's happening at all. There's so much information here. Am I going to go? What's going on? But yeah, that special to this exact event stamp on there is so gorgeous. And that is really going to be, hey, like you said, that carry-off is going to be incredible. Imagine if you get that torch in.
Yeah, getting the torch in, my good friend Julian, who he has won a prior tournament and got one of these torsions. I know that he loves Hestia. He would explode if he got the Cards HQ, his local store. I think he actually is the store champion of Cards HQ as well. So to be able to have not only the mat from that store, but also the stamp card from that store, I think that he would be very excited, and I know anyone would be excited to have that card, because that's we've had lots of stamped 1-of-1 Stellars and stuff like that, but that is a 1-of-1 right there with the store logo on it. That's super, super cool.
That's going to be not only such a cool card, but a piece of history, honestly, as the first official store open. And hopefully we get to see a lot more of those. I know that the Elestrals team has really been pushing for local scenes. I know where I live in Vegas, I'm not there right now. I'm in beautiful Yellowstone National Park at the moment. But we've been really trying to push to get things going there, and the team has been so helpful. So if you live somewhere and you are interested in playing in person, you can go to the Elestrals website and see if there are any stores near you. But if not, the team is so happy to help get things going, to speak to people at your local game store. And I can personally attest to the fact that they will go above and beyond to get things going for you.
And there's even this handy dandy little QR code you can scan to go ahead and fill out a form to get your LGS submitted. That is something that I've done a handful of times, and I think that the Atlanta area has probably one of the highest quantities of LGSs as a result of not just me doing that, but lots of other people in the area submitting different local game stores to try and get local play started up. And it helps to grow the scene a lot. It helps to get other people interested in the game. And if you're sitting around like, dang, I'd love to go play at locals, but a store doesn't host it yet, submitting your store and getting the team that information so they can go ahead and reach out is a great way to get a seat started, so you can start going to locals as well and having fun playing this game in person, because it's a blast in person.
You hear that, Vegas? We got to get on it, because I love being able to be here and commentate, but I also miss playing this game. And so I want a place to go every week and play and test fun things. And who knows, maybe Volclip's Board Wipe with new Like a Void, maybe there's legs there, who can say. Only way to find out is testing it at a local, probably.
Yeah, it's great to have a local store. Another piece of the local stores is, to my knowledge, a part of the gap of premieres in July is also so stores can host their set championships and that type of thing. So if your store hasn't planned that already, this is the perfect opportunity to go talk to your tournament organizer and see if you can set that up so that you can go ahead and participate in some of these a little bit higher stake local tournaments, because no reason not to. They're wonderful times to have a little bit more of a competitive environment, because not every locals, in my opinion, should be super competitive, but it's nice to have that one where you're like, all right, this is where I'm going to go all out. Forgive me, I'm about to use more than 10% of my power and just, show up with a deck that you think can really do well, and really get into the competition. And having a very nice, friendly, local competitive scene is very, very fun. And being able to swap between we're going to bring bad decks. All right, we're going to play really good decks, and we're going to take this seriously is a fun dynamic to have.
And never fear, if you, like me, do not have a local scene near you, or it's just not quite up and running yet, we do have casual events. They happen every single week. You can enter them, you can play. And like Caleb was talking about, if you just want to come with something fun, or if you're looking to test something to play in some of the premier events, these are the perfect opportunities to do that.
Yeah, these are super, super fun events to play in. I've seen tons of different styles of decks brought to these. People are super friendly. There's lots of people where they've been playing the game since it came out, since Kickstarter, like me. There are people that just picked up their first starter deck a couple days ago and have not played a game before. It's a really great place for people of all skill levels to show up. It's really not that serious of an event. It's really just about people coming together, playing the game with each other, and enjoying their time together. So make sure you go ahead and check those out. We've got the June 10th one that is upcoming in just a couple of days. The week after that, the 17th, and then the 24th after that as well. These are free. You get caster coins just for completing out the entire event. And those caster coins, those add up quickly, and you can redeem those for a lot. Just a couple of these casuals gets you enough to get a booster pack. And you play in enough of these, and eventually you can get a whole booster box for some exclusive organized play promos. There's some gorgeous promos out there. It's just no reason not to go ahead and get some free stuff just for playing a game that we all love.
And that June 10th and June 17th, both of those dates are going to be happening just in time to practice for that next premiere event that we were just talking about earlier. So, hey, hopefully we'll see you all cooking. Hopefully next event there will be some fun things that have been forged in the flames of casual events. Who can say? I don't know.
Who knows, but maybe we'll finally see another Chivalry casual event run back. I think that Josh did that a month or two ago, and now would be the time to do it, because the new stuff for Chivalry goes absolutely bonkers.
I am so excited because we just got our round 5 match. And yeah, this is going to be insane. Actually,
I hate to see my two goats undefeated at each other's necks. There's only a couple of undefeateds left within our turn. I think we have, what is this, 2, 4, 6, 7 undefeateds remaining, and 2 of which are Trishula and Bean Soldier.
you literally talked that into existence.
Hey, my bad, Josh, my bad.
It hadn't even been announced before you brought it up, Caleb.
Yeah, it's the commentator's curse. I don't know what to say.
This, I mean, regardless, is going to be an insane clash. Both of these casters are, I mean, almost need no introduction in this community. They are frequent names seen in Top Cut. Of course, both previous Elestriad winners, which is crazy.
That's a crazy thing to be able to say at round 5 in Swizz.
Yeah, the friendly fire, it's going to happen every single time. And for me personally, every single tournament that I've played in, inevitably round 2, I get paired against Josh. So
yeah, yep. There's a great story from an early Kickstarter event where Josh got paired into Swolax. Swolax turned 1, Sparkit hand ripped him. I got paired into Josh. I turned 1, Sparkit hand ripped him. He lost both of them. His next round, he plays versus somebody and is telling like, oh yeah, I got Sparkit hand rip turn 1 versus both of them. He then proceeds to Sparkit hand rip this person. And this was such a memorable story that at the trade event in Dallas, I believe he signed a Stellar Sparkit for this guy.
Oh my gosh.
Which is like, it's, I don't know if that's disrespectful or just like a cute little moment, but
I mean, hey, if everyone could laugh about it. And also, do we know that this wasn't the thing that got Sparkit sent to Charteris? That this wasn't the exact series of events?
The Illuminati is places for people with eyes to see, is all I'm saying. Illuminati.
Regardless, the fact that we have both Bean Soldier and Trishula going into not even a Top Cut round is insane.
It's crazy.
Yep.
I think it's worth pointing out, I'm pretty sure both of these players know the exact list that each other are on. These are people that test together, they communicate the decks and be like, hey, I'm thinking about playing this. What do you think about this list? So like, it is very possible that they both can conjure up an image in their mind of like, I know the exact 40 card list and side deck you're on. And that adds a whole different dynamic to this. Because it's not just, oh, I know generally what you're playing because I heard whispers or something like that.
Yeah.
It's, I know every single card and I know exactly how I need to play through things or what I need to prepare for, which is crazy. I already know what both these players are on. This is about to be a crazy clash. We're going to see sparks.
But not Sparkits, unless it's Escape from Tartarus. So
yes. Well, hey, maybe, who knows? Who among us could say, on normal cast, look at 2 random cards in your opponent's hand, discard 1.
Okay, and we are getting ready to go. Trish is going to be starting us off, and I'm like you, I'm interested to see how the fact that these players are so familiar with each other and each other's lists, how that's going to influence what kind of play that we see here.
Yeah, and it looks like we are ready to go ahead and hop into this clash. So without further ado, let's see how these players are going to start off this game. And it looks like Trishula, that's a expend to draw, I believe, and 2 sets.
Spin set 2, classic, yep.
Classic, yep.
Yeah.
Classic Trish.
And oh my gosh, Bean Soldier already starting out with, I mean, is this beginning of Moonrise for Josh right now with the Morfrost engine?
This man loves these cards. He's never left playing Morfrost. And that is a Lycan searching the Scorpio and the Bat form. No Pandora's box from Trishula. PK would be disappointed.
I know. What are the odds that we didn't see that? Trishula giving the thumbs up saying, yep, I know what you're doing and I can't stop you, so go ahead. And Josh already setting up to be in a pretty good position to be able to answer basically anything that Trishula does this next turn.
El Diablo, Snowlit, the 4/2 on receive of a Frost, Mill 3 hits the board. Trish needs organs or PTA or something here, but it looks like that will be good, and nothing of value is hit on those mills.
Okay. I mean, we're going gambling, and it seems that the house has won today, and Josh has not hit what we needed to hit.
And Trish is going to respond with a Viscerus, is that a Stellar Viscerus on the crackback, hitting over the Snowlet. No backward to back it up, and there is the second Viscerus from deck.
Which, of course, we know this is back up to 3 now, so this is about to be...
In a manner of speaking.
Hey, if you listen, that is true.
This is at that 3 with those that have eyes to see. But Bean Soldier is normal casting a Narpoon here, and is going to be searching his deck.
And despite one being hit in that Snowlet mill, Josh did in fact have that. Going to see if Trishula has any response to the effect there.
I think I feel like Josh may have not searched and just swung. I don't know. He shook the Narpoon violently. I don't know if that was indicating an attack or saying, yeah, I'm casting this. We're waiting to see what Trish wants to do in response to whatever action is actively being discussed here.
That could have been a, can I do this? Is it fine?
Trish, I need to know, can I search my Brummalinks or my Snowlet? Do you have an answer? It's clearly not Pandora's box.
I would love to see Brummalinks. We've spoken about it a couple times today and have yet to see her.
Well, we did, in a manner of speaking, see her because she's in the underworld right now. The 3 cards that were milled off that Snowlet were an Astrabbit, a Brummalinks, I think, a Spectaris. And it looks like we have a tech issue for Trish, and so we're just going to go ahead and pause the game, and we'll let them fix whatever is going on right now. And this is a very interesting game state because it looks very commanding for Trish, obviously. 2 Viscerus, 2 back row is very, very strong. But Josh, the fact that we haven't seen many back row out of him indicates to me that, and the Snowlet, we could see him just pop off in one turn and win the game potentially, BlueStacks and so on.
Oh, it's always there. That one of Rise from the Ashes is potent. It could happen. It can hurt you.
Yeah, it can.
It seems like it was just a headphone issue, so it's not going to be a long, arduous task to resolve, and we will be getting back into it very shortly. And we are actually already resolved and getting back into it.
It was very short. We're ready to get back into it.
Right now.
We're going to pop back in. That Narpoon did not resolve. Trishula flipped up a Gorgon's Gaze to prevent search. And do we just pass here? Is that what's going on? Or
yeah, I don't know if we're going to see a set. Yep.
Okay.
We see set 1. And then we're going to pass. Yep.
And I mean, Trish doesn't really need much more than this. He doesn't even need to invest many more resources. Just swinging with a 6/2 Viscerus that goes and gets another one is pretty strong. We're going to re-enchant it with a water here, though.
Okay, playing around a possible Tsunami makes sense. And are we going to see a third? No. Okay.
Well, we're seeing a third one. We're gonna go ahead and see that brand new Firestorm Viscerus.
Down in the corner there. Yep. Oh, and this is a fun thing. We're gonna show you a new little addition we have to the stream, which is when we have a time extension, you can see down there at the bottom of the screen, we have the extra time added, which is a 2-minute extension here. Just so not only you can help keep that in mind, but so we can help keep that in mind. And yeah, 3 Vis on the board. What year is it? I'm not sure.
It's 2023, that's for sure. But the Lunar Enchanted Viscerus is very interesting. This Viscerus is one that you usually would want the effect of. Rise from the Ashes, the one of from Bean Soldier, gonna get flipped up.
Almost
with the hurricane colors too.
Yeah. I may have done something here. And it is going to be the Snowlet coming out. We're gonna, unless there's an answer here, gonna go milling again.
Looks like that is going to resolve. We hit a Cedar Soar, a Snowlet, and a Tsunami. That Cedar Soar can come out here. I don't know what, if anything, it's going to do for us, though, other than just be a big guy in attack position. We might have a Boreas in hand then.
Okay. Looks like Josh is at least thinking about,
we're ascending.
Possibly, yes, we are ascending something.
Is it Asprowl time? That is an
It
Asprowl.
Okay, we're gonna have another
That's
chance
big.
to mill here.
Trish has not had a response yet.
Okay.
That's a Bromolinx, an Asprowl, a Lycan form, and a Lycan form. Just not hitting what Bean Soldier needs to see.
No, we have not seen the gambles pay off. However, that is a Mountains of Boreas.
And that's huge. That makes this Asprowl a 9/6, which can hit over any of these Viscerus. And this Cedar Sword is now a 6/8, which I imagine is going to be swinging to that defense position Viscerus.
So this actually would, unless Trishula has a response from one of these two back row here, help start to clean these Viscerus up.
Those back row have to be live here. Shield potentially. Gorgon's Gaze to prevent the attack. Going to sack off his own Viscerus to it. Keep the cost low.
Interesting to choose to pay off of that Viscerus as opposed to the one that's water enchanted.
Yeah, I imagine that the second back row has to be something like Shield of Achilles. So it might be we're trying to incentivize Bean Soldier to swing now that these Viscerus are lower attack statted. And then we can Gorgon's Gaze paying off of the Viscerus.
Maybe. We're really debating. We're moving our
zooming
cameras
himself
around.
out here.
Yep. It looks like we're having a bit of conversation about what is going to happen next.
Yeah, so doing that on the attack declaration, I guess we may have Gorgon's the Asprowl, and so now we're going to swing Cedar Sword to crash.
Okay, and into the Viscerus that only has one spirit, so Trishula is going to take a spirit of damage as well here.
Yeah. Okay, so that makes sense. The Gorgon's Gaze was used on the Asprowl to prevent the that from clearing the board here. But still going to be able to crash and clear. But Trish has so many cards in hand here. That looks like, what, 5? That's a lot of resources. And an Earthquake is everything right now.
Okay, we've seen one-ofs from both of our casters here, between the Rise from the Ashes from Bean Soldier and now that Earthquake going to be taking care of the Asprowl. And we know we're not going to be rising back into him, so
And the Viscerus is now Lunar Enchanted as well. No reason to go wider, I guess. Setting 2 more back row and swinging for 3 damage.
okay.
Well, I guess we're considering a 4th back row and now swinging for 3 damage. Because from this position, you do not fear Hurricane at all.
Oh, no.
I think Josh, Bean Soldier here, may just be out of it. Bad mills and a lot of back row, and it looks like he is going to scoop it up from this position.
I cannot blame Bean Soldier there. I mean, we did not see a single gamble pay off, and even despite that, still trying to play around it, play to outs. We even saw the Rise from the Ashes come out to try and gamble again, only for that not to pay off, unfortunately.
Yeah, no Morlith either, despite starting with the Morfrost Lycan form, and there was never a position where using the Scorpio discard bat mattered either. Mm-hmm. So just basically every card that he saw ended up not being enough to defeat Viscerus. It was just Viscerus. You know, shout out to Stellar Viscerus for basically holding it down for Trish that entire game one.
The gorgeous, so true, Stellar Viscerus. And it does go to show the third Vis is really what matters. I'm just saying. That's the scary one.
The only cards played, the only Elestrals played were Visceruses. So, Viscerusi?
Viserys?
Yeah.
Viserys?
Viserys? Like geese?
Yeah.
Viserys? Viserys? Anyway, the only cards he played were multiple Viserys. The only Elestrals we saw. I am curious as to how these players might side going into this game too, though. I imagine that Bean Soldier has a couple of cards that he wants to take out. Probably some stuff he really would like to put in, knowing what Trish is on. And Trish definitely has sideboard specifically for BlizzTrick.
I mean, it's got to be Pandora's Box. I mean, come on. DK's somewhere yelling about it. We know that would be crazy, especially with the Narpoon. And I know that Josh's game plan going into game 2 is essentially just going to be mill better.
Yeah, just hit better. Yeah, draw better. I don't know.
Sometimes you see it, sometimes you don't.
This is the life of BlizzTrick players, and things get a little bit better, a little bit more consistent in the deck because of the ability to play Boreas more consistently with Brummelings, to have better normal casts for the deck. But it still is, still very much is up into the hands of the divines how you're going to be drawing and milling. So it's not it's a little bit more consistent. It's still got problems though.
I mean, especially with Rise being limited, this is the first tournament where we're really seeing the effect of that on the list that I would say was the one that got it there. And it looks like we are getting ready to go into game 2 here. I believe Josh will be going first, if I had to guess.
I'd be surprised. He is going first. We have confirmation.
Okay. All right. And I don't know that we see mulligans from either. I know that while
that's the Brummelinks. You love to see it.
We are just starting off. Okay, and going to be going in and searching. We will see which Bean Soldier opts to search here. And it is going to be the Mountains of Boreas.
Yeah, no reason to not just go ahead and search out Boreas. It puts you in a position where you can hold this Boreas, and if Trish clears the Brummelinks, you now have an 8/6 Morolith that's sitting in your hand. You can also go ahead and play it out, because it's possible that Josh knows Trish has no way to out this Boreas, so why not go ahead and stick it turn 1? And now we also threaten to be able to ascend into Asprowl on turn 2.
This is a really strong opening play, and with a back row set, we do see the Champion Galaxy coming out.
That's a very solid turn 2 play here to clear this Brummeling.
Josh opting to simply let that go down, and as you predicted, the Morolith coming out here as an immediate punish.
This is exactly what Josh wants to see. The reason to be playing these cards is you do just get to say, here is an 8/6 that hits a Cedar Soar as well. 2 Cedar Soars, so now you have 2 6-attack Elestrals. Trish PTA's Morolith, but it doesn't matter. He's taking 5+2 this turn. This is an insane turn from Josh here that could just determine the game on the spot.
This is exactly why BlizzTricks is so scary, because you never know when this is simply going to be the turn. Even with that PTA, we're still going to be taking damage. There is nothing that Trishula can do here. There's no other back row set. And now we're going to have to deal with 2 Cedar Soar under Mountains of Boreas.
Yeah, and so Trish has spent 2 spirits down to 18. He takes 1 from Morolith, 2 per Cedar Soar, so that's 5 more out. And then another 2 to pay out the PTA as well. He's going down to 11 this turn. Josh is at 12, but he has a sum of 5 on board after this Morolith gets popped. He is in a commanding position.
Yeah, this just goes to show how different games can look from game to game for Blistrix specifically. And there goes the Morolith after the payout. But we still have 2 Cedar Soar on board here.
2 6s on board. The reason the Morolith was so good is it was a 6. You got 2 6s now. That's a Werepup from Trishula. Gonna go ahead and search out that full moon.
Okay, so getting this engine going could definitely get Trish back in the game, at least help us go a little bit wide, minimize damage coming in here. And we didn't see any answer, did just simply go in and search out the full moon.
And it's possible that Trish in draw phase rips the full moon. This is normally what would want to do here, but it looks like he will not. And Bean Soldier is going to go ahead and cast a Narpoon and search out a Snowlit from deck.
Here we go. We're about to continue gambling.
And that's a concede from Trish.
Oh, we got a scoop from Trish in game 2. I mean, I think it makes sense if you know that there's nothing that you can do in the face of what was about to possibly be a Blistrix. Fair enough.
Yeah, that was an incredible turn from Josh there. Seeing 2 Cedar Soar off a Morolith.
Oh my gosh.
I cannot imagine how Bean Soldier's feeling right now. That has to be one of the greatest feelings in the world, to just, you pull the lever on the slot machine and it says, actually, you've won a house and a car. Like, here's both of them. They're punching your opponent for 4 damage.
And they're still going to have to pay for PTA, and you got maximum value out of this Morolith who can still attack, and you still have your stadium up, and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, it's a pretty excellent position. If I were Trishula, if I had stadium runes in that side deck, they would be sided immediately.
Post haste. Expeditiously, you might even say. Like, that is a very important thing to be siding, because the strength of the Frost stuff is now Mountains of Boreas. Being able to say the Cedar Soars are 6s, 6 a very strong attack threshold. To be able to get there is a lot.
And we got to see that Champ Brummelinks really shine, setting Josh up for success. I mean, obviously the mills were what sold it ultimately, but what a strong start, knowing that even if this Brummelinks gets outed going into this next turn, I've got a Morolith. I'm going to punish you immediately for it.
Yeah. The crazy thing to me is that even if both Cedar Soars weren't hit off of that, Josh is still in an incredible position there because he has a set back row. And if that's Gorgon's Gaze, the Werepup is meaningless. If that is a Shield of Achilles, it's still meaningless. Like, there's all these different things that card could have been that still just say it doesn't matter what Trish does there. That back row is game determinative on its own. Like, that is the linchpin right there.
And Blistrix is one of those lists that only plays potent back row. It's not going to be setting something if it's not real, because it really can't afford to have a bunch of extra stuff in there. And so I think you're right. It was either Gorgon's Gaze, maybe Shield. Either way, it was something that was going to be able to effectively answer the possible Leica Void threat that was coming. Yeah,
the typical back row played by Blistrix is Tsunami, Shield, and Gorgon's Gaze, and all of those effectively deal with the Werepup board. So there is never a world where Josh is concerned about that Werepup on turn or whatever it was.
Which is likely why we saw that scoop from Trishula, who is very familiar, as you said, with the list that Bean Soldier is on. And we are actually getting ready to go into game 3. Trishula probably going to be starting us out here, and I actually can see it already, starting us out with a rabbit.
Good start. Stellar Ast Rabbit. Gotta be one of the most beautiful early Kickstarter arts. I adore this card. And in this case, it's hopefully setting Trishula up for some success here, getting whatever card he needs out of those top 3. Now, how many back row will he be setting? Is it 1?
It's got to be 2, right?
Is it a Tahoo?
Tahoo?
Is it a 3?
Oh.
No, it's just 1. That gives some
Oh.
information to Josh, though.
We're maybe holding something back, or maybe that was a very purposeful fake out. I don't know. Trishula is one of the best players at mind games that I have seen in the game of Elestrals. And oh, here we go. The Brummelings coming out again.
Yep, Brummelings getting the Mountains of Boreas is huge. You know, just making this a 5. Being able to ascend to Asprowl as a 9 is an insane thing to say out loud. Like, that is ridiculous.
And this Astrabbit, while, I mean, we talk about it's such a good turn 1 play, it feels so great to do, it also is a bit passive and allows your opponent to, if they're playing an aggressive deck like BlueStacks, to start really setting up for that.
Yeah, the draw from Trish hopefully going to allow him to establish a board a little bit here. Dealing with a 5-attack Brummelings is not nothing, because if you play a Viscerus, it crashes. We haven't seen a lot from Trish's deck is the thing. Galaxy COP, though, will be the response that matters, and that will turn this Astrabbit into attack position. And if Josh has a Tsunami here, all of a sudden, this is actually a massive turn, but it looks like it's just going to be Galaxy hitting over and Astrabbit swinging for 1 damage. Now, Moralith.
Yeah, this is exactly what we saw last game when Moralith came out. But...
Name a better duo. Brummelings, Moralith.
I think a lot of people are saying that.
Thinking about it. Many people are saying this. I think it's very possible this is a Moralith coming out of his hand here.
We're really thinking about it, though.
Yeah, it could feel pretty bad into a couple of different cards. I think one of the concerns is potentially Hurricane. That is massive. This
huge Hurricane
means this turn, Shield PCA out of Trish. Bean Soldier sacking off his own Shield of Achilles, and that's a Narpone.
So we are about to start doing some big moves here, going in and getting possibly the Snowlit.
Yeah, I think Snowlit is an absolute slam dunk here. Bean Soldier going to do what he does best and consider all of his options, make sure his underworld is what's in his brain. Going to go search out an Frostix. Oh, that is a interesting play here.
Okay. It makes me wonder what Bean Soldier is cooking with right now, what we have in hand, what the next couple turns are about to look like. But I know that Trishula has to be getting a little bit nervous.
So this, to me, insinuates that Josh might have a Snowlit in hand, and he's setting up for a turn where he goes normal Snowlit, effect, Ascend Asprowl, and Frostix back Snowlit, trigger to mill 3, trigger Asprowl to mill 4 more. He can mill 10 cards in 1 turn now. It's expensive, but it is a game determinative play to do something like that. And it looks like Trish is just re-enchanting Rabbit and likely putting this to defense. Oh, going for the Zeus play here, actually.
Okay.
This will be a damage poking through. Trish has to have some sort of back row, though, to justify this. 2 more, yeah.
Okay. The 2 set, and as we saw earlier from the, maybe fake out back row, it seems like Trishula might be holding cards back for these exact sort of circumstances, like the Hurricane coming down.
Yeah, good players will always make sure they have a couple of, at least 1, maybe 2 back row in hand, so they don't unnecessarily lose them to something like a Hurricane. But it looks like Bean Soldier going to go for Frostix to get out Brummelings, and this might be where an Ascend into Asprowl play happens.
Okay, yeah, you're right. We may have Asprowl simply in hand here. I don't know if we're going to see an activation on the effect.
The Trish Gorgonzing here could be pretty big. It prevents an Ascension play, which Bean Soldier is telegraphing pretty hard, but it looks like that will resolve. Okay.
I don't see Bean Soldier going into the deck to possibly look for another mountains. We are just going to ascend. You are so right. Asprowl, there he
There's the
is.
Asprowl.
And here we see the expend of Frost to go milling. Let's see if we hit a Blizzstrix, who, by the way, despite how this deck is performed, we have not seen yet in either game.
Which is insane. It hasn't even been milled off the top.
Yeah, we haven't even seen a whisper. Do we know that Blizzstrix is in here? I guess we don't.
The Asprowl wouldn't be played if not for, and the effect wouldn't be used if not for a Blizzstrix in deck, so I see no reason to...
What could happen? It could just
There's the
be
Gorgon's
mind
Gaze coming
games.
down.
Okay, so the Gorgon's on to the Asprowl. This makes sense. Trishula is saying, I know that you're about to do something very expensive. Let me allow you to invest as many spirits as possible and then stop it from happening.
Yeah, very smart move here to do that. Allow Asprowl to expend and ascend, and then do this. Trish would need something like a Galaxy COP, though, to be able to deal with this Asprowl.
Yeah, the Zeus on field definitely makes it easier, but you're right, at an 8-5 currently, or no, excuse me, 9-6 under Mountains of Boreas, this is quite scary. So we see Trishula fanning out the underworld here, probably getting stock of what we've gone through, what we might be able to see in the future. And as we were saying, we really need, Caleb mentioned the champion of Poseidon, that being a possible out here. Otherwise, it's looking pretty grim. This would be a time if Trishula did side into... Oh, we are simply re-enchanting the Astrabbit. If we sided it into any kind of stadium, this would be the time to do it. However, even then, that would still be a bit rough. But let's see. Going to be getting the effect off. Bean Soldier with no back row. Trishula simply has to contend with this Asprowl. And depending on what we get here, Bean Soldier being at 8 spirits here, we are starting to run low. However, Ambrosia coming out on Trish's side, going to be paying off of the rabbit. This is a move that I love, really conserving all of those energies that we've been using and making it essentially a free Ambrosia while still getting value off of the rabbit, having been able to activate the effect here. Trishula knowing that going into this next turn, Bean Soldier is simply going to be able to expend again. We can go gambling, so really needing to get something together here. And I see, okay, we're moving the Astrabbit into defense. We have 2 back row. I think moving into defense makes a lot of sense here, saying if you do get a lot of damage going off, I'm going to at least minimize the situation. And Bean Soldier, there we go. We see the expend, going to be getting the Astrabbit effect, or Asprowl effect. We see 2 Gorgon's Gaze, a bat form and a lichen form. So no hits on that Asprowl. That is exactly what Trishula wanted to see. Oh my goodness. However, Asprowl will still be able to swing over this rabbit if Bean Soldier chooses, although with the 2 back row, we might simply decide to pass and not risk a shield, not risk even possibly a tsunami, which, with Zeus still here? Who can say? Although this does beg the question, Blizz, where are you? We have yet to see Blizzstrix this entire game, but we're going back and forth here. And
it's crazy to not see Blizzstrix at all after all of these cards drawn, all these mills, even thinning the deck with Lichen form.
Yeah, surely it's looming, but we have no proof of that.
At some point here, Josh is going to want to make a push to do something like Ascend for Blizzstrix, but it's tough when you are playing it a 2 back row and you've already used a Hurricane. But maybe There's the BlueStacks.
Yes, there it is. There we go. BlueStacks coming out, as you were just saying, the hardest end. And it is the beautiful full art Blizz. We love him.
Such a fun little friend there.
Although, unless you're the one facing it down, I suppose, a little less fun. And we're going to be adding, looks like the Lichen form. I saw an Astral Bat.
A Lichen Bat and a Nerpoon are going to get bottomed by BlueStacks to go ahead and non-targeting pop a card on board.
And we're going to have to gamble here and see what we are going to hit. And it looked like a full moon. Okay.
Don't feel too bad about that one.
No, I mean, without having seen Werepup at all, it's not doing much unless I guess you were going for specifically just getting spirits on board, but we'll see.
I think that Josh, there might be reason to just pass here, because swinging into a Shield of Achilles could be very, very bad for him. And it's unlikely that this 14-8 is getting outed unless Trish once again draws the insane top deck Earthquake that we saw prior.
Although it looks like we are going to see an attack. Although, there was merit to saying, I'll wait one more turn knowing I can deal with this back row again going into the next turn. It is an altar?
Hard.
Okay. We had Altar of Stars and Full Moon set, which is very interesting.
It's going to re-trigger Rabbit here. It's going to stop the attack, which is pretty good. But I don't know if that's going to be enough, honestly.
Now we lose Zeus, which would have been big. And unfortunately, this BlueStacks under Mountains is still, even though it's in defense, it's still an 8 defense stat.
That is massive. Trish will need some sort of combination like Zeus.
Well,
oh, never mind.
Yes. Well, that one of Earthquake, which we were just discussing, has come out, and I believe that's a Peliquarius?
Peliquarius, the new best card. Didn't know. Apparently released in Firestorm. Everyone just forgot about this card. No, it's from Frostfall. No, from base set, but searches out this Galaxy COP, which that's big. That's big. That's one of the best cards of the set. Being able to search out a 5/2, that's pretty good.
I mean, we were just saying a couple turns ago, if only Trishula had this Galaxy, then he would be able to deal with this. And Trisha's saying, I'm going to make sure I'm never in that situation again. And I'm going to get an extra body on the board as well and just start doing damage. Bean Soldier down to 2 spirits. Not a lot to work with.
Yeah, and down to 1 now after casting this Brummelinx. And then attacking at the Peliquarius. Shield of Achilles probably wins the game here for Trish. I admire Josh playing it out here, but I think this is a very hard position to come back from, especially knowing that BlueStacks historically does not play any Ambrosia.
Mm-hmm. And we are going to see, an Ascend into a combat! And that's going to be game. Oh, I love Boombat. Oh,
Boombat's crazy. God. Wow, that was an incredible series of games, and it looks like Trish was just able to come out on top through a series of just playing really, really low to the ground, dealing with the big Elestral threats that Josh was seeing, and seeing Earthquake 2 out of 3 games. I mean, sometimes that's all you need.
Yeah, Earthquake, Rise from the Ashes. Are these cards really down to 1? I don't know. Who can say?
Somehow my opponents keep seeing them.
No, they're definitely down to 1 in the decks that I play.
Yeah, exactly.
That feels very potent for sure. We did finally see BlueStacks at the end there after it hiding, and that being the game that Josh didn't win.
Yeah. Actually, maybe it's maybe BlueStacks bad, because when it gets played, it dies immediately. Who knows? Who among us can say?
I think if we were to look at the data and correlate these things, yeah, I think that would be a reasonable conclusion. But oh my gosh, someone mentioned earlier we're getting a finals level match in literally round 5. And how incredible was that? We got to go to game 3. The time extension didn't matter. We wrapped it up pretty quickly, but amazing matches.
Yeah, you know you're up for a good one when you see Soldier versus Trish. Excellent players. They play pretty quick. You know, they keep pace of play up, except for when Josh starts thinking for 2 years. But incredible set from both of these players, and curious to see who ends up making it on to Top Cut, because they're both still in contention. But it's definitely now in a little bit of crunch time for Bean Soldier, as he basically has to win out from this position to make it into Top Cut guarantee. I don't know the exact math, but I believe just a couple, if any, X2s are going to make it into Top Cut. And so it's very critical to win out from this position after taking a loss even late on.
Well, unfortunately, I mean, going into this game for either caster, taking a loss to Trishula, taking a loss to Bean Soldier, players of that caliber, it's going to, even though it never feels good to lose, those are the players who you want to lose to, because that will ultimately work out in your favor in the long run if you are getting down to sort of little point discretions and nitty-gritty details that are going to decide who ultimately makes it to the Top Cut.
Yeah, we've had a crazy 5 rounds of Swiss. I can't believe we still have 2 more to go into Top Cut, because they've just all been so excellent so far. And that was, that might have been one of the most insane ones we've seen so far. Just the double Cedar Sword, it's cinema, it's peak.
I love that. I think that every single game that we've gotten to see the new champion cards really shine. That last game, we got to see the champion Brummelinks, of course, champion of Poseidon. The Galaxy has been looming in basically every single game. It seems that everyone has decided, even though it seemed like it was up for debate, that New Galaxy is best Galaxy, and that's the one that we're playing.
This is known.
Apparently a conversation that has been had, although there have been multiple situations that I've looked at and I've said, if that was regular Galaxy, I think that in the long run this might have a little more value, but I don't know.
Who is to say? It will take, determining these types of things does come down to playing out multiple tournaments, and testing can only take you so far. You got a live fire thing, because there are just decks that you don't see or you aren't prepared for, and maybe your decision to play COP over Original Galaxy doesn't work when you're playing into Drakking, which I think might still be undefeated. So
really?
It was undefeated into round 5. We'll see if it wins its 5th round or not. It's doing very well though, and if it ends up being really good, maybe Original Galaxy does see a resurgence in play. It's great for exactly that.
That's very true, and it is always interesting to see how individual tournaments, you can see exactly how it influences the meta, whether it be a Bean Soldier going undefeated with Ann Titan and then suddenly it's the most played deck in the next tournament, or all of a sudden everyone's playing Spectaris. It's really fun with the data that we get to see from tournament to tournament how our casters are thinking, how they're preparing. And my favorite part is when we see really good meta calls. And one of my favorite actually was when you said, hey, you know what sounds really good again is heal. I'm just saying. And that was an incredible tournament run.
Yeah, that sometimes all it takes is just kind of being like, what ideas have we not been looking at? And let's go back to those and see if they work, because there are just certain metagames where, like, heal was able to do very, very well because the metagame, it was just remembering, oh yeah, it was good in an exact metagame like this in Daybreak. Let's try it again.
Well, it is interesting because we had so much conversation about, I think that people are really going to be playing around Hurricane. And while we have seen Hurricane a few times today, I think overwhelmingly we've seen people not respecting Hurricane and saying, I'm going to set as many as I need here. And even if that means I need to hold back a couple in my hand, like we saw from Trisha in the last game, still, a lot of back row being set and a lot of back row being blown out into the underworld.
There's definitely situations where if you have something like 4 back row across your field in your hand, setting 2 just to get out a hurricane can be really, really massive. As you can say, all right, you went ahead and spent 3 spirits, you did your thing, here's 2 more, and now I get to stop your board anyway, because the Gorgon's Gaze wouldn't have mattered, but having this shield now set will matter, because I get to reset your board entirely. Or PTA doesn't matter, because you're going to play it anyway, but a tsunami is how I now deal with the board. It's definitely interesting to see. We did see like what 40% of decks are running Hurricane. That's kind of ridiculous to have that as a statistic. And
I'm honestly. Go ahead.
I wonder. We can't do it because it's not like this is a digital client like Clash. Plug anyway. In like a Clash tournament, we could record how many hurricanes resolved. I would love to just like have a genie that could go and say, yes, this is how many hurricanes resolved in today's premiere, and how many games were won after a hurricane resolved. Because Josh resolved a hurricane in game 3. It didn't win the game though.
And I think that was a situation like what you were talking about, where Trishula was able to say, these are the ones that I know are beneficial right now, and I'm going to hold these in my hand and let you blow out 3 spirits and sort of clear my back row for me here.
Yeah, it definitely is a very heads up thing for him to do. And Josh making that play just kind of has to be like, if you got it, you got it. A lot of card games, a lot of Elestrals just like, I have to make this play. If you have shield, you have shield. If you don't, I win the game. I got to make this play. If you have Gorgons, you have Gorgons. If you don't, I win the game. And that was a moment where it's like, I hurricane here. If the rest of your hand is Elestrals, I win the game. If it isn't, you have the Earthquake. If you have this, if you have that, then maybe I don't win the game. And you have to make the play, because if you don't, you're not progressing the game forward. And you are putting yourself in a position where you're just not setting yourself. It's playing to not lose as opposed to playing to win.
Very true. And Josh is one of those players who will always do that. And also is dangerous to do that against, because it's also a player who does simply always seem to have it, which, so does Trishula apparently today with the double Earthquake, which was incredible to see.
Yeah, maybe we'll finally see Trish break it out of the Bridesmaid's curse, and maybe we'll have a really funny situation where it's Dimax versus Trishula in final, and one of them will be forced to be the bridesmaid.
And somehow that is going to be a double loss issued, the first ever in semifinals.
That would be very funny. That would be very, very funny.
They would have to really commit to that bit, and I would appreciate and respect them forever for it. Really.
Yeah, co-second place. They say, can the factory snip the prize card in half and we'll each get a piece of it?
Yes, we're going to both catch the bouquet and split it between the two of us. Yeah. Thank you.
See, the thing about the bouquet is that you're supposed to be the next one to get married if that happens. And clearly that hasn't worked out for them.
I mean,
One day.
I mean, hey, we just watched a game with 2 Elestriad champions, and anything is really possible here in the world of Elestrals.
That's true. Anything can happen, and that is something you should be afraid of. Bears would like to know your location.
Yes, everyone have your bear spray ready, please.
Not just when you're hiking in Yellowstone National Park,
no.
But because Ursier
is there and he will hurt you. And on that, I am still waiting for bears. I know that you are all still waiting for bears in whatever possible future lists we might see. And we are getting so close to top cut here going into round 6. I'm going to be stepping out. PK going to be coming in and taking my place here with Caleb. And I say we go on a quick break and we'll be right back.
And we are back for round 6 of the first Firestorm premiere. I am joined by PK. How you doing, PK?
Hi, I am hot. Not just because of the gameplay, but it is hot here in Philly. Man, it's so warm here. But this has been a really good day, and I cannot wait to see what round 6 brings us. I'm kind of glad I had that break, because I don't know who I could have cheered for. I ain't want to see Tristan's beat and Josh battle already. Like, man, my heart.
Always hate to see the friendly fire. Always hate to see my two goats have to duel it out to see who is going to be the one to make it on undefeated. Yeah. But regardless, they both still have very solid records, both in contention to making it to top cut. So I wouldn't count them out just.
Oh, absolutely not. I'm sure we're going to see them at least close to the bubble. So we'll see them going on to round 6, and hopefully we see them and other casters further in top 8. But that last match was just something to go by. It was a huge back and forth. We got to see the best and worst. That seems to be what it is with BlueStacks. It's the best of BlueStacks and it's the worst of BlueStacks. but when it's his best, oh man, just scoop and go next.
Yeah, I think I actually jumped out of my chair when the double Cedar Store play happened. Gotta be one of my favorite moments from that clash. And to you all at home, make sure that you share your favorite moments from the clashes today on social media using our new hashtag, #PlayElestrals. I've been going ahead and opening these up between rounds, and there's some real bangers out there. Hide and Seek Champion 2025 BlueStacks. It's true. She didn't want to show up.
I think he got hurt enough with Rise going. I mean, hey, we got Rise from the Ashes band. Let's get Rise through the snowdrops. Snowdrops, the frost. Rise through the frost.
Rise through the frost fall.
Yeah, fall from the frost. Wait, get cooking. Dan, did you hear that? Get on it.
Are you listening?
Are you listening, Dan? But no, this has been a really exciting time. And yes, as Caleb just said, #PlayElestrals, hashtag #PlayElestrals, we're looking at so that way we can talk with you guys, especially throughout the round. So stay tuned, relax, and keep enjoying the stream. And hey, if you are enjoying the stream, that like button on the YouTube stream goes a very long way. And we see all you guys in the chat as well, including letting me know that I'm apparently making myself known as the Pandora's Box guy. Do I want that label? I don't hate it, like, because then it's like when it fails, I'm gonna get the same ass. Like, oh, it's too bad.
All I'm saying is if you become the Pandora's Box guy, you're kind of opening up Pandora's box.
I'll take that. I like that. I give it to that. Yeah. I'm down for that. Pandora's Box is really dope. But yeah, we have a lot of exciting things going on, including the fact that we still have 20 casters in this tournament who are currently 4-1, meaning we have 20 people still vying for the top 8 spots.
Yeah, that means that we're going to be seeing these start to whittle down in the final rounds of Swiss, seeing who will make their way up to those coveted top 8 slots to make it into our top cut bracket. Very exciting stuff.
2 more rounds left, meaning we're going to have 20 go down to 10, and then 10 go down to 5. So those 5 will likely get in the top, in the other 3 spots. Well, hope your tiebreakers were great.
Yep, yeah, hope your tiebreakers are great, because there'll be a lot of X2s most likely. And, yeah, that's why you just got to play your mind out. We currently have 3 5-0s, and
wow.
I'd be curious to see how many of them actually stick it out to end undefeated, because only one of them will be able to. We got Trish, Spicy Sausage, and Rybot currently undefeated. All incredible casters in their own right, and 2 of them are going to be playing next round, and see who gets the pair down and can they stay undefeated in that pair down.
Importantly, in this round 6 and round 7, we are going to see who is going to be losing their chances at getting a top cut slot. So hopefully we can get one of them going for a stream match going into round 6. But that's where the exciting and intense air is going to be found at. Those players who are not in a comfortable spot. I mean, even Josh, who is 4-1 right now, is kind of comfortable seeing how his first loss came in round 5. So you're still pretty decent tiebreakers. But someone who may have taken their first loss early on, round 1 or round 2, where are they at right now? What are they doing? And how are they feeling with their tournament life literally hanging in the balance?
Yeah, tiebreakers are very, very important for these tournaments. And even losing so late in the day currently, Bean Soldier's tiebreakers are about in the middle high end of the pack. There's a couple of people ahead of him, including Dymax, who we saw on stream earlier, and Chillanak, who we also saw on stream earlier, both leading him currently in tiebreakers. So those pieces are really, really important. Tiebreakers matter a lot, especially in a large tournament like this that wasn't large enough to break into an extra round of sweep.
It's interesting that Dymax and Chillanak are both ahead of them, since Josh's only loss right now is one of the 3 undefeated casters. So you think later on that would have been a lot interesting, but again, it's how it goes. It's an interesting concept in and of itself. So all we can do is just trust the process, make sure that everything is up and up, and I'm sure it is. So we had to see just how they go. But man, Morphrox was exciting. Viserys featuring 37 other cards was exciting to see. We already knew it, but Firestorm is reinstating that it's the 3rd Vice that gets you, Caleb.
It is the 3rd Viserys that gets you. And speaking of some of these sort of standout cards, I missed this round since I wasn't on the desk, but I heard that Leica Void finally made an appearance.
Man, it was an interesting matchup where it was Leica Void versus Leica Void featuring Nick Samira and Lunar Good Stuff versus Werepup and Good Stuff like Galaxy and all that. But since it came down to did the pups actually resolve, and in game 3. Hex was the one that really shined out, got the Werepups and the Leica Void on the field and just stuck them.
So that's 1 point to you in your predictions. I think that means that you have hit both of your cards that you predicted on the nose. Both of them have been on stream. Kay has hit one of them, and technically Trickery wasn't on screen, but Hermes was, and I'll take that as a win. So
I will give the point to you, Caleb. So right now we're just waiting for Bears to show up, and with us going into round 6, I would love to see a Bear deck have come this far and showing up in the top cut. Was it be 4-1 right now? I think it's very possible for Bears to be 4-1 right now.
Yeah, I think it's very, very possible. I haven't gone through and seen all of the current people in contention for Top Cut, what all their lists are, but I'm hoping there's at least one Bears list in there. I'm hoping that Fire Artifact has made it. We saw Big Kahuna on stream earlier.
Yes.
I believe that he has not been able to make it to the X1 section of the bracket.
Oh wow!
So he's no longer in contention for Top Cut, most likely. Even I think with really good tiebreakers, it's hard to make it into X2 at this point, especially losing early. But surely there's someone else within our plethora of other X1s who maybe even are XOs, who knows, who have those Bear Elestrals, those Ursas within their deck list. Because
Hibernation. Hibernation is a card that you look at it and it's just like, I don't understand how all of this can able to fit on one single Elestrals card. You can enchant 2 spirits from your underworld to an Ursagen on your field, and if you do draw a card, oh no, I get an extra card for my troubles. How cumbersome.
Hey, you have to have an Ursa Lestral on board, and
that's like the only bit of balance in it. Or else you're gonna play Hibernation, you have to put it on an Ursagen.
Put it in every deck. Yeah, just
is
put it in
there
every
a
deck.
list that plays an Ursagen outside of Bears?
No, because you'd have to play Bears anyway. You have to.
Oh yeah, you only get the right. Yeah, so it makes sense. So yeah, target up to 2 fire and or frost from your spirits to your underworld and just put it on den. It already gets 2 because of the cost. It pays for the cost. You get a draw. Like the only drawback there is if you just happen to draw the Majersa or whatever bear you want to cast.
Well, I've had it where I've seen high bears and my Bear Elestrals just get taken out so quick that I can't actually cast it anymore.
Yeah, okay, that's a fair point. If you're run through your deck, but that's also like that's the flow of the game. Eventually you're gonna run out of resources. This isn't anyway. We're gonna run it's a fun time for all who wants to try out Bears right now. So I'm hoping that Kay gets the second card on deck. But right now, otherwise, we are batting, what's it, 0.850? We're almost at 100. We up there.
Something like that.
We are,
like that. We're very close.
We are out here. Great prediction. Look at us understanding the game. Why aren't we on this deck? On this desk? Like, what's going on? We can show up in round 7, right?
Yeah. We
Hey,
can
Bean,
go and hop in and
production. We're going to get off of the desk here and go compete with Bears versus Hermes Trickery. We got to get some points in.
Yeah, we gotta make K right. So I'm just gonna cast some Majursa real quick and
hashtag compete for K.
You know how on the Play Network you can put like a little tagline?
Yes.
Next time I play, sorry, Elestronauts, that tag's going away. It's hashtag compete for K.
Hashtag compete for K. Right now, we're going to see Six versus Kozeus compete for themselves. Wait.
We have Six versus Soren.
Oh, I see. I understand. Six versus Soren Plays competing for themselves going into round 6. The deck types look really interesting. And the second one is one that we were typing up earlier. I cannot wait to see how this one plays out.
Yeah, I think that in a very funny way, yet another prediction of mine might come through here. I think both of these are predictions that I've made as decks.
I see it. You're absolutely right.
So I'm really excited to see this. It's going to be very, very funny to have made so many more predictions and got them all right.
I mean, you have. I haven't. I barely got my 2. So I am just sticking with my 2. Let me pull in a third prediction now that I've actually
what do you
got them out. Give me 1 second. Let me look at collect.elestrals.com and check out the Firestorm list to figure something out. So at this point, I don't think anyone's playing Majesty. I really think there's potential Majesty. I don't think anyone is leaning into it right now. So left hand. I think you always said Chrysor, right?
Yep, Chrysor is one of them.
Okay, then I'm going to say that we're going to see. Wait, no, we saw Carry Off, didn't we? Champion of Hermes?
We saw Carry Off Champion of Hermes, yes. It was normal cast by Eclipse.
Okay, then here's my call. Zeus's Call. Okay. There will be a Thunder Listo out there that is getting the most out of Zeus's Call.
You know what? I like that. We've seen Hestia's Hearth. We haven't seen Trickery, but we have seen
Trickery is crazy though.
We have seen Zeus, but we've seen Zeus in the form that he's been in since base set, just as a removal piece. So it would be cool to see the champion of Zeus crop up. That's something that I was hoping to see as one of my predictions. Refuse or the Volt Tempest stuff. Like, I think that there's some songs there. I think that could go crazy. So I'm down with that. I like hopefully seeing Zeus's Call.
Yeah, that's gonna be the call. Just I'm hoping that with Zeus being so popular, someone's like, okay, but have you read Zeus's Call? A search of any champion of Zeus?
That's crazy. It's a good card. It's a very good card. Just being able to 1-cost search.
Yeah. I mean, look at No Stone Unturned. That's a 2-cost search for any golem.
Yeah, it is more expensive, but it doesn't require controlling Zeus, which I think is the one downside of Zeus's Call. Not having Elechick anymore makes that deck a lot less consistent, a lot harder to have some of those effects that are reliant on Zeus resolve.
Just play Plucky and put in the Fossil Cell engine. Easy.
Oh no, PK, no, please, no, don't, no, PK, no.
What's wrong? Firestorm introduced Solar Charge. It's right there.
Yeah, no, I can see it now. So I'll normal cast Titanic Strike, search Thunderstorm Pass. Anyway, Solar Charge ascend to Phosphocell.
Exactly, you understand. Yes, easy.
No.
Oh, you said it backward? I can't ascend? No, watch this. Thunderstorm.
Check this out.
Check this out. Exactly. It can happen. You just gotta believe. That's all it takes is the belief.
Just gotta believe in your heart of hearts that you can resolve Phosphocell.
Yes.
I don't even remember what Phosphocell does. I won't lie.
To be successful, it requires two things: belief and just a tiny bit of delusion.
Oh yeah,
Just a tiny bit.
hilarious stuff.
Right now, it looks like our casters are ready to go. So round 6 is upon us. 6 versus Soren plays. Let's begin. Soren will be going first in this clash. Cannot wait to see, for you guys to discover what these casters are on. But most importantly, I'm excited to see what these casters will do when they see what their opponents are playing.
Hopefully it won't be explode. But it looks like 6 will be exploding in the form of mulliganing this hand back into his deck here.
Interesting. I wonder what kind of hand that would have been. I mean, again, this is a situation where there's no knowledge of the other deck, at least from our perspective. So, what exactly could you expect your opponent to be? I mean, it could have just been 3 Ambrosias. I've had that happen to me 3 times at a locals once. I cried about it.
That happens. That definitely happens. I do think that the expending of a Thunder and a Water is very interesting here. And might give us a clue as to what 6 is on, but that is such a broad type of thing that it could be. Maybe not.
Arcalith and Drachago, let's get it. There we go. We have, looks like, is that Stellar Brumalinx?
That is the reverse Stellar Brumalinx there, searching out Blizzard or Mountains of Boreas. I think we failed to find?
Possibly. Wow, huge reveal. But at the same time, it doesn't say what was not in the list. That maybe they searched for a Blizzard. It could have been Blizzard or the Mountains and have failed to find either of them. But either way, big reveal. Shout outs to both of these casters for their accessories. The Zeus playmat from Soren and the Hermes sleeves by 6 just looking gorgeous right now, as well as the Stellar Volclips playmat from Dallas. Just looks absolutely beautiful. As we see Plucky! What did I say? What did I say?
Is this Phosphocell? What the heck? PTA.
It's real! It's absolutely real, but PTA is going to snipe it. That's just rude, Soren. We wanted to see what was going on there. Who I believe recently pulled a Divine pack while getting their Firestorms out there. So congrats to them. That's probably where this Boomblix came from. But congrats to them on that.
It looks like that Plucky is searching the Zeus. We have confirmation they did get Boreas off of the search.
Okay.
He was just too quick with it. I couldn't see it go to hand.
That is base Plucky too. Like we love Plucky in all aspects. I have 2 reverse stellar Plucky 6, so show me a list I want to use them in.
That's Chivalror. That is we have had a Chivalror hit the board.
Wait.
That is original Chivalror.
That's the original Chivalror with Mountains in hand.
We have no, it is on board. Mountains is on board. We have an untargeted Chivalror on board.
This is a threat. Allow me to find the card effect for Chivalrors to remind you guys of what this card does. It is, you can enchant a spirit from your underworld to the Frost Celestial on your field, and when Mountains is up, cannot be targeted by rune effects. That does include divine runes such as Zeus.
And it looks like we have Frostix to get the Brumalinx back from Underworld, and then we're Gorgonzing the Brumalinx to prevent it from searching for another Boreas or a Blizzard. The Tsunami will be used.
Not target.
That's about as good as you can possibly get here from 6.
So now 6 needs a way to threaten the back row and get over the Shiver Ward to get back into this clash right now.
Yeah, Titanic Strike would be crazy here. And that is it. That is the reverse Stellar Titanic Strike.
Did we just build 6's list? What's going on here?
It's Titanic Strike will eat the Gorgon's Gaze though, which is pretty strong.
Yeah, absolutely. Stopping the back row from being destroyed and stopping anything else that 6 may be potentially wanting to do here. 2 face downs are set. So 6 now just trying to reposition, knowing that they're going to have to deal with a very potent board. The fall spirits from the underworld will be coming back every single turn. And if we see the Josh lock of putting Frigicub next to it, it's about to get real scary real fast.
That's a water spirit going under the Brummelinks here to make sure that we're playing around not PTA Tsunami. And Shiver are going to go ahead and enchant from Underworld to the Brummelinks as well. So this is a stacked Brummelinks currently at 6 attack.
So now this is just, do we have an expend to draw? What's the normal play going to be for Soren this turn? We're in a standstill. It seems like both of our competitors are trying to figure out the board state in their next play moving here. But I mean, in this scenario, you're 6 right now. You see this board with mountains, a face down, Brummelinks with water enchanted, and a Shiver War with 2 on it. What are you doing?
You're using Shield of Achilles on the Shiver War here. That is a non-targeting rune right there. So that will cause that Shiver War to go back to hand. And this to me indicates that 6 has some sort of crack back for this Brummelinks. There's a second shield.
That is the most valuable 2 shields I have seen in quite some time. And I saw shield bounce back Kuribus and Draking earlier today.
That's a great point. Those were very valuable, and that will put 6 in a commanding position to be able to start to take Soren down a little bit. They're on fairly even spirit totals here, and 6 with a normal cast will be able to take the lead.
Thunderstorm, Titanic Strike, Champion of Zeus is still here. Thunderstorm is in hand. It's not in hand. The search was negated with the Gorgon's Gaze. So we do have Ambrosia getting the spirit count back up to 10 here. Right now, 6 is looking to get in a offensive position for the first time in this clash. So, I mean, we have Titanic Strike right now. Is it just a splash Titanic Strike? Are you planning a Thunder Engine? Like, what's going on here?
I think if we're going Plucky Search Zeus, this is a through and through Champion of Zeus deck most likely. And we see another Plucky. Search another Zeus.
It's a 4/7 with Zeus on. So that's 2 Zeus in hand.
We do now have 2 Zeus in hand, and that will be a lot for kind of managing this board state. We're set a face down, and we're swinging for 2. I think 6 only has 1 card in hand currently, and if that's the case, that set we know is a Zeus.
There's 1 card in hand, so there is no Voltempest Champion of Zeus that's threatening anything. We know that Shiver War is in hand, and Brummelink is going to be the cast out from Soren's right now. 9 to 6 spirit count, and I don't think this Brummelinks will be negated, so it looks like Blizzard has been added to hand.
If Soren goes for a Blizzard here, that will be devastating for Soren, because it means he forgot that this set, to my knowledge, is a Zeus. So we've already searched out 1. We know that the card in hand is a Zeus as well. So we should have perfect information about both of these cards, unless I have forgotten something here.
I'm pretty sure you are correct. I'm agreeing with you, so we'll be wrong together if so. There's the Blizzard, and there's the Zeus. Animation!
So, that was sick.
That was awesome. Okay, that's the first time I've seen that one. There's 4 new animations today. But yeah, I mean, I guess it's not completely incorrect to take out a Zeus that you know is face down. Because if Blizzard wouldn't work on Zeus face up. It's maybe there was a cost that Soren decided was valuable.
The thing is Soren's now in a position where this Plucky could out his board. A normal cast could out the board. If he doesn't out the Zeus, then Plucky could have outed the Brummelinks.
It's like we have an expend to draw, so no new Elestral being played out. We already know 1 card has been set, so that is potentially the second Zeus, and 1 more card has been face set face down. Whether either or both are bluffs remain to be seen. But I think even though they're really behind, Soren is comfortable enough to try to make a aggressive play here. And I would say get Chivalry out and start getting those spirits back to your field.
I think that 6 may have blundered a little bit by setting that Zeus. There's no reason to bluff set when your opponent has full information. And also you know that you bounce that Brummelinks to hand. So it is just likely to get blizzarded. But 6 going for the proactive Gorgon's Gaze and draw step on this Brummelinks, I like that, because that means now that this Chivalror that's in hand is not coming back out.
And now we have Ambrosia from Soren getting them back up to 6 spirits, bringing back those beautiful stained glass spirits from Shatterstars. And that was the Gorgon's Gaze being that? Okay, cool. Yeah. So those spirits are going to return. We're going to see how this new life benefits Soren going into next turn. And it's another... Oh! That's base Brummelinks from Daybreak?
Yeah, that is Daybreak Brummelinks. That is a 6 defender right now, I believe. That is a very large statted Elestral. Nexuses to lock down a face down. Yeah, 3/5 is pretty strong.
But I wonder where you're going to get the other spirit from.
Yeah, there's no, you could sack off your own Brummelinks potentially.
I think there's value in doing that, because if you're locking down the back row, there's no need to need rune protection.
Zeus comes out of hand, which indicates that other set is a real back row, actually.
Let's see how this goes. 2 spirits being enchanted to the Zeus. Is there a big play in 6's hand? It could be Anisel?
Yeah. I would imagine it might be something more along the lines of Fulgaries. Potentially playing the Elichick. Probably not, though. Could be another Titanostrike. There is a world where you just cast...
Is that pass?
That was just a pass. And
are we setting up an ultra play? What was that? And it looks like...
Is that Chivalror back? Yeah, we're just ascending a Chivalror. We're swinging with the Brummelinks at the Plucky.
Oh, poor Brummelinks. From one kitty to another. And that is Tsunami coming out and switching everything to defense.
That is big. That is very big.
I mean, you have to wonder if there was value in keeping that Brummelinks around to lock the back row. But I guess maybe it's something you don't want to do with Zeus right there.
I think that it is reasonable to just go for the Chivalror play here, just to put up pressure. But I do agree that it might have been more valuable to keep up with the Brummelinks.
Like just next enchant onto the Firestorm Brummelinks, and then go Nexus onto it, keep the defense up, keep it healed up. Maybe there's a lot of things you could do at any time, but all the same, the back row is now a new back row is going to be set. Is Plucky going to go to attack?
Yeah, Plucky can hit over this.
We can get over the
Brummelinks now.
Yeah, the Brummelinks, not the Chivalror. Chivalror is kind of thick.
Chivalror is a 9/7 currently. It is interesting to center the Brummelinks because you could flip that Zeus face down and make your opponent go -2 spirits really, really easily. It's interesting to choose not to do that. The Plucky going to hit at the Brummelinks.
So now Soren, I guess, is trying to contemplate. I mean, I will admit this line of play from 6 is really weird, and it's just going to shield it back. So at this point, you just push as much as you can. There's nothing like if they activate a gaze, they're down 2. You're going to hit for 1. This is essentially cleanup time for Soren, but let's see how it goes. Does it matter? They are going to be scooping it up. Yeah, that situation, it came down to like there's nothing else on board, nothing else you can really do. I have my big dude on field, and we saw no real offensive movement by 6 that entire game. Really strange.
Yeah, it makes me wonder what other Elestrals are in this deck, because we only really saw the Titanostrike and 2 Plucky, right?
Yep, the 2 Pluckies, Titanostrike, and I believe that was it. We saw a lot of back row, which, I'm sure everyone has had a game or 7 of that where you see all runes or all Elestrals. So we've been there, but it doesn't give Soren much information about what they're dealing with. I mean, yeah, you saw Zeus. You saw Plucky to search the Zeus. So Zeus is important for the strategy. Are you dealing with a Thunder strategy? Are you dealing with a Champion of Zeus strategy? Are you dealing with a plethora of things? You saw Thunderstorm, even Titanic Strike, searching Thunderstorm. So a lot of potentials that you don't have an answer to. A more clear picture, but you're still trying to solve 1,000-piece puzzle with just 100 solved.
Yeah, I think that if you're Soren, you could probably make the assumption your opponent is on Champion of Zeus here. It is the first Firestorm premiere. If someone's showing up with Thunder in some capacity, it's probably going to be playing that. I think that the fact that you're playing Plucky also indicates that, because it means you really want Zeus, which means you're probably playing the cards that need Zeus to be on field for its effect to work, which puts Soren in a really, really good position. The original Brummelinks flipping face down Zeus is a devastating play that can just win this game most likely for Soren, even if 6 gets established. If 6 is on something like the Champion of Zeus Cold Tempest, doesn't matter if you just flip down the Zeus and then even pop it with the Blizzard. Just That's crazy. That's ridiculous.
Yep. I think Boomerlinks is actually a really interesting tech piece for Soren right now. I mean, it's a 3/5 defensive body is nothing to laugh at. 4/6 under mountains, which his deck is clearly using. So I wonder what the ratio is between the two Boomerlinks. All the same, though, we're going to see more from these casters' decks as we go into game 2. 6 will be going first, and first place is always the one who sets the pace of the match. So hopefully we get to see more from 6 going into their turn 1 here.
You're really hoping to see something more aggressive than previous. Soren's deck is very aggressive. You allow it to stick a Frost Celestial for more than a turn. You just get to do a lot. It looks like both these players, though, are mulliganing.
Okay. See, a mulligan on your opponent, I love to ask my opponent when I have a bad hand and I'm going second, are you going to mulligan? Just get the idea, okay, if they're going to mulligan, I feel a lot better mulliganing as well. If they're not, can I really keep this hand? Just get it out there. Because sometimes you don't really want to mulligan, and then you draw, and it's like, I should have mulligan.
I feel like the rule of thumb is if you are asking if you need to mulligan, you probably should.
Yeah.
Can I keep? It's like, you probably mulligan.
I mean, it's also the idea of if the hand isn't great, but can I make it work? But yeah, you're right. If you're unsure of the hands you have, typically the better idea is to just go next hand. That is. And
hand.
The next hand, not going. Don't just. This hand is bad. I just quit. No, don't do that.
Yeah, we'll go next round.
Let's go next round. Not your next game.
Yeah, no, actually, we'll go to the next premiere. See you on the 23rd.
BlueStacks 3 Blizzards in hand. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah. Plucky starting after double mulligan, no other mulligans from both of these casters. Plucky searches out Zeus immediately, keeping a hand of 5. It's very similar to a Strabit in the sense of you're getting a defensive body and you're getting the card that you need. So a pretty decent setup. But I'm still curious to know if this is a Phosphocell list or a just a Zeus list.
It would be crazy to see this as a Phosphocell list. I'd be surprised if Zeus was so prominent in the deck, and while it Phosphocell. But Phosphocell, nothing to sleep on. It's
not at all.
It performed quite well at event, but Blizzard here taking out this Gorgon's Gaze, that's pretty strong here.
The Tournament Pack 3 artwork is beautiful.
Yeah, the Tournament Pack 3 Gorgon's Gaze, it's very sick. And there's Brummelinks, but not the one I was referring to.
It is base links. 3/5 body. I'm sorry, 3/5 banger right there. Boomerlinks is out there just being absolutely husky. We're going to see what it does, but I think this is just a defensive play by Soren, which, if you're 6 right now, is what you really want to see. I would love to have to force my opponent to use their back row to protect the Boomerlinks.
Yeah. Well, 6 might be forgetting what the effect of Brummelinks is, because we have just 4 enchanted a Zeus, and that is horrifying. Because Brummelinks, if it survives this turn in Nexuses, that Zeus is going to 2-3 spirits. Oh, Call of Zeus!
There's no way! There's no way! My additional prediction, let's go!
That's huge. And here is the Fulgaries getting searched out.
Is that the one from the Premier Packs? Yeah.
That's the Premier Pack.
Great artwork.
Fulgaries, Champion of Zeus. And now, that will be really big, because that means this back row is not long for this world, and neither is this Brummelings.
Yeah, this is major.
If Fulgaries here can disenchant from Zeus in order to target a back row that is face down and destroy it, and that is a Shield of Achilles getting popped, Fulgaries is now a 5 as a result of that, and this Zeus will be able to -3/-3 this Brummelings, and now we can go ahead and Fulgaries over and swing for 1 damage, and 6 now in a very commanding position, I think, but doesn't have any back row.
Seeing the combo of Zeus and Zeus's Call is more potent than I realized. Just watching it destroy an Elestral and a back row at the same time and keeping everything else safe. I mean, that was essentially a 2-card combo. That was so good to see for a 6. Is going to lose the Plucky, but right now Soren is on 1 back row and a Cataract. So again, you have to assume that back row is the same. Keep that Cataract safe.
That Gorgon's Gaze is going to be used to prevent the Fulgaries from getting any larger. I don't know if that... Oh, we didn't activate it. We're just popping it. Sorry.
Yeah. You just disenchant from Zeus to get a back row fight. It's so crazy.
That is that Stellar Sorlet? That is Stellar Sorlet from Tournament Pack 3. Searching out Chrysor here.
Is that what that is? I couldn't tell. I'll be honest, I couldn't tell.
Yeah, that is exactly what that is. That's searching a Stellar Chrysor!
Alright. The absolute flex.
That is insane.
Well, beautiful artwork all around. So we have a wind engine in this Zeus build. Like, we didn't see this side of the deck at all.
Yeah, and this is now going to push a lot of damage through.
This Chrysor, a really potent Elestral that you can cast out if Sorlet destroys an Elestral in battle. So a 7/3 body on a special cast in battle just does so much.
Yeah, that is ridiculous here. Looks like Soren setting a back row passing. Fulgaries disenchant from Zeus to pop. It was a PTA.
So right now we're just going to see how Soren plays, but like they've been playing a really slow pace, casting out 1, setting 1, etc., and it's just been getting blown back every single time. This time nothing happens, and Estrabit is now cast out by 6. It's just Advantage City at this point.
Yeah, surprising to not see the Astrabbit attack position, because an Astrabbit attack connecting here puts Soren at 5. And any back row means that this board is basically unbreakable from Soren's perspective without seeing something like Blizzard. But if you're at 5 spirits, a Blizzard is just not doing enough.
So the attacks are going through, and that is 3 points of damage, putting Soren down to 6. So now it's just, and we finally have a face down set by 6 as well. So some defense going on with this board. And spirit advantage, board advantage. Hard to believe that this isn't Sis's game to win. Cataract comes out to heal up to 7. But, I mean, do you have Avalanche or Aurora Borealis? What's going on here?
It looks like what is happening is a
crashing.
Cataract crash into the Fulgaries.
Wow.
Who is a dinky little 3 base.
Hey, don't call Cataract dinky. That's offensive.
Oh, no, I was talking about Fulgaries.
Oh, okay, fair.
Cataract is a swole 3.
Swole 3, exactly.
Yeah. And here comes the attack rabbit.
Another Estrabit has hit the board. So we have, I'm assuming Estrabit is going to be going into attack and trying to hit for 4, which will take out half of Soren's remaining life now. And getting more advantage from the top 3 cards on the list to search for whatever they need. That could be, at this point, an Ambrosia for 6 would be so good.
Yeah, I think if you're in Soren's position here, you're trying to find answers. You're kind of assuming that if this game continues, you're unlikely to win. So you're using this time to like try and figure out what your game plan is for game 3. This is likely going to game 3. Actually, it looks like we're just gonna go ahead and scoop anyway. So this is going to a game 3, and now we got to figure out from Soren's end, how do you prevent that onslaught that just happened to you from the side of 6? Because that was brutal. That was a lot very quickly, and Soren was just not able to establish what they needed.
No, and it's what I said at the very beginning. Like, going first in the Elestrals is just the pace-making turn. Everything is dictated by turn 1, whether you're spinning the draw or whoever it may go. So 6 had that first game. They searched Plucky, and they just maintained it. That's all it was just maintaining. The Plucky only went down because a Cataract came out. It's just like, well, I guess I might as well get it off field. And then you got to deal with the Fulgaris constantly threatening your back row and becoming a 5. It was a lot to try to do. Soren tried to keep pace. It was consistent needling pressure by 6 in game 2.
Yeah, and Soren now needs to figure out how they can go ahead and prevent that kind of snowballing from 6 as, Champion of Zeus, Zeus's Call. These are all things that just really can get out of control quickly, especially if Fulgari is just popping a set every single turn. That is just a cheaper costed Blizzard, cheaper costed Thunderstorm. Soren wishes he could have a shiver that popped a back row every turn. Or
a Thunderstorm on a body, any effect on a body is so valuable. So,
yeah,
I mean,
repeatable effects, very, very strong, even at the cost of disenchanting from a Zeus. Didn't matter because that Zeus was highly enchanted, and I guess, if you can take out the Brummelinx that's threatening it, it's totally fine to go ahead and enchant that Zeus so heavily. Yeah. It was a game-winning play from 6 to commit so much to it because that Brummelinx did go down.
Unreal play. So congrats to 6 for securing game 2. The battle is not over yet, though. We have game 3 looming as our casters are shuffling up post-sided. So very soon we're going to get into game 3, and at this point it's anyone's game. But I gotta say, seeing the win side of 6's list come out like that was really fun to see. It's a little different than playing Na'Vi Doppelganger. They're similar in concept, but not really. And I think that's great.
Yeah, they're not too dissimilar in that it is a 4-attack Elestral that gets to a bigger one. It looks like we are ready to go ahead and hop to our clash, though, as both of these players have finished their sighting, and it looks like Soren is going to go ahead and mulligan.
So, I mean, this is a situation where I said earlier, do I really want to mulligan? But in a game 3 scenario, especially if you're going first, you need to make sure you have the best hand possible going forward. So if you only saw Elestrals or, one side of your deck, definitely, do a quick power shuffle if you can. Try to get the best hand going forward. I'm assuming that this hand, no matter what, will be keeping. Don't want to go down too far under your opponent. And we start with Boomerlinks cast in defense, the base Boomerlinks.
Yeah, we didn't see this go over super well for Soren last game, but it looks like they have 2 sets to back it up, and 6 will have to try and break through this, not only the back row, but this body that could very easily turn into a Shivaroar. And they're going to start off with an Astrabbit, which, if you think about it, is just Brummelinx, but a generous value, but it looks like it's going to get Gorgon's Gaze. And that is a really interesting play there. Soren not wanting 6 to generate too much value, but really quickly going down a lot of spirits from 6.
Yeah, I'm not sure how... don't get me wrong, Astrabbit is necessary, but turn 1, the only thing I really want to hit it with is a PTA. A lot of back row being set by Soren now. And we have a Mountains of Boreas being cast out. This is either for the Nexus to lock down the back row, or we have a Shivaroar in hand ready to go.
I think actually what's happening here, Soren expended a draw this turn.
Oh, did he?
I think that Gorgon's Gaze was because he does not want 6 generating advantage over him. And 6 playing out this Zeus for 4 once again, probably going to see a call come down in that case. All searching Fulgaris would be very, very strong.
See what happens. It might be Fulgaris in hand. It's Fulgaris in hand. No need for Zeus to call on anything. Fulgaris now threatening the back row, and
And it's going to eat a Gorgon's Gaze, which makes a lot of sense here. Prevents the popping of the back row, prevents attacking over Brummelinks.
But was there a disenchant?
I don't believe so.
Probably should have waited for the disenchant to happen.
A little preemptive, potentially.
Because there are definitely Sports Bears on that Zeus, so just a little too quick trigger with that. We'll see if that goes to bite Soren later on. But regardless, we have a new set.
It may not matter if Soren is able to resolve the Brummelinks Nexus here, which is looks like we're going to do, and unless 6 has a Gorgon's Gaze. What? Okay, we're
locking down the back row for groups like Cryolink.
Okay.
I understand it. I you know what? I agree with this. Getting rid of mountains right now isn't the greatest, but if you can get a 7 attacker with a 5 defender locking down back row, I'm for it. The only thing is, like, I get locking down the back row. Your 2 back row must be really good to not want to get rid of the Zeus right now.
Yeah, the thing is the back row have to be Gorgon's Gaze, with the 3rd Gorgon's Gaze, in fact, because this Fulgaris will just disenchant to pop something. I guess it'll get destroyed by the Cryovern here, but it is very possible that there's another Fulgaris in hand, or there's a Call of Zeus to then search another one. I don't know if I agree with this. It seems like a solid short-term decision, but long-term, 6 just has way more resources now than if Soren had decided to flip that Zeus face down. I
agree. So I think it just comes down to the belief Soren has in the face downs. I mean, hey, we could be seeing an Ultra Stars out of nowhere, or there's a plethora of cards it could be. So let's just trust that Soren's game instincts right now is everything that they need to make sure this is the right decision.
Looks like a
thunderstorm.
It's gonna hit one of those back row.
Oh, beautiful animation!
Animation. Wow.
Oh man. Was Earthquake played? Did we get it? Oh, hey! I caught that.
Altar of Stars.
I'm pretty sure we scripted these decks.
Yeah, they're following the script really well, actually. So I have next that 6 is going to play Zeus's Call. No, okay.
Well,
casting out 8 Thunder Lustral, Titano Strike. Now we can deal with the other back row as well and clear this Cryovern or this Brummelinks.
We do have an activation of the effect, searching out a 2nd Thunderstorm. This is confirmation we didn't have before, is that there are more than one Thunderstorms in the list. Oh, wait, unless that was a field to find.
That might have been a field to find. I did not see a card go to hand there.
Huh. Okay. Interesting. All the same, the effect was activated. So I'm assuming that Zeus is going to try to get over. But now the question is, how potent is that? Oh, wait, there's probably a disenchant from Fulgaris, actually.
No, we don't have Fulgaris on board anymore. That is Zeus disenchant.
Right. Fair.
Are we attempting to crash with Cryovern, or are we attempting to hit over Brummelinks? We're getting shielded here, and this is where things start to fall apart very quickly for 6.
Yeah.
So now Soren gets an extra turn to Brummelinks Nexus, flip face down the Zeus. 6 loses those 3 spirits, and a consistent way to deal with this Brummelink.
Wow, Cryolink is staying at a 7 attacker.
Yeah, Cryovern is a 7. Soren knows that there aren't any more Thunderstorms in deck. Potentially there wouldn't be in hand either, because the set was not contested. We're going to go ahead and Nexus lock down that Zeus here.
I mean, this is scary, because now you have 2 of your Rune row already locked down. Like, they cannot be played.
And that's a Brummelinks getting played by Soren now. We're going to search Blizzard potentially, then pop the Zeus. That would be, I think, very backbreaking at this point.
Yeah, if that is a search for the Blizzard, then yeah, that could be exactly what Soren needs to just try to cinch this one. Mountains of Boreas could also be valuable here, just to give everything a big buff. And it is going to be mountains being cast in the stadium spot. So now we're going to, we already saw the Nexus, both the Unknown face down and the Zeus with 3 spirits are both flagged down in the back row. And after Cryolink gets over the Estravit, we just kind of hit for 1.
Sorin is in a pretty good spot on board. Pretty low in Spirit deck, though.
And
Six
no back row
now,
set this time.
exactly. Six now has an opportunity to just clear through this. Even like resting on your laurels goes absolutely crazy here. Pop the defense position Brummelinks, flip Zeus, hit over Cryovern.
Yeah, but the fact that there's no movement yet by 6 is showing that there's a lot to deliberate right now. Thunderstorm, I believe, can destroy any back row, not just face down. So you can't get rid of the mountains. But
Yeah, it makes me think that maybe it was used preemptively because now this mountains is making this Cryovern a 9/6.
and this is the second mountain, right?
Yeah, this was the second one.
So it's possible that if 6 can get over this, then you don't have to worry about anything else for the rest of the game. But
Yeah, so using it early.
That's the thing that gets it, is that you probably use that Thunderstorm too early. So you gotta figure out like what do you take down first? Do you take out the mountain? Do you focus on the Boomlink so you get your face down back? Do you take out the other Boomlink, which is already a 5? That's another thing. The stats are on board: a 5, a 6 defender, and an 8 attacker.
It's a 9 right now. Actually, it's 2.
It's a 9 attack. Yeah, you're correct. Yeah.
I think you have to take out the original Brummelinks because that back row, if it's a shield, Cryovern is just gone. That saves your board really easily. 6 really deliberating this. Like we are making sure this is the right play. We have a Thunder coming out for a defense position. Titanic Strike does not inspire confidence.
No, that is going to be a search for. Wait. There was a search for 4 and there was a fail to 5. So there's
we're not even going to attempt to activate it.
Yeah.
This might be a concession that 6 just doesn't have anything.
You have to wonder, like, there may even be a champion of Zeus waiting for him. Like, I'm sorry, Tempest champion of Zeus in hand, but like, what do you
Griffuse! It's Griffuse!
Oh.
We have ascended the Titanic Strike into Griffuse now. That is big, but it is not big enough to get over the original Brummelinks. Is there a Zeus in hand to then be able to swing over? Oh, actually, so we can -3 the board.
Yes.
Does that... We
-3 attacks
with Cryovern.
Do you still take the damage? Is there value? I mean, you do get rid of the extra spirits that are being nexus around, but instead they get over the Brummelinks. So you leave the extra spirits. You leave... Man, I'm not sure if that was the right call. I do believe there was more value in getting rid of the Cryovern. But
yeah, because Cryovern now just gets to hit over your Griffuse for free, and there's back row set. There's a Cataract on board now as well. I feel like this is snowballed out of 6's control really fast here, and he needs a miracle to be able to come back from this. This Brummelinks has put in work here.
Yeah, it's done a lot of good things for Storm right now in both game 1 and 3. We're going to be seeing the Nexus from the Cryovern onto the Cataract, healing for another 2. No back row to even worry about locking down. I mean, who needs that at this point? And now you have a really potent target to ascend off of for Chivalry if you want to. I mean, you can kind of take your pick. You can choose Cryovern and then next off of it and then chant another one. Like, just this board now, I think is too many individual pieces for 6 to reasonably get through with only 3 spirits left.
Yeah, I think that this might be curtains for 6. He needs something big here. He needs Zeus plus a champion that he can crash with the Cataract to then go into a Volt Tempest or something like that. Like, it needs to be the perfect series of cards that allows him to get there. And Ambrosia is a start. That is an incredible start to get back into this game.
Okay. So we're bringing back at least 1 solar. So maybe for a Plucky? Unless maybe there is a Phosphorus. I mean, who knows at this point? No, using a solar for that one and bringing back 3 Thunder. Okay. So going back up to 7 spirits at this point. Tied in spirit count. Board. Man. Like, let's not even talk about the board. Soren is just set up a really foreboding wall for 6 to try to scale, and even set a face down. We didn't call that out, but even set a face down on Soren's side.
Yeah, playing through a face down, a gigantic board. That Katarina is a 5 currently. We have a Thunder coming out.
A Strabbit? I mean, honestly, if it's a Strabbit, I wouldn't want that. Looks like Fulgaris
in defense position.
Champion
getting
Fulgaris
PCA'd.
Right now. Oh.
And 6 is just passing here. This is game. This is 6 is at 6 spirits here, as their name says. A re-enchant. You can Nexus off of Boreas comfortably here. We got a Brummelinx on board. This is not only putting 6 to 0, it is attacking for the final expansion if they so desire.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do to stop this. You just switch everything to attack and just go in.
This has just been a slow plotting of Soren exacting every single resource out of 6, and 6 unable to do anything about it. And that is going to be the game. 6 concedes to Soren, and we have Frost moving on 5-1, which that's crazy.
We were saying earlier that Frost is an element that is so strong right now, and seeing so many different pieces. Like, this was Frost through the ages. We saw Daybreak Brummelinx and the new one from Firestorm searching out Mountains and Blizzard. We saw Shivervore from Frostfall come up, and we also saw Cryover from Frostfall. It was just the best of all worlds that made for a very potent Game 3 for Soren.
Yeah, that original Brummelinx has had tops in the past. It was really cool to see it come back, especially with the strength of things like Zeus potentially in its upcoming format. And you know, that's very, very strong Game 3 there from Soren. That Brummelinx didn't leave the board the entire game. That was the turn 1 play. It didn't leave. They just had the resources they needed to get there, and they got there.
Just really strong play by Soren. I love the list, and you know, as I said earlier when we saw what it was, I know what this deck can do. Shivervore is scary. Frigid, we didn't see Frigid Cup, but Frigid Cup is also a piece of Frost that can be really scary. So, I mean, kudos for the deck list. I would hope that we can get an interview with Soren later so we can figure out like what the decisions were behind the different pieces, what were the ratios between the Brummelinx, because I believe we only saw 1-1 each game. So I would love to know that as well. But really interesting list by Soren. Well tested, and it proved well and fruitful for them today.
Yeah, really cool to see Frost do stuff. We were talking about this earlier, but Shivervore, like it's clearly got leg. It's a solid card.
4 of them.
Anyway, it's a solid deck, and Soren did a great job to show that Shivervore is not something to be trifled with. Moving on into our last round at 5-1 is pretty strong.
Kudos to 6 though with the Champion of Zeus build. That was really exciting. I love how, well, maybe not love it, but it was interesting how on turn 1 we couldn't even tell what the list was due to just the nature of how that game went. That we just saw Plucky and Titanic Strikers. All right, well, what is this? And then we saw everything pop off. We saw Zeus's Call, my random caster pick of the tournament, just showing up immediately. That was exciting for me. But Zeus's Call, searching out Fulgaris, and then getting the backflow while being a 5 attacker, essentially an 8 attacker after you disenchant from Zeus as well. That's a lot you can do with just a 2-card combo. So that was really interesting to see. So if you guys have not tried testing and cooking with Champion of Zeus cards yet, take what 6 was doing as inspiration and see what iteration you can take on the cards.
Yeah, if you've got any ideas for decks, or you've got stuff you've been testing, or you've got decks that you're hoping to see make it to Top Cut, make sure to go ahead and share with us over using our new hashtag Play Elestrals on all your different social media platforms. We are checking them. There's lots of hilarious things that I've already seen being shared over there. So make sure you don't stop posting. If there's one thing I'm saying is do not stop posting. Keep posting. Post good. Post often, because we will be going and looking at it.
Cannot wait to see what you guys have to say about this one. And, you know, I'll go over a little bit as we go into round 7 next time. But, man, again, just congrats to the casters on this one. I just love seeing Frost play. We saw Crowling and Cryoverm, which I think became a real good offensive threat, where we thought that there was a whole mistake when we saw Boomerang's next off. It's like, no, I just need that Frost there. Like, I need that, I need that back row locked down so I can do this. Which, did we see when the cards were flipped up what that other face down was? I'm not sure if we got that.
I don't believe so. I
would wish we could have got that confirmation on that one, because I mean that could have proven to be the end game play.
Yeah, maybe the call to lock down that face down was correct, and I was silly to try and say that it should have been lock down the Zeus.
Yeah.
Maybe that would have been a game determinative play there, but ultimately didn't matter.
I mean, that's the fun part of being a commentator, is that, we know what the decks can do, we know what it is, but we can only do but so much. So I love it when the cast are just like, actually, you don't know anything, watch this. And we just end up popping off. It's like, oh, it doesn't make sense, but it really does. It's great. But yeah, unfortunately, we did not get to see what that other face down was. But, it worked out in the favor, so you have to believe that was the correct play.
Yeah, it worked out. But speaking of a bunch of different decks and stuff like Frost, we have a nice little graphic for you, and that is
we have more data?
More data! Let's go! New data alert!
I love data!
We have our top percentage representation of decks for our Swiss rounds, which is very, very exciting stuff. You can see here that we have Champion Chrysor at 10.5%, Nixon Mare at 8.9%, along with Spiders at 8.9%, Lunar Aggro, Bears, and Hermes trailing from there. That's crazy. I'm not really surprised to see this, but wow, that is
my caster picks ain't nowhere near here. Both of yours are on here with Spiders and Hermes, and both of K's are here with Nixon Mirror and Bears. Where's like a void? Like, okay, Lunar Aggro, so I guess it's right there. it's right there, but it's not shining like everything else. Where's Champion Volcaries? Which I guess people maybe feel like it's a little not new, because it did come out in the May Shattered Stars, or maybe. But the biggest shock of this for me is that Champion Chrysor is the most represented deck type.
I'm not really that surprised, because if anything, it is just a solid engine that you can play and stuff. Like we saw it even in that Champion of Zeus deck from 6 just a little bit ago. Chrysor is just a solid card that you can drop into a deck, just like Navi Doppelganger. And it's very, very strong. And I think a lot of these decks that are being labeled as Champion Chrysor might be a lot closer to just like good stuff that also has Chrysor as a win condition, similarly to how we saw Lunar Aggro in the early days of Moonrise, using Navi Doppelganger as the win condition for a good stuff deck.
I can see that. Yeah, that's the tough part about it, is that we're only seeing 2 cards of 40 in the list, not counting the side deck. So, I mean, while this is interesting, what the exact breakdowns are, I mean, we just saw Champion Chrysor and Champion of Zeus.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, what exactly is the percentage of the decks that are using this? Is it a small engine? Because I can understand why Chrysor, Soylent, Search Chrysor, Cast Chrysor is a good small engine for people to try out. You can do that with Narby. Like, honestly, because Doppelganger is a win as well. So the blend right there is just waiting for you to
Fulgorix is a win.
Wait.
Doppelganger is a double lunar.
Is it?
It is. Yep. Doppelganger is double lunar.
Oh man! All right, we'll just play Fulgorix then.
Yeah, just actually that's the real thing. You play Chrysor, and then you play Like a Void Werepup, and then you play Navi Fulgorix.
Yes. And somehow find some way to fit in next Nixon Mirror as well.
Yeah,
just find it. Just throw it in. It's fine.
Put in a Majorsa somewhere.
Yeah, who needs Ash Rabbit when you have Ash Rabbit? Just add 2 fires out of nowhere for no reason. And since you're doing all that, you might as well play Bronto Wisp.
You should put
and since you're playing Bronto Wisp, you might as well add Follow the Wisp. Don't Follow the Wisp. And since you're playing that, you might as well add Change of Prometheus. Honestly, deck building in Elestrals is easy.
Yeah, you just let the Psychosis take over, and then the deck kind of just appears the next morning. with that, I will be stepping off the desk, and Kay can come on and
Deal
help
with my
PK
nonsense,
build,
yes.
PK build the next greatest deck to top the next premiere on June 21st. We're gonna go ahead and throw it to a short break. We'll see you in round 7.
5 minutes is not enough to recover from what we just witnessed in that last match. Shivervore and Cryovern and Boomerlinks showed up and showed out to give Soren Plays the victory in round 6. Kay, I understand that was a lot of frost, but that last clash was so hot to watch.
It was amazing. We've been talking all day about not only all of the new things that are coming out in Firestorm, but older cards and older lists that might be able to shine, might have been given the missing puzzle pieces. And I think that list from Soren highlighting so many Frostfall and even other set cards was amazing and piloted so well as well.
Speaking of decks getting missing pieces during Firestorm, in the top 6 decks, your 2 picks were represented pretty well. Not only is Nixamera up there in one of the most commonly bought decks right now, but Bears as well. Your predictions, other people are seeing what you see.
Hey, when I saw this, I want you all to know that I typed in our little chat, I said I get 2 million points. So I'm stating it here just so it's official. I love to see the Nixamera and Bears representation here. But honestly, all of us did kill it. And you know what? We talked about how a lot of the Fire Nexus stuff that you were predicting, I was listening to you and Caleb talk. It's one of those that because we had access to it in the last tournament, maybe people just weren't as like, ooh, shiny, new, ooh, fun about it. But we've definitely still seen it around, and it's still incredibly strong and potent. So I think we all killed it on our predictions here.
We are all performing pretty well, but no one saw Champion Chrysor happening to be one of the most top represented decks. But talking about our predictions, so I was pretty safe with Like a Void. I was pretty risky with Volcaries. Did you hear me make an extra pick like Caleb did?
No, what was it?
It was Zeus's Call.
Ooh, okay.
And what was played in that last match by 6?
I did see that. We did see our Champion of Zeus list. And really interesting that it was alongside the Chrysor stuff.
Yeah, it was a really interesting list, and I'm excited to see like what the list was. Both of those players having really interesting deck lists that hopefully they show off later on after this tournament concludes, so we can see what their thoughts were and how it goes out. But many people only show off their deck list if they got a top cut performance. So hopefully they both make it so we can see what they both got. Question mark. But all the same, is going to be just really cool to see how they've been cooking. The last card we've yet to see, like the actual card, is Hermes Trickery. We see Hermes being the 6th most represented deck type, but are any of them playing Hermes Trickery? That remains to be seen.
Yeah, we don't know. And the fact that, yes, we saw Bears so represented, but we didn't see them on stream ever.
Yeah.
And this is not me complaining. I would never presume to say I deserved to see Bears, but hey, you know what? I will say, don't give up on Bears, everybody. They're really good and really cute, and you should bring them to the next tournament, because then maybe next tournament we can all see them.
I think that it's what's exciting to know is not just about what is most represented, but what is converting the most. Because it's not just about what's popular. Like Clovey can be popular to the cows come home. I guess for that matter, Soul Stocks can be popular to the cows come home. But it doesn't mean that they're going to convert in front of wolves.
Hey, not too much on Soul Stocks, okay?
Why was that kind of a bar? Hold up.
You did kind of cook there, and I really liked it.
Jeez, cool. Write me down. I am on fire.
Between that and the deck that you were starting to build at the end of the last round, ooh!
If you got chains of Prometheus,
Listen.
Let me stop. I don't need to cook that much. Listen, I understand I can get a Michelin star for my meals, but I don't need y'all. Y'all can't have all that. Not right now. Wait until Panzer is finished, then we'll talk. But yeah, all the same though, round 7 is being set up right now. So this is the last round of Swiss. And we do have confirmation that as of now, Trish and Spicy Sausage are the only casters that are undefeated right now. So likely we're going to see them face off as we go into Top Cut. Both of them should be secure toward making it, especially whoever wins that, because they'll be undefeated. But I don't think we have had a single person who's been undefeated in Swiss win that tournament. I can't recall it anyway.
Yeah, I'm trying to think through, and you might be right. There are so many situations where we see people go completely undefeated, as you mentioned, in Swiss, but then once you get into Top Cut, it's just, I mean, first of all, it's been such a long day of playing at such a high level, but also then when you're against people who have been doing the same thing, then even things like, oh, you drew kind of not as good as your opponent can be the difference between winning and losing at that caliber.
That's like the tough part about it. I mean, you can have as well refined game sense as possible, but if you're not finding the cards, it means nothing in the grand scheme. So, I mean, you just gotta have a little bit of luck on your side, but isn't that the glory of all card games in all facets?
Yes, and that's why I say I haven't become a champion yet. It's just the luck factor, surely.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Same here. It has nothing to do with the fact that my Elestral of choice is Panzer.
Hey, listen, if you play Panzer, then you might as well play Bloom. If you play Bloom.
You get it! You understand it! Yes, the philosophy has passed on from PK to K.
Look, I was saying this to you before. I could have listened to you do that for an hour and been entertained the entire time. Which, speaking of, if you have been here and you've been enjoying your time here and been entertained, be sure to like the stream and get involved. We have our hashtag #PlayElestrals in between rounds. My fellow commentators and I have been having so much fun looking at seeing what you guys have been posting. If there are memorable moments that happen or even silly, goofy little memes that you make, it brings us joy all the same.
Yeah, they are actively being checked, including someone hoping that we see Majesty being played sooner or later. I don't know if we're going to see that in round 7, but I am a believer for Majesty as well. So that may be something that we see explored later on. Like maybe it's a pick that's more of a counter pick for a specific meta. All the same though, we're going to see these casters set up. Cannot wait to see who we have on deck. It is going to be exciting to see what is going to close out our round 7. And likely, we're going to be visiting casters whose tournament lives are on the line right now.
This is always such a fun but nerve-wracking part of the day because, like you said, it's literally they are fighting for their tournament lives. This is a matter of winning or losing and your run ending there. So these players are going to be playing out of their minds, which is always so fun to watch.
So we're watching the casters draw their cards. Look like they'll be ready very soon. And once we know who it is, we will let you guys know. I cannot wait though. I'm sure that everyone is doing some amazing plays and we have the names.
I'm very excited.
Vibot versus Archaic Rage. Hey, that's a type in Elestrals. Archaic Rage. But when y'all see these decks, you know what? This is going to be interesting to see how it plays out. There are 2 different but similar strategies.
Mm-hmm. And it will be interesting because, like you said, they're similar. But we've never seen them go head to head like this, and it will be really cool to watch them interact and see which strategy comes out on top. And ultimately, we'll be moving on to Top Cut.
So at this point, it's all about who has. Well, let's make a prediction because it's something that we've seen very often here right now. Whoever goes first, do you think they're going to win the clash?
Ooh, it's so hard. I know that you and Caleb were talking a lot about how going first allows you to really set the pace.
Yes.
And I mean, I think a lot of times today, actually, we've seen the person going first go on to not win, even though that's sort of an advantageous position to be in. So I guess we will see.
Well, we're going to visit out and find out the results of this matchup right now. Round 7 begins. Archaic Rage versus Rybot. Let's begin.
Oh boy, this again, like we said, this is the part of the day where it gets really tense. It's so high stakes. And one of these casters, one of them flexing that Dallas top 16 mat, so beautiful.
Yeah, Rabbi had a really powerful performance at the Dallas Open. Cannot wait for the next Open to be announced. Please have it be sooner than later. Maybe in my hometown. An expend to draw by Archaic Rage showing off a fire. Definitely don't see a fire being milled too early. Usually.
Yep, we don't know if we're getting the first hints of what we might be working with here.
Oh!
Coming out! Woo! Fully loaded or three
enchanted, but there is Hestia coming out where you can disenchant to special cast a 1-cost fire spirit Elestral from your hand.
And because you have to have less or the same number, and the number right now is 0, we are actually able to use Hestia's effect. And it looks like Rybot leaving a spirit on the Hestia, probably for some kind of nexus later on. We'll see. And
wait a minute. That's Arachna's Lair.
Okay, and we see the Warmite coming out as well as a rabbit. Okay, so off of the Hestia, we got the Warmite, and also rabbit coming out immediately being hit with a PTA. Classic.
As it should. But yeah, that's a lot of advantage. We're getting a draw, we get the Estrabit, we cast the Estrabit, we get an add of 3. And it looks like one was just quickly added to the hand. But Poison Arrow is going to not only prevent the Estrabit from dealing damage this turn, but also destroying it in the end phase. So overall, not a bad position for Archaic Rage to be in. The question here is, does Rybot have a counter room to set as well? And it looks like there is at least one that Archaic Rage is going to have to deal with. Looks like they're considering 2.
Yeah, okay, and we do go with the second one. And as you mentioned, that Arachne's Lair is up. So any spiders that are played from here on out, as long as that is up, we get to draw a card over on Rybot's side.
So let's see what is going to happen. We do have an expendable water right there from the Warmite attack, and Poison Arrow is going to destroy the and expending another fire as well. So kind of showing the element of choice for Archaic Rage's deck type. But let's see if a strategy can be played as we have Cryo Blast. Are we seeing bears? Fire and ice. I'm just saying. Taking out the Warmite champion of Hestia.
Hestia. Yes.
Champion of Hestia. I'm sorry, that has Dynax around one still on the brain.
That's my girl, all right?
Set 1, and is that it? That was a pass?
I guess we Cryo Blast.
Morelith? Is that Morelith? No, that's Parachne!
The Parachne being able to be cast with 2 wind because of the Arachne's Lair. I was talking about this earlier!
Oh, yes! Man! It's the 9th lift!
Oh my goodness. A
6/5 body getting a draw thanks to the Lair and attacking for 2. The back row is not enough. Honestly, very potent card that can really start turning the tides of battle.
This is amazing and goes to show, because the conversation today has been a lot about, well, some of these spider builds are opting not to play Parachne. Look how good of a turn that was. I think everyone should be playing it. Not
taken out by the one of. It was fun while it lasted. And look, my guy Tectorus was on the field. You see that in the analogy?
It did. Hey, you know what? While we're talking about artifacts, Tectorus absolutely wants to hold a Scythe of Demeter. I'm just saying, someone start.
Can you please stop leaking the tech? Please stop. Jeez.
We bloom to the no.
She just doesn't want to see Panzer thrive.
We have a Necruff coming out properly enchanted.
Oh yeah, properly enchanted pup. We don't see that too often. Is going to just get an attack in for one face down still set. So you have, and not to mention, we still have a special cast by Hestia for Rybot now. So you have to believe that they're far from out, especially with them constantly drawing thanks to the Lair. If we can see it,
Hestia, I believe, only has the 1 spirit still on her, which possibly is an argument to have fully loaded the Hestia.
I mean, if you're playing more than one Hestia, I can see where you don't need to fully load it. But I mean, I guess we'll see just how it plays out. Looks like something is being called out between the. Oh, he just passed this.
Okay.
That's a simple pass. Yeah, not too much more at it. I guess they're okay with the game state right now, waiting for something else to develop. As we see Archaic Rage set up Volcanic Forge, or more importantly, get rid of the Arachnid's Lair.
And this is another conversation that we've been having a lot today, as these stadium runes are not only beneficial to you, but you can also remove another rune in an Ash Rabbit coming out. My favorite rabbit.
Bunix is right there.
Okay, well, that's my favorite bunny. All right.
Wow, forgetting the newest child? Hestia, no.
It's because I said the thing about Tectaris, isn't it?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
And
we have
a
return of fire, from a Shrabbit.
Yeah. Okay, Archaic Rage said, I'm getting a fire spirit back.
I am healing.
Mm-hmm.
What you gonna do, stop me?
And that is the fun of Ash Rabbit, is you can target any card, including spirits.
You have 2 5s on the board right now, 1 defensive, 1 offensive. So what exactly do you do in Rybot situation? I don't think I guess you can just Warmite if you can find it. You still do have the Hestia to help you get something big on board. Yeah,
and if this Spiders build plays Frostmite, that could be really nice for the Ash Rabbit.
Ooh, Stellar Warmite, the old Stellar variant too.
Okay, and that will be a -4, which is going to be really nice here for this Nekruff, which is what I would guess Warmite is going to be targeting here.
Yeah, it has to get rid of the offensive threat. So let's see exactly how this is going to push forward, and the Nekruff is going to go down. Just doesn't even contest it. And honestly, in this situation, I understand it.
Okay, Archaic Rage sitting on 1 back row here. And we do have this Volcanic Forge, which, while yes, it is benefiting Rybot's side of the field as well, there was value in removing that Arachnid's Lair. I mean, Rybot would have gotten another draw from that Warmite cast.
Yeah, definitely want to stuff that out while you can. And that's exactly why Nekruff was not protected last turn. There was another puppy waiting in the wings.
Only to be met with a tsunami the one time we don't have a water enchanted Nekruff. It gets hit with a tsunami, showing exactly why we like to do that.
Well, we're going to have to just let that one go, unfortunately. Hopefully the face down can protect that Nekruff right there, or there's a third Nekruff, but then I hope you're just playing Trifernal. And all the same, though, it looks like another Warmite is being played out right now. Wow, the lack of Arachnid's Lair is really hurting Rybot right now. Wonder if there's have another 2 copies in the deck. But 3 face downs, 2 Warmites attacking over the Nekruff.
Okay, and Archaic Rage still not flipping this back row that they have. I don't know if it's a matter of not wanting to save the puppy or this not being live.
I mean, I guess it's tough to say, like, what exactly is the end game for Archaic Rage right now? We're trying to see, like, what are they building towards? Because right now we've just seen fire good stuff. And it looks like a Kinleo being cast out. Do you take off of the Ash Rabbit or the Volcanic Forge? Do you have an artifact in your hand that you can use as a Nexus Bank?
Yeah, so
okay.
Nexusing onto the Ash Rabbit, being able to activate the effective Ash Rabbit to target cards in the Underworld, while also being able to then get the Kinleo effect to pop an Elestral, however, being met with a Gorgon's Gaze. I don't know if this is the Kinleo or the Ash Rabbit here.
We'll have to find out, but notice that the spirit off of Hestia is being spent along with the wind to activate the Gorgon's Gaze. So Hestia is now off the board right now. And seeing as how cards are being chosen from the Underworld, looks like Ash Rabbit was not the target, but Kinleo. So Cryoblast, Nekruff, and I missed the first card.
It's another Nekruff. So
another Nekruff.
Either it's going to be a 5 or removal, and good luck with that choice, Rybot.
I'm assuming that Cryo Blast was activated because now we have Ambrosia being activated to remove one of the Ryback. Oh no, just 3 fires. So I guess it was a Nekruff. I did miss the ad, if we can get clarification on that. But all the same, no attack can be declared because the Gorgon's Gaze is activated. So turn does pass back to Rybot.
And with that big turn, I mean, the fact that we're still just sitting, staring at 2 spiders. Rybot still has some board advantage here, but Ash Rabbit getting a lot of value for Archaic Rage as well.
Looking at the next card that was drawn, another 3 cards being set.
Ooh.
I wonder if one of them is Hestia's Hearth.
That would be amazing to see. Although, of course, without Hestia Enchanted, without one of these being the champion of Hestia, Warmight, not as valuable of a card. Hopefully, Rybot can get those pieces together if that is one of these set cards.
We'll have to see just how this one plays out, but attack is being declared right now. I'm assuming that we're just saying, like, hey, you're getting -4 attack now. That effect not being necessary on a receive is pretty crazy. Base set is the Wild West, but that is going to get over the Kinleo, so the spirit is gone, as well as the offensive pressure. Let's see how Archaic Rage adjusts here.
Yeah, losing that Kinleo is rough. Although, speaking of rough, we know that we added that neck ruff from the underworld with the Ash Rabbit, and here he comes. Although Rybot with 3 back row, I mean, one of them has to be something, surely.
The thing with all this back row that Rybot has had, look at the spirit count. Like, at this point, go ahead, activate your shield, go down by 2. I'm only hitting you for 1 right now. So how much do you value this? And there's a tsunami that's going to put Necruff to defense, and that's an Ash Rabbit re-enchant.
Without having Frostmite here to be able to deal with the big defensive bodies, we see spiders really struggle. I mean, this Ash Rabbit has just put up a wall against Rybot and prevented damage for turns now.
Yeah, do spider decks typically tech in Frostmite when they can?
I'm not sure. Personally, I would, but I also just love Frostmite, so who can say?
I also pulled 2 reverse stellar Frostmite, so I absolutely would.
Okay, so we're just continuing to flex your polls from this past shadow.
Listen, all right. Listen, you pull a stellar, you flex a stellar. and you do it on social media with the hashtag #PlayElestrals.
Excellent. Absolutely. And that is speaking of, we were talking about that champion of Hestia Warmight needed for if one of those is Hestia's Hearth. There is one of the pieces of the puzzle and another set card from Rybot.
So now we have, I mean, technically we are lowering something, but it doesn't really matter. It's a defense, and the Necruff is going to be taken out. The Ash Rabbit, though, proving to pay dividends for Archaic Rage. That 5 defense is something that Spiders is having a difficult time getting over.
Definitely an argument to be made for Frostmite, we're just saying, and not just because PK has the reverse stellar. 2 copies.
Yeah, it's only 60% of the reason.
We do see the re-enchant on that Ash Rabbit. I'm not sure what we're going to be targeting here. They last time went for Cryoblast and the 2 Necruff. We'll see if that's the case again.
I imagine Necruff will be double the targets again, and now we have Kinleo being the 3rd. Yeah, this is dealer's choice, man. Literally pick your poison. It looks like Necruff will be the dog of choice, or the 4-legged creature of choice. Kinleo is not a dog.
Well, to be fair, Necruff has come out multiple times now, and Rybot has been able to treat it like not much of a threat every single time. So probably not too scared in choosing that over and over again, although you're going to run out of tsunamis. You're going to run out of counter runes eventually.
We have an ascension over 1 base Warmight to Parakni. Now we have another threat to the Ash Rabbit with a 6 attacker on board.
And if I was Archaic Rage, I would have been holding on to something to save this Ash Rabbit from this exact situation. Yeah, but even if it's a shield,
there's consideration.
Okay, I have Gorgons.
So not the most optimal play here. Like, you can't force another ascension the next turn. Also, can we think about how much of the advantage would be in Rybot's favor if Arachne's Lair was still up?
Oh my gosh, the number of cards that would have been drawn at this point is incomprehensible.
It would have been +4. You must draw 4 more.
Archaic Rage really got a lot of value out of that Volcanic Forge between getting rid of the Arachne's Lair and then also being able to Nexus off of it, activate that Ash Rabbit. Of course, the effect of the Kinleo, which is who Nexus, didn't get to go off, but we might have another chance right now.
Kinleo was in hand. We do have a hit in the field. Do we have a Nexus target or do we have to threaten to get rid of our Shrabbit? It looks like that is a Divine, I believe.
I think it's Hephaestus.
I believe that is Hephaestus. We have Fire Nexus on the field, okay. Or Fire Artifacts, I should say. We have a Disenchant of Hephaestus. Will we go for Torch of Hestia? Which, right now in this matchup, Torch of Hestia could be really potent for Archaic Rage in future games.
Yeah, if we do that, we can keep that, and then Nexus, if Archaic Rage so chooses, can Nexus off of the Hephaestus to be able to pop something, probably that Paracne. If I had to guess, that is a clear target right there.
Yeah, it has to be the Paracne here. Like, get rid of that. And not to mention the Foretell on Declaration can allow you to set up for the next turn that may come your way, depending on what your back row may or may not be. Torch of Hestia is going to be added to hand. Unfortunately, no Champion of Valkyries. Come on, give me another point, Archaic Rage. My predictions are waiting for you.
Hey, you've got a lot of the pieces going on here, okay? This is like a half point for you.
Half point? Nah, we go 50, 100% or all or none. All the same though. We all go to Nexus to the Ashrabbit. Not only getting the destruction, okay?
But we're also going to get the effective Ashrabbit off again, going to be able to pick the 3 from the Underworld. And Rybot really looking at these 3 back row with only 3 spirits left. There's not a lot to play with. You can't prevent both of these things. I think that that is a Hestia's Hearth going to be paying off of the Paracne, which now I believe is under enchanted. And we're going to enchant over to the Champion of Hestia Warmight. And because of it's a Champion of Hestia, you get to enchant 2 rather than just 1.
We talked about this earlier, whether or not Hestia's Hearth was one of the face downs. I mean, with all these face down Rybot has had, I mean, this was kind of like a long gambit right now. But in this game state with this spirit count, Hestia's Heart is paying dividends for Rybot right now.
However, maybe I'm not seeing a spirit that is there, but Paracne, I think, only has 1 spirit underneath it right now. Oh, there he goes. Okay.
Yeah, you got to get rid of that disenchant right there. We don't need it right now. But still, Paracne, it was going to get destroyed anyway, so why not? Hephaestus. Did you see what was brought back from the Underworld with the Shrabbit?
No, I did not. I was focused on the Hestia's Hearth of it all, unfortunately.
It is interesting that the Torch of Hestia was Nexus off of and not the Hephaestus.
I guess valuing being able to get another artifact, but yeah, I'm not sure there. Maybe there was a fear of making whatever the torch was attached to a target for shield or something. I'm not sure.
Yeah. All the same, like we have a lot of deliberation by Rybot. Only 2 spirits left, a decent sized board, but not much that they can really do offensively besides re-enchant well, we do have 3 spirits on the Warmight, Champ Warmight, as we have. All right, pulling that back. I believe there was something being considered there. Now we already saw Hestia's Hearth. We saw a few tsunamis, and it looks like a face down by Archaic Rage being played, and that is that Torch? That's not Torch.
No.
Can't quite tell that, but the artwork is a little off to me.
Oh, it's
Reforge.
Okay.
Oh!
There you go, PK.
Wow. We're seeing everything but Champ Valkyries.
Literally. It's almost like they're doing it on purpose.
Love it. Love it so much. Reforge being an Elestral, a card that can pull back an artifact and the number of spirits that are needed to enchant that artifact from your Underworld to your hand and spirit deck respectively. So really nice card to have face down by Archaic Rage, and they're starting to battle back after a really long game of being behind.
However, it looks like we are still having a lot of deliberation going on right now from Rybot.
So, I mean, at this point, it's just trying to figure out what is going on. What both casters are just playing a really patient game, understanding that we have hit an apex, the crescendo essentially in this clash. Ash Rabbit has been doing so much work for Archaic Rage right now. Are we having an attack into the Ash Rabbits? Oh no, that was a weakening. Warmite to weaken the Kinleo, then Warmite Champ to get rid of it.
Be able to swing over. This Ash Rabbit still holding strong. Parachne having been the one final hope, I feel, for Rybot to be able to do anything about this Ash Rabbit. Unfortunately, I mean, we're pretty tied up in spirits, and Rybot does have the board presence, but if there's nothing to be done about this Ash Rabbit, Archaic Rage can simply continue to heal back spirits every turn.
If there is a Frostmite in the side, I'm sure Rybot's like, yeah, this is coming in next game, game 2 immediately, as we have a cast out by Archaic Rage. Is that Warmite champion of... No.
I think it is. No.
We'll wait for confirmation right there, but I mean, that is definitely... We definitely do have a cast out as we have a rune being played by Archaic Rage. There's the Torch of Hestia as well. And, well, there's no Hestia on the field anymore, so it cannot get the ad from the Foretell. But +2 attack is really potent, and this could be the time they get over the Champion Warmite on Rybot's side, as we do have confirmation that it was Champion of Warmite cast on Archaic side. So going back and forth on this game, just really exciting stuff.
And Archaic Rage finally moving this Ash Rabbit into attack, showing that this really is the time that they're looking to make a big game-winning move here.
And with only 2 spirits on the back in the spirit deck, I mean, that back row isn't exactly posing too much of a threat. Although, remember that 4 spirits are represented on board, 3 under 1 Elestral.
Could always be a Hestia's Hearth, as we've said. And oh my gosh, that is exactly what it is. Going to be able to add to the Champion Warmite, which is going to trigger the effect twice.
That's going to be able to lower the attack of both Ash Rabbit and Archaic Rage's Warmite by 3, especially on an attack declaration. That's going to cause a crash and cause Archaic to crash out from this game 1.
Yeah, with all of those spirits on the Warmite, that might be all she wrote here.
Let's see how this plays out. But man, the enchantment on that one, all going to the Champion Warmite. Let's see what Archaic Rage has to adjust. No face down was set before that attack was declared.
Yeah, it's very interesting that I don't know if it was just depending on when the Hearth was declared that one of these didn't go down, but
it's right. Well, right now we're waiting for the casters to push through everything and figure out how things are going to land. The attack is already declared; they're going in, and another face down. That is Shield of Achilles.
And going to be able to pay off of the spirits that were enchanted to that Warmite, which makes it so that he can actually afford to do this now.
We got a Foretell, but we saw Ambrosia, we saw Ash Rabbit. I missed the middle card. But, I mean, if you're Archaic Rage, you're going to put Ambrosia up top right now. But, well, I guess with only 1 card in hand, maybe it's not so easy to just do that. I feel like we might be at a point where we're going to regret putting Ash Rabbit to attack, because now both Warmites are finally able to threaten and take out that Ash Rabbit. And that was the wall, the great wall for what, 7 turns, 8 turns now?
Oh, yeah. And the fact that Archaic Rage was able to just continue re-enchanting, getting the spirits back, that might have been a bit of a hasty decision there, but we will see.
I'm definitely a bit overconfident, and I think they considered the fact that spirits, there's only 2 spirits left at that point, that was just the end all. Like, there's only 2 spirits. Like, no, you forgot what is being represented on board as well, as Rybot casts out Ambrosia to bring them back up to 4. And it looks like they're bringing back 3 fires for that one.
That would make sense based on everything that we've seen. And I think it's safe to assume at this point, we're not looking at a deck that has Frostmite in it, unfortunately. I don't think we've seen any Frost Spirits.
No. Nope, not at all. So this is a situation where the attacks are going to go through. Unfortunately, a Shrabbit does finally go down, and 3 points of damage is dealt thanks to Champion Warmight.
And Archaic Rage probably kicking themselves a little bit for moving that rabbit to attack position. But here comes another neck ruff. Although Rybot, with those 2 back row, having more spirits now to be able to activate things. I don't know, only 1 spirit left for Archaic Rage. Got
3 more after the Ambrosia being stacked up on top, thanks to
Oh.
foretelling from Torch of Hestia. So, I mean, we know that Astrabbit is not in hand. So, if Rybot is able to get over this neck buff and just push her game, now's the time. So, I assume that we're going to see one of those face down by Rybot being activated in this next attack declaration.
I think you're exactly right. And they're taking a look at that. Another shield.
Full art shield. Beautiful artwork as well. And that should cinch it up. We have full spirits represented on board. Let's see how Archaic Rage chooses to proceed forward. But it looks like there is going to be the concession. And we have Rybot going over Archaic Rage in a very long game 1 right now. And it was just so darn exciting. We almost had it. And the fact that that match ended how it did was because of one reason. There was a little bit overconfidence in the play that Archaic Rage was going to make and took its biggest defense back to an offensive threat that was not a threat at all.
Yeah, Ash Rabbit would have stayed there for the rest of the game, I guarantee you, if Archaic Rage had not moved it to attack. Now, we were talking about before that this will be really interesting to see because they're similar lists and that they're both fire, but they're playing different archetypes within. And we see sort of the more fire artifacts with a little bit of Nexus with the Kinleo versus spiders for Rybot. PK, what do you think was the real difference maker? And do you think it was Champ Volcari's not being here?
What a loaded question. I see you trying to lead me to drag my boy. No, I don't believe it was because Champ Volcries wasn't here. Champ Volcries would have just sped it up, but the pieces were found regardless. So Champ Volcries, in essence, did his job. And I will never besmirch the name of Volcries, champion of Hephaestus.
Hey, you know what? I respect, and you know what? I wanted to give you a chance to sing his praises. I would never... ever think to corner you in any way.
Notice the hair flip when you said that, right? I'm aware. But all the same, though, no, you're not wrong. Like, that matchup, I don't think anything was as beneficial for Archaic Rage in that match, but Astrabbit. It recovered so much. It recovered spirits. It recovered the Elestrals. It was a huge body that Rybot could not get over. And here's the problem with losing that game when Rybot didn't realize that was a problem. If Frostmite is in the side, they're coming in. So not only did you lose the element of surprise to try to get the win with Astrabbit, but now you got to deal with the counters to Astrabbit as well. And I don't think that's going to strike twice. That match may be a bit too wet.
We will see. I think that it would be really hard if you're not playing. I mean, we saw no frosts, I believe, on Rybot's side. So siding in the Frostmite would be difficult. I would like to see it in the main deck, honestly, but definitely in the side deck. And like you said, that element of surprise, being able to say, hey, this thing that you're not quite prepared for, I will take advantage of this, and being able to take a game using that is especially at this point of the day where one of these casters will be moving on to top cut and the other won't, really critical to play on those advantages.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, every game counts, and game 1 is the element of surprise. So we'll have to see what happens. But the fact that Champion Volcries did not show up sooner, allowing healing from the underworld, may play a huge play into this next game. But we're going to see what happens as we get into game 2. Archaic Rage will likely be going first, and if Archaic Rage can find Volcries in the opening hand, then this entire matchup changes from the get-go. The important thing Archaic Rage needs to remember, Arachne's Lair needs to be removed as soon as possible, because otherwise that game would have spun out of hand much further than it already did for Rage.
And we didn't see, which is interesting, we only saw the one Arachne's Lair. Usually, I mean, in the other lists that we've seen even today, Arachne's Lair was played in at least 2, if not 3 copies.
Yep. So, I mean, it could have been possible that, I mean, in most games of Elestrals, you don't even go through half of your deck. So it's possible that we just did not see it. Don't count it out. I would assume that Arachne's Lair is at least that 2. Starting off with a Necruff in attack isn't an ideal opening, but I guess we'll see how it goes.
Setting up a 5 body and saying, yeah, you have to deal with this. I have 1 back row. Good luck is pretty good. However, giving Rybot the perfect opportunity to have Hestia here and to activate the effect to special cast the Elestral. Here we go. And we're going to see that Champion Warmite coming out.
That's going to lower the attack of Necroff, making it very vulnerable to all of these little bugs and their power. But notice how there was no Arachne's Lair play before that was done. So it is not an option for Rybot right now. Archaic needs to be aware of that and push forward while they can.
And the normal cast here, it is
okay. Water Enchanted Warmite, Champion of Hestia, getting around a potential shield and a tsunami as well. The Water Enchanted Warmite is going to attack in.
However, that is Argo. Oh my goodness. Hey, we knew that this was artifacts. We should have known there was an Argo on the way.
Yeah, so now this -3 Necruff is going to become a 4 with a Torch of Hestia. And that's going to cause the attack of the Water Enchanted one to go down.
Okay.
There's the Torch of Hestia. It's only going to cost 1. Unfortunately, no Champ Valkyries on field, so cannot use the Underworld. Was that an animation for Argo? How did I miss that?
It was, and it was beautiful.
It was. Oh, man. Unfortunately, no Fire Spirits and Underworld to take advantage of anyway with Valkyries. But I mean, we have this going on, and now +4 is going to be all that they need. Keeping the Necruff alive. You just got to worry about 1 face down. You can cast out another Elestral. Make sure it's Water Enchanted as well. And this is Archaic Rage's game to start taking control of.
I think that looking back, it was a little telegraphed that could have been an Argo there. With the Necruff coming out turn 1, I mean, that was just bait. Absolutely through and through.
Beautiful, just beautiful play all around and beautiful production by the Elestrals team. Thank you, production. But right now, we're just waiting on Archaic Rage to take their next turn and declare whatever attack they're going to do. But it seems like Rybot is trying to figure out, okay, I'm in this position. I did not win that exchange as well as I would like. What's my next play? And I say that the fact that they're deliberating so much about this means that face down that is set may not be the most potent to save them from this upcoming situation.
Might be Hestia's Hearth, although the Champion Warmite coming out on Archaic Rage's side here.
Returning the favor right there, just saying, hey, if this is what we're going to be doing, then now you got to deal with mine. So what's up?
We do have another back row set. Necruff pretty comfortably going to swing here. Rybot simply going to let their Warmite
Laurel's
go down.
PTA and Ambrosia. Laurel's PTA and Ambrosia. A little too early for Ambrosia. You definitely want to see one. But I think right now, PTA is probably what you want to keep. Keep that board presence in your favor. They cast out a Warmite, you play PTA. Now the Warmite is done, you kept your Elestral. That's what I would stack up. How about you? What would you do?
I think I agree with you. I mean, we've talked about PTA being really, really great early game and late game, not so much mid game. So now is the time that you would want to get that card.
Yes, agreed. Arachne's Lair is going up, so we can assume that there is going to be a cast of a bug here. I thought it was Frost. I'm about to say, oh, but yeah, it is Kite Mite. No. So we're going to be getting the draw of 2 here. As Kite Mite is going to be casting out another bug. This card is very, very awesome. Disenchanting from itself to cast out, special cast a Warmite or Frostbite from it. Wait a minute. Oh, wait, Frostbite. Okay, so we wouldn't cast out Frostbite right now, but that is interesting to have as a tech option. But likely we're going to be seeing a Warmite here, whether base or otherwise. It is going to be base. Likely going to weaken the Necruff. That would make it a 4? A 3? 3. So not
Doing
enough
the
to
math
get.
with the torch here.
Yeah, I'm kind of thought of it. They make it a 3, but it's not enough to get over for Warmite to get over it. So I guess you're going to target and take out the other Warmite instead and hope that the one card can protect. But not only just the one card, but the 2 cards you just drew, thanks to Kite Mite and Warmite.
Yes, that you must draw according to Arachne's Lair. Although
You must draw.
Yes, you must. We could be. Oh, never mind. I was going to say, could be worried about a Hestia's Hearth from Archaic Rage's side. I don't know if this is a deck that can fit that in. But as we saw last game, that is such a huge combo.
I just had a thought. Didn't Archaic Rage realize that with Hestia Enchanted that we actually could have seen the draw from Torch of Hestia?
I don't think
When Hestia's enchanted, you can add a fire card for Toll. Oh, it wasn't a fire card for Toll. That's what it was. That's what it was. Right now, we do have another Warmite coming out, and we have something being played out. Another Shield of Achilles.
Okay. There are many things happening on both sides of the field at the same time.
Paying off of the Hestia as well. I think they're aware of the possibilities there. We missed the Foretell, unfortunately, but Necrop is going to return to hand, and I'm assuming Warmite is going to attack the base Warmite on Vibot's side for just for control.
Yeah, the Foretell was Laurel,
Gaze.
Tsunami, and something else. The third one was not visible, but we have the Gorgons coming out.
Gorgons is going to stop the attack, saving the base Warmite and allowing it to run over Archaic Rage's one. We do have a face down set by Archaic Rage, and because you didn't say it, I'm assuming that the face down set right now is the Poison Tip Arrow.
Yep, I think that again that would have been foretold.
Kite Mite.
Another Kite Mite coming out, and we must draw a card here. So there goes that draw, and we're going to see the Disenchant from the Kite Mite searching out likely another Warmite, as we have seen in this situation. I think maybe the Champ Warmite would be good here in case we have Hestia's Hearth coming at some point, but who can say? That's exactly what it is. We have little Champ Warmite coming out.
Yeah, and this one makes sense, like, because now you have the one that can receive and heal, so you have Hestia's Hearth online for that option, and you have the base one, which is not receive, but can re-trigger as many times as you want, well, once per turn. So, really just up to you. A little smorgasbords of bugs, as it were. Smorgasbord of spiders. Just the alliteration was right there. Whatever I'm thinking about.
Hey, I think you still did great. And an Ambrosia is coming out for Rybot here. Again, all these beautiful full art runes.
You know what? We were talking about board strategy. Look at the spirit count. How did we not pay attention to the fact that we are 14-5 in spirit count?
And it's really funny that the artifact deck is the one that is up in spirits right now that hasn't been playing as expensively.
And also played Argo. All right, let's see how this one continues to play out. But man, 14-5, really expensive game for Rybot so far. Gonna have to start hunkering down and playing more grounded to try to secure this game.
Although with all those cards that we've drawn, we've already seen the one Ambrosia. Likely that we will see another if we continue drawing at this rate.
Yeah, you got to be wary of that, because the closer that you see that, the more that Arachne can jump scare you. All it needs is Arachne's Lair to be able to cast itself out. Astrabit does come out, which is going to get an ad of the top 3, but I mean, you got to be wary that Arachne's Lair could be coming out of Arachne and can just run over the Astrabit, unless that face down is PTA.
Yeah, with 3 back row, I don't know, 3 back row and 12 spirits to play with. Archaic Rage is probably feeling pretty secure, and I imagine thinking, I am going to leave this Astrabit in defense for the rest of time.
Yes.
So help me.
2 Kite Mite have already been spent, so if there is a Frostmite, I mean, it's not being tutored out. You got to hard draw it, so let's see what happens.
I think it would be hard based on the spirits that we've seen to justify there being a Frostmite, even though, again, this is the perfect situation for Frostmite.
And we're in a situation where time is now of a factor.
Although, the resting on your laurels coming out for Archaic Rage, going to be targeting the champion Warmite. Oh my goodness, we did see that foretold. We knew that was coming, and even still, here it is.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably the right time to take it out and try to, just get some board advantage back. But we're at a point now where we're now under 10 minutes. Even if this game goes in Archaic Rage's favor, we're going to be in a time scenario. So hopefully both casters are aware of the time limit and how they're going to adjust their gameplay going forward. Poison Tipped Arrow coming out on a Rabbit.
Yeah, the Poison Tipped Arrow. We saw Rybot healing back a Thunder likely for this Rabbit. Unfortunately, going to be hit with a PTA, but still getting the effect off, hopefully finding, honestly, an Ambrosia is what Rybot really needs here. And then something to deal with this other Ast Rabbit.
It's a jockeying for position right now. Like, they're both just playing defense. The Rybot's best offense cannot get over the defense of a Rabbit. So at this point, what do you do exactly? And we have 2 spirits being spent for something. I'm seeing a lot of spirit management, maybe just adjusting or sorting the underworld, as it were.
Possibly. I know that I get a little bit on edge. There was an Ambrosia play. That's what it is. Okay, I was like
playing another Zaptor and bringing back what looked like 2 wind and a fire. So Parakni is definitely the option that Rybot is moving here for, and I believe that's the second Ambrosia played this game.
Yes, and you're right. Parakni is imminent. Archaic Rage with those 2 back row, though. Again, I think that the advantage is still on Archaic Rage's side, and Necrof coming out as well. Going to be able to, if it so chooses, swing over. Oh,
Water Pop.
Yeah, we're doing Water Enchanted.
And you know what? That's a very smart Water Pump right now, because if your opponent has Parakni, they gotta cast it out to deal with either one of these, and whichever one they choose to target with, you can deal with the other. But it looks like there's a Reforge
coming out again, and there is the Torch of Hestia.
All around me are familiar faces, and yet I don't see Champ Valkyries. What is going on?
I would be curious to know if he is in this list
at this point, right?
I think the answer is no, even though it feels like it should probably be yes, right?
2 cards being set, Astrabbit being put to attack. Once again, getting offensive with the Rabbit. I feel like I should have learned I would have learned my lesson from the last one when I did this exact same thing. My attack was snuffed and I ended up essentially losing for it. But let's see if it works out for Archaic this time. As we have the attack declaration, unsure of who Torch is on, might be on the Astrabbit, but unsure all the same. If it was on the Necrof, that does make it attack proof from the Parakni. Torch is on Astrabbit, so you have a 4/5 attacking Astrabbit. Interesting.
Okay. Yeah, I'm still with you, where it's like, we just found out how valuable that 5 defense can be, but maybe Archaic doesn't have anything better to defend against this Parakni, and is instead trying to make one of these cards look way more valuable to hit than the other. I'm not sure.
Well, right now we are just waiting to see how Rybot decides to figure out. Low on spirit count, low on board presence. Archaic Rage has been the one to start accruing so much advantage, despite the fact that Arachne's Lair is sitting on Rybot's side. 2 win has been returned to the spirit deck, so you have to imagine that's going to be the next cast, but instead it is a 1-cost Fire Elestral. Can't quite pick out which one it is.
It's very dark.
Is that Stellar Kinleo? I think that's Stellar Kinleo.
I think you're exactly right. And Archaic Rage, looking at the back row here, are we going to see a Gorgon's Gaze go off right now?
Yes,
that's exactly what that is. Okay, Gorgon's Gaze on to the Kinleo, who is now essentially a sitting duck or cat.
This is a problem with Rybot's game state, is the fact that you've done so much and was still able to lose control that now Archaic Rage's entire back row lineup is just raring and ready to go. We've already saw Reforge, now we have a Gaze. I don't think we've seen many counter runes coming out from Archaic Rage's game, so Kinleo losing the next opportunity is really going to set them back.
Unfortunately, yeah, like you said, Archaic Rage has really been sort of sitting on these counter runes here. And a Cryoblast coming out, not even going to risk hitting into this back row, whatever it might be, simply saying, we're not going to deal with Kinleo right now.
No expend the draw, no re-enchantment either.
Probably just saying, I know I have the spirit advantage right now. And here comes that Foretell. I saw a Reforge, I believe, Gorgon's Gaze, and did you get the third card?
Let's find out. We have a draw by... I did not, unfortunately, no. Vibot going for their draw right now. And, wow, just kind of dropping the hand. I think that's a concession.
Okay.
That is... So, let's set the stage. Let's talk about what that concession means. Considering siding times, we have less than 4 minutes going into this next round. We will be going into time rules, and the most expensive deck, ironically enough, is going into Rybot in their Spider list, because every game, despite having a field presence, has been under spirits every single time. The list that his opponent is using right now is able to recover spirits thanks to a Shrabbit, thanks to a Reforge, thanks to maybe Chant Vocals. We still haven't seen that one yet. But there is just so much potential in recovery that I think in this scenario, it will lock up in the opponent's favor.
However, Rybot is able to switch their gameplay a little bit. We know that they're playing Hestia's Hearth, and with spirits on board counting in an overtime situation to your spirit count as a total, that could be a valuable card for Rybot to seek out and try and make sure they have in the opening hand kind of thing. But you're right, there definitely are more cards for Archaic Rage to be able to do exactly that with. And this does seem to be leaning in Archaic Rage's favor if I had to pick one.
Looks like we have 3 cards by Rybot being going through the side, and Archaic has only taken out 1 so far. So, I mean, you have to wonder, like, is it going to be a Frostmite from the list? Although, again, we had 2 games, we haven't seen one. Either it was just really unlucky, or the opportunity just never came up. Despite that, it comes down to a point where Archaic Rage has so much potential right now. Rybot can still play, but with the play style of what Spiders wants to do, I don't think it's conducive to victory in a time scenario.
Unless Rybot is able to simply draw into all of the ambrosia, there is a situation where this is a strategy conducive to a time situation, but there's a lot of luck involved at that point. And I think that if we were going to see the Frostmite, we would have seen it grabbed with Kite Might. I have to... That would be my guess.
Yeah.
But a girl can dream.
Well, maybe, but each time we saw Kite Might, there was no defensive rabbit on field. So it wouldn't have been great to pull out the Frostmite because it wouldn't have done anything. So it's tough to say. Like, it could still be there. It makes sense for it to be there. But the game state just hasn't aligned for Frostmite to be an ideal cast from the Kite Might. So I am not sure. Paracni's Lair is the biggest offense we've seen, and that was only a 6.
Yeah, I do.
Wait a minute. Not just did I say Paracni's Lair again?
I thought it was on purpose. I thought you were doing something cute.
No, I was not. I'm just getting cards confused. I'm old. Game 3 is here. And what I was going to mention is that maybe, just maybe, it's not just Paracni that's in the main, but maybe in the side there's a Fluarachni champion of Hestia as well. Or, whatever the new Fluarachni is. Because that one does have a burn effect to it. And that could be what gives Rybot the turn scenario.
And that could be a possibility. We do have Jolton, that reverse stellar Jolton, who I know so much, starting us off, immediately grabbing Arachni's Lair here. And Rybot saying, I will be drawing into Ambrosia. Goodness gracious.
I mean, they have to. The spirit counts right now. We are under 1 minute, so we are nearing in on time scenarios. And a neck gruff to start off to threaten a Jolton is absolutely potent for Archaic Rage right now, because now that face down has to be set out, and that's going to put Ryback further back in spirits as we go to time. But instead, the damage is going to go through. You're going to take 1 point of damage. And I mean, this is where it is. You have to consider not everything is worth protecting anymore. What are my spirits like? And right now we are 19-18 in Archaic Rage's favor as the time winds down to 0.
Actually getting to see Necruff effect happen, that burn, is pretty cool. Not something we see often. That Arachne's Lair coming down, and a spider is imminent. I can feel it.
Absolutely. 19-18 on the spirit count, and we're going to see it go down to 17 in the spirit deck as we get the spider cast out. Maybe even Hestia, which again, because spirits are on board, do count towards the spirit total. It's safe to do, but then you have the disenchant, which is going to put you even further behind. So even Hestia is not what you want to be playing right now, as we see Champion of Hestia coming out from the cast.
Yep, and here comes that you must draw here, getting us in hopefully to something. This Warmite. Oh, the exact combo that we saw in the last game, sending on Necruff and immediately setting Argo, only to hit into that. Oh no, Argo me once. Shame on you, you know?
I mean, you got to do it though. Like, what exactly do you do? The exact same combo to open up, you expect it twice? I wouldn't. But there it is, lo and behold. So now we have the cast of, assuming to be Torch of Hestia, making Necruff a 7 attacker. The attack goes through.
Oh, no, it's Necklace.
Oh.
Archaic.
Oh, do we have a Kinleo?
Possibly.
Necklace right now in time scenario?
Where we're going to be burning. Although, like you said, maybe there's a Kinleo, although there's nothing to pop. So it's like, we got to get rid of this Necklace this next turn if Archaic Rage doesn't want to take the burn. Going into the Rybot's turn, I'm not sure. Speaking of
burn damage from Necruff should be spent here by Rybot if the effect is actually declared. So it looks like it wasn't. It's just being passed, or maybe someone forgot. We'll have to see how that one goes.
Remember all the same, though. Declare your effects, folks.
Yeah, and I'm sure Rybot's are gonna be like, yo, man, you forgot. But there is the Kinleo to Nexus, all for the Necklace of Harmonia, getting that it's very expensive cost off the field and attacking for potentially 4 as this one goes out. But if that face down is Gorgon's Gaze, you activate it right now.
You want to punish that Necklace and make it stay there and get that burn. However, it looks like the Nexus is going to go through, and Archaic Rage attaching both onto the Necruff, which makes sense. I mean, at this point, if there was a Gorgon's Gaze, like you said, it would have happened before.
Yeah. We did see Rybot showing off a spirit, so perhaps there was a spirit expended that we just all missed. Regardless, the attack is going to go through, and that is 4 points of damage in a time scenario. Now, to be wary, if I am correct, that was Archaic's turn 1 here in time. So now it is Rybot's turn 2. And then right now, if Rybot cannot find a spirit advantage, that's essentially game here.
Yeah, that was a huge turn. Although it looks like we're really close in spirits, but with all of those represented on board for Archaic Rage, they still do have the advantage here.
Yeah, spirits on board and what is being spent, it is, I mean, that's 18 spirits for Archaic to Rybot's, 14 thanks to the Arachne's Lair. 1 card being set, and I think they're just trying to figure it out. We do have a cast happening. Like that's a win. Kite Might.
But that's expensive at this point to have to disenchant. We see the draw, probably hoping for Ambrosia here, hoping for some kind of removal, even like a Hestia's Hearth like we were talking about.
There's Hestia, another expensive play.
Okay, represented still on field at least, but if we see the effect go off, that's 2 disenchanted.
Yeah.
It seems like Rybot is not going to activate the effect of Kite Might, which makes sense to me. You don't want to have to spend that much.
Okay, we have
That's
Laurel's
great.
activating. That's going to remove the Kinleo from field, not able to target the Necroff. And now we have Hestia being played to enchant at least one. Go to enchanting 3. Expensive play. Let's see what happens.
This is what Rybot has done each time now, is 3 on Hestia and then using the 1 to pay for a counter rune later down the line, but I'm not sure what the intention here is.
Kinleo!
The intention is Kinleo. We are going to
Keeping the spirit on board, getting another Elestral out, going for the Nexus, and then disenchanting the win. So the only regret here is that Kite Might is in defense.
Let's see.
You get a cast out. Can you show me Frostbite today? I was gonna say just show Frostbite for the culture.
Yeah, come on. Just for us. But it is in fact going to be the champion of Hestia, Warmite. Okay. I don't know if this is enough for Rybot, but a pretty good comeback.
I mean, I believe with everything that's on board after the damage, it'll just be tied. So Archaic Rage is either going to be a double loss, and they're both out, or Archaic Rage can find a way to do one. Or we find an Ambrosia!
Oh my god!
Rybot is cooking this entire turn. He said this is my last turn, and I'm going to make it count. Going from 7 up to 9. Another Ambrosia! No. What is happening? There is no way. What is this custom hand?
I have to know how many of those were drawn off of Arachne's lair. Like, for me, I need to know the answer to that question.
In a double set right now, again, the only misplay is that Kite Might is in defense. But man, double Ambo to come back to 11 in Spirit deck. 15 considering everything that's on board, and Archaic Rage has 12 in Spirit deck. So Archaic Rage has to find a way to deal 4 points of damage and not lose that much. I don't think that's possible. You gotta have double Ambo yourself. Double Ambo and Necroff.
This is incredible, and oh my gosh, it's Ash Rabbit. But what do you target? Just spirits? But even then, that's not enough.
I mean, you can bring back, but it brings you up to 12. You're not beating the differential on board.
No, unless Archaic Rage has Ambrosia, has removal, but even then, that's expensive. Yeah, I'm not sure at this point.
Those things will be coming. We did have an adjustment of the spirit counts. So I want to assume that is accurate, and that changes a lot of things. If that's the case, then Archaic Rage does win.
All right. Oh, okay.
So
well, we're switching it up again. So we will wait for official clarification here, but it is a close game regardless.
Yes, absolutely. We have a Shrabbit just sitting in defense. This has been the biggest boon, and we do have a scoop. We're going to wait for judges to confirm, and it looks like it is a 12-13 victory for Rybot.
Oh my god, that double Ambrosia. Can you believe that?
Apparently one Ambro was drawn over that last draw from Lair. Like they had the Kite Might, they cast it out, and that's where the other one came from.
Oh my gosh, the godlike top deck there into that second Ambrosia, which I mean, no. Okay, we're running it back. Hold on, we're gonna wait for official confirmation here.
Ignore what we just said. Let's just talk about the game right there. That was an insane game state that seems to have bewildered everybody. There was a lot of spirits being exchanged at 1 second, a huge swing of damage from both sides immediately. Let's just wait for the judges to clear the air, and we will report what we know is actually final information. There's no need to rush. We have a situation where if it was tied, they're both out of top cut.
That would be absolutely wild.
That would be disheartening. That's a situation of if I'm going down, I'm taking you with me.
Because we were just talking about this going into it, and what a perfect example of these casters are going to be fighting for their lives in these games, and that is exactly how they were playing. And oh my gosh, for it to go to time, and for Rybot, who it seemed like, I don't know about you, but I was like, yeah, there's no way. How do you come back from this, only to be able to do it and make it this close where we're not quite sure yet? Oh my goodness.
I have two things to say. One, it was exciting to see both decks just turbo out damage when they needed to. They both swung back and forth, and that was so much fun. That explains why we saw the Nexus of Harmonia, because we wanted the extra spirit that Torch would not have provided. So that makes complete sense. Two, what in the world happened to Champion Valkyries? None. What happened? So here's the game state. I'm assuming this is the final word. With a 13-2 game state, Archaic Rage is the victor.
Okay.
Thanks to Spirits on board, which I'm assuming that they are going through. The head judge himself went through and counted out that game state. So it is a 13-12 overtime victory for Archaic Rage and Fire Artifacts.
Honestly, huge congratulations to Archaic Rage, who has now secured a place in Top Cut. Either caster there would have 100% deserved to move on, and I cannot wait to see how they do in Top Cut.
That was such an intense game. We've seen so many spiders today, and I love what the community is doing with that archetype. So I want to see more of that. I am sad we did not see any Frostmite. Makes me wonder if it was available at all. And if it's not available, you have to assume that Rybot's like, yeah, this needs to be in a side at least. I can't let Defensive Body's body be like that again. So just really exciting stuff by both of the casters. Shout outs to the exciting play and the really exciting overtime play. Like that woke me up. I don't know if you guys see it. I'm kind of shiny right now. That was so good.
Yeah, got a little tense in here. And it even got to the point, hey, we've talked about it. We like to see it go to game 3. We love to see it be hard fought for both casters to be able to show what they can do. And that is absolutely what we saw there.
Yeah. I cannot wait to see what's going on. So at this point, we will be counting out Swiss, figuring out the results of everybody that is there, and find out who our top 8 cut will be. That's going to take some time. So if you guys need to go get some waters and snacks, this is the time to do so. But right now, of course, please let us know what you thought of the 2 decks that just competed on stream for their top cut representation using the hashtag #PlayElestrals on socials. We got to know what you guys are thinking about Fire Artifacts, seeing Argo and Torch and Necklace of Harmonia, seeing all the spiders, the Warmites and the Warmite and the potential Frostbite, but definitely the Kite Mite. Parachne has been a point of contention lately. So what are people doing with that as well? Like, do you think that Parachne should be in or should not be in? We'd love to know all of your thoughts, both as a competitor and a viewer, from you people at home.
I think that we really are in Firestorm now, and that last match showed it. I mean, Fire in multiple types of applications is so nice to see, whereas historically we've really only gotten to see Fire Nexus do well. But now look at all of the different archetypes, the different ways that it can play. It's becoming more versatile. Bears is still out there, and that's Fire, I'm just saying. And what an exciting time to be a Firecaster. I know that there are so many of you who've been waiting in the wings for this moment, and it has arrived.
Me, I gotta figure out what kind of fire deck I want, but I think I'm on board now. We back to Fire, baby. It's more than just for Suva-Tuga. It's more than just for Suva-Tuga. Still love my turtle. But man, just a exciting game to see how it's gonna go. So like what do we say? Like the neck ruff. I love the cycling from a Shrabbit in game 1 for Archaic Rage. Like it just so many spirits, so many puppies, so many cats, just bringing everything back and keeping them hitting back to back against everything about this and that versus the opponent that Rybot had, and also Dad. I was trying to think of another act vibe, I missed it. But yeah, just so much from Ash Rabbit.
I really do love Ash Rabbit, and I've been saying this for multiple tournaments now. I think that Ash Rabbit has been so undervalued, and now we're finally starting to see her get her uses. Of course, we did see the situation where it's like, well, if you had just kept that Ash Rabbit in defense, I think that would have won you game 1. But then going into game 2, we saw a very similar play with the Ash Rabbit, which then did, of course, work out for Archaic, who, by the way, cannot keep getting away with opening Necrough Argo. We can't allow this to continue happening.
It happened twice in a row. Right now, I'm going to happen twice in a row when I come back for the top 4 and finals matches. But for right now, we're going to go take a short break. And I especially need it because, man, that match got me heated so much in the best way possible. So go get some water, go get some snacks. In 5 to 10 minutes, we'll be right back to let you guys know who you will see in Top Cut. See you then.
Welcome back, casters. We are here getting into Top Cut after a very long day. 7 rounds of Swiss. We have finally found the cream of the crop for our very first premier Firestorm tournament. Exciting stuff coming down to the wire. And okay, I missed a little bit of that last game, but that was electric to see that close.
Oh my gosh. If you saw the end, then you saw it. That was by far not only just one of the highlights of that clash, but I think one of the highlights of the day as a whole. That was incredible, down to the wire. Even the judges were having to deliberate and go back and forth. It was literally by a nose at the end of the race. It was incredible, like a movie moment.
Yeah, the wonderful thing about the back end here is I can see people's the commentators' webcams, even while behind the scenes. So I watched PK get up out of his chair, yelling about the Ambrosias. It was an incredible little moment behind the scenes. But speaking of highlights, to everyone at home watching, if you have any particular moments that you've enjoyed in the stream, whether it is big moments like hitting the Cedar Soar from Bean Soldier or the double Ambro in the final round of Swiss. If you have any of those big highlights from games or funny moments from us as commentators, make sure use the hashtag #PlayElestrals on social media to share those highlights with us, because we want to see what you all are enjoying about the stream and your favorite little moments from throughout the day.
It has truly been so much fun to go through the hashtag with just the commentators. We've been laughing and having a great time with it all day. So thank you all genuinely for entertaining us and keeping us going today, and for joining in on the fun. It makes it feel more like a community experience, and personally, I love that.
Yeah, it's really fun to have the community interaction, and especially with how long some of these days can be. It's fun to have the little pieces to keep you, the little breadcrumbs to keep you going. But beyond that, we have our Top Cut bracket. Katie, you want to run us through who we got here for Top Cut?
Oh my gosh, what an incredible Top Cut this has been. Spicy Sausage, who has gone undefeated, I believe, today, is going to be going against Johnny S. And then we have Bean Soldier, who did make it to Top Cut against Doom Raider. Trishula back in Top Cut. What will happen here remains to be seen. Shurit, who had one of my favorite plays of all time that involved an Ash Rabbit looping Ambrosia, it was incredible, is also here in Top Cut. And then finishing it off, Archaic Rage, who we just saw in that last round, versus Soren Plays, who always brings the spiciest tech. I'm always so excited to see Soren on stream.
It's really cool to see a couple of people that we've already seen on Feature make it to Top Cut. Really shows that we've got some great selection when it comes to picking who ends up on stream. So shout out to production for that. It's also really cool because a good friend of mine from my locals, actually from the Cards HQ locals, where the first store open will be getting hosted in July. But a friend of mine from that locals, Johnny, has made it into Top Cut, squeezing in at the only X2 in Top Cut, and a whole community just coming around to congratulate him on his run, because it's absolutely insane to do that. He's been grinding locals. He's been really just killing it, trying to refine his deck, learn it in and out, and clearly it's shown off for him here, because he was able to squeeze at the only X2, making it a Top Cut here.
It just goes to show that putting in the time, putting in the work, going to these locals, is absolutely beneficial. And we have so many incredible clashes that are going to be happening here. And the only regret I have is that we only get to watch one of them. It's always so disappointing just being able to see one of these when you know that all of them are worthy of a feature.
Yeah, I'm sad. I really, I want Trish to finally get that win, but I really want to see Shurit on feature, because he's playing a deck that he and I have been theorying and labbing for a couple weeks now. So the fact that he took a deck that we've collaborated on and then first premiere took it to a Top Cut, like, I want to see that. I want to see that deck on feature so bad, because it's been so fun working with him on that deck and the success that he's been seeing with it, not only in this tournament but at locals as well. And I've been playing a similar deck at locals and have been doing well with it. So I'm excited to see how it all pairs out, because at the end of the day, we're here for amazing Elestrals, and that's what we've been getting, and I think it's what we're going to continue to get, because the feature match that we have selected for you all here in our first round of Top Cut, I think is going to be a real heater in a couple senses of the word.
I think that we are allowed to say who we are going to be watching here now. We are actually going to be watching the clash between Johnny S, who you were just talking about, and Spicy Sausage, who has gone undefeated today. The number 1 seed versus the number 8 seed. A potential big upset coming here. Always so exciting, but no doubt going to be an incredible clash.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see how this goes. Spicy is going to be going first. Our casters have completed their die roll. They are ready for the clash. So let's go ahead and let's get into this as Spicy Sausage will lead us off with the first turn of the game.
And look at those full moon playmats. I am in love with them. I love them so much. They're beautiful. I know that's not the point, but I just needed to point it out.
Yeah, that actually, the mat that Johnny is playing is from Cards HQ. He is going to mulligan here, but that is from our locals. That day, I remember we played round 1. He demolished me. It was not even close. 0-2. I went 0-2 to him, and he ended up winning out from there undefeated. And I went undefeated after losing to him. It's can't feel too bad about losing if you lose to the guy that ends up winning the entire thing.
I mean, that's the way to do it, for sure.
That was how I felt about losing to Bo round 1 in Dallas. Well, she won the entire thing, so I guess I can't complain that much, but...
I mean, yeah, if you're going to take a loss. We do see what looks like a mulligan from Johnny S, and I'm looking at some solar spirits here, so I don't know if that is indicative of anything going on. I'm intrigued, to say the least.
That's super interesting to me because Johnny is known for playing Fire Artifact at locals. And it looks like he's going to mulligan a Fire and a Water. We're going down to 16 here.
Oh my goodness.
These hands not performing the way that he wants to, but potentially he's been mulliganing like this all day and it's gotten him this far. So hopefully looking for that hand that will actually get him across the line.
I mean, hey, like you said, if it's a hand that is going to be serving you better than the other two, then it is worth mulliganing, which is a lesson that I need to learn. I can say it here all day, but I have never not kept a hand that I've said, I probably shouldn't keep this. Well,
now, I've gotten confirmation from production here actually that Johnny is indeed on Fire Artifact here, and Spicy is on something a little spicy in the form of tracking.
Oh my goodness. Okay, the spirits here are puzzling to me. Oh, okay.
That's a werepup.
Apparently, tracking werepup is what Spicy Sausage is on. Oh my goodness.
That is horrifying as a turn 1 play from Spicy Sausage here. Werepup. It looked that animation looked like he was chucking the moon into the sky.
Considering Johnny is 2 mulligans down and about to be facing down an insane board here, it does kind of feel like that moon is being chucked into the sky.
I think the moon might be getting chucked at Johnny here. Spicy ripping that full moon in the draw phase with a water spirit, and we're just going to go ahead and ascend into the Leica Void and then go get those werepups from deck as well. Nothing Johnny can do but watch as Spicy sets up one of the strongest turn 1 boards that I think the game of Elestrals has ever seen from a single card. Yeah. Just the werepup gets you there. And I think Spicy is failing to find the Leica Void that was in his hand. I think he's only playing 1, so searching through it.
That feels terrible.
It's a little comedic.
I wonder where it could be.
I don't know.
But yeah, this is terrifying, and Johnny is simply going to be taking 4 right to the face, unless there is something to be done about this very soon.
Yeah, this is a horrifying start, but the start of a Volcaries from Johnny probably feels pretty good. The PTA doesn't feel that great, though, on Spicy's side.
No.
Johnny getting that search, though.
Also, can we talk about how PK is somewhere yelling at the sky that he is missing both of his predictions on board at the same time?
Yeah, he was absolutely right. He, he predicted Lake of Void COA, Volcari's COH. But unfortunately, we're the ones to see it here. He's just going to have to hope that one of these casters ends up making it on to play another mirror in this kind of way of the two predictions he wanted. But it looks like Hephaestus is coming down for Johnny, and we're going to immediately disenchant to search for the Necklace of Harmonia.
Okay, I guess Johnny is going to attempt to take care of... I don't think it gets over the Lyca. Do we get over Lyca Void?
It will get over the Lyca Void.
Okay.
The concern is that he will still have to expend for the Harmonia before the PTA payout occurs. So this is still an expensive play, but it does out Spicy's board. And I think that's what really matters here. The Harmonia is free, thanks to Volcari's special ability to allow Johnny to play artifacts with fire from the underworld when he plays as fire artifact runes, or any artifact rune, just the ones with fire here.
Yep.
As long as Hephaestus is on board, it looks like he's considering exactly how he wants to navigate this. Does he want to swing? Is there maybe another set he's looking to put down? And looks like they're gesturing at this Lyca Void here. It should be able to be hit over by the Volcaries, and we are swinging with the Volcaries. Takes out.
Yep. Lyca Void is simply going to go down here, but as you mentioned, we're going to be taking that burn from this Necklace of Harmonia, which was sort of refunding one of those mulligans before this happened, before the incident. It was making it feel a little bit better. But all in all, getting rid of the threat of Lyca Void, which is, as you said, one of the most powerful boards that you can set up in Elestrals right now, it's worth what was a very expensive turn for Johnny.
Yeah, and in all reality, these casters aren't that far off in terms of spirits, just as a result of the fact that Johnny mulliganed twice. If there wasn't a double mulligan, Johnny is actually in the lead here. But Spicy going to cast a Spectaris is going to put up a lot of pressure, and Johnny praying that set is a tsunami. That's what he needs right now.
Spectaris paired with the Lyca Void and the suppressed Werepups has been really, really cool to see all day today. And it looks like Johnny going to be taking that damage. Yeah, this Spectaris is a very serious threat that he is going to have to deal with soon.
Yeah, normally people think of Spectaris as being a good out into the Lyca Void Werepup board, but when you play it yourself and you're able to say, here is my 7 attack Spectaris, that is pretty strong.
Johnny only working with 7 spirits here, even though we are barely into this clash. This has been going very quickly. However, we still have Hephaestus on board there. We know that we have the Volcaries at least in the deck somewhere. We might be able to do something here. And
looks like Hephaestus' search ability is used, getting out the Scythe of Demeter, which is an interesting decision to be playing in this deck. The Scythe of Demeter cannot be cast. Well, you can cast it using fire spirits from your underworld with the Volcaries, but it doesn't get its effect when you do so. However, the resting on your laurels from Johnny is very big here, likely taking out the Spectaris as the main threat on board currently, and hopefully a big Elestral will come down here to contest this board. Something like a Kindleo could be really big, and that looks like that is a Kindleo from the tournament pack. And
that was a really smart play from Johnny, getting rid of the spirit from the Hephaestus to be able to get the spirit count low enough on board to activate that resting on your laurels. However, this Kindleo, as ever, is going to immediately be met by a Gorgon's Gaze. Unfortunately.
Yeah, that's Spicy probably feeling pretty good here. Spicy only 1 card in hand though. Johnny, I think 2 cards in hand and 2 cards set. Honestly, not in a terrible position, but Spicy going to ascend into a Draking, which is turning this game immediately in his favor. If there was any point of contention where maybe it wasn't, now this is the driver's seat. We have found it, and the gas is being pressed.
I don't know that we have ever seen Draking this many times on a premier tournament stream, but here he is coming out, putting in the work. Johnny not having an answer here. Kinleo going down, and with only 5 spirits left to work with and a gigantic boy on field. And actually we have that Poison Nectar Monthly card being the representative of the Ghost Kinleo over on Spicy Sausage's side.
Yeah, that's a very nice little stand-in here. But Johnny going down to 3 spirits feels very, very rough. I will say this has been a very short, I think, 4-turn game at this point. I think this is turn 5. And Johnny, despite everything, I think, can walk away from this saying, you know what? It was the Werepup turn 1. Spicy probably won't see that for the next 2 games. It was double mulligan from me. That probably won't happen again in the next 2 games. There's a lot of pieces here where, despite how quickly this has kind of deteriorated for Johnny, there's a lot of pieces where he can walk into siding saying, that was 1 bad variance game. My opponent varianced well, I varianced poorly. I can win this from here on. I just need my deck to perform a little bit better. I need Spicy's to perform a little bit more average.
Very true. I mean, as you pointed out, when this was happening, the Werepup like Avoid stuff is one of the most powerful openings that we've maybe ever seen in this game. And Johnny, having already started out with the 2 mulligans, was already in a bit of trouble trying to deal with that. And we see, I believe that's a Torch of Hestia.
I think there's a Reforge, potentially,
that's
going to be getting back the Necklace of Harmonia, as well as 2 spirits from the Underworld to the Spirit deck. And that's getting back hand advantage. That's getting back spirit advantage. That is pretty big for Johnny to see here. And getting back an Earth indicates to me that we might have an Earthquake that is ready for this Draking.
Or the Scythe of Demeter could just be in case
Also
Johnny is going to use that, which could be nice for healing if we have more Earth in the Underworld. I know that we have those solar, which makes me think, are we playing Golden Fleece in here somewhere? Is Cypher Mall hiding? I'm not sure. A lot of questions that I have, that is certain.
A Necruff coming out with a fire under it to try and start pressuring spirits here. I like the decision to correctly enchant it as just a pressure mechanic here. Considering putting the necklace on it, I think. But it looks like we're going for Scythe instead.
Okay.
I like the Scythe here. Getting some healing. Swinging and burning. If that set is a shield, though, the game is over.
That is...
And that is what it is.
Exactly what that is. Oh, no. Yeah, this is one of those games. Sometimes your opponent has everything that they need to answer everything that you try to do. And, wow. This also goes to show how and why Spicy Sausage has gone completely undefeated all day today. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, the ability to play Werepup in your water lunar deck is very, very strong. It means that those Werepups turn into a Draking, and clearly we've seen that Draking is very solid on its own. Adding the Werepup engine into it only proves that it is even stronger there.
Yeah, the fact that all you need is for one of those Werepup to stick in order to be able to, as you say, ascend the Draking and suddenly have this huge threat without having to do any additional work to get it there, insane. And I think that Necruff with his little scythe really against the world could have done something there, but unfortunately, Shield, one of the most played cards in the game for a reason.
You know, it makes me think of images of dogs with swords in their mouths. But imagine a Necro with a scythe in its mouth. That'd be, honestly, I think that'd be kind of rad. I think that'd be kind of sick. Necro
Let
with a
them
scythe.
cook.
I'm cooking.
I really, really hope that we can see. I am so intrigued specifically by the mix of spirits that we saw from Johnny. I want to see what these are all for. Are they the artifacts? What's going on? Are they all hiding in there somewhere? Are we going to see them used? Johnny, please tell us. Are we going to mulligan twice again? I don't know. So many questions.
I hope not.
I'm sure Johnny hopes not either.
I'm going to imagine that. I'm going to imagine the Solar is for Lyre of Apollo. I think that is a very strong artifact that you can play on your Argo that can be used offensively and defensively really, really well. So I think that that's likely why the Solar are in there. And it's probably a low priority card. Either it's not in the main deck, so it's an easy early expend, or it is not a high priority card otherwise, so you can expend it early and just not use it.
Very situational. I mean, I think those were the two spirits we saw expended for the first mulligan. So I think you're definitely right there in terms of priority level for that card. And we'll see. We're siding now. It's hard to say in a game like that where clearly a lot of the factor was one deck really popping off and one really not. It's like, are there adjustments to be made here, or do I just need to go in and see how luck plays in my and my opponent's favor in this game?
I think Johnny can comfortably only make a couple of changes. If Tsunami's in the main deck, it comes out immediately. Otherwise, probably not a whole lot more that you need to change, since I think, honestly, Artifacts should have a pretty reasonable matchup into Draking between the battle tricks and just generally the ability to pop things like Draking. The issue is dealing with the Werepup. But Johnny will be able to go first here, and that means that Werepup will be a lot less potent, since Werepup really is the strongest when you can do it on your first turn.
I mean, we know Johnny is willing to mulligan, and so you know that he is going to be looking for an out to Werepup in that opening hand. And that's Gorgons, that's Shield. I think we decided that's
Argo. Argo could also do it pretty well.
Yeah.
Especially with the Necklace of Harmonia in the main deck. If Lyre's in there, that also can help deal with it. You could technically Torch of Hestia a Necruff to get it to crash, but you'd rather just outright kill the Draking and keep your own Elestrals on board.
It'll be very interesting to see either way. I, as ever, in top 8, I want to see this go to a game 3. I want to see both of our casters be able to show why they are here and why they've earned their spot. And I think we are getting ready to go into game 2.
Yeah, it looks like Johnny is going first and is starting off with, I'm pretty sure that is the Valkyrie's champion of Hephaestus there. We can go ahead and search out for our Hephaestus from the deck.
Yeah, it looks like that's exactly what we're doing here. There goes the Hephaestus. And, I mean, hey, you were just talking about possibly Argo is a good option here if we're going and getting the artifacts already. Maybe they're just there. And, of course, with Valkyries and Hephaestus, they are free. You get to pay for them with those spirits in the underworld. And that's, I believe, Scythe of Demeter.
Yeah, Scythe of Demeter, a solid pickup here. Being able to make those artifacts free really does so much for this deck. It gives it a lot of options. I'm trying to sneak a peek into Johnny's hand there, see what cards he's got. I did see a Fire Elestral in there. There is the Torch of Hestia, though, played for free onto this Valkyries. One back row set, and likely a pass of the turn.
Okay, this feels more like a start that this deck wants to see. We've set up the Valkyries, the Hephaestus, we have an artifact, we have a back row, and Spicy Sausage starting out with an Astrabbit. Okay, so no Werepup turn 1 this time.
I believe that is a Gorgon's Gaze on the Astrabbit to prevent looking at the top 3, Spicy setting 2, and passing back to Johnny.
Johnny really not wanting to give Spicy Sausage any kind of advantage here, any way to get ahead on cards And we saw that kind of play from Soren earlier in the day, which was interesting to see. And Johnny coming out here with an Eddie. Although I imagine activating the effect there, moving Rabbit into attack.
Spicy's going to need a couple of pieces to deal with this, and the Tsunami to put that Astro Rabbit to defense will absolutely do it. Volcari's very vulnerable in defense position. Johnny, no sets.
Okay, so if Werepup is gonna happen, this is a really scary turn to do it.
Yeah, this would be a brutal turn for this to come out, but the Spectaris going to be able to put pressure on this Volcari's. And just like that, sort of the key part of Johnny's deck is going to be taken down. Astrabbit going to attack position.
Okay, we're reading the effect here, seeing, okay, so we're suppressing things. Does this make my Astrabbit hit over?
There's the Zeus
Zeus would.
Astrabbit
Yes.
hit over. We found the piece that we were missing
Yes,
here on the desk.
That is in fact what did it. Okay. There's the disenchant from Zeus.
We'll make the Zaptor do a kickflip while we declare the effect target. That Volcari's will likely be the target. Or potentially, I guess it's the Eddie. Either way, Astrabbit gets over either one that you Zeus.
Mm-hmm.
In this case, Johnny has lost his board. Spicy has everything possible available to him. And this is looking pretty dire.
Yeah, very quickly this has gone the other direction. However, we're always... we have that Scythe of Demeter in hand. We could see another Volcaries. We could be back in a good position.
Smoltuga does it as well. That walls this pretty well.
Going to be going and searching out a 1-cost Fire Elestral from the deck here.
That will be pretty big to search out either another Volcaries, a Nekruff, especially. Looks like a Kindleo is our search target here. Makes sense given the current board state with the double enchanted Hephaestus. Spectaris that might be kind of difficult to get over.
Especially if we think there's a Werepup coming. As we were just talking about last game, having those Werepup coming in suppressed does bump up the Spectaris to a very threatening 7.
Yeah, don't want to see Spectaris get too large. He may be at the gym training to be a superhero, but we'd like to prevent that from happening. And a Scythe of Demeter going onto the Smoltuga is very interesting here.
Boosting up that defense even further, making this a really, really difficult wall to get over. And actually, I think making it not possible for even champ like a Void to surmount.
Yeah, I think the plan here is this might be an indicator that Johnny doesn't have any back row. And so the Zeus will not allow the Smoltuga to get hit over any longer by the Spectaris. The Zeus plus Spectaris does deal with a 5 defense Smoltuga, but the 8 defense doesn't.
We see Smoltuga and the Scythe going away here.
I think Spicy Sausage's camera may have frozen here.
Oh,
and so we have something that was able to get over the Smoltuga, and then we take 2 damage here.
Okay, so maybe just a removal of some kind, possibly a resting on your... I don't know if we have enough for resting on your laurels. Something, and possibly going to be getting an update on the camera situation here pretty soon.
And we're back. I see it was Draking that did it. Yeah, Draking ascend over the Spectaris. Is going to get there in an Earthquake to deal with the Draking.
Well,
Alter do pretty well here.
Yeah, that will in fact do it. But also that makes me wonder how much Earth is Johnny running? Being able to pay for the Scythe of Demeter, being able to pay for the Earthquake. That's I I want to see this spirit deck more than anything, genuinely. And here comes that Kinleo that was searched out with the Smoltuga last turn. Hephaestus still on board with 2 spirits, making it a huge PTA target, which is what Spicy Sausage uses. However, that's not going to stop the effect.
That is true, and that will allow this pop on the Smoltuga likely, or the Astrabbit. The way that Spicy reached for the Astrabbit indicates to me that he was a little jumpy on it. And if you're Johnny, you read that like, oh, my opponent doesn't want their Astrabbit to get killed because they immediately reached for it, assuming that I would make that decision, so I should make that decision. Kind of like a tell that like that is the best play you can make because they was like, oh yeah, you'll do the right thing.
I mean, hey, re-enchant Rabbit is always crazy. I've never seen it not work out for someone personally.
It's true.
But we're still deliberating here, and Johnny really thinking on this. Of course, knowing that Spicy Sausage is going to have to expend for that PTA at the end of this to pop the Kinleo. Unfortunately, those spirits are going to be lost, but hopefully going to be able to make the most of it in the meantime.
Looks like Astrabbit is the pop.
Okay.
If Johnny has an Ambrosia here, that would be very solid. Eruption off of the Kinleo. There was I won't lie, I had it in my mind. I was like, Eruption would be pretty good here because
yeah, and there it is. Oh my gosh,
insane! And the animation for it too. That's so sick.
Okay, yeah, gonna be burning today apparently. Oh my goodness. And Spicy Sausage, their board going down to just that Smoltuga. However, here comes, I believe that's a Foamy?
That's a Foamy. That is a gorgeous little Christmas hat Foamy.
Baby, okay. With 2 back row set, and I don't know that we've seen any kind of Spectaris or anything from Johnny, but that's what you want into a Foamy.
Yeah, the Foamy being able to float into the Schnark to search tracking is pretty strong. Johnny gonna go down 2 spirits here, not leaving with him a lot of breathing room.
And unfortunately,
that's just a concede from that position. That is all of the Hephaestuses. That is a Cryoblast. That is nothing going for Johnny. A very, very tough first top cut match for Johnny. Just not seeing the pieces that he needed. And it very, very tough. Very, very tough set for Johnny.
Huge congratulations to Spicy Sausage, who at this point in the day has remained undefeated, even into Top Cut, and giving us really a clear example of, like I said in game 1, how and why this has happened.
Yeah, the Werepup is just an incredible card that does so much for you, and then playing it with the Draking is just massive. The ability to set up a guaranteed 2-drop that can put up as much pressure as something like Draking is just incredible. Werepup alone makes it worth considering any 2-drop that has a single Lunar Spirit in its cost, because you could just play Werepup and say, here's my Draking, or here's my Salashade, or here's my Theraheart. Just boom, there it is. Deal with it.
I mean, there's been a lot of talk about how it's so easy, or at least justifiable, to throw in this Werepup like a Void engine. But you're right, when there's sort of a harmony with the rest of the deck where it actually works with it, as opposed to having to exist as this separate thing where you have to then put in Lunar Spirits and you have to just have it exist on its own. And if it pops off, then it does. If it doesn't, then you just have all of these Lunar Spirits that you're never going to use in the rest of your deck. But when it works organically like we just saw, it feels, oh my god, so powerful.
Yeah, it is absolutely incredible. And even if you don't end up going the way of Werepup into something, just the ability to say, all right, here's a 6/5, 2/3/2s, a back row, Have fun. Good luck to my opponent. Would you like to shake my hand?
No, truly, like, I want to see what you do here. Actually,
Yeah, go ahead. Good luck. Yeah, I'd
I'm
like for you
interested.
to succeed here because you're going against insurmountable odds.
No, please surprise me. I dare you. Yeah. But however, there were multiple times there that Johnny did, in fact, mount efforts that, had we not had Gorgon's Gaze, had we not had Shield, really would have worked, and we could have seen a comeback there. But we did see those cards. So.
Yeah, I think the sum of back row that Johnny saw across 2 games was less than what Spicy saw on average per game, which is just the unfortunate way that Elestrals go sometimes. Back row is very important, and sometimes they just don't draw the right ratios. That's something we've been saying all day. Sometimes your deck just doesn't really perform the way that you need it to. But at least in this case, Johnny did make a top 8, and congratulations to him, and congratulations to Spicy, who's moving on to our top 4, which is very, very exciting. Speaking of moving on to top 4, we have some updates from the other matches that have been ongoing.
Ooh.
So our first one, we have Archaic Rage, who was just on feature, winning over Soren Plays 2-0, who was also on feature just a couple rounds ago.
Okay. All right. The fire artifacts are really triumphing there. Amazing.
Yeah, so we do have at least a fire artifact player that has made it on to our top 4. The other finalized game is our match of Trishula versus Shuret, and Shuret takes down Trishula 2-1.
Oh my goodness. Okay. And
that's kind of crazy.
I don't know. I think that the other game is still being played out at this point, but
yeah. Yep. We're in game 3, 1-1 Bean Soldier versus Doom Raider currently. Waiting to see what the outcome of that last clash is going to be to determine our top 4.
This is insane already. I really wanted to see Soren's Frost stuff. I wanted to be able to see it again and see how it performed. Really, really excited to see Archaic moving on after that performance in the last one, though. And between Trisha and Shuret, always rooting for both of them. Incredible casters. And for our last match here, I'll be happy whoever moves on there, too.
Yeah, it's very exciting stuff. It's very cool to see a pretty good diversity of decks that have made it into Top Cut. I think we have seen on stream all but 2 of the players, and we'll likely see Shuret next round in future. I don't know for sure, but just assuming with how this usually goes, we'll see what he is on most likely. And it's very, very cool. Cannot wait to see what ends up happening in Bean Soldier versus Doom Raider, because BlueStacks, roll the wheel. Let's see.
Hey, you never know. Although with a player like Bean Soldier, if anyone is able to make it feel a little more consistent, it would be him for sure.
Yeah, it would be the god of Elestrals, one with the divine in the game himself.
And with that, while we are preparing to go into our semifinals to find out who will be making it there, we are going to take a quick break. And when we come back, Caleb will be joined by PK once more. So I will see you guys again once we know our winner.
Welcome back, everyone. We are here ready for your top 4 after an incredible top 8 match between Spicy Sausage and Johnny. We are here ready to figure out who our top 4 competitors are going to be. Oh, is this how you're finding out, PK? I've got PK here with me, by the way. I think he's he's seeing our bracket for the first time and learning. We have our top 4 solidified, and it's going to be Spicy Sausage versus Bean Soldier, and on the other side of the bracket we have Shurit versus Archaic Rage.
Commentators bias a little bit. Trish might go. No.
Unfortunately, Shurit is my GOAT, and he's also playing a deck that I labbed with him, so I'm a little biased as well.
It's fine. It's fine. I mean, hey, he won Elestrals Season 4, so we take out dubs where we can. Pretty much any dub for Trish is a win for me. But, I mean, we still have a very powerful top 4, and I cannot wait to see how this pans out. Likely, we would not get to see Spicy Sausage versus Bean Soldier because they just featured on stream. But Shurit versus Archaic Rage, we saw Archaic not long ago. And that matchup, that deck is also really interesting that they're piloting. Shurit, I have no knowledge of what they're playing, and I'm assuming you don't want to expose what they're on. So I'm excited to see how this matchup goes. But let me just ask you this, Caleb. You know what both decks are and what both decks cast for on. Who do you give the edge to in an unbiased opinion?
I think that in terms of the ability to put up a lot of pressure very quickly, I'm obviously trying to keep my bias to the side, but I've got to put it towards Shurit. I think that deck is just something that can put up way more than what we know Archaic Rage is on, and can just really just put the gas all the way to the floor. There's a brick on it. We got like steel-toed boots. We got a tungsten cube. It is gas all the way, and we are just we're going down the Autobahn. While I don't think that Archaic Rage is gonna have enough gas to keep up with a with an F1 car.
With an F1 car. Well, I mean, hey, if there's one thing that fuels fire the most, it is a good helping of gas. So the more that Shurit plays, maybe it only helps Johnny grow Archaic Rage into an Inferno even more. Just saying.
No, that's a good point. I do want to see this game end up being a nice back and forth. I'd like to see a game 3, despite my bias. But I do think that we are in for a pretty good match here. I think that it will be pretty interesting. Archaic Rage, it's not like they're at a disadvantage. I just think that Shurit's deck is able to get off the ground running really, really fast. And that is something that Archaic Rage will have to quickly evaluate and then determine how they want to navigate the board state into the next couple turns past turn 1 and 2.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun, and you're going into this matchup with a lot more knowledge than I, so I cannot wait to see how your insights right now are going to apply to our casters, because I mean we both know a top-down view is very different from being in the game yourself, and for some reason you can just misplay and you're just like, wait, why did I do that? Why was that my move? I knew what I had to do, but then they played one card and it changed everything. Why? So I mean, absolutely, it can just being in the game and looking at the decks on paper, two completely different perspectives.
Yeah, but getting in the tank too hard can also punish you. How many times have we who among us has missed a PTA and an Ass Rabbit? Put your hand in the air. Come on, yeah, me too.
Yeah.
I'll put both hands up.
Yeah. Yeah, you're just looking, you're thinking about your next play. You're just like, oh, it's Travis. Yes. Wait. But you missed the time.
Dang.
Like,
They're already,
yeah, your next
turn.
turn, Joel's like, wait, I was supposed to do something.
Yeah, I played a locals match a couple weeks ago versus a friend, and we got to like turn 3, and the set had been there the entire time. Flips was a PTA. Like, why'd you not PTA the card I used to out your Like Avoid? They're like, oh yeah, I probably should have done that.
Yeah, I mean, when it's
it,
face down, if it's anything like me, out of sight, out of mind. So I understand it. I get it.
This is why I'm a very big fan of taking those cards in your hand, putting them on the table, and watching what your opponent does. You get too lost in what you're gonna do. You hand shuffle too much. You end up missing something really obvious.
Mm-hmm. You can always refer back to what you have, but you cannot remember everything that's being added to hand exactly. But it looks like our casters are ready to go. Top 4 match: Archaic Rage versus Shurit. Game 1 begins now.
It looks like Archaic Rage, as the higher seed, is going to decide to go first, and that is a Volcaries, Champion of Hephaestus, hitting the board and going to search out that Hephaestus from deck.
Oh yeah, how did I forget to pat my own back? Like a Void and Valkyries making it to top cut, and now it's here in top 4.
Yeah, what predictions from Kay and I actually made it to top cut? Crickets, that sounds that I hear currently. I don't know if production's playing that or if it's my psychosis. But you are absolutely right in your calls. Those were the decks or the cards to pick for things that were going to make it to top cut. And here we can see it. Archaic Rage made it to top 4, and Spicy Sausage with Like a Void was able to make it to top 4 as well. And Archaic Rage searching the Hephaestus, setting a back road passing. Sure, it draws for turn.
Now we just have to wait. I mean, you have to wonder just how potent that back row is. Looks like a Blizzard will be sniping that back row immediately, and that looks like a poison-tipped arrow. So it would have been a great start for Archaic's turn 1, but completely snuffed out, and it looks like it's met with a Galaxy.
That is an incredible...
Top Galaxy.
Yeah, that is a COP Galaxy there, which will allow this Volcaries to get taken out by the whale. Honestly, it's incredible to see it so early, because COP Galaxy is really strong into Fire Artifact after the artifacts have already come down. Yep. So potentially, sure, it has something like a Monsoon of Eurus set in the back row there, but this Warmite, Champion of Hestia, coming out from Archaic Rage.
Has a Monsoon of what now? You foretelling something?
I don't main deck that card. But this Warmite is going to swing in and get tsunami'd here. Doesn't matter what its attack stat is. It's got a defensive 1, and a 2-attack Galaxy can get over that.
Yeah, does not even need to re-enchant for that one. It does pose to the argument of whether or not there's another Elestral worth casting for sure. We do see Galaxy, and now we have an Astrabit being cast here. Definitely good enough to get over the Warmite. And it's met with the Gorgon's Gaze, not allowing Shuri to accrue any more advantage, which could pose beneficial as we go into this next turn.
I think if you're Shuri, you don't really mind that. You've got a back row in hand that you're setting here. You got 2 more cards. You've eaten both a PTA and a Gorgons out of Archaic, and Archaic only has 2 cards in hand from this position. You've got 2 Elestrals on board. I think that Shurit is in a very commanding position here.
Really interesting blend of elements being used by Shurit right now. We've seen 2 Frost for Blizzard, we have Water for Galaxy, and Thunder for Astrabit. So interested to see what the rest of the Spirit deck is looking like.
Oh, I know the exact contents, and it's pretty cool. I'm happy with how we made it.
Hey, well, I'm glad you made it to top 4 as well, Caleb.
It's always great to be able to proxy yourself into a turn and be like, I didn't have to make the run, but someone that I helped make the deck did.
You're commentating your own match, where wonders never cease.
Kinleo from Archaic Rage with the Hephaestus. Ooh.
Yeah, that's going to be powerful because now we know like we can search out an artifact which will likely be done. We can threaten the destruction of anything on the field, which what would you choose here? I mean, the galaxy should be destroyed, but actually, you know what? I'd probably destroy the galaxy just because it's more of an offensive threat. While Astrabic does accrue advantage, it itself isn't likely to do damage unless that back row is Argo.
Yeah, I think popping the Galaxy would be the correct choice with the Kemio effect. If Shirt has a Gorgon's Gaze here, though, this is absolutely killer. And the search of Torch of Hestia for Archaic Rage will be a very solid one, of, making this Kindleo a 5 attacker that also gets to foretell 3.
It's curious to see where the Nexus is going to go. I assume it's going to go onto the Kindleo, but will it be from the Torch and you want to keep the spirits on the Hephaestus for another search? Or, just how exactly is Archaic proceeding the field from their perspective? Torch is going to be cast out, empowering the Kindleo there. And now the Kindleo effect will be activated, nexusing 1 off of the Hephaestus to destroy. Let's find out the target. Or rather, if the target would even go through, the face down is being considered by Shuri. Is Gorgon's Gaze live?
I think there's no reason to not Gorgon's Gaze here. And looks like Galaxy will get taken down by the Kindleo effect.
So we do get to foretell. We get to look at the top 3 cards of Archaic's deck. And the attack is going to go through 1 point of damage, but the spirit differential is very much in Shuri's favor as we see PTA Lavalith, and I missed the 3rd card. Did you catch that?
The Hammer of Hephaestus.
Hammer of Hephaestus?
Yeah, some people are playing it. It's definitely a surprise to me as well.
Okay, very interesting.
Yeah, it's taken Archaic Rage this far.
Yeah, clearly it's a situation where if it's empowering an Elestral is protected by being targeted by Elestral's effects and gets +1 for I believe every face up rune, or is it face up artifact?
I believe it's face up rune on your side of the field.
Okay. We do have Lunar. Oh, that's a Hurricane. Hurricane being cast and destroying the face down card by Archaic. And now we have Narpoon being cast out to search a Frost. Show me Bunnix. That's not Bunnix.
That's not a Cryoling.
That's not a bunny. Can we get a Dragon Bunny now? Can we get Cryoling is now going to be added to hand, able to run over the kid. Oh, actually not able to run over the Kindleo. Now he just declared the attack.
Oh. Yeah, we've declared the attack, and we've forgotten that it has the torch on it, and we have lost our Narpoon. That's a little oopsie there. That might cost Shurit a lot. Forgetting that torch was back there.
That is definitely we just go back to it. Focus on your opponent's field more than what you are doing. In that scenario, that absolutely just cost him. And now we got to count. We saw 4 Frost, making Cryoling a 5 when it comes out, 1 away from being able to ascend into a Cryovern. But losing your own Narpoon from your attack, like not even allowing the chance for a Nexus, is crazy. Attacker for 2, getting a foretell of 3. We get to find out what card was added to hand on the draw as well if the foretell is activated.
Looks like we did not use that ability, but this Cryoling will come out and trigger here. It is likely that set is a PTA. We saw it revealed off the foretell for Archaic Raid.
Yes.
And here comes the Water Enchanted Cryovern. Despite the early blunder there from Shurit, I still think that he is in a very good position here because this PTA gets flipped up and you say, I don't care. I'm crashing with this Kindleo.
Paying offer as well. So now we have, I think reconsidering it now. Let's see. Yeah, paying off of the Kindleo right now, keeping the spirits at 11 in spirit deck. But now going to be taking 1 point of damage if the attack is successful, which, it likely is.
And we're not going to crash. Interesting.
Huh.
I wonder what Shurit is planning for here.
Yeah, really interesting lines of play right now. Attacking with the Narpoon could have been an attack, but then not crashing with the Cryovern for at least getting the damage and the... Yeah, it's interesting. I'm not sure. Could not tell you.
Yeah, Oh, the Ascension.
Is this
here.
Lava Lift? This is
Yeah,
Lava
it looks
Lift.
like we're sending the Lava Lift to take out that back row. And it's like Gorgon's Gaze.
That's fair. Yeah, you're going to take the damage anyway. Might as well activate it, and I mean, it doesn't really do anything. It's kind of a net. I guess there's an argument to have Nexus the Spirit off the Torch back onto Hephaestus.
Yeah, that probably would have been the correct play from Archaic Rage to maintain an extra Spirit on board. Not a horrific misplay, though. Just missing out on one Spirit on board. Archaic 1 card in hand to Shuret's 2. I think Shuret only has 3 Spirits in Spirit deck currently.
Yeah, that's exactly what it looks like. Not paying off for the Gorgon's Gaze. So can attack, and we have Estrabit being cast out. Not quite enough to deal with the power of Lava Lift. Let's see what it can pull Shuret into. Need to have some sort of ambrosia. Maybe a Tsunami and a 5 attacker in hand.
Cryoling would do a lot for Shuret here. Would need Ambrosia as well, which
that's one part of
to.
it. Ambrosia paying a Frost and recovering 1 Frost, 2 in the water. 2 Frost in the water being recovered from Ambro.
Those are pretty good selections there, bringing us up to 4.
But passing with no back row.
I believe we know that Archaic Rage, this would be the first time where they could have drawn an Elestral. The Foretells, we know they have a Hammer of Hephaestus in hand currently. That's one of the cards. The other card is unknown. They're going to expend to draw here.
Huh. I mean, Hammer of Hephaestus would make it stronger, but you don't need it right now.
You definitely do not want to commit those right now unnecessarily.
Yeah, the best pull would have been a Kinleo just to destroy and attack for 3. That would have secured the game, but, you know, we're not going to talk about potentials. We have 4 Spirits left in Shuret's Spirit deck right now. And
that is Galaxy DOP. That is massive right here.
That is the call you want right now. Amazing top deck for Shuret. Swapping the stats of Lava Lift to a 4 to Galaxy's 5 and allowing it to get over. We are not done with this game yet.
It would take just about any cast from Archaic Rage here, though, to get over this 2 attack. We're at 4 cards in hand now, one of which is a Hammer of Hephaestus. 3 potential cards that are probably just not relevant runes.
Yeah, if there was an Elestral to play, it would have been played before. So now Arcade just needs something. We have Estrabit. We are not going to search for a Necklace of Harmonia, are we?
No,
no, you don't have to. You don't have to. No, you search Torch or anything like that. It'd be fine.
Well, we have the Hammer in hand as well, which allow us
to
attack over.
Yeah, that would make it a 4 attacker and untargetable by Elestral effects. Lava Lift.
Those Valkyries, the Warmite, and the Kinleo are 3 options here.
3 good choices here. So what would Shuret give? I mean, I don't want to give you either of them. Lava Lift is a way to out my back roll, but it is kind of expensive.
Warmite is probably the best choice because it's that or the Valkyries. Kinleo is the worst choice. Valkyries is arguable because it's healing and it is attack buff. Warmite is only attack decrease. It looks like we're just crashing. We're not even using the Hammer of Hephaestus here. Archaic Rage has opened up their board state to Shuret here, and now
why? Do you think Archaic Rage just forgot that existed?
Maybe they didn't want to invest too many spirits into something, but Rhino is going to hit the board, which is pretty big from this position, and they're just going to go ahead and pass.
That's a important reveal there, that we are on full Cryo Rhino right now.
Yeah, that is what this deck is. This is a Cryovern Rhino Sect list, and it's been doing really well for Shuret today. I do wonder how things might have turned out if the Narpoon play hadn't happened, but this Valkyries is going to hit the board. Doesn't look like they're using the
there's the Hammer of Hephaestus.
That will buff its attack so that it is able to get over this Rhino.
While using spirits from the underworld as well, notably. So now it's going to get over. That's going to be a 6 attacker right now.
That is 6.
What I think the attack was declared, but something maybe happening. No, there we go. We got a destruction going on there. So 2 spirits left to Shurit, 1 ambrosia already spent, 1 face down set by Archaic Rage. What can Shurit do? What is the play here? You need 6 defense. So I mean, are you playing Armadon?
That was an expended draw, and an ambrosia is exactly what we needed to see.
Wow.
I think that was a desperation play, just to hope to be able to see the little pieces necessary.
Bringing back 3 Frost doesn't really fill me with confidence, though.
Archaic Rage, they have a Kinleo in hand, wins the game right here, but it looks like that is just a swing direct, no Elestrals.
Another set, though. So now you have more back where you got to worry about. Shurit with 2 spirits left, seeing what that is. Finally, 1 card set, but I mean, what are you doing with 1 card set right now? You need bodies on board.
Yeah, just a set isn't going to do enough here.
And we finally have another cast, another Kinleo.
And that, I believe, will be a scoop from Shurit. That will close out this game here. And Archaic Rage is going to take the first clash of our top 4 match here.
It does make me wonder, seeing how you had the crash of the Ashrabbit into the Elestral, like what if Archaic Rage had knowledge somehow that Cryo Rhino was a play and there was a Rhino Sect in Shurit's hand? That would have meant that crash right there was the absolute optimal play to not keep your Ashrabbit on the floor, because then you would have had to deal with an 8-5 that you can't out otherwise.
You know, that is very possible that was why that decision was made. But then at the same time, I don't think that Shurit's life total was at a point where that would have been super feasible. And Archaic Rage had a lot of other outs to that, not just the crashing or something like that. There was a Necklace of Harmonia in deck, most likely, that was able to be played for free with the Volcaries, which then gets over the Rhino Sect, in which case that actually is costing Shurit enough where it puts Archaic Rage in a really good spot, because you're committing 4 spirits to get to the Rhino Sect, and then you just say, all right, here's my Volcaries, I'll play this Harmonia for free, and I'll swing over. You've lost 4 spirits, put yourself to 0 or 1 to do so.
Yeah,
so there
really
is
just
enough
interesting
in hand.
line of play. The biggest curiosity has to be the Narpoon, and it feels like you just had to chalk it up to, I didn't see the torch.
Yeah.
But man,
well, Archaic Rage did miss the trigger on the torch, so it may have been that both of them just had a mind hole where the torch vanished and they forgot it existed up until that attack declaration.
Possibly, yeah. It's just, I kind of honestly, I'm just looking at the dudes that are face up and everything else. Oh, that's just a divine rune. They can't do. Oh no, it's not. It really interesting game 1 how that one played out. But seeing what the list is that Shurit has, I mean, you just tell me Cryo Rhino, and I already know like a game could end on turn 2.
Yeah, I will say one of the big things about this deck is that it can sometimes just not roll super well. It doesn't necessarily even need to high roll. There's just times where you just don't see the cards you want to see in the order you want to see them. I think that's probably what happened to Shurit here. Is the opener was solid, it just wasn't enough in the long term, and ultimately he lost too many spirits early to that Kinleo and was not able to out it. And that the Hurricane into Narpoon play potentially would have been something that was winning if it had been Narpoon and next turn Hurricane into Cryolink, because then that is a massive play that is a game swinging winning game play. But in this case, he went up into it and got PTA'd after already knowing that was added off the top.
Hurricane is such an interesting card in this meta, because there's more to Elestrals than just the cards that are being played. It's the life that's being spent to play those cards. By you taking away your opponent from playing Gorgon's Gaze and Shield and PTA, you're taking away their ability to pay 4 to 6 spirits, whatever it may be, but you are paying 3. it doesn't. It make like you got to be able to capitalize on that. We're going to see if Shurit can readjust as we go into game 2 right now. So right now we have the search, and I'm assuming that Shurit will be going first. We already have a Thunder, so Astrabbit is the opening play. We love it. We love it. We love it.
Yep, as always, cannot complain when you see that rabbit hit the board. See it in your opening hand. No mulligans from either player.
Right now it's just a search, assuming we're going to see a set 1, and if it is a poison tip arrow, then Shurit can be the one to set pace in this match.
It'd be very big to be able to get such a quick start in a deck that can be so explosive, and that there is the set 1, and there is the pass.
That is all you need. Let's see what Archaic Rage has for that. A Strabbit of their own. Shurit, face down? No way.
And that's the poison tip arrow.
That's like 5 sniped Astrabbits we've seen in this tournament on stream. Fantastic.
Yeah, Shurit was locked and loaded, ready for that to go through.
So now we're going to be, they're going to be able to get some advantage and figure out what they're going to need to do for the next turn. But losing a Strabbit early on, you need to have some potent back row. Like you got to hope that Shurit decides to build tall instead of wide, and you could just snipe it with the tsunami or deal with that. Otherwise, you're going to be dealing with a crewing advantage, and you got to waste a potent counter rule like a shield on a 2-spirit Astrabbit. Not really something that anybody wants to do.
Yeah, Reenchant Rabbit here is pretty strong. Reenchant Rabbit swing feels pretty good, I think, and Shurit is paying out that PPA.
And also putting the Frost in Underworld, so Cryo-Link is becoming more and more violent as we are building wide to another Astrabbit.
And PTA from Archaic Rage this time.
That's crazy.
But that's not dealing with the other Astrabbit on board.
We have to capitalize on that. Make the merge. We need PTA sniping Astrabbit.
First we had Galaxy Whale. Now we have Astrabbit being executed by an arrow.
Executed! Oh man, I didn't think of it that harshly, but now I feel bad.
You're the one that said getting shot. I mean, what do you...
I mean, I still want it to be seen. I just feel bad about seeing it now.
It looks like this Astrabbit's going to attack. We're going to be swinging in, and Archaic Rage is going to pay themselves down to 16 here.
And actually, this is more than 2 damage. Like, that is 3 on this turn. Having to pay for PTA and the expend to destroy and the 1 from Astrabbit. So Archaic Rage is taking a lot of damage right now.
Yeah, 3 spent out from this turn. Only 1 damage from Astrabbit since the other one is 0 attack. Can't deal damage. But that should put these players at equal spirits in Underworld at this point. Actually, at spirits out of Spirit deck at this point. They should both be at 16 here.
Yes.
And Shurit with 2 sets.
Looks like Champ Volcaries.
That's a very good crackback here.
I'm waiting to see if we see a search from mid deck to confirm. No, Hephaestus is already in hand. All the same, though, Hephaestus is in hand to search out an artifact. So let's see what is going to be searched after being loaded up with 3 Fire Spirits.
Yeah, that is a lot of Fire Spirits. 1 going to the Underworld to search. I imagine we're just going to grab something along the lines of, Torch of Hestia.
Yeah, Torch is becoming a very highly played artifact right now. +2 attack, foretell 3 on a 1-cost artifact that you can get a refund on thanks to Volcaries. Absolutely play it.
And people said I was crazy when I said this card event will be very good in the metagame. But here we are, the first ever Firestorm premiere, and we have the Torch of Hestia hitting the board.
Hey, you're only crazy if you're wrong.
Yeah. Exactly. If Shurit has a heads-up play like Tsunami or Gorgon's Gaze, he really should activate this before we move out of the main phase to prevent the foretell from happening. When your opponent says, all right, I'll attack, you say, wait, before you leave your main phase, I will use this. And that will prevent...
I believe you can use it at the start of the battle phase, right?
You cannot use it at the start of battle phase because the player going into the battle phase has priority at it. There is no response window there. The Catarant is so good for Shurit here. Heal 2, cracks this Volcaries, and the only thing that can save Archaic Rage here is a Tsunami.
Let's see what happens. Love that Stella variant coming out as well. Beautiful artwork, which I believe the Stella was designed by the community, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, that was a part of a community thing that happened, and it is a gorgeous art. Very big fan. And no back row to contest the Catarant swing here.
Yeah, so that's a loss of a lot of spirits and power on the field, all by a tiny little elephant. I'm sorry.
Swole elephant.
Yeah,
remember?
Swole elephant. Yeah, that's a swole 3-1.
That's a Swolefant. Don't get it wrong.
That's a swole elephant.
We got a Kinleo coming out from Archaic Rage.
I believe there's still 2
Catarant.
spirits on the Hephaestus as well, if I recall correctly.
There is. Looks like we're using the ability to Nexus, which will resolve. Will the effect to pop resolve?
And I mean, even if it does, who do you target? Like, you want to get rid of the Astrabit, but Catarant can heal.
I think you got to take out the Astrabit. It is the one that you cannot contest currently. You can Hephaestus Search, get a artifact, and a Gorgon's Gaze will come down here. Paying out Frost, that to me, those Frosts were quick enough. I think we've got a Cryoling in our future.
No, absolutely. Like, we're already planning for the now. Like, all right, you can get rid of that. That's fine. We have a Reforge, it looks like, to bring back the Torch of Hestia and a spirit that is necessary to cast it. But then, actually, we don't have Volcaries on the field, so you can't quite get more back. But still, a really good play. Torch empowering the Kinleo from Arcade, making it a 5 attacker that Sure has to deal with. Which, if you're correct, Cryovern is going to do that easily.
A Cryoblast would be phenomenal here as a way to handle this. We're ascending. Is this a Rhinosect? Do we have the big boy himself hitting the board? Yes.
Oh, indeed. Man! Can destroy the power to Lestral!
He just points effect.
Like Archaic Rage playing it to his own demise. He said, I'm stopping this one. You have no idea of the big bug waiting for you behind my hands. And now we're just hitting in for 3. Sure, with a face down as well. And Archaic Rage with no Tsunami in sight is going to have to take all that damage. Looks like a Thunder, a Fire, and we missed the other spirit, but just 2 really good spirits being expended right now. Or I guess maybe missing the 3. So we might have 1 more coming out. Nope, just a countless spirits. We are at 7.
7-11, Make-A-Wish, Archaic Rage drawing for turn. Needs something big here to be able to crack what is a very formidable board. And Kinleo is a good start.
That's a great start. Able to get rid of the Rhinosect with no qualifier. Like, I don't need to be empowered. I can just get rid of you myself. But PTA meeting the Kinleo means it's going down and not able to run over the Astrabit.
Yeah, that will save the Astrabit. It will not save the Rhinosect if Archaic Rage chooses to Nexus here.
See, and this is why Astrabit is so good, because it can do stuff, but you don't typically want to always target it because there are other threats on the field. But you still need to get rid of the Astrabit. Meanwhile, Bunny's just like, I'm here.
I'm just hanging out.
Don't mind me. I'm just running around. I'm racing to the top, as it were.
That's very true. It looks like Archaic Rage is passing, and sure it will be paying.
Yeah, this spirit differential 12-6. At this point, you want to force Archaic Rage to play the back row. As Cryolink finally is cast out by Shurit to get out Cryoverb, it has more than enough frost in the underworld, and looks like this is going to be going through. So now you're going to do a 3 damage on board, Archaic. Half your life is being contested. What do you do?
And
not play Tsunami, clearly.
And even if it's a Shield of Achilles, you're now spending 2/4 of your life, or 2/3 of your life in 1 turn to contest this Cryovern. And if sure it has a back row in hand, this could be curtains.
Very nice spirit count advantage for Shurit, counting the spirits just to make sure that I do have enough frost in the underworld. I only needed 5. There is 5+. Now Cryovern, Water Enchanted, is now on the field. 7-4 attacker, and frost is such a good element for being able to get out 2 cost of beaters. Like no other element does it like frost.
Yeah, especially with the newly added to the lineup a champion of Keon Narpoon, which is another quick ascension to a 7 drop.
We are not playing Waylands in this list.
No, not in this one. We started. It used to be. It used to be before we moved to the Rhinosec, but Rhinosec is just a better way to get over to a really large Elestral, and it's better to play more Cryoverns. It looks like Archaic Rage is scooping up here, and we will move on to a game 3 as Shurit able to bring it back in game 2 and push this set all the way.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about. Never count Frost out. It is able to turbo out so much power immediately. And we saw Frost shine twice already. Like we saw Shivervore just do so much with Boomerlinks earlier in the tournament. So I would never count out a Frost deck, especially with Frost always looking so similar, but being able to be so varied. You need to be on your toes when you're facing against a Frost caster.
Yeah, the reality is that when Shurit and I were developing this list, it had a lot of different variants, and the reason that he and I started working on it is I've been testing around with Waylance. I just think it's a really cool card.
I agree.
Nymex and I had a Waylance list that he topped with back in July or August of last year, and so I really wanted to see if we could do something again with the new Waylance. And the more I play with it, the more I was leaning towards just playing a bunch of Cryovern stuff, leaning back into the old Daybreak roots of Frost. And ultimately, as Shurit and I discussed this list, it ended up just like, what if we just played Cryosec? Like that deck's pretty good. I think that we could just play that, and it just gets the buff of Brummelinks being in the list, as we've seen with the Shiveror list that Soren did very well with, as we've seen with the Nixamera list that Hex did well with on stream, as we've seen with the BlueStacks list that Josh has topped with as well.
Yeah.
You just get the pluses. It's all pluses.
Frost is such a cool element. I mean, there are so many different deck types as well. And they all can splash in together, and they all supplement Cryovern. So like everyone is playing Cryovern.
It's a cool element.
Ice cold, baby. Ice cold element.
I said
indeed.
Freeze.
Now stop. Frost time. But all the same, Archaic Rage is looking for just the answer. Like we know that fire is potent and is powerful. It is also lacking in offensive power.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that you're playing fire artifacts is nothing but empowering your own opponent's strategy. So what exactly do you do? How do you adjust appropriately to counter a Rhinosec? Because if you're empowered, Rhinosec only cast when an Elestral is treated as an artifact on the field, correct? Okay, so maybe not that easy, but you still need to be potent though and worry though.
Yeah, it doesn't help them get to the Rhinosec, but it does help it to get its effect when it's on board, since it only needs to target an empowered Elestral.
Yeah.
So, as we saw with that Kinleo, that is a direct counter just built into Shurit's list that is going to make things a lot more difficult for Archaic Rage. And it's going to come down to if Shurit doesn't really see the things that he wants to see, if Archaic Rage is just able to see a lot of what he wants to see.
Just gonna see how they adjust. I'm really interested in knowing what options Archaic Rage has in the side deck to deal with Shurit's list. And you're already aware of the entire list. You're saying that you helped build it. So again, congrats on making it the top 4, Caleb. But looks like our casters are ready to go. Game 3 is on the horizon. Top 1 finals is waiting for one of these casters. Let's find out who.
And I imagine Archaic Rage is going to be the one to start us off here in game number 3 of our semifinals. And they are going to expend a draw. Something that initially was seen as very, very strong, but now the more, I think decks are just aggressive enough where expending a draw turn 1 might just not be enough. But setting 2 is very strong.
Let's see how it works out if Shurit is going to try to take advantage with their own Astrabit, and that is a Narpoon. Narpoon being cast out, being able to accrue advantage while also hitting in for 1. So good start for Shurit going in this. Because I mean, do you really want to go against Gaze and Narpoon? Actually, in this game state, I think there might be value.
Yeah, I think that there is an argument to go against Gazing and Narpoon, but searching out Brummelinks here is very, very strong.
All right, well, I guess you don't want to tell me because Shurit could make it to finals, but like, is that a side card?
No, this is main.
Yeah, oh wow, so we just haven't seen it.
No, yeah, every single Frost deck, I think, it now has to main Brummelinks because it just is an incredible piece that searches back removal. It searches a stadium, which if Archaic Rage is not on Volcanic Forge, sure, it can just permanently make every single Elestral in his deck except for Narpoon and Galaxy and Astrabbit. All the other ones, he can just make them permanently +1, +2. But Archaic Rage is going to get a plus of his own in the form of Volcaries searching out this Hephaestus from the deck.
So Hephaestus is going to search out an artifact from, but there's no fire in the underworld. Like I said, I see a water right now. There may be a fire underneath it, and if so, then you can't get your advantage back from that. But I mean, what exactly do you do? And something to consider. I don't think we've seen it, but with a list how like fire artifacts, is there room to play cards like Ultra Stars more often?
Yeah, there's definitely space for that, and I think there's an argument, bare minimum, to playing it in a side deck. Because in the case of Shuret, you might not want to be playing Tsunami into this deck, because even though the deck is Frost, there's a lot of Water Elestrals that Shuret can play that can miscast Elestrals or misenchant them with Water so that they can play around Tsunami. So it might not be worth playing as opposed to something like Ultra Stars.
It's Ultra Stars. Like if you ever see a Tsunami, it's always just like, yep, here's the 1/1 swap, but you gotta see how it works out. But the question is, will we see an attack declaration? I would be kind of afraid to do so, and that's the reason why. Tsunami is just going to be activated right now. You force it out, but now, are your back row live? They have to be, right?
There's no reason to not declare the attack. Well, in reality, is Archaic Rage didn't even make it to the battle step to declare an attack. They said they were going to declare attack. It's actually before you move out of your main phase. I'll use Tsunami because I don't want you to get that Foretell 3 effect off. I want to make sure that you're not able to actually use it.
Right now, we are just waiting on the casters to pass turn. I think just trying to reconsider still being in the main phase for Archaic. All right, so now that's done. How do I adjust? But you already have 4 runes, including 3 spirits on Hephaestus. That's a high committal cost, and I haven't seen Archaic stick a single Kidney for longer than a turn. So, kind of curious to see how this plays out.
I don't know what else really would be done in this turn. It might just be that we are determining how many spirits both these players are on and making sure that game state is maintained, but not a whole lot has happened here. Archaic Rage 2 in Underworld, 5 on field, puts them at 13 to Shuret's 2 out of Spirit deck, which puts them at 18 here.
So Archaic Rage, I guess maybe just super reconsidering how this can play out. And if I'm Shuret, I'm reading this hesitancy to pass my turn as I am stuck. I have him pinned, and I'm going to push forward next turn and just make my plays, force whatever options he's considering out.
It looks like we've had a judge call it. It might be that Shuret was unaware of the ruling on needing to activate this effect at the end of the main phase, because this looks like this Volcari has been put back to attack. It looked like Archaic Rage reached to their deck as if they're going to foretell. It looks like the Tsunami will resolve. We're still going to foretell. Looks like, yes, Shuret was unaware of how this interaction works. We're going to see Gorgon's Gaze, Eddie, Ambro off the top. Just some more information for both players here. But I don't think any of that is going to be strong enough for Archaic Rage to prevent what Shuret, I think, is about to do.
No, the best thing you do is draw Ambrosia and kind of shore up. But those 2 face downs, they need to be everything. And one of them needs to be an altar. Otherwise, you're not going to be happy with what's going to happen next. As Shuret casts out Champion Brummelinks to search either Mountains of Boreas or a Blizzard. But it's met with a Gorgon's Gaze. So that is one of the face down from Archaic used right now. Using a spirit off of the Torch and one off of Hephaestus, keeping the spirit deck at 14.
And this indicates to me that this Narpoon it's landing the attack onto the Volcaries. Mm-hmm. It doesn't matter. The Cryoblast is going to come out and take it out regardless. I wonder if it was maybe worth it to lead with that No, it was definitely worth it to lead with the Brummelinks to try and bait out something like a PTA. But a Mountains of Boreas from Shuret is going to be absolutely killer. And a set, too. Swinging for 1 damage. An incredible, efficient turn, dealing with a lot of what Archaic had on board.
This is unreal. Like, you already had them out in the hand, so you did the gaze and got nothing for it because the card search was already in hand. And that's the tough thing about trying to stop somebody from searching a potential 3-of in the list, is that they may already have it. Like, you know, pluck Elechick. I'm going to stop you. Hey, here's my Zeus anyway. Oh, well done.
And, you know, it always happens. There's always the risk of, if you do something like Gorgons, the search of a Werepup, it might still happen in the next turn. It looks like Eddie is going to come out here and use the effect to swap the position of an Elestral.
That was likely the ad off of the Foretell. So
that was definitely the stack that we had. So we now have Gorgons and Ambro as our next 2 cards, most likely. In that order, I'd imagine, too. And the Brummelink's going to go to defense position.
Brummelink's, I believe, is a 3 right now, so able to get run over, and it does. The face down is not used. Shuret maintaining this Narpoon going into the next turn. 10 minutes left, so potential for an endgame scenario. We'll have to see how the players play this game out. As Galaxy Champ is cast out by Shuret, Caleb.
That is incredible, because this Narpoon and the Galaxy both can hit over this Eddie now, as it only has 1 attack. And it looks like the Narpoon is going to be the one declared in, just in case there's an Argo, I guess. No problem in doing that, and the Galaxy going to swing for 1 direct. There is a potential. We've seen some of these Fire Artifact players playing with a thing like Scythe of Demeter, and that potentially something that could have come up there, but in this case, it looks like this Galaxy is going to connect direct, and all will be well in this battle.
So, I mean, Archaic Rage this entire game has not been able to find their footing. We've seen Volcaries, that was gone. We've seen Kinleo, that was gone. We just saw an Eddie, now that's gone. Not a single play by Archaic has brought out more than on Archaic's turn. It's like, what do you do? It's like the right Elestrals have been chosen by for Shuret's deck. Like, it's just, whether it's like a bad matchup or just deck construction, something's not lining up for Archaic.
I think one of the hard things about Fire Artifact is really strong cards like Galaxy COP are just not an option, because it can ruin the whole strategy of buffing the attack of your Lestrals with artifacts. And Archaic Rage playing out a Kinleo here has the ability to Nexus and pop if they so desire. Looks like they're going for the Nexus, and it will resolve. See what the target is for the destruction.
All right, so Kinley, I mean, with 2 face downs, this could be a good one, but we got to see Volcanic Forge being played by Archaic. But thinking about it, have we seen Forge played by Archaic on stream?
We have not thus far, but there is a Reforge, kind of close.
It kind of works.
To add back this Torch of Hestia and one of the spirits from the Underworld. Now, if Shuret has a Tsunami set, which I have an inkling he might, as it wasn't used in response to the Eddie prior. If this set is truly a Tsunami, hopefully he now will use it in the correct timing of the end of main phase. Or it might be that Kinleo might just go in. We might not even use...
Kinleo is just going in, running over the top Galaxy. Nothing like a good meal of a cop for a cat, right?
Looks like we're gonna lose the Galaxy. We'll take 1, and it's off to Shuret to dismantle this Kinleo.
Sure, right
really
now
nice just to have that Cryoblast.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we haven't seen Cryoblast. I think we saw it once. So
we saw it this game, on the Volcaries. Astrabbit.
Okay, some good defense, but
Gorgon's Gate.
Archaic is now moving forward, stopping the recovery efforts from Shuret, not allowing that. Going to be able to destroy the Astrabbit with a Nexus from Kinleo on the next turn.
That is pretty strong here. And it looks like Shuret is just passing on over to Archaic Rage.
Wow, that was not an Ashrabbit. We have seen Ashrabbit shine on the feature stage right now. We're going to see what Ashrabbit is going to be targeting here. And this could decide how the rest of the game is going to go. Do we think that Archaic has the Ambrosia in hand by now? Was there a shuffle from that?
I do not believe there's been a shuffle since, so there should be an Ambrosia in Archaic Rage's hand right now.
That looks like Champ Volcaries and two Gorgon's Gazes. Wow.
I think you probably just have to give the Champ Volcaries over.
I mean, if you want to make them spend more spirits, then Gage would be the play. Because now Volcaries can help them recover spirits using artifacts. So it's kind of 1-1. Oh, and the Nexus to the Ashrabbit.
The issue with giving a Gaze over here is that sure it has like a Cryoling play they're trying to make, and they've just been trying to push through back row. They needed to not give a Gaze. It looks like they're intentionally doing that. The Reforge goes to hand.
Man, really trying to get that Gaze, but I mean, you'll eventually get to the point where it's like, all right, so you're going to give it to me now, right?
And there's the Torch that they added to hand quite some time ago as well.
Likely going on a Kindle.
Yeah. Great minds think alike, some say.
Absolutely. 5 minutes left in this clash. Archaic is down in spirit count and spirit deck, however, has five on board being represented.
That Torch is going to come down. Ambro is going to come down as well.
There's the Ambro.
Playing it off the Ashrabbit. Going to bump them up quite a bit here.
3 spirits being brought back, and now it's going to hit in for 1, which at this point, Archaic is in a really good spot. The problem is that there's no back row to get him any further.
Yeah, here comes the Kindleo attack. Foretell 3. There's the Forge.
PTA. And the glare's kind of hurting on that one. Kindleo.
There's the TP Kindleo right there.
Wow. That's a pretty good top, because now it's like, I don't know if I'd put PT up top in this situation, because if you can't stop whatever comes out next, then you're kind of hurt. Narpoon is going to be the cast, allowing a search of a
Frostix. Okay.
I know
you have my attention, Shuret.
I can see what's happening.
And we're going to go ahead and use it. What are we special casting back? It's going to be the Brummelinks.
Okay. So now that's going to be able to get the search off. And if there is an extra Mountains of Boreas in hand, now that we saw the Volcanic Forge.
We're not even searching. We're just going in and we're attempting to crash with that Kindleo.
That'll do it. That's a pretty potent way to get all of those spirits off the field.
Yeah, that was an expensive turn, but it is reestablished Shuret's board here. And looks like he's counted out. He is at 8 here. And there is the Volcanic Forge that'll come out to bump off the Mountains of Boreas.
I guess let's see if there's a second Mountains of Boreas in Shuret's grip. Didn't see a cast there already. I guess you would know more than I, huh? Champ Volcaries, this was added to hand from the Ashrabbit. That's going to come out now. Do we see a Search of a Hephaestus? And it looks like no. So just using it so we can enchant artifacts using spirits from the underworld. But in a time scenario, we have 2 minutes, 30 seconds left. That is a way to recover.
And Reforge is another way to recover.
Yeah, oh man.
As well as a spirit.
Getting back the torch, getting back a spirit, casting that torch with a spirit from the underworld. Like we are making that comeback. Nothing like a raging inferno to make you feel warm enough to make it to finals.
Yeah, this is a hot match, and it looks like Archaic Rage enchanting from the spirit deck, not from Underworld there, potentially forgetting the effect of his own card.
Interesting.
And here comes the Volcaries attack declaration. I have a read that one of these sets from Shirt is a Blizzard currently.
There's been no
Foretell
face
is going
down
to go
set.
through.
PTA Shield
There's a Shield of Achilles that will
and the
come down.
Kinleo.
That's pretty big.
So I'm trying to remember, what does that mean was added to hand by Archaic?
I honestly, it's been a long day. I already forgot the last one.
It's okay. we already know the PTA wasn't, or the Kinleo. Shield is a new reveal, so I guess in this scenario, Archaic would want to draw the Kinleo next, assuming that at least one Fire Spirit will be available and you can get rid of a problem Elestral on board. Shield is going to bounce back the Champion Rocaries though. That's good and bad. It makes it to where Kinleo is less of a viable option on the next turn, possibly. But now you're down to just 6 spirits.
Yeah,
less than 1 minute after this clash.
Yeah, this is turned into a really tough spot for sure. It has not landed a single 2-drop this game. Looks like we were expending to draw.
Oh.
And
into an Ambro! That is twice Sure has been able to do that. Paying a Frost to bring back Water, Frost. So a Tsunami may be possible around there. Just gotta, get into it now that the Leviathan is there, or maybe just hoping to draw into it. 2 cards are being set, and
that's a pass.
Yeah, at this point, if Kinleo is on the field, that's going to be a quick destruction of the Narpoon and attack for 2 if you put Ishrabbit to attack. Not to mention your next is a 2D Ishrabbit most likely, and there's the Kinleo in play.
Yeah, this is where things are about to get really, really scary, I think. Sure, it needs a Gorgons on the declaration of the Kinleo effect. Otherwise, this is going to go south very, very quickly. It looks like we are in time, and these players are indicating their turns.
Yeah, it looks like, I think Sure put 6 to represent he has 6 right now. We have a face down. There's the Gorgon's Gaze on the activation.
Very
not
necessary.
letting the spirit move to the Ishrabbit, no matter where it be from. That's so important for Sure right now.
That's very big. As long as Archaic Rage is just passing, a Cryoling could make all the difference. We move on to turn 1, I believe, here.
Yes.
Archaic was turn 0.
So now it's just, do you have the Cryoling?
That's a set that was just drawn. We can Narpoon over the Kinleo, which is very, very strong.
But, you only have 2 turns left, and this is one of them, so you gotta...
Oh, we crash because of the stadium. That's right. And this is turn 2 here. Sure, at 4 Spirit.
Am I wrong in saying re-enchant Ishrabbit, search 3 fires?
It doesn't matter. We have the
Ambrosia
coming down here. Re-enchant Rabbit, 3 fires, swing for 2. Probably does do it, but it probably won't matter because this Ambrosia will just be enough from Archaic Rage. Unless Shirt has 2 set Ambrosias currently.
I guess that's possible, yeah. Sure, it does seem pretty calm, not fidgeting with their hands right now. So let's see how this adjusts. We do have the Ishrabbit going to attack. This is turn 2, so this is Archaic's last turn. Hopefully they can remember the re-enchant, but they do not. They leave it all there, not able to get more damage off. We are at 8-10 considering the board versus 3 total for Sure.
Yeah, I don't know if it's possible to even get it to an even spirit count. It would take like 2 Ambrosia and a Cryolink probably.
There is something considering being played by Sure, so there is some option. But in the final turn, we just gotta figure out what can get me there. But an 8 deficit is tough, and it looks like they are revealing everything. That's a spirit count, and that is going to be the conclusion. It should be 8-3 Archaic's favor, making this clash 2-1. We'll wait for a confirmation.
Yeah, that is crazy.
Yeah.
Sure, just not able to get there, not able to get to a single 2-drop in the deck in game 3. Something that the deck is based around doing. sometimes that just happens. Sometimes you just don't see the pieces you need, and you're just not able to get your game plan running.
That's the duality of all Frost decks. They can be so fast, so potent, so powerful, but at the same time, they can just, it's not like you get a forecast for a blizzard and you don't even get an inch of snow.
Yeah. Forecast of blizzard. You're so right. You are so right.
It's unreal how bad the weatherman can be, and unfortunately, the snow did not pile up for sure today. The fire stays warm and bright as Archaic Rage moves on to finals.
That's incredible. Congratulations to Archaic Rage on Fire Artifact, something that you were right in predicting was going to be very strong, making it here to our final match of the day. Congratulations to Shurit as well for making it to a top 4. You know, always sucks to not quite make it all the way there, but you know, he put his heart out there and he performed quite well.
Yeah.
And it's exciting to see him make it this far in the first place.
That was absolutely just a game of the cards not lying where they need to. Because when we saw the cards play out in turn 2, it was there. But in turn 3, we saw Narpoon and Galaxy.
Yeah. Sometimes it just doesn't line up quite the way that you want it to. That's just card games. Variance is a thing that is a part of the game. Sometimes it works in your favor, sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, you have to wonder, like, I believe one Narpoon was stopped, but the second Narpoon should have been a search for one of the Cryolinks. That would have been a 7-4 on field, and every Kinleo advance, most of them were stopped. So was that the proper search one of those times?
The first one that did resolve was the turn 1 search for Brummelinks, which is correct usually on a turn 1. It was the second one, which is the one that usually goes to the Crylink to stop. So that, I think, makes sense as the way that played out.
Okay, fair enough. It's just one of the things we got to think about how it could work out. So yeah, it's one of like it played well. Both casters played really well. They played to the out in their end game as much as possible. Again, congratulations to Archaic for making it to finals, and Shurit, huge performance. Top 4 is nothing to snuff at. You still get fantastic prizing. If you need to get rid of that top 16 Hermes, you let me know. But hey, enjoy the premiere patch as well, and I'm sure we'll see Shurit back in an upcoming tournament sooner than later. We are now nearing the sunset of this webcam premiere tournament, the first tournament of the Firestorm meta. It has been a very long time, and we can now confirm that Archaic Rage will be facing off against Being Soldier in the finals. We are going to have BlueStacks versus Fire Artifacts. So let us know who you are predicting to come out on top using the hashtag #PlayElestrals on all social media accounts. We will be seeing how you guys are appealing to everything. And hey, if you cheer for BlueStacks, maybe it won't dodge the next gates of Tartarus. I'm just saying. Any case, but it is going to be really exciting what we're going to be seeing. So I hope you guys are just as hyped as we are, because Caleb and I will be staying right here to call the finals for you guys as well.
Yeah, we're locked in here all the way through finals. Very excited to see Bean Soldier take on Archaic Rage, both players that have been on our feature match before. And I gotta say, Bean Soldier, someone who famously once said that he would never play BlueStacks in a premiere because it puts the entire game plan on a gamble. Well, here he is, taking it to finals, putting his premiere on a gamble. We'll see if it pays off, or, as you know, we all know, the house does always win. In this case, house might be Fire Artifact. We'll have to see how that pans out. But with that, I believe we're going to throw it to a quick short break while we let our players set up for the final round. We'll see you in just a moment.
A rivalry as old as time will be closing out the very first tournament of the Firestorm meta. Archaic Rage and their Fire Artifact list will be meeting Bean Soldier and their Frost BlueStacks list to close out finals. Hello guys and welcome back to the webcam premiere tournament. My name is PK Sparks and I am joined by Caleb.exe. Caleb, we have been here for a long time, 9 hours and counting. It comes down from 124 casters down to these final 2. We have seen so many amazing decks, strategies, concepts, perspectives, insights, and more from all of these casters. We've seen Solar Shine, Frost Shine, Lunar Shine, everything but Earth besides when Trish was on stream and one with 3 Viceroys and nothing else. But so many elements and strategies are amazing right now. The fact that all of that came down to BlueStacks and Fire Artifacts it feels unreal. How is this tournament? What are you thinking about the game after this tournament?
I really cannot overstate how cool it is to see the diversity of decks that we've seen today. And the fact that they're definitely, something that coming into this tournament, I heard lots of people talking about is the boogeyman of Werepup into Like a Void. And it very clearly was a strong play. But the fact that, to my knowledge, neither of the decks in finals were playing Werepup Like a Void is proof that you can still do quite well, make it to finals or premieres. Maybe Werepup ain't that good. I don't know.
Whoa. Don't say all that now. I mean,
okay, just because you predicted that
it's getting dark out there. You never know what's in the alley. If I hear woo, I'm gone. I ain't messing with Like a Void or the Werepups. All the same though, there has been so many interesting strategies, and I hope that this whole tournament have inspired you guys at home. So I have my eyes in the chat. The last thing was said was me saying, let's go Fire Artifacts. What do you guys think about the tournament, and what are you excited to try out going forward? I already love Solar. I think Solar is really cool, and I hope that after this tournament, Solar, from what Dynamax showed off in round 1, really shows up and shows out in future tournaments, because that one looked cool. What about you, Caleb?
I think I agree, actually. Solar, I really would like to see more. Dynamax was right on the bubble, I think 9th or 10th place, just right at the edge of top cut, not quite able to make it into top 8. I think that deck would be very cool to see a lot more of. I think there's stuff like Nixamera, which performed all right today, but maybe just needs a little bit more refining. Bears, where was Bears today? It's a very good deck. Just it had a decent representation, but it's just maybe people haven't quite figured out the lists. Maybe some of the top players just picked different decks for this event. There is an aspect of Bears is already kind of a known quantity. Same thing with Fire Artifact, which is why it wasn't as represented, I think. The Chrysor deck, which was highly represented, I think only had Trish convert. There's a handful of decks that did quite well, but it's I'd like to see some more of them. I'd like to see more of these decks.
It's going to be absolutely incredible. So let's go on and introduce our finalists. Right now, we have Bean Soldier playing BlueStacks. We saw them on stream versus Trishula earlier, who actually lost that matchup, made it to the finals anyway. So one loss in your tournament, but does not end your entire tournament. And we have Archaic Rage. This is their 3rd time on stream. Fire Artifact has been their way to go. They've been consistent and they have stayed diehard throughout their entire tournament. It is time to move on to the final run, so let's get this class started. Bean Soldier, Archaic Rage, Game 1 of Finals. Let's begin.
It's incredible to be here. The finals match of the first premier tournament for Firestorm. It's so sick to see. And I just cannot wait to see how these games end up playing out. Because is Bean Soldier going to hit all those mills? Are we going to see some of those pop-off turns? Is Archaic Rage going to just be able to have a consistent, constant game plan? And to the point of the consistent, constant game plan, Astrab at turn 1. Has anything ever changed?
Nothing has ever changed. All roads go back to base set. You can't tell me otherwise. I love it. Turn 1 Estrava. At this point, it just feels comfortable to see it. Like, I feel like we've all gone through the throes of 2-5 because we're now all grown as competitors, as casters in the Elestrals TCG to know how to deal with an Estrava. So no one's really worried about it, but it's still like, okay, let's get over this. And not to mention, if the back row isn't set up to support Astrabbit, nowadays, a simple Eddie can do it. So let's see how this goes as Bean Soldier draws their first card of finals. And I love that Morphos is his first play.
That is a very good card to contest this Astrabbit. Lichen form, searching Scorpio, and bat form, normal cast, Scorpio, pitch, bat, target, Astrabbit is all you need to see if you are Bean Soldier here. That sets you up incredibly, not only to take out this Astrabbit, but also for a future turn potentially to set up an ascension into something like an Asprowl. And there is the Scorpio form pitching the bat form and targeting the Astrabbit. Archaic Rage looks like they don't have a response, so Bat is going to go ahead and bring out this Lichen form. Bean Soldier might Frost Enchant it, might Water Enchant it to go ahead and play on Tsunami as well here. Bean Soldier playing to every single out possible, setting 2 back row, and this Scorpio form is going to connect with this Astrabbit that is 0 defense, and the Lichen form will swing for 1 damage.
What a potent turn 1 play for Bean Soldier. Not only building wide, but having 2 back row to support the front. Those face downs could be Tsunami, it could be Gorgon's Gaze, PTA, whatever it may be. It is something that Archaic Rage does not want to see. No Fire Elestral cast out by Archaic Rage yet, but a second Estrava is going to hit the field, getting a cert to the top 3, and fortunately not meeting a PTA from Bean Soldier's back row.
It's not super surprising to me. Historically, BlueStacks does not play PTA since it is not the kind of card that is going to be proactive enough or react enough either that to something like what the quality that a BlueStacks deck needs. And so Bean Soldier now needs to have that 2-drop in hand that outs the Astrabbit here, whether it is the Moralith to go ahead and hit over this by ascending over the Scorpio form, Asprowl potentially. Those are going to be the main 2 things that we're looking for, and it really is just, does Bean Soldier have them, or are we going to spend a turn kind of just staring at each other while Bean Soldier looks for an out?
I imagine that Bean Soldier is going to be pushing forward one way or another, and we see Boomerlinks being cast out. That is going to get a search of either a Mountains of Boreas or a Blizzard, and I am unaware of what Bean Soldier could be playing because unfortunately I missed the round 6 match. But we are going to see Mountains be added to hand. We do know that Archaic Rage is playing Volcanic Forge in main deck, so they're not without an out in this game 1. But it's something you need to be aware of, because if you cannot find your Forge, then all of these little Elestrals, they're looking just a little bit bigger and a little bit more threatening.
And Bean Soldier just passing the turn after that, not even playing the Boreas. So Archaic Rage is going to have an opportunity here to try and develop their board, and they're going to do so with that Volcarius Champion of Hephaestus, searching out Hephaestus from the deck.
It's possible that the Mountains wasn't played just to psychic damage. I want you to know I will out your Forge when you play it. I don't need this, but if you do it once, because Frost is typically bigger than Fire in terms of stats. So now I'm letting you know, you try to get over me once, I'm snapping you right back to reality. The Volcanic Forge is going to search out the Hephaestus, and Hephaestus is going to search out an artifact. But what artifact are you going to find here? I guess any one can work. So I believe Hammer of Hephaestus is main deck, but in this game state, Torch still seems appropriate, right?
Yeah, this is definitely a search for Torch of Hestia since it generates card advantage. The Hammer is something that could be better late game, where maybe you have more artifacts, you have more runes on the field, which would allow you to then generate more attack on the Hephaestus buff. The Torch of Hestia is going to be really solid, making this Volcarius a 6 attacker, while also foretelling 3 on attack. And now this is where we see, does Bean Soldier know to Tsunami before we move to battle phase?
Let's find out. We're going to see if there's an attack declaration or at least an attempt to move into the battle phase. 2 face down set. This is a board that we have seen very consistently from Archaic Rage. Like, this is not a board that he's like, yeah, this is brand new. I've never been in this position. Like, there have been comfortable board states where it's like Archaic Rage is ready for whatever and whoever. So looks like we're just waiting for the players to get that. We do have, I'm assuming, an attack going to be declared. And Shield of Achilles on the champ. So it's going to allow the foretell for a Cryoblast, a Necruff, and a second Necruff, it looked like.
Yeah, that is something that if you're Bean Soldier, you are very happy to see. 2 Necruffs is not doing enough into your likely very large board shortly here. And the Cryoblast literally doesn't affect your deck. Yeah. So you do not care if that card is seen. And Ascension over the Scorpio form. Are we seeing Aspra? Are we seeing Morolith? What is going to come out here?
Morolith. Calling it. Hey! Morolith. The full art Morolith from Shadow Stars is hitting the field, giving a mill of 5 unless a Gorgon's Gaze is there to meet it. Archaic Rage is looking over their face down and their hand, trying to consider what are their best options. We have a mill, Cedar Sword, Snowlit, Gaze, Shield, and I missed the first mill.
There's another Morolith. It was Morolith, Gorgons, Snowlit, Shield, and Cedar Sword here. This is an insane board immediately. This is a board in a box right here. Morolith getting out another 2-drop. The Boreas in hand now says, my board will kill this Astra, but I am swinging for minimum 2 damage here because both the Morolith and the Cedar Sword will contest this Astrabbit, and this damage will go through here.
Do we have a Tsunami? A Shield to bet. Oh, a Cedar Sword in hand is not what you want to see, but that is really good for Archaic. Just get that back in the hand. Bean Soldier still having other cards to contest with. Let's see what else is going to happen. We have 2 damage or 2 spirits expended from the, or 3 actually, from the Shield. Morolith running over the Astrabbit. And I'm assuming the Lack of Void and Brahma is going to go in. So that is 5 spirits gone from Archaic Spirit deck in this one turn. And Spirit Advantage is quickly in Bean Soldier's favor.
Yeah, that is exactly what you want to see from the Morolith there. That is why you're playing the Mountains of Boreas. That's why he held on to it. There's no reason to lose that card early when you can set up such a big board out of nowhere with so much attack stat, able to out things like this Astrabbit. And we know Archaic Rage has that shielded Volcaries in hand, but that is not going to be enough into this board to contest it effectively.
So in this scenario, I mean, what exactly do you do, Archaic Rage? We do have the Volcanic Forge working out the opposite way of how I thought it would play out early on in this matchup, outing the Mountains of Boreas, but that's still not going to be enough to get over the 6-4 Morolith. You need to have a combo ready to go, and Champ Volcaries in hand is going to be one way to get that started. Assuming that Hephaestus is going to search the artifact as well, that can get you to a 7 to attack over the Morolith, assuming that face down by Bean Soldier is actually nothing to worry about. But knowing Josh, that's absolutely a counter rune that's playable right now.
You know, the Hammer of Hephaestus is going to come out here, and that is going to mean this Volcaries is getting 3 attack just from the Hammer, plus an additional one from the Forge, meaning this is now an 8 attack Volcaries. This is a big statted Volcaries.
Huge power going up and just saying, hey, anything you can do, I can build up just as well. Volcaries, such a potent Elestral right now. I put it in my caster predictions for a reason. 8 attack right now, getting an attack declaration likely into the Morolith. But the problem here is that even if you go into the Morolith and get over it, you're still dealing with a potential Snowlit or an Aspral, because we have not seen either of those cards, the entire line of Blistrix.
And it looks like the Morolith is going down to this Volcaries. That set card was not live from Bean Soldier.
Wow.
But if it's something like a Cryoblast, this is game. That's a Snowlit that hits the board, though.
All right,
we have not seen an Asprowl out of deck yet.
We don't know what's in hand. Like informed, Cedar Sword.
Asprowl!
What a mill! 3 hitting 2!
It doesn't get better than this.
It doesn't. There's no Gorgon's Gaze that can stop this. You need more Gorgon's Gazes. Gorgon's Gaze's gaze.
It's likely that Bean Soldier might opt to not use the Cedar Sword effect here. It looks like he's considering how many spirits are in Spirit deck. And it might be too expensive to actually do both of these. It looks like we are going to go for the Asprowl, but Cedar Soar might not be valuable enough here to actually get it onto board. It looks like we are just going to pass on that trigger, let it leave limbo. We're not going to actually use it.
That's shocking.
But we will go for the effect.
Looking like. We have a Lycan form. It's another Cedasaur, Astrabbit, and Shield. The third Cedasaur is not going to be active. And now we know there's no more Cedasaur to even mill. One is in Josh's hand, thanks to Archaic Rage's Shield of Achilles.
Yeah, and we were not able to get large enough to deal with this Volcaries. There's no Blitztrix in sight. That is really rough here for Bean Soldier. Putting himself in as good of a position as possible. He's hit really good mills, but this is a gigantic Volcaries, and the Necruff coming out properly enchanted is going to put so much pressure here.
That new face down from Bean Soldier needs to be Tsunami to give them a chance.
If it is Tsunami, he wins the game, I think.
I would argue so as well. Looks like we're already considering it. The Necruff is properly enchanted, powered up by the Volcanic Forge. The attack is going to be declared, and the face downs, are they live? I believe this entire clash is determined on this play.
Tsunami!
Stellar Tsunami!
That's exactly what we needed to see for Bean Soldier here. Swapping all the non-water enchanted Elestrals. That Lycan form is water enchanted, my friend.
Wow, that Lycan form has been there since turn 2. Just been sitting there chilling.
Just been hanging out in attack position. And this, all of a sudden, like I said, Tsunami might be a game-winning play here for Bean Soldier as Archaic Rage passes his turn over to Bean Soldier.
So now let's see how this is going to play out. Looks like we're just reconsidering it. We have not seen any other Esprowl or Snowlet or Blitztrixes milled from the deck, so there is still plenty of power available. I think, going for the Morlith had to capture.
That's the third one.
That's the third one. Now we get a mill of 5 here. Narpoon, Vise. Is that Blitztrix?
Asprowl. That's the Blitztrix. Last card, Blitztrix.
Blitztrix going over the Esprowl, not needing Esprowl anymore. Also, think about that. If Esprowl expended, that would not have played out. It would have missed.
Yeah, last card Blitztrix. That means that there's got to be 2 more Blitztrixes at the bottom of this deck right now. Looks like Bean Soldier just going to go ahead and rip that ability to bottom 3 Elestrals and pop a card non-targeting.
Bottoming 3 Elestrals in one opportunity is crazy, but it is absolutely what Josh is able to do right now, destroying a card, and we saw the face being destroyed. Not sure what it was, but I don't think
it was a Reforge.
It was a Reforge.
I'm pretty sure.
So it was a dead, not a counter one at all. Not a counter, and we just run over everything here.
I think this is putting Archaic Rage to 0 spirits in Spirit deck and just the Hephaestus on board.
So not out the game yet.
Yeah, actually, it'll be 1 left, I believe, in Spirit deck. As we swing for 4 damage here, 1 with the Lycan form and 3 with the Blitztrix. 3 spirits.
Here's the draw. Let's find out what it is. How many cards are in hand? Not an immediate concession, so we're trying to figure something out. There is some sort of play available.
There is a concession there, though.
Yeah.
Wow. An incredible game 1 from these casters. The last card, Blitztrix on the Morlith, sealing it out for Bean Soldier game 1, and we move on to siding for these casters to see what they're able to do going into game 2.
That was a perfect Blitztrix game. Not a single whiffed Asprowl or Blitztrix or even Snowlet at all. Every single one hit something. Snowlet hit the Cedasaur that had to be answered with Shield of Achilles, which is 3 spirits out of Archaic Spirit deck. Then we had Asprowl being regularly cast. Or milled off the Morlith getting out there. And Morlith just being powerful as well. Then another one hits a Blitztrix again on the last card. Just perfect play and what every Blitztrix player wants to see, especially here in finals.
Yeah, what an incredible game from these two. Going down to the line, Bean Soldier on 3 spirits to 5 on Archaic Rage's side. Archaic Rage setting up an incredible, the Hammer of Hephaestus plus the Volcanic Forge getting the Volcaries up to an 8 stat is just that's insane. That's crazy.
Yeah, that was awesome to see. We've never seen Archaic hit that much of a stat, saying anything you can do, I can do better. I just can't do it as wide as you. So please just slow down, dude. But
yeah, just chill out.
The snowball did not stop. It kept barreling down that hill, and suddenly the beautiful full art BlueStacks is hit off of the last card, and that cinched the entire thing for Josh.
I just happen to have one right here in front of me, actually. It's funny. Josh asked me if I had a full art BlueStacks for him, and I said it's right here. He never picked it up, I guess, but he didn't need it. He didn't need it.
He found the one he needed going into game 2. So now Archaic Rage has to figure out, you need to move fast, because if BlueStacks hits, it might just be over. Archaic Rage has not been able to figure anything out, and I'm starting to feel like maybe something like Volcanic Forge or Stoke the Forge to get more searches out will be better. Maybe playing something like a Hestia in the side for this deck can also be beneficial. Like, gotta figure something out how to speed up the play, because otherwise you're betting your tournament life versus something like BlueStacks versus who is luckier.
Yeah, playing more Kinleos potentially could also be really good. We didn't see any Kinleos out of Archaic Rage. Seeing those Necruffs, like I said, off the Foretell was really good for Bean Soldier, because Necruff is not doing nearly anything into the boards that he was setting up.
Yeah.
Versus if those were Kinleos, that is now lights out potentially for some of these plays that he was making. And it would have made it a lot harder for him to set up for those big turns like Moralith hitting a BlueStacks to ascend over an Aspron.
It's a lot of things that both players have to consider. I believe Josh is, well, maybe not ready yet, actually getting ready now, doing a final shuffle for both of these players. But man, it's just, what do you do? How do you even start up versus this? Because I don't think there's anything that you can necessarily do that Fire can just set up. You know, you can't search out anything else, but it looks like our casters are ready to go. Game 2 is on the horizon, and Archaic Rage will likely be going first. Let's see how they adjust for this next matchup. I'm assuming Cryoblast will be nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, Archaic Rage definitely taking it out of their deck. Bean Soldier potentially siding it in if it's in the side, because that is a back-breaking card into this matchup.
Oh yeah, just sniping the Kinleo, sniping the Volcari, sniping the Necruff. I mean, why you want Cryoblast at 3?
Yeah, you would love to see Cryoblast to deal with so many different cards within Archaic Rage's deck. And I believe I saw Bean Soldier citing quite a few cards going into this. I imagine Cryoblast would be one of those cards. I don't know what comes out though.
No, and that's like the tough part is how do you, I mean, BlueStacks is already a refined list. Same thing for Archaic, like the Fire Artifact is already refined. We have an expend to draw. No, that's not what you want to see.
Yeah, I don't think that you can afford to expend to draw going first here.
No.
This is not a good position potentially. And starting off with the Brummelinks to search the Mountains of Boreas is absolutely massive.
Okay, PTA. That's actually, PTO to Brummelinks isn't the worst thing in the world. You're not able to stop something like a Scorpio, but we also don't see Lycan Form milling, discarding to search out Scorpio and Bat Form as well. So
I think that if you're Bean Soldier, you see a PTA, say like, yeah, of course, waste your PTA on my Brummelinks. The game plan here, when we had Josh on the stream earlier, the game plan is I want you to kill my Brummelinks. I am just using this as a way to search my Boreas. Next turn, the Moralith is coming down. I'm milling 5. I'm hitting Cedar Swords. I'm swinging with 6s and 8s.
Well, the caveat there is I'm hitting Cedar Swords. We saw it happen tremendously in the last game, but will you roll lucky twice? Are you willing to pull that lever and roll that slot again? As Shrabbit is going to come out, looking at 3, I'm assuming 3 spirits in the underworld, and just asking which one am I getting back. Oh no, choosing the PTA. We have a Fire Spirit and a Fire. So what are they getting back? Likely the Fire Spirit. Yeah,
no reason to not go for Fire Spirit here. You put the PTA in there and be like, come on, you know you want to.
Yeah, exactly. Like, go ahead, cast that as Sprout.
Yeah, I would love for you to give me the PTA back.
And just one set as well. Archaic, I believe, is just playing too conservative right now, playing too slow to really say, put on the pressure that you need against a deck like BlueStacks. As we see Infrix
and Frostix to bring
and
back
Frostix.
the Brummelinks. This will actually tell us, did Josh side into a second Mountains of Boreas? Because we saw previously that he did not activate these effects previously. The PCA coming down, the second one. This feels a little bit more profitable potentially, but it also might feel way worse because we could just ascend into Asprowl now. This PTA might just do nothing here, and we do get a second Boreas.
That poor
like,
Boomerlinks is looking like it went through Tartarus itself. So many arrow shots away. And
Oh,
there's
no.
the ascension.
Oh,
Archaic
no.
being punished immediately for their haste.
Oh,
as
no.
is the play. Do we see Blistrix from the top 4? We have an expend there, and here goes the top 4. Narpoon, Cedasaur, and Morphos bat form.
Hey, you said it won't hit Cedasaur. He hit Cedasaur.
The Cedo
Didn't hit
was
Blistrix,
hit.
but he hit Cedasaur.
That is another big body in the field, guaranteeing 2 damage on this one after a Sproul takes over the Ash Rabbit. And that face down hasn't even been threatened to be needed to be played yet. Archaic Rage is looking on the back foot and tripping backwards. As Mountains of Boreas, the first of 2 now, is being played.
Yeah, this is a very solid setup. Setting another back row. This Cedasaur is now a 6'8", and this Aspro is a 9'6", an absolute beast of a bird coming in for 2 damage into Archaic Rage's Spirit deck. And Bean Soldier's passing feeling phenomenal from this position.
Let's see exactly how this plays out. And Earthquake. Okay, really good one up to see right now. Taking out the most threatening Elestral Aspro. But, I mean, saying most threatening when you have to deal with a 6'8", feels kind of bad.
Ambrosia as well. I don't know how I feel about the Earthquake here, honestly, because Archaic Rage, yes, is taking out the most threatening thing in the form of an Asprowl, but if a Blistrix lands, he might be kicking himself wishing he had kept that Earthquake for the Blistrix. But then again, if Blistrix never comes, you're kicking yourself for not ripping it immediately. It's kind of a tough spot to be in.
It's one of those situations where you have to assume I'm not going to let them get to the point where Blistrix can't come down.
Oh no, we're expending to draw here again.
What is this hand that Archaic kept? I am so unsure of the situation right now. And there's the Lycan form. So now you have to worry about the Morphos Scorpio form and Bat form in hand, unless we already have a Bat form in hand. We do know that one Bat form was. We do know that one was milled. Yeah, I don't know if we're playing 2 in the list. Let's see, Scorpio and.
It's likely just the Scorpio. I don't think people are on 2 bats. I'd be surprised if we are. It looks like we are failing to find the second one. But it's an up to, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it could definitely get the job done, assuming that there's another Morphos in hand, whichever one that may be. But now, we're still threatening 2 as Narpoon. So now we're getting a search of whatever Frost Elestral that we want. I assume it could be Snowlit, but we could see in Frostix as well if more than one is being played.
I think that going for the Snowlit here is absolutely the right option. The Lycan form searching just 1 feels kind of awkward. You're spending 1 to get a card that isn't doing a whole lot for you. But it is thinning your deck of cards you don't want to draw and you don't want to mill. And that's just what Narpoon is doing here as well. So now this Snowlit has a way higher probability of hitting what it needs to.
What?
We're going to Argo to make Bean Soldier spend 2 to a Necklace of Harmonia, I think. The win condition here now for Archaic Rage is saying, I'm going to make you burn 2 every single turn until you ascend over one of these Elestrals. But
I'm assuming the Narpoon. Because you want to ascend over the Cedasaur.
Yeah, I feel like there's a handful of decisions that have been made this game that I just don't really understand. I get wanting to burn Bean Soldier here, but you're taking what would have been 3 and making it 7 now.
Yeah,
because you're spending 4 of your own.
I tremendously disagree with this play. I get the idea. I disagree with it. But let's see how it works out. We could be completely wrong. We don't
Well,
exactly know.
actually, hold on.
is.
I found the reason why this might actually be this. Actually, I've turned around. Archaic Rage is cooking.
Talk to me.
Ungodly. This
Talk
is
to me.
incredible. This is a burn 2 for Bean Soldier.
Right.
We normal cast Kinleo Nexus off, pop the Cedar Sword.
Okay.
This now allows us to play something like a Volcanic Forge. Hit over Narpoon. We've cleared the board with just one Elestral and a Stadium.
With 3 cards in hand, I mean, I guess it's not impossible. We have not seen Kinleo or Forge.
I think that bare minimum there has to be a Kinleo in hand, because making this play otherwise feels very strange to me. But going for Kinleo here could be what puts you in a game-winning position.
You're so smart!
Off the back foot. Kinleo, absolutely, this play makes sense. I think that this is a very smart play. It seems our initial reaction, what are we doing? This doesn't make sense. It absolutely makes sense. Bean Soldier needs a Gorgon's Gaze here.
It goes back to what I said earlier. Games are so different when you're playing behind the cards versus our top-down view. So you're absolutely right. And there. Oh my! Oh, coming out! Firestorm! Showing up for BlueStacks! Incredible!
Both of your casters are out of their chairs! This is insane! Oh my god! So, just to catch everyone up, Monsoon of Eurus, brand new card in Firestorm, and it reads, you can cast this enchant up to 2 wind and water from your spirit deck to your field. Suppress all cards on field that are not wind and water enchanted. That will allow this Kinleo to Nexus, because I believe it was used in response to the effect of a Nexus. But the effect to pop cannot happen because Kinleo is suppressed when that trigger would go onto chain. This is insane. The Ambrosia going to come down, try and stop the bleeding. Oh my god.
I was gone. I spun my entire chair around.
Yeah, you got up, you turned your lights off, you turned them back on.
It was a whole pop off, man. But that's what I'm saying. Like, games do not matter. Like, we're talking from an eagle view. We can't see what's in their hands, what's face down, and anything. Both of these castles are cooking with their decisions right now. But with Monsoon of Urus, man, what a fantastic card. Not just in general, but BlueStacks hurting with it. Oh, man.
That is insane. And Monsoon of Eurus is also really interesting tech, because you could enchant to something like a Brummelinx, a wind, and then ascend to a BlueStacks as a result. Like, you can do some crazy, nasty stuff like that. And Archaic Rage forced to pass after that play. Bean Soldier draws, plays that Snowlet that we searched off of Narpoon, and we hit Aspral Cedar Sword. Are you kidding me?
Unreal.
There's no way.
Just wrap it up. We're not going to cast the Cedar Sword due to spirit count, but just
we
the
could.
fact that you hit it. Yeah, we could. You're right. If you want to just go past it, we can just go
Josh
all
is
in.
doing the math right now. This currently is 4 damage on board. You ascend to Aspral is 5. 2 more is 7. We can put Archaic Rage down to
Cedar Sword is being cast.
Just 1 spirit.
And now the Aspral is going to go down to 1 more. You can't.
We're water enchanting the Aspral. We're going down to just 1 spirit in spirit deck, I think, maybe 2. Setting a card.
7
Narpoon.
spirits on board.
Narpoon over, and we swing 6.
That's you need to. What do you do?
I'm speechless.
What do you do here? Swinging for 6.
That what a turn of events. What a series of plays. Ambrosia! Last spirit Ambrosia!
We are not done yet. Archaic Rage has life. There is a pulse. Everyone hold.
Eruption for game!
What?
No way!
Eruption for game! What is going on? What is going on?
I cannot believe it. There's no way.
Game! What is this game? I'm speechless. I am speechless.
I have no words. I have no words.
This is the best game 3 ever.
I
Elestrals
need
is so good.
I need a minute. Can we cut to a quick break? Can we run a commercial? I need.
Oh
That was
man,
crazy.
let me take my seat. I'm sorry, production.
Yeah, welcome back. Welcome back.
Get
DK.
down.
Join me.
What is that? What is that?
Wow.
Whew.
So Bean Soldier now has a brand new card that he needs to consider to play around here, and I think we didn't see all the siding here, but I think Josh is not changing his deck at all. Like the list is just running it back. Oh.
You know what's crazy about that?
Tell me.
In hindsight, I think the second season was an actual misplay.
Yeah. If you're not-
Unknowingly, of course.
Well,
but
yeah. If you're playing around Eruption, you don't play the Cedar Soar.
Wow.
But in that moment, it makes sense. That's crazy. That is crazy. That's one of those better have it moments, though. You say if you have the Eruption, you win. But if you don't, I'm putting you at a point where you cannot win. It is over for you. Ambrosia Eruption is with like 3-4 cards in hand. The thing is, Archaic Rage cannot rely on that anymore. Those cards cannot win him the game from here because Bean Soldier will be playing around it consistently. And so he now needs a new game plan to win this because the only way he was winning that game is exactly Ambrosia Eruption.
Yeah.
There's no other shot where those series of events plan out to actually allow him to win. And to win through this condition means Josh now is not letting that condition be a game plan ever again.
Absolutely.
So now
not.
Archaic Rage has to find a new win condition when the main one hasn't been working, the form of just normal Fire Nexus.
There is no such thing as psychic damage versus a player as the caliber of Bean Soldier. He took that information and now it's just locked in forefront. Eruption is a viable option.
Yeah.
Do not play into Eruption.
And
But it's difficult to do when you're playing BlueStacks, but I'm sure Josh has lines for it.
I think the consideration now for Archaic Rage is like you might actually want to side out of Eruption because it's not going to do what you want it to do, which is win a game. Like you got your one.
Got your one. Man, those last 3 turns, the Argo into Harmonia, into the Kenleo, into the Urus, into the Eruption after hitting the second Cedasaur. I'm sorry, last 4 turns. I just burnt like 200 calories from that one turn. Like, Jesus. What is going on?
I'm blown away. I'm blown away.
Crazy.
And hey, you know what? If that ascension with water into Aspral was fire, we wouldn't have been here. But our casters are ready. We can hop into game 3 and we can find out who our first champion is going to be for the first premiere for Firestorm. Let's hop in. Let's see what these casters are going to do. Bean Soldier undoubtedly going first here. Lycan discard, expend a Frost is exactly what you want to see. If we start Morlith Lycan form, I will pop off once more. There is no way this man opens like that in the 3rd game of finals after getting Eruption for game. I will lose all speech.
Honestly, that would be apropos. That'd be the protagonist powers right there. If we get Lycan form Morlith, and we have not seen it 2 turns already, so don't cut out the possibility. We just saw Ambrosia Eruption. So I will not take anything off of the impossibility. I'm just going to sit back. I'm not even going to worry about anything else. I'm just going to watch these casters do what they do, and that is a premiere pack Champion of Kyo and Broomerlinks getting cast out to search out the Mountains of Boreas right now.
Yeah, that is a very good start here from Bean Soldier. Thinning the deck by 3 cards means that those mills will just be even higher quality every time he activates one of these mill cards, whether it is the Snowlits or the Borolits. All these cards are just going to have a higher probability to hit. And if he can back this up with a back row, it would be great, but he does not have one, so Archaic Rage going to be on the play here to try and figure out something that can deal with this board, and a Warmite is a great start here.
First time we're seeing Warmite from Archaic Rage's entire set, but this is a good way to get over this get over this Booming Links without doing too much else. But once again, just the conservative play by Archaic Rage, just one face down. We've seen a lot of PTA from Archaic. Is that what is face down, waiting for Bean Soldier on his next cast?
And if it's a PTA and a Morolith here, I don't think that Bean Soldier can be too beat up about that, especially if he Moroliths into a Cedar Sword.
Let's find out how that goes, because that could actually be the potent strategy that you need. So
I think a really good option here is El Diablo. Going for the Snowlit, milling, puts Archaic Rage in a really tough spot because you have to try and PTA, but it is going to be the Morolith. Is that a PTA in the back row?
And looks like it's being filled up. Wow, that is a PTA in the back row. As you said, you can't be too mad at that. It's Cedar Sword for Snowlit, Morolith, Cedar Sword, Tsunami, and I think that's a Blistrix.
That is the second Blistrix we've seen this entire game, and it is in the Underworld. But this Cedar Sword getting out is going to be massive, and we're putting Archaic Rage already quite down. This is 3 spirits of damage on board, as well as paying 2 out for the PTA, meaning that on the whole, Archaic Rage has spent 7 spirits this turn.
Absolutely phenomenal damage for Bean Soldier in this one. And I mean, if you're playing Eruption, having Josh being able to play so conservatively and get this much power and presence on the field, this is not how you need to be playing. So Archaic needs to turn up the gas and get that fire burning much faster in this next turn.
Yeah, this is a very, very strong turn from Bean Soldier. Sorry, it's 6 spirits of damage coming out of Archaic Rage. So they are going to go down. They were at 18 after the PTA cast. They're going to take 3, spend 2. They're going to go down to 13 spirits here, I believe.
Fire and Thunder going to the Underworld leads me to believe that there's not even an Astrabit to try to help Archaic just shore up here.
Yeah, especially with the 6 attack Cedar Sword on board. Astrabit is just not going to be enough unless you've got like a Volcanic Forge in hand to out that Boreas.
I'm calling it now. If we see Rise on the Underworld.
Resting.
Oh, okay. Resting is pretty solid. That's actually a great way to get over that.
That is a good option here to try and equalize, and that has put Archaic Rage in a really good spot.
Right now, we're just waiting on how's it going to play. But I mean, if Bean Soldier can play out Rise to get back the Blistrix in the Underworld, it's a really scary spot to be in. Defense position Astrabit on an open board. What does that tell you about how Archaic is feeling about the hand right now?
I think that he needs to add a counter rune off the top here. Puts a 3rd card in their hand. Probably doesn't have something that is offensive enough, like a Volcaries, or doesn't feel like it's worth playing into this board state.
Well, I think Bean Soldier has something offensive enough, and that is just getting Blistrix out tremendously in this next turn. We already saw just how potent that can be. So I feel like in a Astrabit with no counter runes, this isn't any. Wait, isn't Scorpio Form in hand?
Yep. Scorpio Form is in hand. I was just about to say it. This Astrabit is not long for this world, and we are setting up a very strong turn here. Scorpio Form, discard Bat, target Astrabit to set its attack or defense stat to 0, and then Bat Form, because it was discard, is going to bring back this Lichen Form with a water underneath it. And we might set a back row, but we're certainly swinging into this Astrabit with the Scorpio Form and 1 direct with the Lichen Form, putting Archaic Rage down to 10 spirits here.
Just playing a really slow and steady game, but be wary of that spirit count. We are nearly equal, 10 to 11. Board is definitely in Bean Soldier's favor, but I mean, 1 push at an offensive side could slide Bean Soldier through I'll just say it, triple eruption range. Like, I wouldn't even call it out. So just be mindful. Be mindful, young Tadflow.
Be mindful, young Tadflow. Archaic Rage playing out the Ash Rabbit. Gonna target 3 cards in the Underworld. Might just bring back a Spirit, honestly. Probably with Ash Rabbit, a PTA, and the Warmite. I feel like those are 3 solid options out of the cards that have been played.
I think this is a known situation that Archaic may have expected to be in, so they chose Ash Rabbit for the consistent recovery. Resting is a really good target. Pretty much saying, I know you're not going to give me resting, so let me get a choice of the other 2.
I don't think that resting is too bad of a choice for Josh to give Archaic Rage here, because the board is so insulated with these one Spirit Elestrals that even if you end up going Morolith, it's not that big of a deal. But it looks like that Warmite is the least threatening of the bunch.
A terrifying Spirit count in Archaic's favor. Got to make sure that it doesn't get much more out of favor for him. But right now is Bean Soldier's turn. One card is ready to be played. We're just trying to figure out what spirit will be enchanting it. Will it be an Elestral? Will it be a back row? Likely an Elestral. This is BlueStacks after all.
Waiting to see a Morolith. There it is!
This is terrifying. We get a mill of 3, but there's no Snorlax or Esplow on board right now. So right now we're aiming for a Cedasaur. That is Lycan Force.
There's a Cedasaur. There's a second Cedasaur. And there's a Boreas. This is
double Cedasaur.
Second Cedasaur won't matter, but this first one will put up so much pressure. You got a 6-8 and an 8-6 on board. These Elestrals are going to put up so much pressure. Here comes Cedasaur swinging in and swinging 4 points of damage into Archaic Rage's Spirit deck.
Knocking them down to 5. 5 to 7 is the Spirit count right now. I believe that's all 3 Cedasaurs seen already, right? And only 1 BlueStacks?
Yes. We had the one on board that was destroyed with the resting, and then we have seen 2 just now. As all 3 Cedars out of deck. We've seen 1 BlueStacks in the early mills. I don't think we've hit a Snowlit or an Asprowl, though.
No, we haven't seen anything but the 1 BlueStacks. Otherwise, it's been relatively safe for a Bean Soldier right now. At this point, considering the Spirit count, you might just want to try to make do with what you have on board. Yeah. Maybe aim for the BlueStacks if you have Esplow in hand.
I think Bean Soldier, game plan, you don't cast anything from this position unless you absolutely have to. You don't even want to get within double Eruption range.
Yeah, true.
I'm imagining this might be a Necruff here. That is the Warmite potentially going to try and deal with the Cedasaur, I guess?
It's -3, so that would be a crash, but you're taking 1 point of damage for it.
Yeah, but it is the most efficient way to deal with the Elestrals on board, because otherwise, the Cedasaur is cracking back next turn, the Morolith is cracking back next turn. You can out one of the other Elestrals. Maybe Argo is a consideration here for the response.
Somebody needs to check up Josh's sleeves. It's just pulling magic out in this matchup.
It reminds me of Trishula the Wizard from the Elestriad Season 2. His little cosplay he did. Just showing up, saying, watch me pull a Cedasaur out of a Mill 5.
Exactly. Check the head. Is he wearing the wizard hat?
Nothing up my sleeve. Cedasaur.
Nothing up my sleeve, but my card sleeve, though?
Yeah, within the card sleeve is a card. And that card says, when you cast this Morolith, Mill 5.
Mill 5. It says Mill Cedasaur specifically, but you ain't gonna read the text.
Yeah. Everyone gets it. Everyone's been there. Looks like Hephaestus is coming down.
Yeah.
With 2-3 spirits? Is that
what?
Putting Archaic Rage at 1 currently?
What in the world is going on?
We're gonna disenchant, go search the torch, I imagine, and then Empower to Warmite, puts it to 5. That outs the Cedasaur now, assuming that was what we minused. If it's Morolith, we crash. So it's got to be Cedasaur. But if Bean Soldier has a Tsunami, the game is over. That is the only thing that he needs. And he's basically had these 2 back rows set this entire time, never been pressured to use them.
Never at all. So, I mean, this is a point where, as you said earlier, if you got it, you got it.
If you got it, you got it. The 2 spirits on Hephaestus are certainly perplexing to me.
Holding our breath for the attack declaration. We know that the Foretail is likely trying to find an Ambrosia to make it past this attack declaration.
No. Is Archaic Rage is going to try and play an Artifact Rune with a Divine Spirit, which he cannot do. Oh no.
Only invokes and counter runes, instant runes can use spirits on board in that manner.
The important thing for remembering this is if you could consider it a nexus, i.e. you're going from one permanent to another, one continuous card to another, you cannot use it in a siphon for a rune. And this Ambrosia, it didn't matter. It didn't matter. It didn't matter. We got there.
Ambrosia is in hand. We have a game on our hands.
So that'll allow this torch to be cast out. We can all wipe the sweat from our brow. I see, PK, you were doing it already.
That's crazy.
I was saying it metaphorically. You were doing it literally.
No,
and now we will cast out. Now we will cast out this torch.
So we got there by way of.
Yeah, it just took a second, and we will assumedly go for this Warmight attack over the... I'm assuming the Cedar Sword was the target for the Warmight effect. It will be the most logical thing.
Yeah, we didn't see an actual target or anything regarding the Warmight, so assuming... I mean, it might have been on the Moralist, maybe the Cedar Sword, but the attack is declared. It is going to go over.
And it goes through.
Sword,
it was on the Cedar Sword.
The Foretell, that's going to reveal. Ambrosia on top, Argo, and Necklace. So now
I think that's not enough, actually. I do not think that's enough.
Yeah, like how do you... I mean, you obviously stack Ambo, Argo, Necklace. Obviously. But like, how do you shuffle that up?
Ascending over the Lycan form, are we going to see an Asprowl?
Considerations making Thunder.
Thunder Spirit? Is this going to be a Thunder?
It's a Sprout.
Thunder, Water.
Doing it for the body. But notably, that is not a fire. I feel like if there was a fire in the Spirit deck as an option, it would have been played right now.
Looks like we're going to set a face down. And I assume, this Asprowl is swinging in. It is a 7. We don't mind it getting shielded here. We're going to Gorgon's Gaze it, paying off of the Torch of Hestia and one from Spirit deck.
So valuing the extra Spirit on Hephaestus. I'm guessing that there's a Kinleo in hand.
Now the Moralith will come in, swing
damage.
in for 1 damage. We'll swing 1 more damage.
That has to be it, right?
Yeah, this puts our kick race to 0. Need Amber on top, which we know was stacked as a result of that Torch of Hestia.
And
we can go ahead, play that out, heal 3. We have just a card or 2 in hand.
So now it's sitting at 3 spirits in Spirit deck.
I think it is just 1 card in hand, and I don't know what would be able to get Archaic Rage there. Eruption is something.
That's a reveal,
but it is not enough.
As you said earlier, the psychic damage would not be allowed to damage twice. Like, that was information that Josh received. And thanks to the stalwart play, Bean Soldier is your champion of the first tournament of the Firestorm meta and qualifies for the Elestrals World Championship next year. Congratulations. What a fantastic set of matches. Look at the Uru being shown as well. You know, like, I even had something for the Kinleo if you had that as an option. Fantastic gameplay. Fantastic Elestrals. Man, is it an honor to be able to have caught the first one with you, Caleb.
Yeah, this has been a blast, PK, and congrats to Josh for taking it down with BlueStacks, a deck that I honestly don't think I ever saw winning a tournament, let alone the first Firestorm tournament. Like, I think this deck's incredible, obviously. Even Josh, the pilot of it today, has admitted that this deck sometimes just feels like it has too high variance, but the additions from Firestorm seem to have fixed those problems. The ability to have more just solid starters for the deck, more cards that you're willing to play that can just generate advantage and set you up in the future without feeling too bulky. Just enable this deck to really have a solid game plan, even after Rise from the Ashes goes to 1. Just an incredible showing from a Bean Soldier here, showing that he's taken this deck, refined it, and he was able to take it to qualify for Worlds. That is insane to say.
250 qualifier points earned on the back of BlueStacks, getting its first tournament win. So congrats to the Big Bird as well. Don't forget that Bean Soldier is also the winner of the Torchin Champion of Hestia prize card. That card is gonna look beautiful in this case, if not in this next deck, because now we can just search out Hestia in the most fashionable way. I'm just saying, it's an option.
Yeah, that's incredible. Congratulations as well to Archaic Rage. Making it to second place, making it to finals is no easy feat, and they did it with a very solid deck that a lot of people were prepared for. Fire Artifact has done a lot in the past, and so undoubtedly people were prepared. You could see it in Bean Soldier's own deck. The Monsoon of Eurus is something that is very well positioned into exactly Fire Artifact. So clearly Josh was prepared for it, and Archaic Rage, despite all of that, took us to a game 3 off of Ambro Eruption. Just one of the most electric games I think I've seen in my entire life for the game of Elestrals. Just an absolutely pleasure of a game to watch from both of these casters.
Oh yeah, utilizing the new cards and old cards alike to really put on the show for ourselves and everybody watching at home. You guys gotta let us know everything that you saw and how it made you on socials using the hashtag #PlayElestrals. And if you don't let everybody know that Mountains of Ooze is real, you're wrong. That's a fact. I'm not allowing you to say otherwise. You're wrong. Archaic pulling in the eruptions from the side, so as an option versus BlueStacks, and there weren't many BlueStacks representations, so having that proved to be perfect for Fire Artifact as an option. The Resting on Your Laurels coming in as well. Who knows what else may have been pulled in from the side, but just like I feel like the biggest issue isn't so much with him, but just the deck and what it's capable of doing. I feel like you need to find some way to get more firepower put onto your Elestrals and not just so much in the Eruption card itself. So hopefully you're able to figure that one out and adjust the list. Not that, it wasn't amazing already. It got you to finals. Second place is still very potent. You're still getting a top 16 Stellar Carry-Off Champion Hermes. You're still getting a booster box and an additional Premier Pack. So you're getting a lot. But it's still a situation where you got to figure out just what you can do to get more strength onto the Elestrals themselves, and then you can deal with something like BlueStacks.
Yeah, I think the hard thing is BlueStacks was not something people were prepped for, and so people were just, not prepped for it potentially in the side. Even having the Eruption in main or side for Archaic Rage, it's still just it's probably not enough if you're looking at BlueStacks as a side matchup. In Moonrise format, whenever you were siding for BlueStacks, you're siding a minimum 6 cards in most decks because you just needed more to get over the top. And just an Eruption isn't going to get you all the way there. You need more options. And the hard thing about a strategy like Fire Artifact is it can just struggle, especially now with the ability of Frost to get Boreas on field. Fire can struggle to reach those attack thresholds that a Morolith or a Cedar Sword can reach. We saw that Valkyries reach an 8 attack stat, but it just wasn't enough into all the other things that Josh was doing with his cards. And ultimately, as the addition of Brumelink's Champion of Keon has brought this deck over the top, where this deck isn't just BlueStacks, it is Morolith, it is Cedar Sword. These are cards that previously were stepping stones to the payoff of BlueStacks. These cards are now the deck. You get to BlueStacks as a bonus. The rest of the cards that are 2-drops are saying, I'm a 6, I'm an 8, I'm a 9. I don't care if I don't hit BlueStacks. I'm swinging in for a lot of damage, and I'm a very large body you're going to have to deal with. And that's just a lot.
It's so wild that the fact of BlueStacks in the deck is almost a secondary game plan, because you're kind of mentally taking out, I'm probably not going to get to BlueStacks, but everything that gets me to BlueStacks, I need to make sure every one of those pieces are good, which is why, as you just said, Boomerlinks is so good, making the Morolith an 8-4, an 8-6, an 8-6, making the Cedar Sword a 4-8, a 6-8. It is so darn powerful. It makes everything so much better. I mean, even Snow, it goes up to a 5. So what exactly do you do? Hope? Pray?
Yeah, you pray to whatever divine you choose.
Yeah.
It is it's a lot.
Like you can do your best, but man, just what a fantastic strategy. Just so good, so exciting to see. And just a little bit, we're going to be getting the interview between Caleb and Bean Soldier, our champion of the first Firestorm tournament.
K's tagging in for me here.
Yes, K Cray, not Caleb. K Cray and Bean Soldier will be doing this.
Suffix.
And just as a heads up, Bean has opted to not show the face cam for the interview. But you know what? We don't need to see the face. We just need to know that the voice is that of a champion.
And honestly, after a long day of playing Elestrals, I don't blame kind of being like, I don't want to show my face right now. I'm tired. I've been in this room for 12 hours, something like that. Like, I think that, it's reasonable to say, I don't feel like setting up my face cam. Especially, I think Josh has got kind of a complicated setup that isn't just a boom, it's on.
Yeah, probably. But, when we get the okay, we'll let you guys know when the interview's ready to go. But just what a fantastic track. And of course, these deck lists and more will be posted on the Elestral social. So if you haven't done so yet, make sure you guys show some love there and check it out. Go follow on Twitter. Go on subscribe. You're on your YouTube right now, so make sure you're subscribed with notifications on, because we all know that Dan loves his announcements. I love the announcements as well. So please stay subscribed so you guys don't miss out on this. And just a heads up, I'll just say it right now. The next Premier Webcam tournament is on July 21st, 2 weeks from now. So come through. We got more Firestorm goodness, and I hope that this tournament inspires you, because we have seen so many interesting strategies and lists and ideas and concepts. Man, I cannot wait to see what you guys do now that we have this. We saw the boon of Argo after Dallas Open. I cannot wait to see what people do now that they have an in-action idea of what Firestorm cards can do.
Yeah, there really is a lot that this set has added. There's a lot of just little pieces that take certain decks and push them over the edge. Just add that little edge that they need. I think that Champion of Keon Brumlinks is a massive one. I think that's something that people have been sleeping on a little bit. It's the ability of Titano Strike to search Thunderstorm. I think there's just Champion of Poseidon Galaxy is used very well in a lot of general decks, but it used to be that water decks would play Galaxy to make all the Elestrals really large statted. So I think that there's a lot more to be looked into there as well. But it looks like we are ready to throw it over to K Cray, interviewing our champion of the first Firestorm premiere, Bean Soldier. So we're gonna go ahead and throw it over to those two, hear from our champion.
And I am here with our first ever Firestorm champion, BlueStacks. Bean Soldier. Hello, how are you feeling? Congratulations.
I feel incredible. It's awesome. I'm so happy.
Truly, if anyone could have made BlueStacks become a champion, I'm talking to him right now. Incredible run, incredible games. I was just telling you this before. I think maybe some of the best finals we've ever seen in the history of Elestrals.
It was insane, especially game 2. I really thought I had it. The eruption cinematic. It was perfect. Huge shout out to
my gosh.
My opponent. They played their match incredibly well too.
The eruption, the monsoon of Eurus. I think that
shout out to Monsoon.
Was that a side deck card? I
Yes.
was watching that and immediately I was like, I've got to ask this. Okay, so it was a side deck tech.
Yes, specifically for fire, or any deck that was playing Argo that isn't going to naturally enchant water or wind to the artifacts that they bring out of Argo. So I'm glad it came up because that was the first time I sided it all day. So I was feeling pretty down on the card until literally finals.
And then it went absolutely crazy. Which, speaking of cards that we're maybe down on, cards that were maybe being given too much credit, insane that the tournament after Rise being limited to 1 is the tournament that BlueStacks finally wins. Do you think it was holding it back?
No, I think that Brutalings is the craziest card of all time. Making the Moralists and the Cedar Swords 8s and 6s is the biggest game changer for that deck. It gives you a reason to play in Frostix. It gives you another starter in the deck. Brumalings is one of the most custom cards for BlueStacks that I could have ever asked for.
I mean, the
I think
number
even
of
if Rise
times
was at 3, I don't even know if I would play 3. I'd play the Brummelinks over it.
and the number of times you started Brummelinks and were able to immediately get Moralith online and under the mountains, it was just, I mean, I've loved watching every single game from you today. And what a day it was. How are you feeling? You've qualified for Worlds. You were the first Firestorm champion. Tell me about it.
Honestly, like, it's so relieving to have like the Worlds invite already done. Like, I don't have to grind a ton. I was probably going to anyway, but now I can play more bears. Like, I'm so excited to play bears at like every single tournament from here on out.
You have no idea the joy you have brought me with that.
Right? No, I'm so excited that I got the win. The Worlds invite is done, and I get to play bears.
You get to play bears. You have earned it. My goodness. And I can't believe we are going to have next tournament bears be the champion. Bears will be on screen here with us.
We're going to try. We're going to try.
Hey, I have to know. Obviously, there's been so much cooking going on for Firestorm. I know there have been a lot of threats that people have said, hey, these are the things we're worried about. We know that Like a Void is out there. We know that all of these Fire Nexus things are out there. What was the prep like, and what led you to deciding this is the time BlueStacks is going to go crazy?
Yeah, so I'll be real. The whole reason that I played this deck was to worry about Like a Void the least amount that I possibly could by just establishing the biggest guy on the board as fast as possible. Because I still have not come up with a good plan for a turn 1 Like a Void. And that happened a lot to me today. So, I don't know. Like a Void is still like a huge powerhouse. And if your deck doesn't have a consistent way of beating it turn 1, then it might put you off of some other strategies that that you might have to cater to, if you know what I mean. Blizz is the deck that I decided to pick because I thought it dealt with Like a Void the best, and no deck in the game right now can easily deal with an 8 or a 9, also without Elechick. So
that's true. You were
as
able to
Houston
say yeah, this was the time for as you mentioned, the Brummelinks being released in Firestorm, making this deck crazy with access to mountains, and that was amazing to see. And this is this is sort of a side personal note here. For those of you who don't know, Josh is actually the person who taught me how to play Elestrals in the first place. And so I feel like, you know, that's my professor, that's my coach right there. Do you have any words of inspiration for me, to be honest, but anyone here who's listening, who's watching? And I just want to hear about that and what you would say to people just starting out.
Yeah, honestly, I think the biggest thing to do, especially as like a new format comes about, is experiment. Try to play with everything. I think that the more familiar you are with a bunch of cards, the better you're going to end up doing in a tournament. And just find a close group of people that you share the same type of goals with in the Elestrals community, and try to jam games with them, whether they're casuals, whether they're competitive. Bounce ideas off of those people. I think one of the only reasons that like I've been as practiced as I have been is because I have a really close group of friends that I get to jam games with every day. And I hope that that is something that everybody in the Elestrals community gets to experience, is having that great tight group, tight-knit group of friends that they can always practice with, have fun with, go to locals with, and get better at the game.
I love that, and that's, I think, one of the best experiences when it comes to Elestrals specifically is the community aspect, like you said, and the fact that you can build groups that you play regularly with. And I know that this has been such a long day for you. I have no doubt you were exhausted after all of that. So I will let you go, let you celebrate for the rest of the night. But before we do that, is there anyone that you'd like to shout out? Anyone you would like to thank for helping you get to this point, helping you win with BlueStacks?
shout out to the Nimbugs, and of course, Trish, I have to shout you out for saying that Brimmelinks is bad. So, but no, shout out to all the friends and the testing partners, and all the good stuff, the cabal, all the good friends. So, yeah.
I love that. Huge shout outs to everyone. And Josh, again, congratulations. Can't wait to see you at Worlds. Can't wait to see you with Bears, even more so. Oh my goodness. I cannot wait. But thank you so much for talking with me. Incredible games all day today. And on that, we are going to transition back over to my co-commentators to wrap it up for the day. Congratulations again, Josh.
Thank you.
All right, that was really great to hear from Bean Soldier and K-Cray. Congrats once more to our first champion of the Firestorm metagame. Just absolutely incredible to see. Obviously, not only a good friend of mine win a tournament, but also it's very sweet to see that K-Cray is someone that Bean Soldier taught how to play the game. But be able to see those together in the final interview, that's wonderful.
It was really nice to hear what they all had to say. I'm sure Kay is going to take that advice. And speaking of advice, I really love what Josh had to say there. Like, just play everything. Try it out. Build a deck. Try to understand it. Maybe you'll see something no one else has. I love that idea. And it goes back to what the caster known as Wirtz has always said. Keep cooking.
Yeah, being able to just try anything and everything, never saying no to an idea, that's something that I think is really important. Josh mentioned playing with friends, playing with groups. It's something that I found a lot of benefit in, and being able to play with people that are willing to just hear ideas and just run with it and see, like, okay, is there merit to this, versus saying, that doesn't sound good, I'm not going to even try it. I think that's really important, because that's where you find innovation. That's where you find Josh citing Monsoon of Eurus, not having it ever come in through the side, and then finally coming in finals and being absolutely incredible for that exact instance when he needed it.
Yeah, it was such a phenomenal play, and that's the idea that, a group think does a lot for anything, but especially for card games like the Elestrals TCG. So again, congratulations to Josh for being the first champion of the Firestorm format, winning the invite to Elestrals World Championship in 2026. Cannot wait to see him and other casters join him as we get closer to that announcement, the date, and more. But right now, that concludes this tournament. What a way to go off. I'm still sweaty from the eruption. Man, did it get hot in that matchup despite the duality of ice across from it. Caleb, love casting with you. I'm so glad we finally got to do this.
It was a blast.
Kay, you already know you're my buddy, my partner, my bestie, and I'm glad to talk with you. And I think that we'll be doing it again very soon. To all the judges who were there making events like this possible, thank you. You are invaluable to helping Elestrals grow and supporting the competitive community. Production, man, you guys show up and show out. You're improving every single time. I love the new graphics. I love the stuff for us as commentators on the back end. You make our job even easier. So thank you so much for all that you've done. And as well, to everyone watching at home, to everyone casting with your friends, to everybody theory crafting within your group takes and more, thank you. Thank you for being a part of the Elestrals community, and thank you to Elestrals for having us. We'll be back June 21st to do all of this again. We had 124 casters today, and I look forward to us going past this even further. If you guys want to join up, the QR code is on your screen. Go on and do so you can get your Premier packs, and maybe you can pull your Premier tablet Boomerlink's Champion of Keyon as well. You just heard Josh say that is such a fantastic card for the now champion deck of BlueStacks. So maybe get yours in one of the highest rarities possible if you can't pull a reverse stellar like I did.
Okay, we're not all as good as you, PK.
Oh,
But
yeah.
don't forget that we don't just have the upcoming webcam premiere on June 21st. We also have the first ever store open happening here in my hometown, Atlanta,
Yes.
Georgia, at Cards HQ. This event is going to be absolutely incredible. July 19th. Tickets go up a week from today on June 14th. Dan will be there. I'll be there. Tons of members of the community will be there. These events are wonderful. Going to play in person, going to see people in person. These events are unlike anything I've ever been to. And I've been to a lot of other card game events, and I have been dying for the next in-person open to happen. It's going to be an incredible event. Look, I hope to see you all there.
I say this with a bit of salt. 124 casters today. Let's make it to where June 21st needs 8 rounds of Swiss to close out. Let's get more casters in these tournaments. But for right now, that concludes our time with you all today. Again, from everybody here, for Caleb and the Elestrals team, thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. We'll see y'all very soon, including the next Premier Tournament on June 21st.